Is it true, Lan, that you were expecting? I noticed you secretly vomiting several times today. The food we painstakingly gathered is not meant for you to waste, Wang Fong remarked with a furrowed brow. Look at her, she must be pregnant. Another woman emerged, casting a doubtful glance. What a burden! At such a time, does she still fancy herself a beautiful streamer? She's nothing but a worthless being without awakened abilities. Zhang Fong scoffed. What did it matter if Lan had once been the object of admiration? With the apocalypse upon them, fear gripped everyone, and beauty held no value. Without awakened powers, one was deemed useless. When Lan felt an overwhelming nausea, and indeed, it had been 2 months since her last menstrual cycle. 2 months prior, she had an unexpected encounter with a man, barely catching a glimpse of his face, and now she was astounded to find herself pregnant. More than a month ago, the world had been shrouded in an enigmatic mist. A portion of the population, after inhaling the mist, awakened extraordinary abilities, which were classified by the authorities. However, just a week ago, those who failed to evolve transformed into zombies. The first to succumb were the elderly, their mobility restored, as they began to attack humans. In a nation as populous as Huaxia, the rapid spread was inevitable within mere days. It had engulfed the country. Most who failed to evolve became terrifying zombies. When Lan felt dizzy and had no desire to argue with them. Moreover, she had not failed to awaken her powers, she had already awakened a small space of 10 square meters. She simply chose to keep it hidden for the time being. The mist outside had yet to fully dissipate, which was why they were all trapped within the company building. Venturing outside during the day posed a significant risk of being discovered by the zombies, who moved swiftly in daylight, only slowing down at night. As military rescue efforts lagged, anxiety permeated the air. Due to her striking appearance, the men in the company treated Wen Lan with particular care, sharing their provisions with her. This, however, incited discontent among the other women. The self-appointed leader was a security guard named Zhou Feng, the first to awaken his abilities after inhaling the mist. He had always held a fondness for Wen Lan. The physique, strength, and speed of the evolved far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Zhou Feng had just returned with a group after scavenging for supplies, his physique further fortified by his awakened abilities. Wen Lan, where is she? The first thing Zhou Feng inquired upon his return was the whereabouts of Wen Lan. On the terrace, Zhou Feng made his way to the terrace, food in hand, searching for Wen Lan. At that moment, Wen Lan was leaning against the railing, succumbing to her nausea, her complexion notably pale. Zhou Feng's brooding face appeared behind her. Wen Lan, are you pregnant? Do you dare betray me? Once merely a security guard, Zhou Feng had frequently observed the interactions among the men and women in the company. Wen Lan, usually solitary and exuding an air of aloof elegance, now found herself in a precarious situation. Throughout the years, he has revered Wen Lan as a goddess, and even in the face of the apocalypse, he has refrained from touching her. Now, however, he discovers that Wen Lan has shared a bed with another and is pregnant. I never imagined you would turn out to be such a harlot. A wretched creature. You're insane. Wen Lan's tone dripped with cold disdain. She had never agreed to be with Zhou Feng. Who are you putting on this lofty, pretentious act for? Zhou Feng stepped forward and seized Wen Lan's arm. Since others had already violated her, what was stopping him? He yearned to kiss Wen Lan forcefully after all. In this post-apocalyptic world, many women, stripped of their makeup and care, had become haggard and worn. Yet, Wen Lan's skin remained fair and delicate, her beauty untouched by the harsh environment. In disgust, Wen Lan slapped Zhou Feng. To Zhou Feng, whose body had evolved to extraordinary strength, Wen Lan's slap felt like a mere caress. His patience had finally reached its limit for an entire month. He had catered to her every need. Each day, they faced the relentless threat of zombies and the specter of death, with everyone's nerves frayed. No one could predict whether the bodies lying outside would turn into their own. Wen Lan's slap ignited Zhou Feng's fury and possessiveness. He grasped Wen Lan's arm tightly. If you don't comply with me today, do you believe I will cast you out of this place? Without his protection, a frail woman like Wen Lan, incapable of lifting a burden or defending herself, would not survive in this world facing zombies. She would only meet a grisly end. Get away. Wen Lan frowned. Zhou Feng's proximity only made her feel nauseated. Suddenly, She sensed a surge of energy radiating from her abdomen, filling her body and propelling Zhou Feng away in an instant. When Lan was astonished, she had never realized her strength could be so formidable. Zhou Feng, propelled against the wall, felt a sharp edge of the railing pierce his arm. Blood began to flow, and upon witnessing his injury, Zhou Feng's expression darkened further. Through gritted teeth, he warned, "Wen Lan, think carefully about the consequences of provoking me. I will no longer protect you or show you any leniency." When Lan resolved to leave this place, these people were far more terrifying than the zombies. Seeing Wen Lan's indifference as she turned to walk away, Zhou Feng's face flushed with anger. He could not believe she would dare to leave. The fog outside had yet to dissipate, and they could encounter zombies at any moment. A careless bite from a zombie could lead to mutation, and the thought of being devoured by them was even worse. Wen Lan's abilities had not evolved. She was utterly defenseless against the undead. "Wen Lan, how dare you harm Brother Feng? Brother Feng has treated you so well, always protecting you, and you repay him with ingratitude. It's just a matter of keeping Brother Feng company. It's not like we're sending you out to fight zombies for supplies." Wang Mei frowned, utterly perplexed by Wen Lan's resistance. Compared to confronting the repulsive zombies outside, with the added anxiety of being bitten, the prospect of sharing a bed with a man for an easy meal is undeniably appealing. "Brother Feng, please do not be angry. Brother Feng, when Lan hasn't even awakened her abilities, does she truly dare to leave you? She's likely to come back in tears shortly. I would wager, within 5 minutes, as she walks to the company building and encounters a few wandering zombies, she will return in a panic. When that time comes, if Wen Lan begs you in tears, do not be soft-hearted. Women should not be indulged, for such indulgence breeds a lack of awareness of their own limitations." Wang Mei and Zhang Feng, among others, had long harbored disdain for Wen Lan. In their struggle for food, they had already set aside their principles to accompany Zhou Feng, yet Wen Lan still maintained an air of self-righteousness. Zhou Feng cast a derisive glance at Wen Lan. In recent days, the women in the building, eager for food, rushed to fawn over him at the slightest offering. Before the apocalypse, he could not even afford to indulge in such desires. Now, however, even a single piece of bread could compel them to cast aside their dignity. The world had merely shifted from a currency-driven society to one where food held paramount importance. Is it true that Wen Lan is really pregnant? You cannot keep this facade for long. Sooner or later, it will become evident. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's expression darkened further, feeling as though he had been cuckolded. Though Wen Lan had not consented, he had long regarded her as his own. Wen Lan coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours? If you are indeed pregnant, do not linger here and hinder us. Without Brother Feng's protection, you are nothing. If I had a man like Brother Feng, I would be overjoyed." Zhou Feng's mood improved slightly at Wang Mei's flattery without Wen Lan. The other women were eager to please him. Wen Lan furrowed her brow. "I am leaving now, and I will not return." "Wait for the day you return, begging for mercy," the crowd scoffed. Given Wen Lan's frail appearance and the fact that she was pregnant, how could she survive outside? They wagered she would not last 3 days. There was a possibility that she would encounter zombies today and be devoured by them by tomorrow. Well then, let us see who lasts longer. With determination in her eyes, Wen Lan strode forth resolutely, the energy in her abdomen coursing through her body, dispelling any feelings of nausea, rendering her limbs light and agile. A crowd awaited her downfall, betting on how long it would take before she returned in tears. Wen Lan stepped boldly out of the company building, the white mist outside obscuring her vision. Only the distant growls of zombies served as a grim reminder of their proximity. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Wen Lan had heard the announcement that the fog would dissipate for a few hours around noon. During this window, everyone would venture out to scavenge for supplies. As she entered the fog, visibility dwindled to less than a meter. With the arrival of midday, the mist would gradually begin to lift. Wen Lan felt a pang of hunger. She located a nearby large shopping mall and hurried into the supermarket, where food lay scattered on the floor, some stained with blood. However, Wen Lan could not afford to dwell on such details. She sensed that if she did not eat soon, she might faint. She picked up a piece of chocolate from the shelf and began to eat. High-calorie foods were the most effective in replenishing energy. As her heart raced, Wen Lan sensed the presence of the babies within her, imparting some vitality to her, and she instantly felt invigorated. She became aware of two distinct energies within her, intrinsically linked to her bloodline. She was carrying twins. A faint suspicion blossomed in Wenlan's mind. The larger the children grew, the stronger their ability to nourish her would become. It was a peculiar and extraordinary ability, coexistence and mutual nourishment. In an instant, Wenlan realized that not only had her spatial awareness expanded slightly, but she could also perceive her surroundings with clarity, even without the use of her eyes, up to a distance of 5 meters. The nausea had subsided, but the hunger persisted. She needed to consume more sustenance. Thus, she kept a piece of candy in her mouth to replenish her energy, for she was now carrying 2 children. Wenlan scoured the small supermarket for useful supplies. Suddenly, she felt the 2 babies within her, as if their heartbeats quickened, as if they had detected something of significance. Chapter 2. The fetus absorbs the energy orb. In the corner lay the lifeless body of a zombie, its head gruesomely severed. Wenlan approached, the rhythmic beating of her heart resonating in her abdomen. As she drew closer, she noticed a shimmering object nestled within the chest of the decaying corpse. What could it be? The baby within her stirred with increased vigor. Suppressing her nausea, Wenlan retrieved a knife and carved open the zombie's chest. Inside was a luminous orb of energy, which to an outsider appeared akin to a glass sphere. What is this? Initially, Wenlan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this was a substance from within a zombie's body. What if it posed a threat to her? Her hand rested on her abdomen, where she distinctly sensed the presence of her 2 little ones, who seemed to delight in this newfound energy. Yet, uncertainty loomed over her. Was this orb beneficial or detrimental? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a magnetic pull emanating from her abdomen. The energy orb in her hand was drawn into her belly, where it was transmitted via the umbilical cord to her babies. Their heartbeats quickened in response. Astonishingly, the radiant orb was absorbed by her twins. A wave of fatigue dissipated from her body, and her hunger vanished, replaced by an invigorating surge of strength. The twins had absorbed the energy orb and, in turn, bestowed upon her a double dose of vitality. It seemed she could not directly absorb the orb. Rather, it was consumed by her babies and then returned to her in amplified form. Wenlan was carrying twins. One shared her spatial awareness, while the other possessed a form of psychic perception, allowing them to connect with her. Even though they were merely 2 months old, she could keenly sense their state, as if equipped with a monitoring device that provided real-time feedback on their condition within the womb. Clearly, her babies thrived on this energy. Mama will go find more energy orbs for you. The twins conveyed a sentiment of joy and elation to Wenlan. To her astonishment, her mental perception expanded outward, reaching a distance of 10 meters. Indeed, the already decapitated zombie's body shimmered with light. This time, the energy orb resided within the zombie's brain. No matter how repulsive it seemed, she had to endure and extract it. Was that a red energy orb? Shortly thereafter, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed in the distance. Cautiously, she stowed the energy orb in her spatial pocket. Wenlan? Is that really you? I finally found you. A trembling voice broke through, and despite the blood-stained hands of Wenlan, the man rushed forward, embracing her with uncontainable excitement. Brother. This man was none other than her brother, Wenche. We must leave now. We can discuss everything later. Wenlan hopped onto the motorcycle, and they sped through the streets. At that moment, the motorcycle's roar attracted a horde of zombies, who began to pursue them. Wenche's driving skills were exceptional, allowing them to swiftly navigate through the throng. Gradually, the number of pursuing zombies began to dwindle. Brother, how did you find me? I followed the rescue team here. We managed to save quite a number of people from your company building. Upon hearing that you had left alone, I came out to search for you. In truth, it was Wenche who heard someone say that Wenlan had been cast out. When Wenlan returned, tearful and pleading for their acceptance, she uttered many harsh words. At that moment, Wenche was too preoccupied with finding his sister to chastise those individuals. He searched the streets and buildings surrounding the tower, finally locating Wenlan, who was digging through the remains of a zombie. He had been trembling, mistakenly believing that Wenlan had turned into one of them. The main rescue force was stationed outside the city. Wenche, a special police officer, was 3 years older than Wenlan. The rescue team had ventured into the city to procure supplies, as the fog had mutated not just humans but other resources as well. Some supplies could no longer be produced and had to be sought within the city. Wenche led Wenlan to a residential house where they paused. Finding that the surrounding zombies had been cleared away, the severed heads bore neat cuts, indicative of a swift strike. Within a 10-meter radius, Wenlan could sense the energy orbs within certain corpses, making identification effortless. She soon realized that not every zombie contained such orbs. Entranced by the shimmering objects, Wenlan felt compelled to reach out and grasp one. Absorbing a single orb would yield her double the energy from her two babies. And as she sensed the transformation within her body, she understood that the stronger her babies became, the stronger she would be. Only by absorbing the energy orbs for her children could she enhance her own strength. Wenlan brandished a watermelon knife, intent on extracting the orb from a zombie's chest. "Alan, what are you doing? These are zombies. Though they are dead, contact could still lead to mutation." Wenche's tone was tense, unwilling to allow her near the corpse. For a moment, Wenlan was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain herself. Just as she was about to clarify her intentions, a man with a crew cut and a vivid red tattoo on his arm approached. "Wenche, you've returned? Haven't you seen the captain? He went with you to find your sister." This was Zhang Yi, a member of the rescue team. Wenche stated that he was searching for his sister, and Su Han had accompanied him. "I'll contact the captain," Zhang Yi said, his brow furrowing slightly. The captain was injured and had followed Wenche outside. Soon, Zhang Yi dialed the captain's satellite phone. "Captain, Wenche is back. Where are you? Have you found her?" Zhang Yi glanced at Wenlan behind Wenche and replied, "Yes, she has been located. We can return in half an hour." "This is my teammate Zhang Yi, who possesses fire abilities. The one over there with glasses is Song One, who can manipulate plant growth. Hello, this is Wang Hui, a speed-type ability user. And this is Ji-Song, who possesses strength-based abilities. Wenche, her brother, is a water-type ability user, capable of freezing water. Wenche has been frantically searching for you. Thankfully, you are still alive." The speaker is Song One, who, fittingly, possesses an air of refinement and wears spectacles. "We have all introduced ourselves. What extraordinary ability has your sister awakened?" The sole female member of the rescue team, Wang Hui, possesses speed-related powers. Her strong thigh muscles, complemented by her neatly cropped hair, might lead one to mistakenly assume she is male, were it not for her feminine name. Wenlan has chosen to conceal the fact that she has spatial abilities. "What about the range of your perception powers?" Wang Hui inquired further. "Perception powers? That seems intriguing," she mused. 10 meters. Wang Yi chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. "I did not mean to mock your sister," he quickly clarified, aware of Wenche's protective nature towards his sister. "It's rather underwhelming," Wang Hui remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Although her perception currently spans only 10 meters, it is destined to enhance. Initially, the ability bestowed upon her by the baby was merely 5 meters. After absorbing the energy orbs, her perception expanded to 10 meters. The stronger the child within her, the stronger she would become. Yet, she felt no obligation to elucidate this to the others. "Rest assured, I will protect my sister. She will not hinder our progress," Wenche asserted earnestly. "Perhaps we should escort Wenlan back to the safe zone before proceeding with the mission," Wang Hui suggested, her expression thoughtful. Wenlan, untrained and possessing an underwhelming ability, would not be a significant asset in their endeavor, especially given the urgency of their task. If danger arises, our mission would fail, resulting in substantial losses. Wang Hui expressed her discontent. "I believe we should wait for the captain to return before making any decisions," Zhang Yi suggested with a smile. "I have no objections." "Let's wait for the captain," Zhou Wen added, preferring to avoid offending Wenche. At that moment, Wenlan was preoccupied with thoughts of the corpses of the zombies outside. The shimmering energy orbs within them had yet to be retrieved. It felt unbearable to leave them untouched, akin to gold lying by the roadside. "Wenlan, you should rest well," Wenche said, his hesitation evident. She was about to inform her brother about the energy orbs within the zombie bodies. "We have cleared the surrounding zombies, so you need not worry about danger. I will ensure no one disturbs you." Wenlan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, grateful for her brother's presence. "Indeed, Wenche, your sister's awakened ability is rather lackluster. A mere 10-meter range of perception pales in comparison to the captain's psychic abilities, which can detect anomalies within a 500-meter radius," Wang Hui commented, her brow furrowing again. Their captain, Su Han, had awakened a psychic ability that allowed him to manipulate objects and detect unusual occurrences within a 500-meter range. In their eyes, Wenlan's 10-meter perception was woefully inadequate, as a person with normal vision could see distances of 30 to 50 meters. "Moreover, your sister seems to lack any combat prowess. Our next mission is to seek out that batch of instruments at the High Technology Institute. These instruments are of paramount importance to us." Ji-Song furrowed his brow slightly. Perceiving Wenlan as a burden, I will first escort my sister back to the safe zone, and then I will catch up with you all. There will be no time for that. A chilling voice emanated from outside as a man clad in camouflage swiftly entered. Captain! Captain! Wang Hui's eyes sparkled upon the captain's return. This is their leader, Su Han. We must expedite the retrieval of these instruments. The safe zone requires them. The main rescue team is trailing behind. We can deliver Wen Chei's sister and ensure she reaches the safe zone as well, Wang Hui suddenly suggested. This approach seems to be a win-win situation. I disagree. I must protect my sister. Wen Chei's voice was resolute and powerful. He could not afford to lose her again. A flicker of something unusual crossed Su Han's eyes as he calmly replied, Wen Chei is my brother and my comrade. I shall not abandon anyone. I support the captain's decision. Zhang Yi was the first to back Su Han. Zhang Yi, Wen Chei, and Zhou Wen were all former Special Forces turned SWAT members. Wang Hui had joined later. Though her abilities were somewhat lacking, she was a doctor capable of handling medical tasks. Our primary objective is to retrieve the instruments. With Su Han's return, the group's morale had been restored. Although Wang Hui still harbored some dissatisfaction towards Wen Lan, she felt reluctant to voice it any further. However, our food supply is dwindling. Ji Feng frowned. Being a power-type ability user, he required more sustenance. They had initially brought limited provisions, and searching for food would consume precious time. Now, having to account for one more person's rations complicates matters further. I will share my food with my sister. She does not utilize the squad's communal supplies. I will not impede our team's progress. He understood that his good friends Zhang Yi and Su Han might not mind, but the others might not be as accommodating. This squad was hastily assembled after all. Wen Chei had initially intended to search for his sister alone, but it was Su Han who had persuaded him to join the team, as their mission route passed through Qinghang City. That is agreeable, Ji Feng remarked with a frown. Once this mission is complete, we can rest for a while upon returning to the safe zone. At that moment, Wen Lan sensed the state of her body. The baby absorbed the energy orbs, causing the space to expand. It seems the baby's ability to absorb through the space is more effective. She felt invigorated and no longer weary. Not only that, but she sensed her space had grown larger, allowing for the storage of more items. Considering the corpses of zombies outside, no, those are shimmering diamonds and gold. She grasped the watermelon knife tightly. Let us dig. Let us dig right now. Wen Lan circumvented the backyard and discovered a plastic bag within the room, which she slipped onto her hand. In her right hand, she wielded a watermelon knife. With an acute perception extending 10 meters, she could precisely locate the energy orbs within the bodies of the zombies. She plunged the knife deep into a zombie's chest, targeting what she believed to be its heart. Suddenly, a voice, somewhat excited and unmistakably masculine, broke the silence behind her. Wen Lan, Lan, what are you doing? Chapter 3. Early education is paramount. Upon turning, Wen Lan saw a man standing beside Wen Chei. He donned a camouflage combat uniform, his broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, forming a striking inverted triangle. The fabric clung tightly to his lean abdomen. His brow was sharply defined, resembling a mountain peak, and his slightly upturned phoenix eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance. A prominent nose and tightly pressed lips, albeit somewhat parched and chapped, completed his austere visage. His chiseled jawline exuded an aura that seemed to repel others. In comparison, her brother Wen Chei appeared significantly softer. Wen Chei observed Wen Lan as she rummaged through the zombie's chest, her hands stained with blood, his expression a mixture of tension and confusion. Did his sister harbor some peculiar obsession? How had he been oblivious to this before? Had his sister undergone a transformation? Brother. The man beside her emanated a potent aura, his gaze fixating on Wen Lan's abdomen, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes before quickly reverting to normalcy. This is Su Han, my captain. Hello, Captain Su. Su Han's gaze bore into Wen Lan, instilling in her a sensation of being ensnared. Lan, what are you doing? Wen Chei inquired, concern etched across his face. There was little she felt the need to conceal from her brother. Brother, let us speak over there. All right. Abandoned, Su Han furrowed his brow, remaining rooted to the spot. Captain, I need to discuss something with my sister, Wen Lan stated, interpreting her sister's hesitation as mere embarrassment. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Su Han's pupils. As a wielder of psychic abilities, he could, at will, exert control over everything in his vicinity. Wen Lan drew Wen Chei to the side of a dilapidated vehicle, ensuring they were sufficiently distanced from Su Han. Brother, I have awakened a perceptive ability, and I discovered these within the chests of the zombies. Wen Lan produced the object she had unearthed moments prior, hastily concealing it in her space upon hearing someone call her name. What is this? This is an energy orb. I absorbed it through the baby within me, so I'm uncertain if others can do the same. This energy orb can enhance one's abilities. Moreover, not every zombie possesses one. When Che, sensing the energy within the orb, shook his head. I can indeed feel the energy inside. It has a fiery essence. Perhaps only those with fire-related abilities can absorb it? Brother, then you should try this. It's transparent. When Che's speculation proved correct. Each zombie harbored energy orbs of distinct colors. It was only by locating compatible energy orbs that one could enhance their supernatural abilities. When Lan, however, faced fewer restrictions, as she could store the energy orbs in her space, allowing her babies to absorb them autonomously. As when Che crushed the energy orb, he felt the energy coursing through his skin and into his body. Upon awakening his abilities, an energy core would manifest within him, albeit situated in different places for each individual. When Lan sensed that her brother's energy core resided in his chest, while that of Su Han was in his mind. Unlike them, when Lan lacked an energy core, if she did possess one, her two babies would constitute it. Observing her brother's response, she realized he had indeed absorbed the energy. Just as she suspected, when Che felt his supernatural core expand slightly. I can absorb the transparent energy orb. Brother, let us keep this matter to ourselves for now. We should first extract the energy cores from the nearby zombie corpses. When Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing that with her brother's assistance, the task would proceed more swiftly, especially since she was now a pregnant woman. All right. When Che glanced back at Su Han, who had intended to share this information with Wen Lan. As a psychic ability user, Su Han could hear their conversation clearly. Yet his mental prowess could not detect the energy orbs within the zombies. Conversely, Wen Lan could leverage her baby's abilities to share perceptions. Thus, the two siblings set about excavating the energy cores from the zombies surrounding the building. Brother, this zombie contains an energy orb. Brother, do not dig this one. It lacks an orb. Initially, they worked in tandem, but it soon evolved into her directing while her brother executed her commands. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared by Su Han and his companions. Excellent, excellent. With so many energy orbs acquired, Wen Lan felt immense joy. However, she discovered that she could only absorb one orb per day, potentially due to the youth of her babies. Once placed in her space, the baby ceased to absorb any further. Wen Lan shared her secret little space with her brother, having no reservations. For he was the only person left in the world whom she could trust. The remaining energy orbs were safely stored in Wen Lan's space. The only thing she kept hidden was her pregnancy, as she was uncertain how to convey this news to her brother. Despite Wen Che's typically gentle and composed demeanor, when angered, he was genuinely terrifying. Early in the morning, Wen Che revealed Wen Lan's ability to identify energy orbs to Su Han, who subsequently decided to summon several teammates. Su Han, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Wen were all sworn comrades. Su Han had even saved Wen Che's life, and this time, he had taken a detour to Qinghang City to rescue his sister. Brother Han, as a psychic ability user, you were unable to detect them. In recent days, they have undoubtedly encountered a considerable number of zombies, haven't they? If all were to be collected, one wonders how many energy orbs could be obtained. Su Han's mental prowess is not omnipotent. It can only detect living beings. Zombies, in a strict sense, are merely animated corpses. He can only sense those that are in motion. Each day, he can absorb but one. Any excess would be wasted, as he must fully absorb one before moving on to the next. Moreover, the capacity for absorbing energy orbs varies among individuals. For instance, as a water-type ability user, I can only absorb blue energy orbs. Is it truly that remarkable? Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Having consumed the red ones, I feel invigorated. I believe I can enlarge my fireball now, he said gleefully. He had not anticipated such an effect from Wen Lan's abilities, who claimed my sister's powers were trivial. When Che scoffed, it certainly wasn't me, Zhang Yi quickly retorted. Zhou Wen lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. With the current mutations among zombies, their powers were evolving far too slowly. Everyone took a turn to try. The transparent orbs could only be absorbed by those with special abilities. Ji Feng, Wang Hui, Wen Lan, and Su Han were all capable of doing so. The red orbs pertained to fire abilities, the green ones to plant manipulation, while the blue ones likely represented water-type energy crystals. Su Han intended to report this matter to their superiors. I shall commend Wen Lan for this significant discovery, he assured. With such formidable powers, Wen Lan's circumstances within the safe zone would certainly improve. Wen Che nodded in agreement, noting that upon her return to the safe zone, Wen Lan would be allocated better living conditions. They still had a mission to embark upon, heading towards the provincial capital, Jianyang City, which lay over 200 kilometers away. Once they boarded the vehicle, Suhan tossed Wenlan a bag of items. It appeared she was not well acquainted with their captain. Upon opening the bag, she discovered it contained a multitude of energy orbs. Suhan, possessing psychic abilities, could ascertain anything spoken within a radius of several hundred meters. Thus, he was fully aware of her conversation with her brother that day. Her brother was also in the know. "I am a good friend of Suhan," her brother had said, and Wenlan understood immediately. Her brother held great trust in Suhan, and she reciprocated that trust towards her brother. "These are for you. As a token of gratitude for your discovery," Suhan said, presenting her with 5 transparent energy orbs as a gesture of appreciation for bringing this matter to their attention. These orbs were akin in size to quail eggs. Lacking Wenlan's perceptive abilities, Suhan would have to pierce through several zombies to acquire just one. "Did Wenlan truly inform us of this?" Wang Hui exclaimed, utterly astonished, for she had just absorbed an energy orb and felt her powers and physique remarkably enhanced. This revelation regarding the existence of such entities within the zombies was indeed astonishing. Indeed, the captain stated that the number of energy orbs one can discover in the future depends solely on individual abilities. Naturally, if any are deemed unnecessary, they may be exchanged amongst each other. Although Wenlan came to this realization, her powers remained somewhat ineffectual to us. Wang Hui continues to express dissatisfaction with Wenlan, viewing her as a burden, merely someone who relies on the strength of her capable brother. The discovery of the energy orbs was merely a stroke of luck for her. Sooner or later, others will uncover the energy orbs as well, unlike her, who entered the team solely due to her undeniable prowess. Her perception ability extends only 10 meters. Apart from that, what utility does she provide? She cannot assist us meaningfully. The captain, considering Wenche's position, speculated that once they returned to the safe zone, Wenlan would likely not accompany them any longer. Not everyone can gain entry into their team. Wang Hui still expressed her discontent. Zhou remained silent, quietly stowing away the energy orbs, yet the captain's psychic abilities could not detect the orbs. They had 2 vehicles in their convoy. Zhang Yi rode ahead on a motorcycle, clearing the path. In the middle, Jitsong drove a car with Zhou and Wang Hui aboard. The last vehicle was driven by Suhan, with Wenche in the passenger seat and Wenlan in the back. They traveled along the provincial road, where any zombies that appeared were swiftly dealt with by Zhang Yi. Should there be an overwhelming number, Suhan and his companions would disembark to assist in eliminating the undead. These zombies lacked swift mobility, making them relatively easy to dispatch. The road had become riddled with potholes. The outbreak of zombies had led to vehicular collisions, and with the rain and burst pipes, no repairs were being conducted. In less than a month, the city, once bustling with life, was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Thus, even with vehicles, their speed was severely hindered. Seated in the back, Wenlan felt a sense of low pressure, despite her brother's presence. Particularly with Suhan nearby, an inexplicable tension enveloped her. Suhan drove with one hand while the other rested on the car window, conserving fuel by refraining from using the air conditioning. Sensing Wenlan's unease, he connected his phone to the car's Bluetooth system, and soon, soothing music filled the air. Wenlan felt the baby within her respond joyfully, as if it relished the melodies. The child's happiness generated energy that revitalized her, alleviating her fatigue. Even after a sleepless night, she found herself alert. A realization dawned upon her. Perhaps prenatal education should commence early? Chapter 4. Suhan perceived the existence of 2 entities within Wenlan. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Suhan's pupils. His long fingers, distinctly knuckled, gripped the steering wheel, the joints turning slightly pale from pressure. His feelings were profoundly intricate. Through his psychic abilities, he had long detected the presence of 2 faint psychic fields within Wenlan. The next song is an energetic one, yet it seems the 2 babies within her are somewhat displeased. The surge of energy abruptly ceases. Ahem, could we perhaps change the tune? What's the matter? Didn't you claim this was your favorite song? It's just the right pick-me-up. When Shay appears puzzled, Wenlan is at a loss for words. She enjoys the song, but the babies do not seem to share her enthusiasm. Suhan has silently moved his hand to the button, switching to a more soothing melody. Indeed, once the song changes, the babies begin to restore her energy, albeit in small amounts. Yet, even a trickle can sustain one over time, cannot it? The journey to Jianyang City spans over 200 kilometers. Wenche, in his quest to find Wenlan, has traversed a winding route, now forced to rely on provincial roads. Though the provincial roads may be more cumbersome, they do provide opportunities to replenish supplies along the way. The vehicle gradually comes to a halt. Zhang Yi approaches Su Han on his motorcycle. "Captain, a collision has occurred involving several large trucks ahead. We must find a way to clear them before we can proceed." Wenlan follows his gaze and confirms the sight of two logistics trucks overturned, with numerous parcels scattered across the ground. Ji Feng, a power-oriented ability user, is the first to exit the vehicle. Subsequently, Wang Hui, Zhou Wen, and Su Han also disembark, preparing to assist. As Wenlan contemplates joining them, Wen Shay firmly asserts, "Stay in the vehicle, alone. Without abilities, you might get hurt," and locks the car door. Soon, the surrounding zombies are dispatched, and the group begins to excavate the remains. However, energy orbs, brains, or heart cores seem scarce. The effort proves arduous, as each attempt to unearth a single orb nearly requires the dissection of the entire zombie, yet they hesitate to relinquish the chance to acquire every energy orb. Wen Shay, let your sister out to help us sense which zombies contain energy orbs, Wang Hui suggests, frowning. Indeed, our efficiency is lacking. Why is she merely hiding in the vehicle while everyone else is out here battling zombies? Wen Shay disregards Wang Hui's remarks and looks to Su Han. With the zombies cleared from the vicinity, Su Han assures them that there is no danger within a radius of at least 500 meters. Only then does Wen Shay unlock the car door. "Brother, I can help. Please let me assist." Despite having fought zombies before, she does not wish to appear fragile. Yet, her brother's protective nature deeply touches her. With Wenlan's assistance, the group quickly identifies the zombies containing energy orbs. As a token of gratitude for her help, one orb is bestowed upon Wenlan. "These are parcels. Let us open a few to see what supplies we can find. Our food and water supplies are dwindling." Zhang Yi remarks. These two trucks appear to be logistics vehicles, and the contents scattered are all deliveries. Thus, they all hurriedly begin to open the packages. Wang Hui unwrapped a parcel only to discover a piece of lingerie, regrettably in a size too large for her. Since her transformation, she no longer required such garments. Puzzled by this, she glanced at Wenlan. Despite her loose clothing, her exquisite figure remained unmistakable. Wen Shay was aware of Wenlan's small space, yet his sister was reluctant to disclose it to others for the time being. In any endeavor, retaining a backup plan is of paramount importance. Currently, the small space served as her stash for baby supplies. Wenlan deliberately avoided her brother while he was occupied with opening parcels. After all, she had yet to devise a way to communicate her pregnancy to him. Most of the packages contained clothing, which she had no use for. While Wen Shay diligently searched for food nearby, water resources were plentiful. With him around, they would never lack for it. As Wenlan uncovered baby bottles and diapers, she discreetly stowed them in her space when no one was watching. This process was instantaneous and imperceptible. Although Su Han's gaze was not fixed upon Wenlan, his mental acuity remained attuned to her presence. A book on quantum mechanics piqued Wenlan's interest, prompting her to read a few lines, which seemed to delight the baby within her. If music could nourish the baby with energy, surely reading could do the same. Consequently, she tucked the book into her backpack, intending to continuously impart knowledge to her child. Storing it in her space would be less convenient. As time pressed on, Su Han remarked, "It is nearly time. We must continue our journey." "Indeed," she replied, although the others were eager to continue rummaging through the parcels for supplies. The captain insisted they could not delay their travels any further. Wen Shay's backpack was filled with food. Along their route, they passed provincial roads lined with supermarkets and gas stations, most of which had been thoroughly looted. The majority of the rescue team traveled along these provincial routes, as the highways were no longer swift, and detours complicated matters further. The supplies on the highways were scant. The food they had gathered would suffice for their sustenance in the coming days. Since awakening their abilities, everyone had developed a heightened appetite. With food becoming increasingly scarce, they cherished it even more. "Alan, all this food is for you. Do not fret. Eat whenever you're hungry. As for water, there is no need for concern. Your brother possesses water abilities," Wen Shay reassured his sister. Thank you, brother. With you, I never need to express my gratitude." Wen Shay affectionately ruffled Wenlan's hair, which had become somewhat disheveled. It was high time Wenlan washed her hair. He would need to find a safe location to provide her with water for that purpose. Along the provincial road, the shops appeared to have been ransacked. Their doors and windows were forcefully damaged. Furthermore, the surrounding flora had withered, and the earth had cracked, with dust swirling through the air as the wind blew. This time, when Shay took the wheel while Su-han occupied the passenger seat, Zhang Yi also exchanged places with Ji Feng. Apart from the driver, everyone was absorbing energy orbs. These orbs were truly remarkable. Regrettably, one could absorb only one per day. Zhang Yi exclaimed with delight that absorbing these would enhance their abilities. The red energy orbs were scarce, while the transparent ones were abundant. Alas, he was unable to absorb them. After traveling 50 kilometers, a journey that should have taken just over half an hour, they found themselves on the road for 4 arduous hours. Traveling at night was perilous, so they sought refuge at a gas station along the provincial road to refuel and rest for the night. Zhang Yi took charge of starting a fire, while Su-han, accompanied by Ji Feng and Zhou, cleared the surrounding area of zombies. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped them. They gathered around the campfire. At this rate, we won't reach Jianyang City until at least the day after tomorrow, Zhou estimated. This batch of instruments was crucial for agricultural cultivation, and they needed to return to the safe zone swiftly, where many mouths awaited nourishment. The challenges of planting in ordinary soil had intensified, necessitating specialized cultivation trays. I sensed the life force of the surrounding wood-based plants fading, Zhou remarked, as a plant manipulator capable of commanding vegetation to attack. Having recently absorbed powers that enhanced his energy, he could temporarily stimulate plant growth. However, without a continuous supply of energy, the plants would wither. The population in the safe zone was increasing. Su-han had also received a call from superiors urging them to expedite the return of the agricultural instruments. We must depart by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, he affirmed, with time still on their side. Wenlan found herself restless and decided to peruse a book she had discovered earlier in a corner, reading aloud as she went. She noticed her baby generating energy. Moreover, only 2 energy orbs remained in the space. Unlike others, who could only absorb specific orbs, her baby could absorb any color orb placed within the space. The area had expanded significantly. By 8 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group took turns keeping watch throughout the night. During their free time, Zhang Yi practiced controlling his fireball, while Ji Feng counted as he did push-ups, having reached 856. Zhou attempted to awaken his plant revival abilities using a withered vine. Su-han closed her eyes, nurturing her mental strength, while Wen-che trained his ability to condense water into ice. Wang Hui retrieved her silver needles from her backpack and performed acupuncture on her legs. As a speed-type ability user, the effect of absorbing energy orbs seemed less pronounced for her. Ultimate speed also encompassed her physical form. Everyone was engaged in enhancing their strength, while only Wenlan remained by the fire, absorbed in her reading. Chapter 5. Energy Reciprocity. Indeed, Wenlan was engrossed in her studies, delving into the intricacies of quantum mechanics. The more she read, the greater the joy of the child within her, and the child's happiness in turn bestowed upon her an abundance of strength. Through the manipulation of space, the child absorbed the crystalline essence, not only expanding the spatial realm, but also enhancing her perceptual abilities. She discovered that while studying quantum mechanics, the energy she received in reciprocity was exponentially stronger. Wang Hui watched Wenlan immersed in her reading, unable to conceal her dismay. Wen-che, the devoted brother, would only exacerbate the tension with his candid remarks. Given the urgency of their mission, she refrained from causing any trouble for the team leader. Thus, she resorted to venting her frustrations to Ji Feng. While everyone else was engaged in physical training to strengthen their capabilities, she was buried in books, and now she had to read aloud. I fear we shall inevitably be burdened by her pursuits. Although the other 2 young men found her behavior perplexing, they did not vocalize their criticisms as Wang Hui did. Meanwhile, Wenlan remained unfazed, continuing her silent reading. Feeling her physical strength surging, she became even more engrossed. However, this method of study was beginning to strain her throat. Perhaps when scavenging for supplies, she could seek out an electronic story reader. Suddenly, Su-han opened his eyes. Zhang Yi and Ji Feng immediately rose, weapons in hand. Moving toward the exit, Wen-che instinctively positioned himself in front of Wenlan. Wang Hui and Zhou also armed themselves, prepared for any eventuality. True to their suspicions, the roar of automobiles echoed from outside. Soon, Zhang Yi returned, accompanied by a group of survivors who had fled from the city of Lu. Their vehicle had run out of fuel, and they had come to the gas station to refuel. Su-han utilized his mental acuity to assess the strength of the newcomers, including those who had awakened their abilities. The stronger the individuals, the more potent the magnetic field they emanated. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Wenlan, lost in thought about something unknown. In close proximity, Wenlan sensed Su Han's scrutinizing gaze, perplexed by his intentions. Was he continually probing her? She could now clearly perceive a radius of 15 meters around her. With her enhanced perception, she often felt the weight of Su Han's investigations within the confines of the room, whether through his gaze or mental probing. The crux of the matter was that whenever she looked up, Su Han was primarily in a meditative state with his eyes closed. She yearned to confront him directly, to meet his eyes, yet she could never catch him in the act. In contrast, Wang Hui's gaze was straightforward, tinged with a hint of disdain and a greater sense of disapproval. However, Su Han's demeanor exuded an air of clandestine observation. He seemed to observe her discreetly, yet Wenlan sensed no hostility emanating from him. This ambiguity left her unsure of how to respond and compelled her to remain vigilant. "Pardon me, do you have any food? I would be willing to exchange," she offered. "You may peruse the supplies we possess for a potential trade." The food in the gas station had long been depleted, and there was little to begin with. The woman's lips were chapped, and her complexion was sallow, indicating she had not had a proper meal in several days. If they could not find food soon, starvation would likely claim them. The provisions we had were scant, and we needed them for ourselves. Wang Hui firmly rejected the idea. Their mission took precedence. They needed to hasten to Jiaodong. Searching for food along the way would only waste precious time. It was understood by Su Han that tens of thousands were awaiting this batch of agricultural equipment in the safe zone. The woman frowned slightly, her brow furrowed. Her own hunger was bearable, but there were children to consider. Clenching her fists, her pallor deepened. At that moment, her dignity felt utterly worthless. With a thud, she fell to her knees. "My daughter is only 5. Just share a little with us. We adults can go without. Please, let it be for the child." The group, including her brother, fell silent, having witnessed such scenes too often before. Yet, they felt powerless. Their mission came first. It was not until a clear female voice broke the silence. "Do you have a book?" The woman's eyes seemed to light up with hope. "Yes. There's a storybook that the child particularly loves. Even in this apocalyptic world, the child insists on bringing it along. This is bread. I'll trade it for your book." The woman was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you." She hurried outside to the vehicle, where the sound of a child's cries could be heard. She rushed back, fearful that Wenlan might change her mind. It was a hardcover storybook, part of a limited edition set, not inexpensive by any means. The woman quickly emphasized the value of the book. Wenlan nodded and exchanged it for a piece of bread. This bread was what she had found while unpacking deliveries earlier that day. When Che observed Wenlan, survival in this harsh world was difficult, and his sister's kindness could prove detrimental. He realized he must protect her. Wenlan regarded the storybook with satisfaction. Wang Hui's expression darkened as she watched Wenlan trade the bread for the book, her mind racing with indignation. Is this truly happening? A saint in our midst? Were Wenlan not Wen Che's sister, she would have expelled her long ago. They were burdened with a self-righteous do-gooder. She hoped to complete the mission swiftly and send this saint into the safe zone, never to see her again. Wenlan sensed the peculiar emotions surrounding her, most of which were directed at her with discontent, except from her brother. There was another person, perhaps? Curiosity piqued. She glanced up and locked eyes with Su Han. In that instant of connection, his entire being seemed to freeze, and he swallowed nervously. Su Han abruptly stood and walked outside. Indeed, this fellow had been stealing glances at her all along. She was just caught in the act. What does Su Han truly mean? Has she discovered her spatial abilities? It appears that she must exercise greater caution, as exposing her space is not currently an option. It is prudent to keep her trump card hidden for as long as possible. Wen Che is aware of his sister's spatial abilities. Yet due to the increasing scarcity of food, he intends to find an opportune moment to inform her. Initially, he believed that Wenlan had chosen to exchange books solely to assist that woman. But he was taken aback to find that his sister had genuinely developed an interest in reading. "Alan, when did you begin to enjoy books?" She blinked, thinking it unwise to reveal to her brother that she was preparing educational materials for the baby. It was merely a way to pass the time. Furthermore, her little space had accumulated a considerable store of provisions. Although Wen Che harbored some doubts, he attributed his sister's behavior to her kind-heartedness. "Alan, we are now in apocalyptic times. Human nature is fickle. It's best to avoid engaging with strangers." Wenlan nodded in agreement. "I hope this book proves beneficial for the baby. Otherwise, it would be in vain to endure the disdain of others and arouse my brother's suspicions." She was reading this limited edition storybook. Indeed, it was advantageous. The nourishing energy invigorated her, making her feel as though she could stay awake all night. Outside, the woman who had just been pleading desperately hurriedly retrieved a loaf of bread. In truth, they had some food in their trunk. But upon seeing that Wenlan and her companions appeared well supplied, they sought to elicit sympathy to procure provisions. The woman was truly foolish, attempting to exchange bread for a storybook. With a smile, she had shed her earlier pitiful demeanor. She was now on the verge of running out of options. If she failed to secure food, her daughter would have to step in. "Mommy, I love my storybook," the little girl whimpered. "What good is that book? Can it substitute for food? Will reading it satisfy your hunger? You'd be fortunate to trade that book for a loaf of bread." Upon exiting the house, Suhan overheard this exchange, his gaze turning icy, his pupils subtly shifting in hue. "What is that sound? Why has the tire come loose?" The man in the driver's seat hurriedly exited to find that all 4 tires had indeed fallen off, yet the surroundings were eerily empty. "Our vehicle has been in use for too long without maintenance. The tires must have deteriorated," the woman speculated. "With the tires ruined, we may have no means to drive away. Should I take the child to plead with that girl? She managed to exchange a book. Perhaps she could also assist us," she suggested, noting the 2 large vehicles parked outside, which could easily accommodate their family of 3. "Then go and try," he replied. Soon, the woman and her little girl returned to the gas station lobby. "We don't know how all our tires came off. Could you assist us in repairing them? Or perhaps you might have a spare tire." Wang Hui scoffed, choosing to disregard the conversation. Their audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. "Sister, could you possibly assist us?" The young girl turned her gaze towards Wenlan, the only one among them who appeared soft-hearted and accommodating. "Do you still possess any storybooks?" "I do not," came Wenlan's indifferent reply. "Then I am unable to help you," she continued, her demeanor unchanging. The woman was taken aback by Wenlan's unexpected refusal. Wang Hui was equally astonished. Did Wenlan genuinely desire their book? Yet, what value did a book hold? Chapter 6: The Evolution of Zombies. Wenlan discovers a fatal weakness. We no longer have books, but would toilet paper suffice? Or perhaps sanitary pads? Such items are indeed vital for women, considering their monthly necessity. Wang Hui found herself somewhat swayed by this proposition, as her own supplies had dwindled. However, she was reluctant to barter with this woman. She intended to seek out resources herself. For her, food took precedence over sanitary products. "I have no need for them." Wenlan was least interested in sanitary pads at that moment. "However, I might consider diapers." "Please, have pity on us and lend us your assistance," the woman implored. Convinced that Wenlan's earlier exchange of bread for a book was an act of goodwill, people often turn to those with tender hearts for help. "I have stated that I do not require anything. I cannot assist you." Wenlan's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Wenxie was thoroughly pleased with Wenlan's demeanor. It seemed she had taken his words to heart. "Do you not understand? My sister has expressed her lack of need." Wenxie's gaze turned steely, causing the nearby child to retreat, frightened, behind the woman. "Mama, let us leave," the little girl urged, stepping back and nearly colliding with Suhan. Upon seeing Suhan, the child was so terrified that she began to cry. "Leave," Suhan commanded, his tone brusque. The woman, realizing the formidable nature of this group, hastily took her daughter away, especially unnerved by Suhan's chilling stare. When Lan observed the two, they typically did not appear menacing, yet today they exuded an unusual coldness. "Brother, were you a bit fierce just now? If I had not been, those individuals would not have departed." When Shay noticed the young girl attempting to pilfer something, When Lan couldn't help but touch her abdomen. Did her brother harbor a dislike for children? It would be quite troublesome if he were to discover her impending arrival of 2 little burdens. "Let us make haste and rest. We shall embark at dawn." "Yes." At 4 in the morning, the group prepared to set off. Outside, a car remained parked, the very vehicle belonging to the family they had encountered the previous day, though now all of its tires had been removed. The rumble of the departing vehicle jolted the couple awake. "They are leaving. How could they depart so early to avoid taking us with them?" The woman fumed. As Wenlan and the others departed, they were compelled to relinquish their vehicle. They set off along the provincial road at 4 o'clock, the dawn still casting a dim light. Even within the confines of the car, the sporadic howls of the undead could be heard echoing from outside. After 3 hours, they had entered Jianyang province, with merely a few dozen kilometers separating them from Jianyang city. Their objective was to retrieve equipment from an agricultural base in the outskirts before they could return home. Suddenly, Suhan's gaze sharpened, as if he had perceived something alarming. "Hurry," he urged, seizing the walkie-talkie to call out to the vehicles ahead. The roar of their engine attracted a considerable horde of zombies in the vicinity. Within 2 minutes, Wenlan was met with a cacophony of frantic undead shrieks. The piercing sounds nearly deafening. Buckle up. Wenlan hastily secured his seatbelt as the relentless zombies surged towards them. The grotesque figures, their decayed flesh splattering upon impact, shattered upon collision. These zombies were unlike any they had encountered before. Wenlan sensed a distinct difference. Previously, the undead had relatively tough skin, but these appeared to have undergone extensive decomposition. Despite their flesh being torn asunder, they still retained the ability to move. Some, despite having lost limbs, could still crawl and writhe. Even when Ji Feng severed a zombie's head, the remaining body continued to squirm. How could this be? Ahead, several tour buses blocked the provincial road, and hundreds of zombies crawled forth from within. The relentless horde smashed against the bus windows, shattering the glass. Alunk. Wench's anxiety surged as a black dagger materialized in midair, swiftly decapitating a zombie that had thrust its head through the window. Yet, the dismembered body remained animated. Aim for the heart. Wenlan exclaimed urgently. The black dagger plunged into the zombie's chest, extracting a blue energy orb. With the orb removed, the zombie finally fell silent. Originally no larger than a quail egg, the orb had expanded to the size of a ping-pong ball. Had the energy orb enlarged? Consequently, had the zombies become stronger? This development escalated the difficulty of dispatching the undead. They would now need to sever the limbs of the zombies to incapacitate them. The sudden emergence of these hundreds of zombies encircled their vehicle in an instant. With 2 tour buses ahead, there was no way to advance or retreat. Their only option was to eliminate the zombies surrounding them. Wenche, brandishing a short knife, disembarked, striking down any zombie that approached the car without hesitation. Suhan also exited, his psychic energy now only sufficient to manipulate 2 daggers. The air was thick with the sounds of the undead's howls. Brother, left chest, lower abdomen, the brain. As soon as Wenlan finished speaking, the zombie was swiftly pierced by the dagger controlled by Suhan, and the energy orb was extracted. Wenlan's words flowed rapidly, while Wenche and Suhan demonstrated remarkable synergy, dispatching zombies with lethal precision. They shielded Wenlan, while Wang Hui, engaged in combat, felt her face darken at the sight. Were the 2 men prioritizing Wenlan's safety over their comrades' lives? With a swift kick, Wang Hui struck the zombie's face, exploding its crimson eyes, and blackened blood splattered onto her shoes. Ji Feng, witnessing the scene, approached Wang Hui, exclaiming, "Impressive, Wang Hui." The praise from her teammate filled Wang Hui with elation. Clearly, the captain was favoring Wenlan due to her connection with Wenche. As the battle subsided, the ground was littered with dismembered zombie remains and tainted blood, making each step a risk of contamination. Everyone's clothing was soiled, save for Wenlan, whose shoes were slightly dirty while her entire being remained pristine. The short blade in her grasp bore not a single trace of blood, highlighting the extent of her protection. Wang Hui harbored disdain for the fragile and burdensome Wenlan. After neutralizing the zombies, the energy orbs were not to be wasted, and everyone began to collect them. Wenlan gathered several, but directly stored them in her space. Her brother was aware of this. Suhan's constant gaze upon her had deterred her from taking any initially. Once Suhan's attention shifted away, she felt at ease to collect 3 orbs, placing one into her space. Upon entering her space, the baby absorbed the energy, gradually enlarging it while her perception steadily strengthened. The red crystal orb could also be absorbed, yet its effects remained undetected for now. Perhaps only after the energy returned would she sense its influence. The vehicle was severely damaged by zombies and was no longer operable. For the time being, they would proceed on foot, hoping to find a functional vehicle along the way. Unused items from the vehicle were discarded, while food was packed into backpacks. The energy orbs were distributed according to need. Wang Hui voiced her dissatisfaction, questioning why Wenlan, who had not slain any zombies, deserved any of the orbs. She, too, could absorb the transparent energy orbs. After distribution, there remained 2 orbs in the bag, 1 transparent and 1 pink. It was Wenlan who discovered the zombies' weakness, allowing us to eliminate them smoothly, Wenche remarked, furrowing his brow. "All right, brother, then I will take this pink energy orb," she replied. They had all tried to absorb the pink orb, but none succeeded, suggesting it required a special ability for absorption. "Holding onto that orb will serve no purpose for you." Wenche defended his sister. "You can keep both of these." He handed the remaining 2 energy orbs to Wenlan. Moments ago, each individual received 7. Without Wenlan's assistance in discerning the zombies' vulnerabilities, our escape would have been utterly impossible. Wenlan, too, is an ability user, and she requires enhancement of her own powers. In the future, we shall inevitably rely on Wenlan to locate the energy orbs. Otherwise, we would squander an inordinate amount of time each time. Zhang Yi quickly interjected, attempting to mediate. Is she truly leveling up? While everyone else is absorbing energy orbs and honing their physiques, she is merely engrossed in books. What utility do books provide? Can they vanquish zombies or augment one's strength? Bestowing her an energy orb would be a waste. She lacks ambition and yet consumes resources. Wang Hui shook her head as she regarded Wenlan. Wenshei's expression darkened significantly. Enough, Su Han remarked with a frown, his tone cold. Such words must not be uttered again. Since we are a team, we must unite in purpose. Wenlan was taken aback by Su Han's defense of her. Clearly, their bond is quite strong. Chapter 7. To be Wenlan's elder brother? I simply cannot stand her complacency while contributing nothing. After Wang Hui expressed her frustration, she turned and stormed away. Ji Feng, observing Wang Hui's anger, sighed and said, I shall check on Wang Hui. She harbors no ill intentions. At a roadside sign, he continued, Wang Hui, bear with it a little longer. We shall soon arrive at Jianyang City. Once we retrieve that batch of equipment, Wenlan will remain within the safety zone and will not be part of our team any longer. I understand, but I cannot tolerate her negligence. Does she comprehend the value of food at the base? Countless individuals fight and create chaos for a mere morsel, struggling for survival. Yet she instead casually exchanged her acquired food for a useless children's storybook. She flaunts her fortunate brother as if it were a grand achievement. Wang Hui's ire was palpable. She had diligently trained and defeated numerous opponents to earn her place in the team, which ensured her family's sustenance within the safety zone. But what of Wenlan? It is unfathomable that these individuals risk their lives for resources. The first encounter with zombies terrified her. She feared bites and infection, undergoing full-body inspections upon every return. Each night spent outdoors was fraught with unease. Wang Hui remained incensed, tinged with jealousy over Wenlan's advantageous brother in the captain's favor. Meanwhile, Wenlan clutched the 2 energy orbs she had acquired. The pink energy orb was a novel sight. She discreetly stored it in her space. The space absorbed the pink energy orb first, and she patiently awaited the subsequent return of energy. The vehicle had become inoperable, leaving them no choice but to proceed on foot. Wenshei cast a worried glance at Wenlan. Her physique differed from that of the seasoned Special Forces soldiers. He questioned whether she could maintain their pace. The provincial road was littered with abandoned vehicles and the remains of zombies. However, it seems that these zombies have been cleared out. Along the way, they encountered only dismembered corpses. When Wenlan sensed the energy orbs, she would excavate them, amassing a considerable collection of crystal orbs as she traveled. The blue ones were all allocated for her elder brother's use. Zhang Yi noticed that Wenlan still held a red energy orb in her hand. Little blue, cough cough, might you be willing to part with that red energy orb? Consider it a favor I owe you. With so many zombie corpses along the road, they could not possibly crush each one to extract the orbs. In contrast, Wenlan's perceptive abilities proved particularly advantageous in this regard. All right, Wenlan readily agreed, for he was indeed a good friend of her brother. Hey, Zhang Yi exclaimed, elated to receive the fire-type red energy orb. Zhou Wen observed that Wenlan still possessed a green orb. After a moment of hesitation, he adjusted his glasses, pondering how best to approach her request. Given Zhang Ye's forthrightness, he ventured, Miss Wen, might I also request your green energy orb? I too owe you a favor. Wenlan felt this was a fair exchange. Although her spatial companion could absorb other energy orbs, the specific abilities it would grant her had yet to be uncovered. Perhaps it was due to an insufficient quantity of energy orbs? Very well, Wenlan nodded and handed over the green orb to Zhou Wen. With the 2 gentlemen having received benefits from Wenlan, their demeanor towards her softened considerably. Wang Hui, moving swiftly, ventured ahead to scout the route for several kilometers. Within a few minutes, she returned riding a motorcycle. Wang Hui briefed Su Han on the situation, emphasizing their urgency. We must split up. Presently, they had 2 motorcycles, one driven by Zhang Yi and the other that Wang Hui had just brought back. Each motorcycle could accommodate 1 person. Wang Hui, take Ji Feng with you. Zhou Wen and I will head towards the suburbs of Jianyang. We need to locate that batch of equipment and clear out the zombies. Zhou Wen was not only a plant-based ability user, but also a hacker and programmer. Wenshei, Zhang Yi, you 2 are responsible for finding a large truck. Wenshei glanced at the time. We should regroup in Jianyang by 6 o'clock. Understood. The roar of motorcycles filled the air as they departed, leaving only the three of them on the chaotic street. There were still quite a few large trucks on the provincial road, although they likely required repairs. Zhang Yi excelled at motorcycle maintenance. After riding for over an hour, they indeed found a large truck by the roadside. The engine was operational, though the tires had some issues. I just spotted a repair shop nearby. I'll grab some tools from there, Zhang Yi said. Wenqie, you just need to remove this tire. All right. Zhang Yi went to fetch the tools, while Wenqie utilized the tools from the car's trunk to replace the tires. The tires were quite substantial. I'll assist you. Along, please remain still. That tire is exceedingly heavy, and you cannot remove it. Do not injure yourself further. Wenqie urged anxiously. It is worth noting that in her brother's eyes, his sister had been cherished since childhood. With effortless grace, Wenlan tossed the tire aside. This scene left Wenqie utterly astounded. It seems manageable, not heavy at all. He thought. A tire must weigh no less than several dozen pounds. Yet Wenlan's weight barely exceeded 100 pounds. How could she lift such a heavy tire with such ease? He had spent ample time with her, but had never witnessed her engage in physical training. The energy orbs only enhanced her supernatural abilities. Observing his sister hoist the tire as if it were a mere toy filled him with astonishment, yet he felt a greater sense of reassurance knowing she had grown stronger. He intended to guide her training and teach her self-defense techniques. Before long, Zhang Yi returned with a cart. Wenqie and Zhang Yi worked together to repair the large vehicle. Meanwhile, Wenlan found herself enjoying a leisurely moment. After absorbing the crystal orb, her sensing ability had expanded to 25 meters. They had been working for over an hour. Why do I smell the aroma of barbecued meat? Zhang Yi said, already drooling. Brother, here, have some. Wenlan exclaimed, brandishing two perfectly grilled chicken legs. Where did these chicken legs come from? Wenlan was reluctant to reveal her secret space. There's a small supermarket right there. I found them, she replied. Zhang Yi was not particularly concerned about the origins of the chicken legs. Rather, he wondered if one was meant for him. Wenlan, you see, your brother and I are comrades. We share a bond forged on the battlefield, a revolutionary friendship. I am a few years older than you. Would you be so kind as to share one with your brother? Zhang Yi, in his eagerness for a bite of the roasted meat, had completely abandoned his pride. Share. Wenlan frowned slightly, after all. She had been the one roasting them for quite some time. Yet, she thought to herself, I am merely a trivial entity with limited abilities. After saying this, she took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender and succulent. Although it was frozen, the meat was still delicious. Humans are indeed carnivorous creatures. Consuming meat significantly uplifted her spirits. Their primary source of meat had been ham sausages. But nothing compared to the delightful impact of this grilled chicken. As she savored her bite, the aroma of the chicken wafted through the air. Zhang Yi felt overwhelmed by the culinary temptation, and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. It's so fragrant. So incredibly fragrant, he exclaimed. Whoever said that? I am in a hurry. Deche, please help me to persuade your sister. From now on, I shall be your elder brother. All right, Wenlan. Do share one with him. Wenqie had already noticed that Wenlan still held a large chicken leg in her hand. Wenlan presented a large chicken leg to Zhang Yi from behind, unable to resist the temptation despite its heat. The first bite delivered a delightful crunch and an explosion of juiciness. After indulging in the roasted chicken, the group finally set off on their journey. With Wenqie and Zhang Yi at the forefront, they took on the task of vanquishing zombies, while Wenlan focused on locating the energy orbs. Brother, this energy orb is located in the brain, she announced. And this one is in the chest, Zhang Yi. Upon acquiring the energy orbs, the three agreed to divide them equally, with Wenlan claiming the red one while offering the remainder to Zhang Yi. Having savored Wenlan's chicken leg and with his precision in extracting the energy orbs, Zhang Yi conserved considerable energy, leading him to be quite generous towards Wenlan. Yet, he found himself perplexed by her behavior during their drive. She was either engrossed in music or recounting children's stories that nearly lulled him to sleep. Their brother, noticing his sister's peculiar demeanor, pondered whether she had been psychologically affected. Once they reached the safe zone, he resolved to have a serious conversation with her. As they traversed the village, which housed only a handful of elderly zombies moving sluggishly, Wenlan suddenly expressed, Brother, I need to use the restroom. A slight cough escaped her lips. While Wenqie remained unfazed, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, but don't wander too far. Grab your weapon, Wenqie cautioned. The outside world had changed dramatically, and danger lurked at every corner. Wenlan eagerly nodded and hurried off, her heightened sensory abilities driving her urgency. As expected, she stumbled upon a cellar in the village. Just as the vehicle passed, she had activated her perception and discovered the cellar filled with sweet potatoes, a stroke of luck indeed. She managed to collect a substantial amount into her spatial storage before returning to summon her brother. What luck you have! First, you find frozen chicken legs at the supermarket. And now a cellar, Zhang Yi exclaimed enviously. He was aware that the military had already scoured the roads, leaving only the cities, where zombies were plentiful and resources remained largely untouched, particularly in such a hidden cellar. The truck was laden with 3 large crates of sweet potatoes. And when Shay knew his sister had likely stashed quite a few in her own space, he would not only refrain from revealing this but would also assist in keeping it a secret. Chapter 8. Plant-based prenatal education. Zhang Yi's fire-based abilities had a notable advantage, roasting sweet potatoes. His initial attempts were somewhat disastrous, resulting in burnt offerings, but after several tries, he finally achieved the perfect roast, soft, tender, and delectably sweet. During their missions, they had not enjoyed a warm meal, subsisting instead on instant food. Zhang Yi realized that roasting sweet potatoes had inadvertently enhanced his ability to control fireballs. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes filled the truck. Beep, 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 the captain was calling. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, most communications have been severed. However, satellite communication remains intact. Where are you? We have located agricultural equipment and require 2 large trucks. Captain, we are making progress. We only need 1 more truck, and we'll devise a plan. Expedite this. Yes. Zhang Yi hung up the phone, one hand still roasting sweet potatoes, casually flipping them over. Here, this is for you, Zhang Yi cheerfully remarked. Had it not been for Wenlan's suggestion, he would never have imagined that his method of improvement would involve controlling the fire to roast sweet potatoes. Wenlan had no intention of acknowledging him as an older brother. She had only 1 brother. Zhang Yi was unfazed by Wenlan's reaction. He was simply too delighted at the moment. There are plenty of large trucks on the provincial road. Let's continue searching. Just as when Che finished speaking, they spotted a large truck ahead. This truck, used for transporting soil, appeared rather grimy, but Zhang Yi tested it and found its performance satisfactory. Upon opening the driver's cabin door, he discovered a desiccated corpse inside, which he expressionlessly discarded. Zhang Yi drove the soil truck ahead while Wen Che followed closely behind, accompanied by his sister. Without Zhang Yi's gaze upon her, Wenlan felt much more at ease. Brother, I have plenty of food here. Has your space upgraded? Wen Che inquired, speculating. Yes, it has expanded significantly. It now measures approximately 20 square meters, about the size of a master bedroom. When we return to the safe zone, I plan to fill your space with supplies. The safe zone, despite being officially established, was currently overwhelmed with people and chaos as order was being reestablished. Supplies were exceedingly scarce. When Che frowned slightly, uncertain whether his sister would adapt to the safe zone. It was fortified with heavy weaponry and military protection, which provided some reassurance. Now, not only were there zombies, but certain animals had also mutated. Official assessments indicated that even plants exhibited tendencies for mutation. Little sister, be sure to exercise caution when outside. When Che advised earnestly, Brother, have you really not found a girlfriend all these years? Don't you want children in the future? Wenlan cautiously awaited her brother's response. Upon hearing this, Wen Che patted her shoulder, saying, My only duty in this life is to take care of you. The number of children who perish daily within the safe zone is staggering. Some have been abandoned by their parents, while others have been neglected as their parents succumbed to zombification. But with your brother around, no one can bully you, Wen Che added, his tone heavy with gravity. Wenlan found herself at a loss for words. Haven't most people awakened their abilities? She asked, recalling the broadcast that had mentioned the majority of individuals would develop powers. Indeed, those who evolve and enhance their physical abilities are referred to as evolvers, much like Wang Hui and Ji Feng. However, many others have not awakened abilities. Upon the awakening of extraordinary abilities, one often finds oneself in a state of weakness. When I first discovered my powers, I could merely conjure a water balloon. In the early stages, evolutionists significantly surpassed those with abilities. However, as individuals with powers began to discover methods for advancement, they gradually grew stronger. For instance, Zhang Yi has recently identified a way to enhance his abilities. Now, with Wenlan's discovery of energy orbs that can amplify these powers, their progress has accelerated remarkably. In these chaotic early days of the apocalypse, survival involves more than just contending with the undead. Wenlan, having yet to reach a safe zone, is unaware of such dangers. Nevertheless, after drifting alone for several days, feelings of solitude and insecurity began to envelop her, leading to a more reclusive disposition over time. Zhang Yi possesses the exact location of an agricultural base in the suburbs. This remote facility is rarely visited by zombies, making it a safer haven. As Wenlan gazed out the window, she observed vast fields of crops that had already withered under the sun, lacking irrigation and suffering from plant mutations. Without crops, there would be no sustenance. Upon entering the agricultural base, the two made their way directly to the research laboratory. Wenlan encountered several individuals, agricultural researchers. There was still a considerable amount of food available here, as they had previously stocked up for a week in anticipation. When supplies dwindled, they resorted to consuming experimental products. Excellent, Su Han remarked, nodding at the truck they had brought. Director Zhang, we need to relocate those instruments. Very well, follow me, he replied. You all come along as well. Accompanying Director Zhang were a female researcher and 2 auxiliary personnel, Zhang Yi, Wen Che, and the others joined in assisting with the equipment relocation. Feeling compelled to help, Wenlan, visiting this agricultural research facility for the first time, curiously utilized her abilities to sense the surrounding environment. She detected a shimmering green energy point and, intrigued, approached it. Those were abandoned experimental plants, rendered useless and desiccated. Devoid of research value, the researchers kindly informed her. The instruments in this area, particularly the plant physiological testing equipment, need to be moved. Sensing energy, the baby within her stirred with vitality. Plant prenatal education is indeed a form of green nurturing. Wenlan discovered a cup, filled it with experimental soil, and placed a wilting plant inside. Glancing at its label, she noted it was a type of Chinese medicinal herb known as Yishouwu. This vine cannot survive. Taking it with you would serve no purpose, the female researcher remarked, frowning. It would merely occupy space. That is all right. I like it, and so does my baby. May I have this? Wenlan inquired eagerly. Everything here is withered and discarded. Feel free to take whatever you wish. The researcher, Wang Jinjin, replied with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, the agricultural research instruments were being loaded onto the truck. Wenlan continued to ride in the same truck as her brother, Zhang Yi, along with Su Han and the remaining 2 researchers, settled into the vehicle. You all can enjoy these sweet potatoes, Zhang Yi exclaimed, showcasing his ability by effortlessly roasting a sweet potato with his left hand. Your fire-related abilities have truly found their purpose. Zhou couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Shortly after, Zhou noticed Wenlan cradling a withered plant, and his eyes lit up. Up close, he could sense the faint vitality within the plant, as he possessed wood-related abilities. Miss Wen, where did you find this? In the laboratory of the agricultural base, she replied. Zhou promptly dashed to the agricultural experimental base, returning shortly with a nearly wilted flower in his own arms. Wenlan sensed it and found only a minuscule amount of energy, far inferior to her own. She had initially detected the brilliant glow of light, but overlooked the small luminescence of the fireflies nearby. These are all failed experiments. Why are you bringing them? Wang Jinjin frowned, curiosity evident in her tone. Wenlan exchanged a glance with Zhou Wen, an unexpected understanding passing between them. We like them. However, Zhou Wen still regarded Wenlan with surprise, pondering if her sensing ability might indeed be different. Wang Jinjin shook her head. This cannot be consumed. It would just be a hassle to carry. Su Han seemed to sense something amiss but remained silent, instead sweeping his mental energy over Wenlan's abdomen. The magnetic field had surprisingly intensified, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his cool gaze. In just half a day, there had been such significant enhancement. Suppressing his surprise, Su Han stated, we must return to the safe zone immediately. Yes, Zhang Yi replied with enthusiasm. With this mission completed, we should be able to rank among the top 3 teams, right? Indeed, Su Han replied, somewhat distractedly glancing at the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, Wen Che was driving the vehicle, with Wenlan seated in the passenger seat. The back of the truck was filled with various instruments. Brother, could you please get me some water? Wenlan asked, holding up a cup containing a withered vine. Of course, Wen Che responded, never one to refuse his sister's requests. As long as she was happy, he conjured a small water sphere, pouring it over the tiny vine. Wenlan sensed the energy within the vine expanding considerably. She retrieved a small pouch from her spatial storage, making a few simple modifications to fit the cup inside for easy carrying. This would alleviate some stress, enhance enjoyment, and stabilize the emotions of a pregnant woman. while the energy from the vine would stimulate the secretion of beneficial hormones, such as dopamine. Wenlan slung the pouch across her waist, close to her abdomen. The reciprocating energy continuously fortified her body. It seemed the baby adored this plant. She wondered if she might eventually try placing an energy pearl into the soil. Regrettably, she currently lacks the green energy orbs. The energy emitted by this Hisho Wu is reminiscent of the green orbs. Suddenly, she sensed something. It was Captain Su again. Why does he persist in covertly scanning her? Brother, what sort of person is Captain Su? Chapter 9. Brother's suspicion. Su Han possesses formidable strength, having awakened his psychic abilities before the onset of the mist. Despite his seemingly aloof exterior, akin to someone who believes others owe him a debt, he harbors a warm heart within. In our line of work, a degree of coldness is essential to intimidate terrorists. So, brother, do you share a close bond with Captain Su? Indeed, during the conflict with terrorists at our nation's border years ago, which escalated into a gunfight, it was Su Han who rescued me. Wenlan nodded, concluding that her brother shared a deep camaraderie with Su Han. Does Su Han have family or a romantic partner? When Shay turned to his sister, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Alan, you do not harbor feelings for Su Han, do you? Certainly not. I am merely curious about him. That is a relief. I have not seen Su Han involved with any woman over the years, though he likely has a crush on someone. On the eve of Valentine's Day, Su Han asked Wen Shay to accompany him to the mall to select a necklace. Oh. Wenlan did not indulge in the delusion that Su Han might have feelings for her. This fellow merely persistently scanned her with his psychic abilities, a fact her heightened perception passively registered. One wonders what his true intentions are. For now, it would be prudent to remain cautious around Su Han. Traveling with her brother made things considerably easier, as they could conveniently access items from their space. The journey back was markedly less arduous, with most zombies having been cleared. However, with more people returning, complications arose. Among the 5 from the Agricultural Research Institute were 2 girls, one of whom had her menstrual cycle. She sought Wang Hui to borrow a sanitary pad, only to find that Wang Hui was also in need. Consequently, Wang Jinjin approached Wenlan. Do you have a sanitary pad? I need to borrow one and will return it once I procure more. I actually do not have any. I do not require them. Wenlan spoke truthfully. She had been pregnant for a year and thus had no need for sanitary pads, so she hadn't stored any in her space. Most of the space was filled with food and some baby items. Wang Jinjin clearly did not believe her, noting the bulging contents of Wenlan's backpack. Very well. Wen Shay frowned slightly, recalling that Wenlan had indeed never sought such items. But to say she does not need any? He resolved to assist his sister in finding these necessities, as female hygiene products would be essential in the safe zone. On their way back, they took the provincial road, aware that a blockage on the highway would complicate their retreat. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, as the fog engulfed the land, most individuals fleeing opted for the highways, resulting in a multitude of accidents. It is only recently that the mist has begun to gradually dissipate. The bridge ahead has collapsed, necessitating a detour. When they arrived, the bridge was still intact. This diversion may delay their journey. Zhou glanced at the map. The detour would add at least several kilometers to their route. The primary objective now is to safely transport this batch of equipment back. Let us take the detour. Indeed, we shall follow the captain's directives. Consequently, they could only traverse narrow pathways, enduring a bumpy ride and crushing any zombies they encountered along the way. By 5 in the evening, they had been traveling for nearly 8 or 9 hours, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Ahead stood a large building where they intended to rest for the night. Conveniently, a shopping mall was nearby, and Su Han hoped to gather additional supplies to bring back to the safe zone. There were zombies inside. Zhang Yi and Ji Tsang would accompany me to clear them out. Wang Hui and Wen Shay, you two stay behind. Understood. Wang Hui, armed, was the first to exit the vehicle. Little sister, stay inside the car, Wen Shay instructed as he too armed himself and stepped out. The surrounding streets witnessed a few scattered zombies staggering toward them, exhibiting a swifter mobility than those they had previously encountered. With a swift motion, Wen Shay expertly struck the joints of the zombies, causing them to collapse in segments, still writhing on the ground. The Agricultural Research Institute staff in the truck watched in pallor. About an hour later, twilight approached. Come in. The zombies inside the building have been cleared, Zhang Yi announced as he emerged. The shopping mall consisted of merely 2 floors and was engulfed in darkness upon entry. However, for Wenlan, endowed with heightened sensory perception, the darkness posed no obstacle to her awareness of her surroundings. Zhang Yi assigned the agricultural staff to a room on the 2nd floor. No one is to venture outside tonight. What about the restroom? Wang Jinjin frowned, expressing her concern about the inconvenience. You'll have to figure that out for yourselves. I cannot assist you with that, Zhang Yi replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinning. Wang Jinjin's expression soured. By tomorrow morning, we should reach the safe zone, Zhang Yi added before exiting. Wen Shay took Wen Lan to search the bodies of the zombies. It seemed that their roles were clearly defined. They were tasked with eliminating the zombies, while Wen Lan sensed the energy orbs, collaborating with Wen Shay and Wang Hui to excavate them. The mall was shrouded in darkness, with everyone wielding flashlights. Wen Shay unearthed a black energy orb. A black one. Is there truly an orb of this color? Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she sensed that the energy within the black orb bore a striking resemblance to that of Ishowu. With a mere intonation, Wen Shay understood the situation at hand. Without hesitation, Wen Lan tucked the black energy orb into her pocket, placing it within her spatial realm to prevent the baby from absorbing it autonomously. After excavating the crystalline orbs, they divided them amongst themselves. And Wen Lan also acquired a transparent energy orb. Gazing at the black energy orb, she pondered how to facilitate its absorption by Hishowu. Typically, fertilizers are buried in the soil. Thus, she promptly buried the quail egg-sized orb within a small cup. Using her supernatural abilities, she confirmed that Hishowu was gradually absorbing the energy from the black orb. However, on the surface, Hishowu still appeared somewhat wilted. Wen Lan immediately registered the function of the black energy orb. The enhancement of Hishowu's energy would influence the vitality within her womb, causing the baby to fortify its nurturing response towards her. Yet, the effect was limited, necessitating that Wen Lan keep Hishowu close at all times. Wen Shay, on the other hand, began to notice the peculiar changes in his sister's behavior. They resided on the second floor, where the zombies posed no threat. The shopping mall was replete with various items, providing an opportunity to procure clean clothing, though food supplies were dwindling, with most having spoiled. Fresh provisions had long since decayed. The following day, they planned to venture into the safe zone to assess what essential supplies they might bring back, without the need for submission. Understood, Captain. For days, they had been on the move, prioritizing food, even in their search for resources. Zhang Ye's trousers had developed a significant tear, and everyone was eager to scour the mall for useful items. This mall, being the county's establishment, offered clothing that, while not of exceptional quality, was durable enough for wear. Wen Shay specifically sought out sanitary pads for his sister. He inquired about the electronics available at a counter on the first floor, discovering headphones, story machines, and a considerable number of batteries which she also stored in her spatial realm. The mobile phone still had battery life, and the entrance featured shared charging devices. Wen Lan smashed open all the charging banks, retrieving them for her storage. Additionally, she carried a backpack to remain inconspicuous, having also gathered several garments and shoes for her brother. Her spatial realm was now filled to 2/3 of its capacity. Wen Shay continued his search for usable resources and paused briefly as he passed through the maternal and infant section. He recalled that during his initial visit, the majority of items had been available. However, now half of the section lay barren. A frown creased his brow, stirring questions within him. Upon returning, Wen Lan discovered her brother was absent, and Zhang Yi was roasting sweet potatoes over a fire. Here, Wen Lan, have some sweet potato, Zhang Yi exclaimed warmly. Wang Hui frowned slightly, letting out a cold huff. Thank you, Wen Lan replied as she accepted the roasted sweet potato, only to realize that Zhang Yi was once again covertly scanning her. What is wrong with this fellow, scanning her multiple times a day? Currently, Wen Lan has intentionally unleashed her extraordinary abilities. Indeed, she can only perceive the fluctuations of mental energy within herself. In essence, Su Han has merely scanned her own being. Has this individual uncovered something? Since no one has disrupted this harmonious atmosphere, let us feign ignorance. Tomorrow, we shall reach the safe zone, and finally, I can enjoy a restful sleep, Zhang Yi remarked. Outside, the night was fraught with tension. Ji Song continued his physical training, while Zhou Wen busied himself with his plants, occasionally channeling a bit of energy to the little flower. However, he dared not provide too much. Consuming too much at once could lead to discomfort. Zhou Wen curiously sensed the Hishowu in Wen Lan's possession, his eyes brightening. Embarrassed, he approached Wen Lan, adjusting his glasses to mask his inner anxiety. Miss Wen, may I inquire about a few matters? Certainly. Wen Lan followed Zhou Wen to the dilapidated elevator near the mall. Although I may be imposing by asking this, I genuinely wish to know. Then do ask. The moment Zhou Wen called her out, she sensed Su Han's mental presence upon her. Upon further perception, She realized Zhou Wen's aura was also present. Her brother had mentioned that anything spoken within Su Han's mental range would be known to him. How did that vine of yours gain such strength? You can perceive it? Yes, Zhou Wen possesses wood-type abilities. Wen Lan informed Zhou Wen about the energy pearl. Thank you. Yet, it seems your plant is not suited for the black energy pearl. Wen Lan sensed that the little flower in Zhou Wen's hand emitted a yellow glow. Perhaps you should seek a yellow energy pearl instead. All right, thank you. Although Zhou Wen could sense the energy of plants, to him, they all appeared green. He felt that Wen Lan's perception abilities were remarkably profound. Zhou Wen sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wen Lan. Early the next morning, everyone set out. They loaded numerous packages onto the truck. These are all supplies. Wen Lan continued to ride alongside Wen Che in the same vehicle. Lan, why have you gathered so many maternity supplies? I've noticed you've seemingly gained weight lately. Chapter 10. The discovery of Wen Lan's pregnancy upon hearing her brother's inquiry. Wen Lan's breath quickened. She instinctively crossed her fingers, pondering what excuse to offer. She understood that she could no longer conceal the truth from her brother. Wen Che had long observed Wen Lan's actions. Wen Lan, her brother typically called her Lan Lan or Alan. But the use of her full name sent a wave of trepidation through her. She could not bear to meet Wen Che's gaze, hardly daring to breathe deeply. Wen Lan's father had died in the line of duty, and her mother had remarried. Her brother had raised her since childhood, balancing strictness with affection. As Wen Lan cast a fleeting glance, she noticed her brother Wen Che's Adam's apple twitch violently, his fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly that they turned pale. While Wen Lan contemplated her reasons, she could easily fabricate lies in front of others, yet this was her brother, the one who had raised her. Wen Che's temples throbbed, as if a blunt knife were stirring within his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the words of those individuals. Was that scoundrel Zhou Feng? Had he done something to you? When he had sought out his sister, he had overheard those men claim that Wen Lan would eventually come crying, begging Zhou Feng to sleep with her. Damn, I should have killed him on the spot. Wen Che felt an overwhelming regret at that moment. He had merely beaten Zhou Feng and anxiously inquired about Wen Lan's whereabouts. It's not Zhou Feng. It's not him. Wen Lan immediately countered. The truck hit a bump, and Wen Che pulled over to the roadside, turning to gaze directly at his sister. Who is it? Wen Che could hardly believe that the sister he had fiercely protected had been violated. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce blaze ignited within his chest. Who is that scoundrel? I will kill him. Wen Che assumed his sister had been wronged. Wen Lan was beautiful, and many had pursued her since childhood. It's all my fault. I should have taken better care of you. His eyes reddened, veins bulging, as he struck a fist against the car window. After his fury subsided, a profound guilt washed over him. Indeed, it hadn't taken long for his sister to be discovered after staying with him. Wen Lan decided to confess. Brother, I've actually been wanting to find an opportunity to tell you. I had planned to confess once we reached a safe zone. I didn't expect you to find out so soon. I'm 3 months pregnant, conceived before the apocalypse. As for that person, I don't remember. But it shouldn't have been him forcing me. It was probably me forcing him. That day at our company's gathering, I drank too much, and when I got home, Sun Hao came looking for me. Sun Hao was a wealthy heir. Is it Sun Hao? How dare he? Wen Che's anger intensified. How dare that brat do anything to my sister? No, Sun Hao tried to help me upstairs, but someone chased him away. After that, I can't recall clearly. My head hurt too much. She now questioned whether it had been the alcohol or something else. You don't even know who the father of the child is? Wen Che's expression darkened. I know who it is. I will be the first to kill him. Wen Lan touched her nose, pondering if she had initiated it. I can't remember. It was too dark, but I recall the sensation of muscular hands. Wen Lan spoke candidly, revealing her true self. It seemed she was not lying. She genuinely could not recall who the father of her child was. Wen Che's clenched fists tightened further. He silently vowed to find the man who had wronged his sister. However, now, seeing his sister's state and knowing she was pregnant, although there was anger, it was forcefully suppressed. This matter should not be disclosed to others for the time being. Do not fear, for your elder brother is here to protect you. Wen Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, swirling within their confines. The mention of you all by her brother indicated that he had already embraced her child. A series of beeping sounds emanated from the radio. What's happening? Old Wen Isn't leaving yet? Right away. Wen Che composed himself and continued driving. Albeit the truck moved with great steadiness and slowness. Upon reaching the safe zone, everyone would undergo a health inspection. I will find a way to temporarily conceal your pregnancy, he assured. Wen Lan was somewhat perplexed. Isn't being pregnant in a safe zone even safer? It removes the threat of zombies. Wenche observed his sister's furrowed brow and explained, currently, being pregnant in a safe zone does not grant any special privileges. The safe zone is in dire need of reconstruction, with walls to be built and various aspects requiring overhaul. Precious metals and jewels are now mere scrap, abandoned on the ground. When Lan decided to heed her brother's advice on this matter, even upon returning to the safe zone, he would ensure she remained by his side. As they journeyed back, a light rain began to fall. When Lan leaned against the car, drifting into a deep sleep, her headphones resting on her abdomen, playing children's stories. The nurturing energy flowed continuously into her body. Suddenly, a large wild boar emerged from the roadside. But this beast was mutated. Its size exceeded that of an ordinary pig, weighing perhaps over 1,000 pounds. The once clumsy mutant boar now moved with astonishing speed. Bang! 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 Zhou aimed his pistol at the mutant boar, but the bullets inflicted minimal damage. We cannot allow it to collide with the truck. Suhan frowned and urgently warned, When Lan, do not exit the vehicle. With that, Wenche leapt out wielding a knife. Roaring. Not just one but 7 or 8 mutant boars appeared behind, each one massive. The roadside barriers were crushed, and utility poles snapped under their weight. Help! Help! The truck ahead was overturned by the mutant boars, trapping Wang Jinjin and Professor Zhang inside. A Sao charged towards Wenlan. Wenche slashed at the mutant pigs, carving deep gashes, yet astonishingly, they bled not at all and seemed impervious to pain. A man burst from the truck in sheer terror and fled. The mutant boars, instead of pursuing Wenche, directly chased after him, quickly overpowering him. Zhang Yu conjured fireballs to scorch the mutant pigs, but they showed no fear of the flames. One of the mutant boars, engulfed in fire, charged at Wenlan's truck. Wenlan. Faintly, Wenlan heard a hurried voice. The shards of glass that had been directed at her were deflected entirely. They did not strike her. A vivid sensation coursed through Wenlan, revealing a surge of mental energy. It was him. With a thunderous crash, the mutated wild boar overturned the truck. Wenlan's passive skill activated, enhancing her perception. A faint glow emanated from the creature's neck. Under the influence of her extraordinary abilities, Wenlan's reflexes surpassed those of ordinary individuals, akin to having activated an infrared scanning sense. Armed with the knife gifted by her brother, she sidestepped and plunged it into the mutated boar's neck. Her strength was formidable, nearly severing the creature's massive head. The blow cleaved through, revealing a glimmering energy orb within. Alan, Winch's breath quickened. The events had transpired in an instant. In the blink of an eye, fearing for his sister's safety, he was drenched with perspiration. Struck by the mutated boar on the arm, Winch's complexion turned ashen as he narrowly evaded a second assault from the beast. Brother, the boar's weakness is its neck. There lies the energy orb. In an instant, Wenche comprehended the situation and, summoning all his strength, aimed another strike at the back of the boar's neck. At that moment, Wenlan emerged from the truck, noticing some abrasions on her hands, seeping blood. Yet, within moments, the wounds began to heal. The pain lingered, but the injuries were mending. Wenlan gazed in astonishment at the scene, belatedly realizing that her abilities had evolved once more. The baby had bestowed upon her the gift of self-healing by absorbing the pink energy orb. As Wenlan discerned the boar's vulnerability, Wenche, Suan, and Zhang Ye worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the remaining mutated wild boars. Jifeng, with immense strength, severed a boar's head with a single stroke. The energy orbs within these creatures were not spherical. They were merely the size of a fingernail, yet possessed tremendous power, a might only Jifeng could contend with. He pondered whether the flesh of these mutated beasts was consumable. Gazing at the fallen boars, he mused that prior to the apocalypse, one would fetch at least 5,000 yuan. Jifeng licked his lips, yearning for a hearty meal. It had been ages since he had savored warm food. The mutated animals were under study in the safe zone, their flesh's effects on human health still unknown. A staff member from the Agricultural Research Institute had met with misfortune, while others had merely sustained minor injuries. The truck had toppled, but fortunately, the instruments inside had been well secured and remained undamaged. Jifeng and the others assisted in lifting the truck, while Zhang Ye, Zhou Wan, and Wenche tended to the vehicle's repairs. The truck remained intact, yet the car had broken down. Consequently, everyone had to squeeze into the back of the truck and journey together. Suhan stepped forward and addressed Wenche, saying, "You should take a rest. I will take the wheel." Wenche nodded in agreement. During the recent encounter with the mutated pig, he had sustained a minor jolt to his arm. Although it was not severely injured, it throbbed faintly with discomfort. "Suhan, Please drive slowly. My sister gets car sick, he remarked. I understand, Suhan replied, observing the puzzled expression on Wenche's face. Brother, should I sit in the back for a while? She inquired. No need. It's too cramped back there. Just hold on. We will reach the safe zone soon. Wenche was determined not to let his sister suffer any discomfort. He had complete faith in Suhan, knowing her character well. It was Suhan who had resolutely advocated for taking a detour to rescue his sister amidst opposition. Although the point of injury did not pain him much, he sought a moment of calm. His sister's predicament made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. It was exceedingly difficult to survive alone in this apocalyptic world. He had to be a pillar of strength for his sister, and soon, for a niece or nephew as well. Additionally, he needed to track down the perpetrator behind this chaos. Rubbing his temples, he felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. He realized that while safeguarding his sister might be manageable, protecting a helpless infant would pose a formidable challenge. With his sister now pregnant, figuring out how to enhance her strength remained a significant dilemma. Inside the vehicle, Suhan positioned herself outside, while skillfully handling the steering wheel with one hand. The windshield of the truck had shattered extensively, prompting her to remove the entire pane. Wenlan cast a sidelong glance at Suhan. Recalling the shards of glass that had scattered, she felt compelled to express her gratitude but hesitated, fearing that such acknowledgement would reveal her awareness of Suhan's occasional covert observations of her. Until she comprehended the rationale behind Suhan's actions, it was best not to alarm her. In just half a day, the Shouwu had completely absorbed the black crystal bead, despite the surface leaves appearing wilted. The root system had grown significantly more robust. It seemed that further searches for black energy beads were imperative. Soon, the small cup would be insufficient, necessitating a larger vessel, preferably a more suitable bottle. As Shouwu grew stronger, the baby would be able to absorb more energy. Wenlan patiently awaited the reciprocity from her little ones. Their ability to absorb energy was vital for their development. Enhanced by the vitality of her blood, Wenlan's lips became softer and more vibrant, while her hair gradually thickened and darkened. Sitting in the front row with Suhan, an air of silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Moreover, Wenlan often felt as though he was observing her closely. Shall we listen to some music? She suggested. Yes, he replied. Suhan took out his phone and played it on speaker. The sun smiled gently, and birds chirped merrily on the branches. To her surprise, he played a children's song. Did you not like it? Recently, Wenlan had been listening to children's stories and songs whenever music was played, leading one to assume that she enjoyed them. Perhaps it was acceptable to consider her as retaining a childlike heart. If the baby liked it, that was enough. Not only did Suhan play the song, but he also began to hum along. The melody he hummed carried a certain vitality, causing a swift flow of energy to circulate within Wenlan, replenishing her body. She wore a look of astonishment as she sensed the energy within her. Doubled? The baby had indeed doubled the return of energy. Was it because of Suhan's humming? It seemed she would have to sing more to the baby in the future. After a brief while, Suhan ceased his humming, and the rapid sensation of replenishment gradually stabilized, reverting from tenfold to double. Captain Su, your singing is truly delightful. Wenlan cast a sidelong glance at Suhan, who was focused intently on driving, his gaze unwavering. His jawline was sharply defined, and his Adam's apple was distinctly visible beneath his skin. A perceptive Suhan, attuned to the energy around him, could naturally sense Wenlan's covert scrutiny. As soon as she withdrew her gaze, the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Captain Su, what other songs can you sing? The national anthem. The children's song you just hummed was lovely. Wenlan wished to confirm whether it was indeed Suhan's singing that had enhanced the baby's energy return and hoped he would sing again. However, Suhan remained silent. She resolved to have her brother try singing a children's song someday. Could it be that the baby was growing weary of the stories she read daily? Chapter 11. Did Suhan assist Wenlan with prenatal education? Being seated next to Suhan made Wenlan feel somewhat tense, diminishing her natural ease. She refrained from taking anything to eat from her space and merely gazed out at the scenery through the window. The vehicle occasionally jolted along the way. The official safety zone had originally been a national secret military base, but now all bases had been transformed into safety zones. This area had once been the Tsang Wolf military base, now a secured zone. The military base was equipped with well-established basic supplies, signal towers, and infrastructure, and was currently undergoing intensive construction. New arrivals were required to undergo comprehensive health checks and register their information before entering the safety zone. The primary focus was to inspect for any injuries, Those with wounds were placed in the isolation area outside the safety zone, which was also the most chaotic part of the zone. Superpowered individuals and evolved beings were categorized and registered separately. Based on the existing classifications of abilities, they were systematically ranked. One could say that the Dragon Kingdom's official response to this disaster has been remarkably swift. Unlike the situation in A3 country, which has almost entirely succumbed, the military secrets of the Dragon Kingdom have emerged, leading to the establishment of secure zones to protect its citizens. However, the nation can only offer a vast protective area, ensuring the safety of the majority. In this chaotic environment, where individuals of various backgrounds intermingle, achieving a comfortable existence relies on one's own efforts. Former identities and statuses hold no significance. Even those who once held positions as general managers or high-ranking officials must start anew. No one will extend their hand in deference to your past, unless one awakens extraordinary abilities and becomes a supernatural being or undergoes physical evolution to become an evolved entity. It is a world where only the fittest survive and the strong reign supreme. The journey to the secure zone still stretches ahead. Their truck gradually merged onto the main road, flanked by numerous individuals, most of whom sat patiently along the roadside in an orderly queue. Supernatural beings and evolved individuals were given precedence. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were no longer prioritized. The rules of the world had shifted abruptly. When Lon cast a sympathetic glance at the scene, recognizing that these people resembled refugees, underfed, inadequately clothed, and living in constant fear. The secure zone represented their last hope for survival. Within the city lurked zombies, while outside roamed mutated beasts. Ordinary individuals seeking protection could only turn to the secure zone. Even supernatural beings, with their recently awakened, often feeble powers, would only gain recognition within this sanctuary. When Lon observed that the environment of the secure zone was indeed not as favorable as anticipated, perhaps a source of concern for her brother. The sight of abandoned children along the road was overwhelming. They were either solitary orphans, having lost their parents, or were simply discarded. They navigated through the crowd, begging or resorting to theft, merely to survive. Suddenly, their truck came to a halt as several children knelt before it. Suhan reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, for the road was not conducive to high speeds. "Please, kind older brothers and sisters, spare us a morsel of food." The children fervently bowed their heads. In their kneeling position, they would not depart without receiving sustenance, even if it meant risking their lives. What profound suffering must they endure? Without food, survival is impossible. And even life itself may not guarantee survival. A car behind them suddenly crashed forward, narrowly missing the children who managed to evade it. While those who did not were hurled several meters away by the impact. The crowd scattered in panic, blood mixing with the dirt. A child groaned, gazing up at the sky, seemingly catching a glimpse of their mother coming to fetch them. Yet, not a single person in the vicinity offered assistance. Was it indifference? Or perhaps the realization that they too lacked the capacity to help? In this apocalyptic world, how can one care for others when they lack the capability to care for themselves? Their eyes are filled with compassion, sorrow, and fear, perhaps contemplating the possibility of meeting a similar fate. Death is no longer a distant concern. It is an ever-present reality, lurking at every corner. Starvation, dehydration, illness, or brutal violence could strike at any moment. The most formidable threat lies in the risk of being bitten by a zombie, leading to an infection and transformation into one of the undead, or being devoured by mutated beasts. When life hangs in the balance, self-preservation becomes the instinctual choice. Yet, there are still kind-hearted souls among the chaos. A middle-aged woman found a discarded piece of cardboard nearby and gently placed it over a small girl, offering a semblance of comfort in the bleakness. That was all she could do. Meanwhile, a small car sped by without a hint of slowing down, forcing the crowd to scatter. The driver, grinning with reckless abandon, seemed utterly devoid of remorse. What does it matter if he runs someone over? Let the police come and apprehend him. The man laughed maniacally, oblivious to the countless lives lost outside. When Lon observed this scene with a slight frown, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, she vowed not to let her child suffer in such turmoil. Those around her had become desensitized to the chaos. The police had long vanished. Only within the safety zone could one expect official protection. Though the safety zone was not without its own disorder, the military maintained a semblance of order, for taking a life bore consequences. The rules safeguarded the majority. A few children, reckless and desperate, darted out once more to stop a truck. To them, Starvation and being struck down held equal weight. "You little rascals, come here for some sweet potatoes," Zhang Yi called out, holding several tubers in his hands. He broke them open and tossed them to the group of fearless children, who clamored and devoured the food without a thought of hiding it away. Having secured their sustenance, they stepped aside, allowing the truck to proceed slowly into the safety zone. When Lon caught sight of those children through the rearview mirror, their cheeks stuffed with food, swallowing hurriedly without a care to spit it out. The sweet potatoes, encrusted with dirt, had lost all flavor. Yet, to them, it was the most delectable morsel in the world. They understood that if they did not consume the food immediately, it would be snatched away by others. They devoured it ravenously. Although danger lurked in the city, with zombies around every corner, food had not yet reached a critical shortage. However, as time wore on, provisions grew scarcer. The truck finally came to a halt at a large gate. When Shay stepped out first, utilizing facial recognition to verify their identities. They belonged to the Cold Ice Team, a specialized unit within the safety zone, granted access through a designated passage. The side door swung open, allowing their cargo to be brought inside. Upon returning, everyone was required to undergo a comprehensive examination, primarily to check for any wounds, in order to prevent infection and the possibility of mutation into a zombie. Their process was relatively swift. "Captain Su, you have finally returned. Your team's performance this time was truly commendable. You were the fastest to come back. Captain Su, thanks to your teammate's discovery of the energy orb, the upper management has decided to reward your entire team with 1,000 points each." Chapter 12. Chaos in the Safe Zone. The middle-aged man was the deputy director of the safe zone. Upon learning that Su Han had returned, he hurried over without delay. 1,000 points. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This time, we have arranged for you to stay in a larger accommodation for our soldiers on special assignments. The living conditions must be improved." "Thank you, Deputy Director. No need for such formality. I've watched you grow up. All right then, I won't delay your rest any longer." The supplies would be delivered without burdening them, but the resources they salvaged on their journey would not be allocated to them. Finally, "We are no longer stuck with Miss One," Wang Huisong exclaimed. "If it weren't for Wen Lan, how could our team have received 1,000 points?" Zhang Yi defended his younger sister. "I might as well give it all back to her." Wang Hui regretted his impulsive words as soon as they left his mouth. After all, this was 1,000 points. In the current safe zone, gold and silver held little value. Points could not be exchanged for food or supplies, but could be redeemed for improved housing and electrical resources. With the sweltering summer heat, a lack of electricity could be life-threatening. Now that the mission is complete, everyone should return to rest. As they were all part of the same team, they were housed in the same building. This time, they were also assigned a larger dormitory. The area appeared noticeably cleaner. Previously, they had been living in bunk beds, while the newly arrived residents were housed in temporary shanties. This section was entirely military managed, where offices had been converted into residential areas, resulting in a much tidier environment. Team Hanbing, you will be residing on the second floor. Team members could bring their families to live with them, which was a special privilege for soldiers. Zhang Yi, being solitary, temporarily resided alone. Each individual was allocated a space of just over 50 square meters. Wang Hui's family, including his brother and parents, had already moved their belongings into the new home. Upon returning, Wang Hui discovered that he had no bedroom to call his own. "Mom and Dad, there are only 2 bedrooms in this small place, and you have both taken them. Where am I supposed to sleep?" Wang Hui exclaimed in frustration. Previously, they had lived in a cramped underground space, with the whole family squeezed into Wang Hui's room. Now, having completed the mission exceptionally well and joined a special team, they were granted special privileges and assigned to superior housing. "You are the elder sister, and your younger brother is disabled. Is it too much to ask for him to manage on his own?" Wang Hui felt increasingly troubled. Throughout her life, she had often heard such remarks. Some brothers dote on their sisters, while others behave like parasites. This time, "How much food have you brought back? After such a long absence, there is not a morsel left at home. At our age, your father and I still have to work hard. In the base, if food is scarce, one must partake in work at the safe zone to earn daily rations, which, of course, are limited. Ji Feng has a child. He is married. But the child's mother has turned into a zombie, and now he must care for the child alone. Zhou Wen also lives by himself, tending to plants in his spare time. Those who live alone, without family registration, are allotted even less space. You only have a 1-bedroom apartment with just enough room to turn around in the bathroom. This is the case. Wen Shay, Since you have not registered any family, you have been assigned a studio apartment. I am already arranging for your registration. If a room becomes available, I will assist you in adjusting your living situation. The staff stated. All right, that is the best we can do for now. They resided on the first floor, with Suhan's studio to the left and Zhang Ye's studio adjacent. It's fine. I plan to let Lan Lan sleep in the bedroom while I take the living room. Wenxie thought. How could Wenxie bear to let his sister suffer? The living room was pitifully small and at a height of 6 feet too. Could he really sleep there? Though they were siblings, they had grown up, and there were distinctions between genders. Wenxie, if you don't mind, why not sleep with me? Zhang Yi said with a grin. After all, we live so close. Your sister has helped us earn 1,000 points. We can enjoy the air conditioning at will. Wenxie furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Forget it. Don't worry. I'm a very obedient sleeper. Do you believe me? Wenxie retorted, recalling their past missions where the three had shared a bed, and how Zhang Yi had once cuddled him in his sleep. My purity is paramount. Then how about this, Su team? I'll sleep with you. And Wenxie can take my room. No way. Suhan frowned. Suhan, may I sleep at your place? I'll pay you rent. All right. But you two can share a room, and I can't? We're all brothers. Isn't it unfair to discriminate? Wenxie Wunti set the place ablaze in the middle of the night. Zhang Yi, sensing he was at a disadvantage, awkwardly scratched his nose. When Lan observed that the rapport among the three was indeed quite good, she returned to the bedroom to tidy up. Although they had been assigned here, it was still somewhat chaotic, and cleanliness was something one had to manage oneself. They would be residing here for a considerable period. However, at least they finally had a safe haven, and she no longer had to worry about zombies while sleeping. Moreover, she possesses her own private sanctuary, a space where she can utilize her belongings openly. However, as her pregnancy progresses and her mobility diminishes, she will face considerable constraints. Therefore, during this period, she must actively venture out in search of supplies. Stockpiling. Lan Lan, you can sleep here while I stay across from you with Suhan. Will this be too much trouble for Captain Su? Not at all. We are bound by a deep friendship. All right, rest easy. Brother, take these clothes to exchange. They are all in your size. All right, I will also give Suhan a couple of pieces, especially since Wenxie will be staying with him. Indeed. When Lan tidied up the room, the safe zone is equipped with electricity. She plugged in the story machine, playing children's tales. She placed the Hisho Wu on the table, alongside a dozen energy orbs of various colors, with the exception of black. When Lan took out the energy orbs to sense their properties, aside from the black orbs, which resonate most harmoniously with the Hisho Wu, the yellow orbs also showed promise. The small flower from Zhou one is capable of absorbing the yellow energy orb. When Lan buried the yellow orb in the Hisho Wu's pot, observing its transformation with her sensing ability, no absorption occurred. It seems that only the black energy orb will suffice. As night fell, when Lan drifted off to sleep listening to stories, feeling the energy her baby gifted her, her spirits lifted. Her body grows stronger each day. At Suhan's residence, Wenxie brought over the clothes for Suhan. These are clean clothes my sister sent. He placed them on the bedside. In the bathroom, Suhan had just finished bathing. Nowadays, water resources must be filtered before use. However, with Wenxie around, they lack for nothing. Wenxie's energy is sufficient to manage a large barrel of water effortlessly. As Suhan picked up her fresh change of clothes, 2 brand new pairs of underwear fell out. Wenxie felt no embarrassment, while Suhan's cheeks flushed slightly. Did your sister send these as well? Yes. Wenxie nodded. A fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossed Suhan's eyes, her ears turning slightly red. The following day, Suhan and her companions received a new mission to gather supplies. Although the base had awakened numerous supernatural beings, these individuals were once ordinary people before the apocalypse, students, servers, office workers, who typically spent their time at home binge-watching shows, reading novels, and were too lazy to go downstairs for takeout. Even with awakened powers, they require training and guidance. If their physical capabilities do not keep pace, failing to absorb energy orbs or find the right methods for upgrading renders their powers ineffective. The military is also focused on retraining these superhumans and allocating them into various specialized teams, while simultaneously forming new teams, resulting in a rather tight personnel situation. Due to the apocalyptic outbreak of zombies, not only ordinary citizens have undergone mutations, soldiers and special police have also been affected. The significant reduction in personnel has led to a shortage of manpower, contributing to the chaos within the safe zones, as there are insufficient enforcers to maintain order. Wenlan is also an ability user, Captain Su, these two are new recruits assigned to your team. Very well. This is an urgent training mission, and each team is required to accept 3 to 5 members. Considering that Wenlan is also newly integrated into your ranks, we have arranged for you 2 additional recruits. Zhang Nan hastily smiled and remarked that distributing these fresh recruits to other squads was a painful task. However, there was no alternative. Without rigorous training, these ability users would be utterly ineffective. They must be given opportunities to venture out and hone their skills. There are a total of 10 specialized teams, all part of the official special police forces. Those who can join our specialized team have undergone ability assessments rated at level. Standing nearby were 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The young man was a university student prior to the apocalypse, while the girl had just graduated from high school and was preparing to enter college. Suhan observed their youthful, innocent expressions. Recognizing that they had been rescued promptly after the outbreak, their eyes still reflecting a hint of clarity. They likely remain unaware of the devastation that the outside world has endured. Is it not enough to have Wenlan in our team? Now we must also accommodate these 2 students? This seems to invite trouble upon us, Wang Hui frowned. Currently, all ability users must undergo training. Without facing the storms of reality, mere abilities are of little use. When Wang Hui joined, only those who could compete were allowed into our team. Yet now these 2 are simply handed to us. They are merely here to gain some experience as reserve members. Wenlan too? Indeed. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. When Che was particularly astonished, he initially contemplated having Wenlan join the team, but after her pregnancy, he dismissed that notion. The higher-ups require us to take 3 members, and since Wenlan is an ability user, she too must be assigned. Rather than placing her in another team, it is better for her to remain with us. When Che felt deeply moved by Suhan's words. Indeed, if Wenlan were assigned to another team, despite his close relationship with Suhan, he would still have to go to Wenlan's side. He could never abandon his sister. Although Wang Hui was reluctant, believing the captain was making this decision to retain Wen Che, they could tolerate that. However, regarding the 2 newcomers, let us hope they do not act foolishly and scream when facing zombies. What are your names? What abilities do you possess? My name is Zhang Yuan, and I am 20 years old, endowed with the ability of steel hardening. I have transformed my hands into solid steel. Currently, I am capable of absorbing silver energy orbs, which are quite rare. The crowd's attention then shifted to a girl. 19 years old, Zhang Meng possesses the ability to conjure a misty barrier, capable of bewildering zombies from a distance of 100 meters. She absorbs white energy orbs. Indeed, the abilities of these 2 individuals are remarkable. The advantage of evolutionists is pronounced in the early stages, while the powers of ability users appear somewhat weaker, akin to the distinction between a warrior and a mage. Wang Hui felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she secretly rejoiced at the inclusion of Wenlan, whose seemingly mediocre ability had joined their team. Most evolutionists' abilities are classified by tiers, and Wenlan's ability is rated at a lower level, primarily due to her short-range perception. The 2 individuals with steel hardening possess formidable defensive capabilities, while the one who summons the Misty Barrier can indeed save lives in encounters with hordes of zombies. Our mission primarily involves searching for supplies, allowing us to bring back only 1 item each day, so the 3 of you will need to take turns. In truth, when Lan yearned to venture out, she wished to seek black energy orbs. The areas designated for supply searches are predominantly infested with zombies, making them relatively perilous. My sister will refrain from participating in the supply missions, as she does not wish to occupy the team's points. She has entrusted her food pack to me. When Che frowned as he spoke, his younger sister was pregnant, and he could not possibly allow her to confront zombies. If danger were to arise, it would become a significant predicament. He had brought his sister to a safe zone, allowing her to live here with peace of mind. Brother, I can go. When Lan tugged at her brother's clothing, imploring him, how can I find energy orbs if I do not go out? The 2 newcomers exchanged glances, and Zhang Meng observed a flicker of envy in her eyes. She was not particularly eager to confront zombies either. Yet, if they did not venture out, they would not earn points, and food would have to be foraged on their own. Who could face the repulsive zombies without fear? The terrifying visage of the mutated zombies during their escape still haunted her thoughts, casting a long shadow over her mind. To face the threat of death once more naturally filled her heart with trepidation. Yet, she had no one at home to protect her. Her parents also urged her to seek food. No, Along, you must listen to me. When Che's tone shifted, his gaze embodying a paternal sternness. At that moment, when Lan could only nod, contemplating how to persuade her brother later, hoping to soften his resolve. She was merely pregnant. She had not reached a state of incapacitation. Moreover, it had been 3 months, and the babies were stable. If the pregnancy progressed further, it would pose greater complications. However, for Wenlan was his sole family member, and he would risk his life to safeguard her. Very well, the captain has agreed. The others dare not voice their objections. As everyone began to prepare, Zhang Yuan was instructed to accompany them on their journey today. Though he frowned slightly, reluctant yet resigned, he understood that it was inevitable. Your awakened abilities are quite impressive. Do you not wish to enhance them? Only by locating the energy orbs can you elevate your powers. Zhang Yi encouraged him with a smile, having faced terrorists in the pre-apocalyptic world, making it easier for them to accept their current circumstances. Zhang Yuan replied perfunctorily, contemplating the grim task of exterminating zombies. Before the apocalypse, they were merely amiable youths living in a law-abiding society, having never even harmed a chicken or duck. Now, they were abruptly thrust into the task of slaying zombies, those creatures still clad in human garments, once human themselves. Zhang Yuan mentally fortified himself. Zhang Ming felt a sense of relief not to be the first to venture out today. Wenlan pulled Wenxie aside. Brother, please keep an eye out for black crystal orbs for me. Understood. Wenxie silently committed her request to memory. Their small team embarked on their journey in a van. Watching them depart, Zhang Ming felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of her own imminent outing. Wenlan, how fortunate you are to have such a wonderful brother. I truly envy you. You don't have to face those repugnant zombies, and your brother supports you so well. Here I am, at just 18, already needing to venture out to hunt zombies and provide for my parents. Zhang Ming expressed her grievances, lamenting how her parents had to toil daily just to secure a meager meal, often enduring the pangs of hunger. To improve her family's situation, she felt compelled to join the official search team, believing it to be a safer option. However, some ability users opted out, as joining the official ranks required them to surrender a portion of their acquired resources. Those who refrained from joining, while free from such obligations, had to trade other supplies for points. Thank you, Wenlan replied with a faint smile. Zhang Ming furrowed her brows. What is so remarkable about that? Can a brother support you for a lifetime? Some may feign envy or congratulations, but turn away with disdain, relishing in the thought of your brother growing weary of you. The events that transpired post-apocalypse unveiled the complexities of human nature. Some mothers would sacrifice their lives for their children, while others would do anything to survive. Relationships among parents, siblings, and lovers often turned adversarial. Why is true affection so precious in times of hardship? Because it is exceedingly rare. Yet, even genuine feelings can be depleted. In recent days, Wenlan has seldom ventured outside, even encouraging her brother to sing, though the lullabies sung by Su Han were far more melodious. Yet, she found it difficult to summon a reason for Su Han to sing. Each evening, Wenlan would prepare a simple meal of steamed rice, pickles, and ham sausages, ensuring that her brother could enjoy a warm meal upon his return. Xiaolan, these 2 black energy orbs are a gift from Su Han. He mentioned he had no use for them. Consider it a token of gratitude for the meals you've prepared for him these past few days. Wenlan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that since she was living with her brother, she couldn't deliver meals exclusively to him. Therefore, she made a little extra to share with both of them. You seem to be in much better spirits these days, someone remarked. Wenlan's hair was thick and lustrous, and her overall demeanor had significantly improved. The dark circles under her eyes, a result of sleepless nights, had vanished. Take good care of yourself. Your brother is here for you. Wenlan nodded in agreement. These are the books I found for you today. I recall you enjoy reading. Whenever Wenxie ventured out to gather supplies, he would bring back 1 or 2 books every few days. Wenlan immersed herself in her reading, cherishing the joy it brought her. She placed the black energy orbs atop the He Wu, and within a few days, they were fully absorbed. However, the orbs were insufficient for the plant's needs. Nevertheless, she sensed a powerful energy emanating from the roots of the He Wu, which enriched her vitality. While they were testing their newfound strength, it was evident that they had grown significantly stronger than before. Furthermore, each time her brother returned with energy orbs, he would share a portion with Wenlan, though she always declined. Others cannot absorb these energy orbs. You should keep them. Su Han found these, and they are pink and red in hue. Wenlan nodded, assuming they must have been given to her because they were deemed useless. She quietly took note of their quantity, reminding herself that Su Han would eventually owe her a debt. She resolved to prepare a more delectable meal next time. Though her options were limited, particularly with fresh vegetables nearly non-existent, Rumor had it that the safe zone had begun cultivating crops. One day, she discovered that a trading area had been established within the base, facilitating barter transactions. Early in the morning, while her brothers ventured out to combat zombies, Wenlan headed to the trading hall. It resembled a bustling marketplace, complete with vendors calling out their wares. I have a pink diamond, genuine and unblemished. Worth 100 million. You can exchange it for a pack of instant noodles, any flavor you desire. I possess a genuine gold bracelet. It can be traded for a pack of sanitary napkins. As Wenlan entered the hall, she was immediately greeted by the cries of several vendors. It appeared that in this new world, instant noodles had become more valuable than actual currency. I obtained these energy orbs while fighting zombies. I can only trade the yellow energy orbs. The black energy orbs lay discarded to the side. The black energy orbs can be exchanged for food. Wenlan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she retrieved a large packet of instant noodles from her backpack, containing 5 generously sized bags. Can this be exchanged for the black energy orb? The man observed Wenlan holding the substantial packet of noodles. Let me make it clear. No one in the safe zone can absorb these black energy orbs. I'm merely curious and wish to experiment. He then produced a sign stating that all sales were final, as those who had previously inquired about the black energy orbs had attempted to absorb them, only to find them utterly useless, and subsequently demanded refunds. All right. Wenlan readily agreed. Thus, 2 black energy orbs were exchanged for a packet of instant noodles, and both parties were exceedingly satisfied with the transaction. Wenlan glanced around and noticed a refined middle-aged gentleman wearing glasses. Though his complexion appeared somewhat haggard, it did little to conceal the literary aura surrounding him. Wenlan recognized this gentleman. He was a renowned literary master. True to his reputation, his stall was brimming with his precious books. During his escape, he had brought nothing but these tomes, and now, in the safe zone, he could only resort to trading them. Who, in their right mind, would exchange food for books? Indeed, dear sir, it would be wise to return home. Those books might as well be used as firewood for cooking. The gentleman's expression darkened. These are priceless treasures. Invaluable books. And yet, you are trading them for mere bread and sausages? Wenlan chuckled. The gentleman's expression soured further. For he had spent the longest time at his stall without a single book exchanged, not even attracting a passerby's gaze. Were these truly destined to become kindling? Chapter 14. Where is the child's father? I'll take all these books for a handful of sausages, if you please. 8 sausages comprise a handful. There are perhaps a dozen books here. The gentleman was momentarily taken aback, realizing someone was genuinely willing to barter, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. The need for sustenance outweighed the value of the books, which were but nourishment for the spirit. Now, with his resources depleted, spiritual sustenance could not quell the rumbling of an empty stomach. Are you certain? The gentleman asked incredulously, as he had never expected anyone would trade for his books. Absolutely. Wenlan's eyes gleamed. Finding good books was exceedingly rare nowadays. She wished to share them with her child. One particular book caught her eye. Simply scanning it would allow for an audio reading, making it quite convenient. Very well. The gentleman, fearing Wenlan might change her mind, quickly packed all the books for her. Wenlan offered a sausage to the older man. She had collected a considerable amount of food in her space. Previously, while at the supermarket, she had taken rice and flour, as these were items that few would choose during the initial chaos of their escape, leaving plenty behind. All of it was stored in her space. Furthermore, when Shay brought back food each day, Suhan also shared his rice and flour with her. And Wenlan skillfully prepared the most delectable meals with the provisions she had. Elated, Wenlan departed while clutching a stack of books, and the older man, equally delighted, embraced his bounty of food. Onlookers remarked on the foolishness of those who still came to buy, vowing to remember such folly in the future. Returning to the dormitory, Wenlan was met with astonished gazes from the families of her unique team as she arrived with an impressive collection of books. Having someone to care for you is beneficial. No need to venture out to confront zombies. Merely exchanging a pile of worn books, they mused, envious of her fortunate circumstances, particularly her supportive brother. Look at my sister. I'm disabled, and I barely have enough to eat each day, lamented Wang Hui's younger brother, Wang He. She only brings back such a meager amount of food for our family of 4. Surely, she must have dined on better provisions while scavenging. The food she leaves us is hardly sufficient, he thought, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with his sister. How can anyone compare to Wenlan's brother? That evening, Wenlan had prepared rice porridge with diced sweet potatoes, accompanied by pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Most animals had mutated, and the meat from these creatures was deemed too risky to consume. Who could predict the consequences of such an act? Would it cause food poisoning or even transformation? The simple blessing of a warm meal was a source of great contentment, especially when many were reduced to consuming expired bread. When Su Han and the others returned, he routinely conducted a mental probe on her, an action to which Wen Lan had grown accustomed. Could it be that Su Han had already discovered her spatial abilities? He had not anticipated that Wen Lan's aura was growing increasingly potent. Despite her minimal intake of crystal beads, her magnetic energy seemed to strengthen daily, piquing Su Han's curiosity. As food became more challenging to procure, most supplies in the vicinity had been thoroughly scavenged. To search for resources, one would need to venture into the county or city. Rural areas had already been stripped of their provisions. Presently, the Dragon Nation had established only 3 safe zones, sustained by the military's formidable strength. The agricultural lands lay fallow, neglected, and barren. Some individuals contemplated venturing deep into the mountains in search of sustenance, but the lack of transportation and the extended duration of such endeavors posed significant challenges. Thus, seeking food in urban areas proved to be the most convenient option. Moreover, it is not guaranteed that one can find edible sustenance even in the depths of the mountains. Wen Lan's modest life was exceedingly comfortable, however, to outsiders. The reason for Wen Lan's comfort appeared to be her elder brother, Wen Shay. The following day, Zhang Yuan had nearly acclimated to the presence of zombies. And after discovering the energy orbs, his abilities had indeed been enhanced. Following the absorption of the energy orb, he could maintain his hardened state for a more extended period. Conversely, Zhang Meng was utterly reluctant to participate. Before the apocalypse, she was merely an ordinary high school graduate facing the grim reality of a world overrun by the undead, forced to confront the corpses of zombies. The grotesque sight of shattered brains and the putrid remains of intestines littered the ground, while the fetid odor permeated the air, making her feel as though her very breath was tainted. She was engulfed in a stench. Nonetheless, Zhang Ming possessed a commendable supernatural ability, a mist barrier that offered a degree of defense. Curiously, however, she found her progress in absorbing the transparent energy orbs to be painfully slow. The team leader, Wen Lan, was also a member of the squad. Should she not also partake in this endeavor? Since the 3 of us are supplementary team members, we should rotate every day, or else I fear it would be unjust. Before Su Han could voice his dissent, Wen Shay had firmly declined. No, why not? Is it solely because she is your sister? Wen Gu, I am even younger than your sister. Wang Hui observed the exchange with a critical eye. With Wen Lan refusing to participate, it was only a matter of time before others would seek to trouble her. She harbored doubts that Wen Shay could protect his sister indefinitely in this apocalyptic world. Your sister is in poor health, Wen Shay remarked with a slight frown. Your sister has glossy black hair, smooth and radiant skin, and her youthful red lips appear more vibrant than mine at 18. She is hardly in poor health. Zhang Ming was nearly exasperated. Wen Lan was merely 2 years older than her, yet he claimed she was frail? Everyone had eyes. It was evident that Wen Lan lived comfortably, while others in the safe zone struggled to find enough to eat. Each person had aged prematurely, but what of Wen Lan? Regardless, my sister cannot go. Wen Shay asserted with an unwavering tone. Brother, I will go. Wen Lan interjected, having overheard the commotion. She wished to alleviate her brother's burden. No, I do not consent. Wen Shay firmly rejected her. In any case, my sister will not be going. I will not share even a morsel of the food we find. Wen Shay, this is rather unreasonable of you. Wang Hui scowled, her fists clenched in frustration. Are you genuinely protecting your sister, or do you believe you can shield her for eternity? There will come a time when you must leave her. Are you safeguarding her or endangering her? Your possessiveness as a brother is excessive. Wang Hui spoke candidly. Yes. She disapproved of Wen Lan, but in this instance, Wen Lan's willingness to step forward indicated that she still had hope. Indeed, everyone is going, so why shouldn't Wen Lan? Zhang Ming chimed in. In any case, if Wen Lan goes, she can take a day off. The men around them remained ambivalent. Wen Shay, why not let Wen Lan go? As her older brother, I will ensure her safety. Recently, Wen Lan's absence had noticeably diminished their ability to gather energy beads. With Wen Lan's presence, the process would be much more convenient, saving both time and effort. My sister is pregnant. Wen Shay clenched his fingers, his expression dark and his eyes burning with suppressed fury. More than anything, he was frustrated by the man who had bullied his sister, who was now nowhere to be found. The crowd was taken aback. Pregnant? A pregnant woman? Zhang Yi observed Wen Lan, who hardly resembled someone expecting a child. No wonder Wen Shay was so concerned about his sister. Yes, I am pregnant. Given the circumstances, Wen Lan had no choice but to admit it. Wang Hui swiftly approached Wen Lan, grasping her arm and checking her pulse. It was widely known that Wen Lan had graduated in traditional Chinese medicine. It's a slippery pulse, heart rate elevated, approximately 3 months along. The baby is vigorous. It's the strongest joy pulse I've ever felt, Wang Hui confirmed. Wen Lan was not lying. The expressions of the crowd were filled with astonishment. Wen Che suppressed his anger, while Su Han's eyes revealed no sign of surprise, perhaps informed by his brother beforehand. What about the child's father? Shouldn't he be involved? He is dead, Wen Che replied through clenched teeth. If he knew who it was, death would be inevitable. Wang Hui merely touched her nose, choosing not to comment further. Now that Wen Lan was pregnant, the group was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chapter 15. He Shou Wu absorbed Wen Lan's blood. Can a pregnant woman simply refrain from going out? Shouldn't I also be able to take a few days off during my menstrual cycle? Zhang Ming voiced her dissatisfaction. Just because she has a powerful brother, does she get to stay behind? Exactly, Su Han, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. If you had a strong brother who could bring food back for you, you could stay behind as well. Su Han was typically not very talkative, but each word he uttered could cut deep. Zhang Ming's expression darkened upon hearing this. Brother, please let me go. Wen Lan was eager to venture out, not only to spare her brother the burden, but also because the space had doubled in size, necessitating her to stock up on supplies. The longer she waited, the scarcer the resources would become. Nonetheless, Wen Che was still reluctant to let Wen Lan take such risks. Wen Che, come with me. Su Han pulled Wen Che aside. Wen Lan initially intended to sense what Su Han would say to her brother. A transparent, invisible mental barrier enveloped the area. Were they being shielded? What could be so secretive? After about 10 minutes, Su Han returned with Wen Che, who wore a frown, his eyes still reflecting a semblance of reluctance. Wen Lan, you shall accompany us out once every 3 days, Su Han declared in a deep voice. A spark of joy ignited within Wen Lan. She could finally venture out to stock up on supplies, particularly those for the baby. Although her brother was displeased, Wen Lan discreetly shared her reasons with Wen Che. After some contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced, though he resolved to keep a closer watch on her during their outing. Zhang Ming could no longer evade participation. With Wen Lan, a pregnant woman, joining them, she had no choice but to muster her courage. Fortunately, after today, Wen Lan would only need to go out once every 2 days, allowing for some much-needed rest. This arrangement pleased Zhang Ming considerably. With her brother's consent, Wen Lan was finally able to accompany them today. Rest assured, your elder brother will certainly protect you. He has a biological brother, Wen Che remarked, his brow furrowed and voice cold. Their destination today was a food processing factory, situated quite a distance away, requiring over an hour's drive. Many small teams ventured from the county to scavenge, benefiting from fewer people and zombies, rendering it relatively safe. Given the limited vehicles, they traveled in 1 or 2 modified 7-seater vans. Zhang Yi was at the wheel, with Su Han seated in the front passenger seat. Wen Che held on to Wen Lan, emphasizing, you must always prioritize your safety. Do you understand? Wen Lan replied, as she caught Zhang Ming glancing at her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humans are inherently selfish, striving for their own interests from their own perspectives, a reality Wen Lan fully acknowledged. As the saying goes, if one does not care for oneself, the heavens will punish them. Wen Lan's perceptive abilities had already expanded to a radius of 50 meters. Stay close to me, Wen Che instructed protectively. Zhou Wen observed Wen Lan, noting the small pack she carried, which contained a special pot for He Shou Wu. His powers were plant-based, allowing him to harness and cultivate plant energy. To his surprise, the energy from Wen Lan's He Shou Wu had intensified in just a few days. He had nurtured his own orchid with care, yet it showed no signs of improvement. Doubting his abilities, he hesitated to inquire about Wen Lan's cultivation methods, often stealing glances in her direction. Consequently, Wen Lan sensed that 2 individuals were quietly observing her, one through sight and the other through mental probing. Suddenly, the van emitted a jarring sound, followed by the hood releasing a thick plume of black smoke. With a loud bang, flames erupted from the front, engulfing the engine. In a moment of urgency, Wen Che unleashed a massive water orb, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Coughing, the group hurriedly exited the vehicle as the fire raged fiercely. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Wen Che's extraordinary abilities, the automobile would have been engulfed in flames within mere seconds, its doors warped by the heat, making any escape nearly impossible. With the engine now inoperable, Zhang Yi sighed, lamenting the transient nature of vehicles. Each one lost was a significant blow, and they could only continue their search. Without a vehicle, the supplies they managed to procure would remain stranded. This necessity was precisely why they ventured out daily in search of resources. How can we gather supplies without a car? Even if we go to the factory, we cannot carry anything back, Wang Hui remarked with a furrowed brow. The crux of the matter was that the destruction of their mode of transportation would undoubtedly waste precious time. Currently, their closest destination was Qingma County. They resolved to search for vehicles along the way. We are heading towards Qingyuan County, Zhang Ming expressed her anxiety. There must be a plethora of zombies there, right? What are you afraid of? Your ability, the mist barrier, can shield us from the zombies. You are our greatest asset here, Wang Hui retorted bluntly. When Lan noted Wang Hui's tendency to confront anyone without hesitation, shaking her head slightly. With a vast population, even a small county like theirs could host hundreds of thousands of residents, the majority of whom had succumbed to the zombie plague. However, during the onset of the mist, it was nighttime, and most people were indoors, except in larger cities where nightlife thrived. In contrast, rural areas and small towns were relatively tranquil after dusk. The group could only set off on foot, occasionally encountering zombies that appeared unexpectedly. With Wenlan present, extracting the energy orbs from the zombies proved to be a tremendous time saver. These zombies were undergoing changes. For instance, their bodies had become more resilient. Upon reaching the county, they stumbled upon a motorcycle shop. They siphoned gasoline from the abandoned cars to fuel the motorcycles, making them operational once more. Wen Che accompanied his sister, while Ji Feng took charge of Wang Hui. "Zhou Wen, come here," he called. Zhou Wen exchanged a helpless glance with Zhang Yi before settling into the back seat behind Su Han. "Zhang Ming, you can join us." Zhang Yi was not averse to the young girl. After all, she was merely a child. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Zhang Ming expressed her gratitude, though she felt a pang of disappointment when she glanced at Su Han. At 18, she was at an age rife with dreams and fantasies. Su Han, with his striking looks and formidable prowess, held the title of leader, exuding an aura of brilliance. Wen Che, though refined and gentle, was undeniably a doting brother. Ji Feng, being slightly older, had a 5-year-old son in tow. Zhou Wen appeared to be the quintessential science enthusiast, somewhat absent-minded, perpetually clutching a potted plant like Wenlan, who was even more eccentric, carrying a pot of withered branches amidst the apocalyptic search for supplies. Although Zhang Yi bore a scar upon his face, his humor rendered him one of the more ordinary members of the team. The motorcycle sped up considerably, yet Wen Zhe dared not accelerate too much. Suddenly, a rumble of distant thunder echoed through the sky, heralding impending rain. As they rode towards the county town, Su Han led the way, his mental acuity scanning the surroundings. Zhou Wen held a miniature tablet displaying a map of the nation. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a supermarket in the county town, where desiccated corpses lay at the entrance, long dried out. Outside, only the sound of thunder resonated, while rain remained elusive, leaving the air stifling. "Brother, the air feels peculiar." When Lan remarked, her heightened perceptive abilities allowing her to detect the minuscule particles in the atmosphere. "I sense something unknown mixed in with the air." "Are you jesting?" "If the air were compromised, we would all perish," Wang Hui replied, her brow furrowed in concern. When Lan remained silent, merely attuned to the presence of unidentified substances in the air, she discreetly covered her mouth and nose, urging her brother to do the same. "Let us enter the supermarket and swiftly eliminate the zombies." "Understood," the captain affirmed, prompting silence among the others. Lan, you wait here. Once we have dealt with the zombies, you may come in." "All right, I wish to stay here as well," Zhang Ming interjected, her fear of the zombies evident. Wang Hui regarded the two with disdain, believing that returning to the safe zone would allow her to shed the burdensome Wenlan, only to find herself encumbered by an even more troublesome teammate. Wang Hui felt a sense of resignation. All she needed was to secure her own supplies. "Fine, you can stay here." "Captain, let Zhang Ming remain." "She is just a young girl with little combat capability," Zhang Yi added, primarily concerned that she would only hinder him. In previous outings, others had kept their distance, while Zhang Ming clung to him, often screaming at the sight of zombies or retching. She would carelessly unleash her powers, enveloping the area in mist, rendering not only the zombies but also everyone else unable to see her, causing utter chaos. "Whatever," Su Han coldly stated before hastening to eliminate the zombies. Thus, only when Lan and Zhang Ming remained at the entrance. "Sister Lan, I didn't mean to offend you earlier. I truly detest the zombies," Zhang Ming said earnestly. Sister Lan, I truly didn't know you were pregnant. And why do you always carry that flower pot?" When Lan felt exasperated, wishing to be rid of the incessant chatter. She had initially planned to scour the surrounding shops while the others dealt with the zombies inside the supermarket, but Zhang Ming's incessant prattling proved a distraction. A resounding roar echoed as Wenlan beheld a colossal tiger perched atop a dilapidated vehicle. No, it was more accurately described as a mutated tiger, for it was devoid of fur, its skin hanging in wrinkled folds. Its eyes, a peculiar gray-white, hinted at its transformation into a mutation. Ah! Zhang Ming's trio of astonished exclamations. With Zhang Ming present, Wenlan's extraordinary abilities seemed less trivial. In the next moment, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, a manifestation of Zhang Ming's skill. Within this mist, only Zhang Ming possessed the clarity to see. Fearful, she instinctively recoiled. The mutated beast, initially intent on charging towards Zhang Ming's scream, found itself disoriented by the sudden fog. Wenlan, endowed with perceptive capabilities, was able to discern everything with clarity, even amidst the haze. Seizing the opportunity to distance herself from Zhang Ming, she dashed towards a nearby shop. Zhang Ming, in her haste, entered a supermarket, her powers ceasing to manifest as she crossed the threshold. The fog dissipated outside. The mutated beast, spotting Wenlan, leapt towards her with alarming speed. At that moment, Wenlan had already entered the store. The glass door shattered instantly under the beast's force, scattering shards across the ground. With a thunderous crash, the shelves within the shop collapsed, and Wenlan rolled to evade the debris. Yet, in a moment of misfortune, a shard of glass grazed her face, drawing a bead of blood that fell onto a potted plant before her. The black Polygonum multiflorum absorbed her blood, its surface gleaming momentarily, as if responding to her essence. Wenlan felt a sharp sting on her face, but the wound healed rapidly. The roar of the mutated tiger reverberated, creating a buzzing resonance. From her spatial realm, Wenlan summoned a military dagger, the weapon bestowed upon her that day. The cold metal brought her a measure of clarity. Chapter 16. The arrival of Zhou Feng and a fierce confrontation. The mutated tiger lunged towards Wenlan once more. In a swift maneuver, she tore a duvet from the shelves, sending a flurry of white fluff into the air, obscuring the tiger's vision. Relying on her perceptive ability, she deftly avoided the beast's assault, pinpointing the glimmering black energy orb nestled in its chest. Such a radiant orb. The foul stench of the mutated creature assaulted her senses as its forelimbs sliced through the air, leaving deep gashes in the walls. Fortunately, Wenlan's heightened perception enabled her to evade the predator's precise approach, guided by the scent of humanity. In an instant, Wenlan sprang into action, gripping the military dagger firmly and plunging it deeply into the gap beneath the creature's jaw and neck. With a sickening gurgle, she felt little resistance. The head of the mutated tiger fell away. Greenish fluid splattered across Wenlan, marking the chaotic encounter. The head of the mutated tiger rolled aside with a dull thud. Wenlan swiftly plunged her knife in, extracting an energy orb that was astonishingly the size of an egg. Blood splattered onto the Hishowu, which suddenly sprouted an extraordinarily long vine, attempting to siphon the blood of the mutated beast. However, the vine fell just short of reaching its target. Wenlan stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. What was happening with the Hishowu? Crouching down, she observed that the Hishowu had indeed extended its tendrils, embedding them into the blood vessels of the mutated creature. The vine resembled a straw, drawing in the beast's blood. After a while, the tendril retracted, leaving behind a delicate white flower. Wenlan sensed the transformation within the Hishowu, astonishingly able to perceive its emotions, satisfaction. What could this mean? Moreover, she detected her own essence woven into the patterns of the Hishowu. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. It was that drop of blood. Her own blood had dripped onto the Hishowu, and its absorption had prompted this remarkable change. Truly wondrous. Wenlan buried the energy orb from the mutated beast into the pot of the Hishowu. Suddenly, she turned around. Captain Su? Within a distance of 50 meters. She perceived a silhouette. It was Su Han. Just a moment ago, she had caught a glimpse of tension flickering in his eyes. But now, they had returned to their usual calm demeanor. It turned out that Zhang Ming had encountered a terrifying mutated beast after releasing her powers and had rushed to the supermarket. Su Han, with his heightened spiritual awareness, had sensed the mutated beast immediately and leapt down from the second floor to come to her aid. Did you witness everything? Yes. When Su Han had arrived, he had seen Wenlan wielding a military dagger, severing the massive head of the mutated beast. Impressive strength indeed? Not particularly, Wenlan replied, feeling unremarkable in her abilities. Su-han's gaze shifted to the small flower pot at her chest, in which the Hisho was blooming with pristine white flowers, showing no signs of wilting. A few minutes later, when Che rushed in, spotting the lifeless, mutated beast. "Thank you, brother," he exclaimed, patting Su-han on the back, mistakenly believing he was the one who vanquished the creature. Wenlan winked at Su-han and, unnoticed by Wen-che, signaled him to remain silent. Su-han said nothing. Some matters were too dear to the siblings, making certain words difficult to utter. There were still plenty of items on the shelves of this store. She longed to collect them. "It's all right. I'll take the others to clear out the zombies," Su-han stated before departing directly. Wenlan watched him leave, feeling the absence of his lingering spiritual energy. Quickly, she gathered all the items in the shop into her space. Before long, Wenlan had collected quite a few things along the street, feeling that this outing had been worthwhile. While others were busy at the supermarket, loading up on supplies, Wenlan sensed the air thickening around her. Could it be that the mist was descending again? However, the others seemed unfazed by the dense fog. Upon returning to the supermarket, Zhou noticed that Wenlan's Polygonum multiflorum had unexpectedly bloomed. "How could this be? Miss Wen, has your plan evolved?" Zhou asked incredulously. In such a short time, Wenlan's previously withered Polygonum multiflorum had sprouted a little flower. Indeed, Zhou gazed at the plant he had painstakingly nurtured, feeling a twinge of envy towards Wenlan. Zhang Meng, observing the flower pot slung over Wenlan's shoulder, realized it was a mutated plant. No wonder Wenlan kept it so close. Could it possess some unique ability? Zhang Meng was intrigued by the Polygonum multiflorum. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, prompting everyone to rest in the supermarket until the downpour ceased. Wenlan set the Polygonum multiflorum aside, sensing its vitality had strengthened. Moreover, the two babies within her were still absorbing energy, subsequently enhancing her capabilities and making her even stronger. Previously, Wenlan had struggled with anemia, gasping for breath after a few steps, and suffered from low blood sugar. Climbing a mountain without food would surely lead to fainting. Now, she felt what it meant to be invigorated. Today, she also discovered that her Polygonum multiflorum could not only absorb the black energy orbs, but also the blood of mutated beasts, further augmenting itself. As a plan of vitality, it was no wonder it craved blood. Today, she had effortlessly sliced through a mutated tiger. She herself had not anticipated this feat, as she had never truly exercised, only recited nursery rhymes. The rumble of cars outside indicated the approach of another team. The rain was indeed relentless. That sound, Wenlan recognized it. And Wen-che also identified it immediately. It was Zhou Feng. Wenlan's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Feng and his companions, drenched by the rain, hurried inside. The two groups crossed paths. Wenlan, Zhou Feng spotted her instantly. There was no escaping it. Wenlan was far too conspicuous, with her thick, dark hair cascading like a waterfall and her lips a vibrant red against her white teeth. Aside from the bloodstains on her clothing, she resembled a survivor of harsh conditions. Brother Feng, Wang Feng, anxious upon seeing Wenlan, quickly clung to Zhou Feng's arm. Zhou Feng noticed Wang Feng, whose hair had become increasingly dry and brittle due to the lack of nutrition in the post-apocalyptic world, even beginning to fall out. A girl behind them gasped in surprise upon seeing Wenlan. "Ah, Lan, Xiaomo?" Wenlan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiaomo. The two had always been good friends. "Che Gu, Xiaomo, your face." Wenlan noticed a crimson patch on Xiaomo's visage, understanding that she had not been faring well. The atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic. "Wenlan, I can't believe you're alive. How I have longed for you. Ever since you left that day, I have truly regretted it." As Zhou Feng attempted to approach, Wen-che's furious roar interrupted, "Get lost." His expression was ashen. The score had yet to be settled from that time. How could this man still dare to show his face now? It was evident that Wen-che was genuinely incensed, even resorting to foul language. After all, he was fiercely protective of his sister. "You can provoke anyone, but do not dare to provoke Wen-che's sister," remarked Zhang Yi, observing the scene unfold. Suddenly feeling a chill, Zhang Yi glanced up and noticed Su-han's face was decidedly frosty, particularly his piercing eyes, which radiated a cold severity. It seemed as though Su-han was even more enraged, regarding Zhou Feng as if he were a specter. Before Zhou Feng could utter a word, a scuffle ensued between him and Wen-che. Although Zhou Feng was an evolved being with greater strength, Wen-che's training as a special police officer far surpassed Zhou Feng's capabilities. In a matter of moments, Zhou Feng was left bruised and battered, unable to breach Wen-che's defenses. "What are you all standing around for? Get in here and help me," Zhou Feng bellowed. Su Han, Zhang Yi, Zhou Wen, and Ji Feng rushed to assist, instantly turning the scene into a tumultuous melee. The opposing side, numbering 6 or 7, was no match for them. Their group had not joined any official special teams and comprised individuals with awakened abilities but lacking training. Brother Feng, let us retreat. We can't defeat them, Zhou Feng warned. If you dare to appear before my sister again, I will strike you every single time I see you, Wen Che declared coldly, his tone laced with ice. As Zhou Feng exited, he stumbled and broke a tooth. Moments before, he had sensed an overwhelming chill, a palpable aura of lethal intent. Turning back, he met a pair of eyes filled with icy disdain, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. His head throbbed painfully, the pressure building in his temples. Meanwhile, Xia Mo chose not to follow them outside, where the rain fell steadily. She and Wen Lan engaged in quiet conversation. Zhou Feng claimed to know you, which is why I followed him, but I never expected he would deceive me. Zhou Feng had informed Xia Mo that he was her boyfriend. Xia Mo had awakened a light-based ability, capable of manifesting orbs of light. Suddenly, Wen Lan recalled something. Mo, do you remember that night when I drunkenly called you? Yes, I remember. Did you find that man? Wen Lan shook her head. No. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a sharp sound pierced the air. The vase belonging to Wen Lan had shattered. As everyone was tidying up, Wen Lan discovered her water cup and prepared to transfer the He Shou Wu into it. Chapter 17. It turns out Su Han was aware of Wen Lan's pregnancy. Suddenly, the He Shou Wu sprouted a vine over 2 meters long, instantly binding Zhang Meng's body. The pain was excruciating. The vine constricted around Zhang Meng, leaving a long trail of blood on her arm. The strength of the vine was unexpectedly formidable. The Shou Wu did not absorb Zhang Meng's blood, but rather held her captive. Help! Zhou Wen immediately activated his abilities, attempting to control the frenzied He Shou Wu, only to discover that he was powerless against this creature. This is a mutated He Shou Wu. I cannot control it. It was Zhou Wen's first encounter with such a situation. He had always been able to manage plants in the past. Perhaps it was because it was not one he had nurtured himself? Zhang Yi gathered fireballs in his hands, intending to incinerate the He Shou Wu's vines. Zhou Wen watched the mutated He Shou Wu with a twinge of sympathy. Sizzle, the He Shou Wu sensed the scorching flames and tightened its grip even further. My He Shou Wu. Wen Lan rushed over anxiously, and the He Shou Wu seemed to respond to her call. The He Shou Wu, which she had painstakingly cultivated, was crucial for her baby, absorbing its vital energy and providing nourishment in return. It could not be allowed to perish in flames. Miraculously, it released Zhang Meng and coiled toward Wen Lan. She picked up the root of the He Shou Wu, and the newly sprouted vine rapidly retracted, transforming into a small white flower. Upon closer inspection, Wen Lan noted that the He Shou Wu had not been scorched, only the little white flower atop it had wilted, likely dried by the intense heat. She hurriedly filled the cup with soil, inserted the black energy orb, and buried the He Shou Wu within. Sensing that the He Shou Wu had ceased its turmoil, Wen Lan finally felt at ease. However, seeing its poor condition filled her with concern. Zhang Yi's fire inflicted significant harm on the plant. Wen Lan glared at Zhang Yi, who appeared quite embarrassed. Zhang Meng's arm bore the marks of the vine's constriction. What a terrifying mutated plant. The earlier scene had left Zhang Meng with a psychological scar. Zhou Wen looked at the He Shou Wu with intense curiosity, filled with envy. If you had treated my He Shou Wu with curiosity instead, it would not have attacked you. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the He Shou Wu had absorbed a drop of her blood. Wen Lan could faintly sense its emotions. Did all living things possess a spirit? At that moment, Wen Lan conceived a daring idea. What if she continuously fed it her blood? I merely wished to set your He Shou Wu aside. Zhang Meng attempted to argue further. Moreover, I was injured because of your He Shou Wu. Surely, that is your responsibility? All she could offer was a curt, you deserve it. Her He Shou Wu was injured as well. Zhang Meng felt uneasy, her curiosity piqued by why Wen Lan always carried this item. What treasure could it possibly be? Wen Che harbored no fondness for Zhang Meng either, having abandoned his teammates at the first sign of danger, driven by fear. Such instinctive behavior revealed his character. Though they now lived in an apocalyptic world, where human hearts were inscrutable, they entered the battlefield entrusting their backs to their comrades. Enough. You two stop bickering. You're equally insufferable, Wang Hui remarked, shaking her head. Humph. Zhang Meng snorted, aware of her shortcomings. Yet the crux of her discontent lay in the fact that Wen Lan had Wen Che to back her up. Wasn't it merely the advantage of having an elder brother? She would have won too. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, who couldn't help but sneeze twice. Che Gu. Xiao dared not look up at Wen Che, feeling somewhat inferior. She was no longer the radiant young lady she once was. Xiao, your survival is the greatest blessing, Wen Che said, his gaze as clear as ever, looking at Xiao with unchanged warmth. This deeply moved her. The confidence she once possessed had transformed into profound self-doubt. Yet, Wen Che remained as gentle as he had always been, unwavering in his kindness. Xiao, just stay with us, Wen Lan said, fully aware that Xiao had endured hardships while accompanying Zhou Feng, living in cramped conditions with numerous others. Several times, she had come perilously close to being violated. I'm fine, Xiao insisted, not wishing to burden Wen Lan and Wen Che with her troubles. Captain Su, I would like to speak with you privately. Suddenly called upon, Su Han was momentarily taken aback. Lan. Wen Che frowned slightly. Although Su Han was his close friend, he felt uneasy about him being alone with his sister. Everyone seemed suspicious now. However, he doubted that Su Han would overstep. All right. A flicker of something unusual passed through Su Han's eyes. Why don't you join us, brother? Su Han's gaze momentarily faltered. The others were taken aback. Zhang Ming, gritting her teeth, wore a look of grievance. Wang Hui continued to cast scornful glances at Xiao, who anxiously turned her attention toward Wen Lan. Aware that she was trying to advocate for her. Now, she was uncertain of her next steps. Returning to the makeshift shelter was out of the question. Zhou Feng would not let her off easily. What is your ability? I can release light spheres at night that can incinerate zombies. With that, Xiao raised her finger, which immediately illuminated like a light bulb. A flashlight? Zhang Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Xiao frowned slightly, withdrawing her power and lowering her head. Although Wen Lan's abilities may seem trivial, they can indeed assist in locating energy orbs. You, a mere accessory, are undeniably a friend, both of you possessing equally inconsequential talents. Xiaomo's complexion turned ashen. You may criticize me, but do not dare speak ill of Wen Lan. What difference does it make? Do you think your insignificant role can intimidate me? The atmosphere between Xiao and Wang Hui grew tense, while the others stood aside, unable to interject. To them, it was all a matter of women. Zhou Wen's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of mutated plants, while Zhang Ye's gaze lingered in the distance. Intrigued by the conversation between Wen Lan and Su Han, Captain Su, may we include Xiao? The team is already sufficiently populated. Su Han, reluctant to impose on Wen Lan, understood that joining the squad necessitated contributing value to the team. Otherwise, the other members would harbor discontent. Captain Su, I have always wanted to inquire about something. Why do you continuously spy on me? Wen Che, overhearing, turned pale. Su Han? His tone involuntarily chilled. What did it mean to spy on his sister? Caught off guard, Su Han's eyes flickered with a moment of embarrassment before swiftly vanishing. You are pregnant with twins. One boy and one girl. Their magnetic fields are strengthening. My psychic abilities allow me to detect the mental energy within the human body. Wen Che grasped the implications. So, you were aware of Wen Lan's pregnancy from the start, and that she is expecting a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? He frowned, surprised that Su Han was the first to know, yet he had never been informed. Indeed, Wen Lan was equally taken aback. Realizing that Su Han had long been aware of her pregnancy, she always thought he had discovered her spatial abilities. Su Han's expression was somewhat awkward. I can communicate with your two babies through my psychic powers. Wen Lan's eyes brightened at this revelation. Could this be the reason Su Han's singing had such a remarkable effect on the babies? If Su Han were to provide prenatal education, would the baby's abilities not be even stronger? In addition to my perception abilities, I also possess spatial powers. Su Han, unperturbed by this revelation, proposed, shall we make a deal? He turned his gaze towards Wen Che, who took a step back. You decide. Though protective of his sister, Wen Che respected her autonomy. My space can serve as a repository for part of your supplies, essentially a small treasury. I hope you can include Xiao. This at least requires the majority consent of the team. Wen Lan pondered, realizing there were no better alternatives. She nodded. Can you read? Tell stories? Singing would suffice as well. Yes. How does this relate to our agreement? You must read me stories or sing for 10 minutes each day. Upon hearing this request from Wen Lan, both Su Han and Wen Che were left speechless. Sister, what are you doing? Wen Che was utterly perplexed by Wen Lan's unusual demand. It was rather peculiar. Then, a thought struck Wen Che. There had been a time when Wen Lan had asked him to sing and read stories for her, but after that instance, she had never approached him again. Do you wish for Su-han to provide prenatal education? Wen Shay voiced his disbelief, unable to fathom his sister's words. Could this really be done? Why him? Wen Shay furrowed his brows, glancing at Su-han. Both of them possessed commendable looks. The crux of the matter was that he was the child's biological uncle. Even for prenatal education, it should not involve outsiders. Because Su-han possesses psychic abilities, allowing him to communicate directly with the baby, Wen Lan stated plainly. She had long sought an opportunity to discuss this with Su-han, but had never found the right moment until now. Wen Lan assumed Su-han would decline. Considering the absurdity of her reasoning, yet to her surprise, he agreed. You have 10 square meters of usage rights in my space. My brother will act as guarantor. Is that acceptable? Wen Shay shook his head, realizing that he was being summoned merely to serve as a guarantor, given that both parties trusted him. All right. Both Wen Lan and Su-han were quite satisfied with this outcome, leaving only Wen Shay feeling somewhat wounded. I have an additional condition. I must be present during Su-han's prenatal sessions. Very well. This stipulation posed no issue for Wen Lan. Su-han's brow furrowed slightly, appearing somewhat reluctant as he nodded in agreement. With this matter settled, they turned their attention to Xiao. The three of them returned, with Su-han and Wen Lan wearing expressions of ease and joy, while Wen Shay wore a frown. Wen Lan proposed that Xiao join their team, seeking everyone's opinion. Adhering to the principle of majority rule, Xiao frowned slightly, but Wen Lan offered her a reassuring glance, leaning in to whisper to Zhou Wen. The sudden attention of both Wen Shay and Su-han fell upon them. Zhou Wen felt an unexpected pressure on his back. Chapter 18. The self-heated hot pot smells heavenly. Subsequently, he raised his hand to signal. Just as everyone prepared to vote, the entire wall suddenly shook. The floor beneath them began to tremble violently, causing everyone to struggle to maintain their balance. Large chunks of gypsum from the ceiling fell, and distant glass cracked, shattering into pieces. An earthquake, Ji Feng shouted. The crowd hurriedly rushed outside, as the walls began to crack and sway. Lan. Wen Shay yearned to reach Wen Lan, yet the collapsed wall separated them. Run outside. Everyone hurriedly fled. The rain continued to pour outside, a relentless downpour. Wen Lan activated all her sensory abilities, skillfully evading the falling bricks as if time had slowed for her. The ground trembled violently, and they rushed into the street. At that moment, the natural disaster seemed more terrifying than the zombies. A massive chasm had opened in the pavement, engulfing an old sedan. The zombies, stimulated by the tremors, grew increasingly agitated, their senses heightened by the scent of humanity in the air. Zhang Ming was particularly frightened by the scene. Her face turned pale, her fingers trembling with weakness. She hid aside, unsure how to make herself useful. Not everyone possessed the courage to confront such calamities. Earthquakes, torrential rain, and zombies, when faced with the oncoming horde. She instinctively activated her powers, driven by a fear of death. In moments of terror, the human brain can falter, triggering self-preservation instincts. Zhang Ming, how utterly frustrating. Under the misty veil of her abilities, the vision of others became blurred, severing their connection to one another. The aftermath of the earthquake left the ground in disarray, and one misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Suddenly, a fragment of stone struck Wang Hui's arm. This misty power severely hampered her speed. Moving too quickly, she collided with a dilapidated vehicle, a shard of metal slicing into her leg, causing blood to flow profusely. Wang Hui's complexion turned ghostly pale, a sudden wave of mortality washing over her. Was she to perish here? Would her family, her parents and younger brother, no longer need to be concerned? The scent of her blood attracted the zombies, who followed the trail hungrily. Wang Hui brandished her knife, slashing at the undead, but her injuries hindered her. The downpour and the surrounding fog rendered everyone blind to one another's plight, save for Wen Lan, who could sense everything. Wen Lan swiftly pulled Wang Hui aside, drawing her military knife and decisively severing a zombie's head, which rolled away with a sickening thud. The cold blood splattered across Wang Hui's face, and she barely escaped a fatal bite, the stench of the creature's breath still lingering in her senses. A shiver of dread coursed down her spine as she realized how close she had come to death. Are you all right? Can you still move? Wang Hui recognized a voice that was once grating to her, Wen Lan, who now stood before her, a flower pot slung over her shoulder and a military knife in hand. In moments of dire straits, her previously insignificant stature now appeared monumental. The once despised Wen Lan, whom she had scorned for her seemingly trivial abilities, now invoked a tumult of emotions within Wang Hui. With a furrowed brow, Wang Hui felt the deluge drenching their faces, her leg ensnared beneath a dilapidated vehicle. With a swift motion, Wenlan dispatched 2 zombies, extracting energy orbs with remarkable precision. The surrounding undead seemed to multiply, and if they lingered any longer, they would be ensnared in this perilous situation. With a formidable effort, Wenlan heaved the vehicle, urging, "Climb out. I can't hold it for much longer." Astonished by her own strength, she realized she could lift even a small car. Wang Hui managed to escape, yet the injury to her leg rendered her immobile. "Just go. Leave me behind. I can't move my leg." Wang Hui grimaced, torn between her will to survive and the desire not to burden others. She was determined to rely solely on herself. "Get on. Enough of the chatter. I'll carry you." Wenlan insisted. "That's out of the question. You're pregnant." Wang Hui frowned, grappling with her disbelief that the very person she had deemed inferior could possibly save her. The very Wenlan she had viewed as a liability had just rescued her, skillfully dispatching zombies with a single strike to their heads. How could such a frail individual manage to lift a car? "Stop wasting time. If you want to live, come with me." Wenlan's tone was brusque, tinged with impatience. Yet Wang Hui found solace in her voice amidst the chaos, a moment she would never forget. With determination, Wang Hui climbed onto Wenlan's back. "I'll remember this debt of gratitude," she declared through gritted teeth. Her will to survive was undeniable, since her perception had heightened. Wenlan could sense the emotions of others. Despite Wang Hui's sharp tongue, her heart remained innocuous. In contrast, a certain Zhang Meng, appearing merely as an ordinary high school graduate, harbored intentions of dragging her down. In the instant when Lan unleashed her fog, she sensed Zhang Meng's singular desire to survive. As when Lan carried Wang Hui, she felt no fatigue. Her acute awareness of the zombies contrasted sharply with Wang Hui's blindness to the danger. Amidst the throng, a bright light shone distinctly, Summer's luminous orb, capable of inflicting damage upon the undead. Wenlan, Summer called out, unable to locate her amidst the chaos. Only the encroaching horde of zombies surrounding her. "Hurry, Xiaomo." Wenxie searched frantically for Wenlan, yet she remained elusive. Upon seeing the light, I found Xiaomo and swiftly took her away. The horde of zombies was overwhelming. The recent earthquake had dislodged those trapped within the confines of their abodes. Despite suffering grave injuries, these creatures could still move as long as their energy cores remained intact. Some zombies dragged their intestines across the ground, drenched by the relentless downpour. Wenlan, bearing Wang Hui on her back and wielding a military dagger, carved a bloody path through the chaos. Never before had she encountered such a multitude of the undead, her senses dulled by the sheer horror. Amidst the tumult, the Sholu extended its tendrils to extract energy cores, collecting them one by one on its vines. Panting, Wenlan, unaware of how far she had run with Wang Hui, located a building that had not yet collapsed and hurriedly ascended to the second floor. Utilizing her psychic abilities, she confirmed that she was safe and retained a sense of direction. She and Zhang Yi stood their ground against the oncoming swarm of zombies. "Let us go," Suhan urged, urgency lacing his voice. The number of zombies was escalating alarmingly. Where are they all coming from? Zhang Yi pondered, his fire abilities rendered ineffective by the downpour. "Brother Zhang, help." Zhang Meng trailed closely behind Zhang Yi, clutching a knife, overwhelmed by the nightmarish scene. Suhan and the others pressed forward, striving to distance themselves from the horde. "Stop unleashing your abilities recklessly," Zhang Yi admonished. Zhang Meng nodded fervently. Had she not inadvertently released her powers, enveloping them in a fog, they might not have been separated and subsequently besieged by the zombies. Meanwhile, Wenlan had ushered Wang Hui into a room within a residential building. Although the staircase was cracked, it had yet to collapse. She swiftly closed the door and laid Wang Hui on the couch. Wang Hui, gritting her teeth against the pain, watched as her blood mingled with the rainwater, staining Wenlan's back. Her complexion was ashen. Wenlan rummaged through the bedroom, retrieving several garments and a first aid kit. "You'll have to bandage yourself," she instructed, retreating to another room. From her pocket, she produced a weighty Hisho Wu, its dark vine adorned with a multitude of glimmering energy cores. Wenlan meticulously plucked the energy cores and stored them away. Sensing the well-being of her 2 unborn children, she recalled her earlier conjecture. With a small knife, she hesitated momentarily before decisively slicing her fingertip. She quickly dripped the blood onto the vine of the Hisho Wu, and the wound on her finger healed instantaneously. After absorbing the essence, the once solitary bloom on the plant unexpectedly sprouted a second delicate blossom. Perceiving the emotions of Hisho Wu, a few days would suffice. Each day, a small sacrifice to oneself, reminiscent of a cult, nurturing something sinister. This is primarily due to Wenlan's blood, rich in vitality. Ishowu, originally intended to replenish energy and blood, has an affinity for things that are vibrant with life. However, its essence is absorbed by the child, which is then doubled back to nourish Wenlan. Thus, Wenlan's blood carries the life force of Ishowu, leading the latter to regard Wenlan as akin to itself. As it continues to draw from Wenlan's blood, its dependency on her grows. Wenlan tends to Ishowu, adorning it with a protective cover. The tendrils of Ishowu can extend and retract, a rather delightful trait. Otherwise, it would be quite peculiar for Wenlan to carry an ever-growing pot while fending off zombies. Once tidied up, Wenlan finally ventured outside the bedroom. Wang Hui had already bandaged her wounds. One could only hope for no infection. Wenlan was unwilling to deprive herself of nourishment, for to do so would be to neglect the child within her. She retrieved a self-heating hot pot from her space and sat nearby to enjoy her meal. Wang Hui glanced at her dry bread, devoid of any moisture. As Wenlan savored her hot pot, she took a bite of a rustic chicken leg, its flavor exquisite. Wang Hui could only watch, grateful that Wenlan was able to procure food for her. She couldn't ask for more. However, the aroma of Wenlan's hot pot was simply irresistible, causing her mouth to involuntarily salivate. Thank you for today. I owe you my life. Rather than thanks, shouldn't you be apologizing to me? I'm sorry. I underestimated you before. Wenlan shook her head, acknowledging Wang Hui's tendency to speak without thought. Sensing Wang Hui's current feelings of guilt, she chose not to press further. Wang Hui, unable to conceal her thoughts, spoke candidly. It's all right, Wenlan replied indifferently. Chapter 19. A sudden change in Xia Mo outside. A torrential rain poured, shrouding the skies in darkness. With no means to leave, Wenlan and Wang Hui found themselves temporarily stranded. Wang Hui, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, could manage her minor injuries without issue, but Wenlan was restless. Are you planning to go out? Wang Hui, sensing Wenlan's intent to leave, instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety, perhaps fearing abandonment. Yes, I'm going to look for my brother and friends. Upon hearing that Wenlan had no intention of leaving her behind, Wang Hui felt a wave of relief wash over her. The relentless rain and the danger of a zombie outbreak rendered the outside world perilous. Your brother is quite strong. He will be fine. I have friends too, Wenlan replied quietly. Wang Hui paused momentarily, pondering the notion of friendship in an apocalyptic world. Were there truly friends left in a time when many acted selfishly, resorting to any means necessary for survival? Even among comrades, one's own life often took precedence. Nonetheless, wasn't it true that Wenlan had saved her? Once, Wang Hui held a deep disdain for Wenlan, yet now she is engulfed by profound guilt regarding her. Wenlan has vanished into the rainy night, leaving a significant impact on Wang Hui's heart. The notion of having a friend like Wenlan seems appealing. She yearns for a confidant with whom she can share life and death. However, throughout her life, her parents and brother have deprived her of opportunities to forge friendships. For the first time, Wang Hui longs for companionship due to Wenlan. The weight of loneliness is indeed an uncomfortable burden. She had once looked down upon Wenlan. Yet how is it that Wenlan possesses such strength? To sever a zombie's head with a single strike is beyond her capabilities. Now, the zombie's neck is grotesquely resilient. Only someone with the strength of Ji Feng could achieve such a feat. It perplexes Wang Hui that Wenlan has absorbed the least energy orbs, leaving her utterly bewildered. In the darkness, Wenlan utilizes her sensory abilities to perceive everything around her with clarity. Armed with a military dagger and carrying a cup filled with earth and Ishowu, her sensory range extends to 50 meters. Although the distance of her perception has not increased, the effectiveness has improved. She makes her way towards the site of the recent earthquake, the place where they became separated amidst the chaos of the fog and the ground splitting apart. Many zombies lay crushed, their bodies strewn across the city as rain mingles with the sickly green blood of the undead, seeping into the soil. Wenlan detects several unexcavated energy orbs and prepares to act. However, the Ishowu in her arms stirs, and the lid is pushed off as two vines emerge, swiftly burrowing into a zombie's body to extract the energy orb, which it then hangs upon its tendrils, a glimmering red sphere. To her surprise, Ishowu possesses this peculiar affinity. Thus, throughout her journey, Wenlan finds herself largely relieved of the burden of action. Ishowu has absorbed her blood, establishing a connection between them. Wenlan surmises that her unique ability may reside within her own blood. As Ishowu draws from her essence, they share an inexplicable bond. As she travels, she remains attuned to her brother. While she cannot sense him, she detects another man, Su-han. The moment he steps into her vicinity, she becomes aware of his presence. Where's my brother? Is he with you? Wenlan inquires anxiously. I am also searching for your brother, Su-han replies. Zhang Yi has taken Zhang Meng back to the safe zone. And Zhou Wen along with Ji Feng have also gone missing. The sudden onslaught of zombies scattered us all. Our agreement still stands, correct? Wenlan understands the implication. Of course, it stands. Su-han's mental probing capabilities surpass those of Wenlan, especially now that his powers had been enhanced. Naturally, the range of his exploration was significantly broader. Wenlan was quite anxious, uncertain of Wenchei's condition. At last, they discovered Wenchei and Xia Mo in a dilapidated shop. Lan. Upon seeing that Wenlan was unharmed, Wenchei felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. However, what was the matter with Xia Mo? She had fainted from fever. They decided to seek out Wang Hui, who might possess a remedy. Wang Hui was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. All right. Thus, Wenchei carried Xia Mo on his back as they hastily followed Wenlan to the place where she had previously sought refuge. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing their return, Wang Hui felt an immense sense of relief. She had been unable to sleep alone in that place. Wang Hui, please take a look at Xia Mo. Her fever has persisted, and she remains unconscious. Of course, Wang Hui conducted a series of examinations on Xia Mo, concluding that it was merely a common fever. The group decided to stay there for the time being, as there was still rice and millet in the space. She prepared to cook some millet porridge, knowing Xia Mo was in a weakened state. It was then that Wang Hui noticed something unusual about Wenlan. She was able to conjure items seemingly out of thin air. This revelation sparked a sudden realization within Wang Hui. Could it be that Wenlan possessed a space ability? A dual-element ability user. How could that be possible? Wang Hui was taken aback. Yet, surprisingly, she refrained from questioning it, choosing instead to feign ignorance. The following day, Xia Mo finally regained consciousness. Wenlan was the first to sense this change and felt that Xia Mo seemed somewhat different. Xia Mo? As Xia Mo opened her eyes and gazed upon the woman before her, a flicker of something unusual crossed her gaze. Was it a hint of repulsion? How could such an emotion emanate from Xia Mo? Lost in her thoughts, Wenlan could nonetheless perceive the fluctuations in her emotions, a testament to her enhanced sensing abilities. A slight frown creased Wenlan's brow. Why did the emotions of the awakened Xia Mo differ from those of the previous state? Was it possible that the fever had affected her mind? Xia Mo glanced around, her gaze settling on Su-han in the distance. Her eyes brightened momentarily, glittering with an inscrutable emotion. She had inexplicably returned to the past, instantly locking onto Su-han, the world's strongest individual. He had unified the apocalypse and established the most powerful civilization of humanity. Su-han, the man chronicled in history, possessing the highest level of abilities, had never married. It was said that Su-han had a white moonlight in his heart, yet no one knew who she was. Having inexplicably traveled back in time, Xia Mo resolved to seize this opportunity to ally herself with Su-han, to stand upon the shoulders of giants. Surveying her surroundings, her gaze lingered on the beautiful Wenlan. Just having entered this body, she still felt quite resistant to it. I still feel a bit tired, Xia Mo murmured before succumbing to sleep once more. She must swiftly absorb the soul within her body, for the powers of this vessel are insufficient. However, with her presence, enhancement is assured. Good. Wenlan nodded, refraining from further disturbing Xia Mo's rest, though she sensed an unusual shift. In an instant, the feeling of repulsion vanished, leaving Wenlan inexplicably anxious. Furrowing her brow, she attributed it to the fever. Xia Mo remained unchanged. Yet the intensity of perception had sown a seed of doubt within Wenlan regarding her. The following noon, Xia Mo finally awakened. To her surprise, the soul belonging to the woman Xia Mo had not yet been entirely absorbed. Nevertheless, she had assimilated Xia Mo's memories, though a portion remained deeply locked away, requiring the complete absorption of her soul for access. Early that morning, Wenlan accompanied Su-han to search for supplies, as they had agreed upon a trade, with Su-han reserving a 10 square meter space. Wenchei had intended to join them, but with one injured and the other still feverish and unconscious, he stayed behind. The first person Xia Mo saw upon awakening was Wenchei. In her memories, the true Xia Mo had harbored a secret affection for him. Yet now, it was she who had returned, and her preferences leaned towards strong men. The name Wenchei seemed unfamiliar in her future. Xia Mo, you're awake. Yes, Che Gu. I feel much better. Thank you for saving me. Where's Lan Lan? She has gone out with Su Han to gather supplies, and she should be back shortly. When Che explained, unaware of any differences in the woman before him. To him, apart from his sister, everyone else appeared largely the same. A flicker of indifference crossed Xiaomo's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Han and Wen Lan had collected a considerable amount of supplies at the large shopping mall. That should be enough. My space is nearly full, Wen Lan remarked, intentionally leaving some room for herself. Good. When you need to retrieve something, just come to me. When shall we begin today's story reading? Perhaps after we return. All right. Wen Lan noted that although Su Han seemed somewhat aloof, he was not indifferent. Their interactions felt oddly familiar. The He Shou Wu hanging from Wen Lan's chest sparkled with luminous energy beads. These are yours. I apologize. This mutated He Shou Wu has a penchant for such things. The He Shou Wu paid no heed to whether the zombies were slain by Wen Lan or Su Han. As long as there were energy beads, it absorbed them all, adorning itself with the spoils. Wen Lan then proceeded to detach them one by one. The transparent energy beads were given to Su Han, while she stored the remainder in her space. The black energy beads would be consumed by the He Shou Wu itself. After a night of heavy rain, coupled with the washing away of zombie blood, in the crevices of the streets outside, tiny blades of grass have sprouted from the cracks in the walls. These blades are not a vibrant green, but rather an unsettling shade of black. Upon closer inspection, the leaves appear devoid of any intricate patterns, yet exhibit a serrated edge. When Lan employs her perceptive abilities, realizing that these plants have undergone a mutation. Moreover, some wall fissures have given rise to strikingly dark red roses, their beauty almost otherworldly. These mutated plants emit an intense fragrance. Suddenly, He Shou Wu burst forth from its container, revealing 2 delicate white flowers. Witnessing this spectacle, Wen Lan felt a pang of helplessness. Is there perhaps a hierarchy among these plants? In any case, once He Shou Wu emerged, the mutated flowers began to droop. The 2 white blossoms of He Shou Wu swayed gently. Wen Lan sensed the emotions of He Shou Wu and smiled with resignation. It seems this mutated plant possesses a degree of awareness, a rarity indeed. Wen Lan gently touched the 2 small white flowers atop He Shou Wu. Their consciousness gradually developed after absorbing her blood, which astonished her, for she had only sensed emotions in humans. Yet, here she was, experiencing it from a vine of He Shou Wu. The torrential rain had caused the mutations in the plants, making resources even scarcer. With a sigh, Wen Lan took solace in the fact that she had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies in her spatial realm. The energy orbs she had gathered were also stored within, where the baby could absorb them autonomously. As the 2 prepared to return, they noticed a flower pot on a balcony of a residential building. Were those vibrant red cucumber seedlings? Another case of mutated vegetables. This caught Wen Lan's attention. Among the mutated flora, one stood out, as it emitted faint glimmers detectable by her senses. Unlike the others, this particular mutated plant displayed a weak, yet distinct light. Thus, both climbed up to investigate. The balcony had sustained considerable damage, with numerous flower pots. Though the plants within had long since withered, it seemed the occupant had a penchant for cultivating vegetables on the balcony. This cucumber seedling, albeit mutated, piqued Wen Lan's interest. The first time she had detected a glowing mutation was with He Shou Wu, which, despite its wilted appearance, shone brightly. The cucumber seedling, while vibrant, emitted a fainter light. Consequently, Wen Lan decided to take it with her. She searched the room for a children's thermos, filled it with soil, and carefully placed the cucumber seedling inside. She then stored it in her spatial realm. The mutated cucumber posed no threat. It merely exhibited peculiar growth. Wen Lan intended to return and validate her suspicions. Meanwhile, Su Han waited silently by her side as they made their way back home. Today, their search for Zhang Yi, Zhou Wen, and Ji Feng yielded no news. We should return to the safe zone. Initially, they had all agreed that if they became separated, they would reconvene at the safe zone. Upon seeing Su Han and Wen Lan return together, Xiaomo's eyes flickered with a trace of restraint. Wen Lan furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss with Xiaomo Lan. Xiaomo called out to Wen Lan, her tone remaining as it had always been, yet an inexplicable strangeness lingered. Xiaomo, it's good to see you awake. I thought you were burning with fever again, enduring it for 3 days and nights like before. Indeed, it was you who accompanied me for 4 drips and injections during that time. Xiaomo continued, her recollections aligning with Wen Lan's memories. However, an unsettling feeling nagged at her. It was an emotional discord. Wen Lan refrained from alarming anyone, knowing she could not substantiate her feelings with mere intuition. A sudden misunderstanding might jeopardize their bond. The rain outside had ceased, and they planned to return to the safe zone. With no transportation available, they were left to walk. Wang Hui's leg was still injured, leaving only two men, Su Han and Wen Che, to assist. Wenlan could sense a reluctance from both. Had it been her who was injured, they would have rushed to her aid without hesitation. Yet, with Wang Hui, there was an evident hesitance. "It's fine. I can manage," Wang Hui said through gritted teeth. "Isn't there a ride-on toy nearby? Would you prefer to sit on that while I help you walk?" Wang Hui glanced at the neglected ride-on toy, covered in a thick layer of dust. "All right then," she ultimately conceded, a hint of resignation in her voice. Now that the plants outside had mutated, everyone needed to exercise caution. "What? The plants have mutated now?" Xia Mo exclaimed, a realization dawning upon her. "I'm merely concerned that if the plants have changed, our future will become even more perilous." Xia Mo, originally a soul from the future, sought to return to the past by leveraging her kinship. Thus, in a sense, she shared a three-generation lineage with her relatives. However, in the future, Xia Mo had already met her untimely demise. Now that she had returned, she could seize the opportunity to live better alongside Su Han and thereby escape her previous fate. The price she had paid was immense. "Xia Mo, are you truly all right? I can't shake the feeling that you've become jumpy since waking from your fever." "No, it's just that I've also undergone some changes since the apocalypse." Xia Mo deflected. Once a gentle young lady, was it not normal for her to exhibit some transformations? Wen Che, however, perceived no significant alteration to him. Xia Mo remained as she had always been. "Let us proceed," Xia Mo said, once again linking her arm with Wenlan's. As familiar motions unfolded, Xia Mo mused internally that Wenlan was exceedingly perceptive. Gaining Su Han's trust seemed to necessitate devising a way to send Wenlan away. Xia Mo clenched her fingers, aware that there remained one memory she had yet to assimilate. Her gaze shifted to Wenlan's abdomen, pondering the identity of the child that resided within. Perhaps her fragmented memories were a consequence of her recent arrival. If she could ascertain the identity of Wenlan's father, it might afford her leverage. Suddenly, Xia Mo's attention was drawn to the Hishowu hanging around Wenlan's neck, her heart racing with excitement. Was this indeed Hishowu? The mutated variety of the future? Consuming a single leaf could instantaneously mend wounds, while a bite of the root could vastly enhance one's vitality, even resurrecting the deceased. Her heart raced uncontrollably. If she could acquire the Hishowu, she would possess countless lives, for in the apocalypse, death could strike at any moment. Xia Mo stifled her desire to seize it immediately, haunted by memories of Zhang Ming, who had suffered injuries from touching the Hishowu. Wenlan? She was, astonishingly, the caretaker of the Hishowu? A weight of concern settled upon Xia Mo, witnessing something valuable within reach yet being unable to claim it was a torment. As evening descended, they finally returned to the safe zone. With no accommodation of her own, Xia Mo shared a room with Wenlan. Zhang Yi and the others had long since returned. With Zhang Ming's abilities, evading the horde of zombies was relatively straightforward. However, accompanying her was quite the hassle. The terrifying rainy night had left Zhang Ming with lingering psychological scars. The safe zone convened an urgent assembly of all special team leaders. Likely due to the rampant mutated plants, resources within the safe zone had become increasingly scarce, with food now more precious than gold. "Xia Mo, you cannot stay here any longer. Your accommodation has been arranged," came the announcement. "Why? Wasn't it agreed that we would live together? This room is registered under my brother's name and can only accommodate family members. The administrative department of the safe zone conducts regular inspections. You and Zhang Ming can stay together. It's just upstairs and downstairs from me. I'll come to find you whenever I have the chance." "Mo. You never used to be this particular." "How could I be particular? I simply wish to stay with you," Xia Mo replied, a hint of reluctance in her tone. "I'm pregnant now and unable to sleep well," she sighed. "All right, then I can visit you anytime. Of course, you are now part of our team," Wenlan said with a smile. Upon hearing that she was now a member of the team, Xia Mo finally smiled with joy. There is no issue with not living with Wenlan. After all, she has her own ways. After bidding farewell to Xia Mo, Wenlan returned to her bedroom. Lan, why aren't you living with Xia Mo anymore?" Wen Che furrowed his brow. "I'm pregnant now, and I find it a bit uncomfortable to share a bed with someone else." Wen Che nodded. The two of them had been like inseparable friends. Perhaps it was due to Xia Mo's experiences during the apocalypse that they would eventually reconcile after some time apart. A fleeting shadow crossed Wenlan's eyes. She could certainly share a bed with Xia Mo, but she sensed something was amiss. Although Xia Mo's tone, speech, and memories remained unchanged, the emotions she perceived were not right. Xiaomo's feelings would not manifest in such a manner. The essence of their friendship was such that no matter how long they had been apart, their bond would re-establish itself almost instantaneously upon reunion. Despite their initial normalcy upon meeting, Wenlan trusted her instincts. Thus, until she comprehended the nature of Xiaomo's condition, she chose to maintain her distance. Brother. Su-Han is back from the meeting. Remember to send for him. She had fulfilled her promise, while Su-Han's had yet to commence. Understood, Wen-Che replied reluctantly. These two little ones. Just wait until they come out. Let us see how uncle deals with you. Wen-Che said, looking at Wenlan's belly with a sigh. What is so great about Su-Han? He is only slightly better looking and a bit taller than me. After Wen-Che left, Wenlan retrieved the mutated cucumber seedling from her space. She took a small knife and quickly made an incision, squeezing out a drop of blood. Otherwise, it would be too late. The wound was healing. He Shou sensed this and immediately rushed over to absorb the droplet. Gulp. Wenlan seemed to feel He Shou's exhilaration, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping an icy cola on a hot summer day. Stop it. Wenlan placed He Shou back into her space. The wound on her finger had already healed. Unable to avoid it, Wenlan had to cut her finger again, hastily squeezing out another drop to fall upon the cucumber seedling. As anticipated, the leaves of the cucumber absorbed her blood. Subsequently, the entire pattern of the seedling transformed. It was her blood. It possessed a unique quality, capable of transmitting and absorbing energy. Thus, the energy absorbed by the cucumber seedling could also benefit her baby. Once the baby had absorbed it, it would reciprocate to her. Sensing the cucumber seedling, she took out a few energy pearls from her space and buried a green one in the soil of the cucumber. It was currently absorbing energy from the pearl. The value of cucumbers lies in their multitude of vitamins, which promote skin health and improve roughness. As the baby absorbed the energy from the mutated cucumber seedling, Wenlan would feel her skin becoming more hydrated and smooth. When the baby is born, he will not be a wrinkled little one. He will undoubtedly be exceedingly adorable. Chapter 21. Jealousy. By the time Su-Han finished the meeting, it was already 10 o'clock at night. It seemed unnecessary to go out at such a late hour. Wen-Che remarked with concern, I have already made a promise to your sister. My supplies are still in her possession. And only after the daily prenatal education is completed will Wenlan provide me with a portion of them. Wen-Che decided to accompany him. Feeling uneasy about leaving Su-Han alone with his sister, the table was strewn with numerous books, including children's stories and nursery rhymes. Any of those will do, Wenlan said with a smile. Thus, Wen-Che sat beside Su-Han, observing him closely. What difference did it make if Su-Han read? The moment he began, his voice flowed like silk imbued with honey, deep and slightly raspy in just the right measure. It's coming. I can feel it. The reciprocal energy intensified, and Su-Han, being a psychic ability user, sensed a distinct change. Perhaps this was the effect of Wenlan encouraging him to read aloud. Ding. Time's up. We shall continue tomorrow. Though Wenlan felt somewhat reluctant to stop, she was a person of her word. The allotted time was the allotted time. All right, Su-Han agreed, not pressing further. What effect does your reading have? Wen-Che frowned, pondering. Is it merely because Su-Han reads beautifully? But he is earnest in his reading. Yet, his sister appears quite pleased. Of course, receiving energy feedback from the baby was a source of joy. As a psychic, Su-Han could read directly to the baby. Wenlan understood this as well, realizing that it allowed the baby to hear more clearly, given the direct psychic connection. By the way, Captain Su, what was discussed in today's meeting? The heavy rain outside, compounded by the mingling of zombie blood, could lead to mutations in plants. Currently, it has been determined that not all plants will undergo such mutations. Specific conditions must be met. The vegetables cultivated in the safe zone remain unaffected. All wood-type abilities have been retained within the safe zone. Does this mean one must stay in the safe zone? The safe zone has been quite unstable recently. We should venture out as little as possible, Su-Han stated solemnly. Indeed, wood-type abilities can stimulate plant growth and accelerate vegetable production. The food we have found can last for a while longer, but it only addresses immediate concerns and does not provide a long-term solution. Cultivating food is the sustainable path forward. In the coming days, the safe zone will undoubtedly experience turmoil. We will not be undertaking any missions for now. Remaining at the base. The base will allocate some food to us daily, but it will only be one meal a day. There is, however, a silver lining. The flesh of mutated pigs is indeed consumable, albeit laced with hormones that, if ingested excessively, could lead to health complications. Yet, when faced with starvation, this meat, despite its flaws, presents a lesser evil. Wenlan nodded in agreement. In this apocalyptic era, even the food we consume is enhanced. As long as it does not poison us, it suffices. Wen Che shook his head at his sister, exclaiming, "You must not partake. What if something were to happen to the child within you?" He bore the weight of a protective father, despite harboring contempt for the child's father. The provisions within their space could sustain them for years. With ample food at hand, there is no cause for panic. What is urgently needed now are supplies for the baby, Wen Lan sighed. Given the limited capacity of their space, she endeavored to stockpile as much food as possible. However, the resources for the baby were scant. With 2 children on the way, breastfeeding might suffice, but should they require formula, the current conditions make it exceedingly challenging. Infant formula typically has a shelf life of about 18 months. Fortunately, the stillness of their space provides preservation. "I shall find a solution," Wen Che remarked, furrowing his brow. "Yet, venturing out to gather supplies necessitates a substantial stock. While my belly remains small, we should seize the opportunity to search for more." A large contingent is being organized to scour the city for resources. While a larger group is beneficial, it also amplifies the noise, potentially inciting a horde of zombies. The specialized team will be dispersed into the larger unit, tasked with returning all gathered supplies for equitable distribution. Isn't this somewhat excessive? The official mandate states that the security zone is currently overpopulated and severely lacking in resources. Consequently, the main force will be dispatched for 2 weeks to procure supplies from the metropolis. This would afford them some respite in the security zone, though the specialized team still bears the responsibility of managing it. Su Han relayed the distribution of their duties to everyone present. "Wang Hui, given your recent injury, you need not serve on duty for now." "It's fine, Captain Su, I can manage." She preferred the rigors of duty to remaining at home, having narrowly escaped death from her injuries and returning with scant resources. Her family had bombarded her with criticism. "Our jurisdiction over the security zone encompasses the eastern area of the shantytown, specifically Zone 3 of the shantytown. Due to the relative chaos of the shantytown, a specialized team has been dispatched. Here are the armbands. Each of you must wear one." Zhou Wen was temporarily reassigned to the Agricultural Research Institute. Though termed temporary, the duration of this assignment remains uncertain. After Su Han delegated the tasks, a sense of futility hung in the air. Xia Mo gazed at her reflection, painfully aware that her visage had been marred. She can only strengthen her abilities for now, but fortunately, she understands that her current method of absorbing energy beads is a waste. The most effective way to absorb them is to swallow the energy beads whole. However, these beads are extracted from the bodies of zombies or mutated animals, which is somewhat repulsive, thus no one has thought of this approach. Xia Mo yearns to enhance her strength, yet she finds herself devoid of energy beads. Her present abilities are of the light element, which many deem to be a rather useless power. While the light element may seem weak in the early stages, it is in the mid to late stages that its true strength manifests. Moreover, abilities possess a hereditary nature. Xia Mo is aware of her relationship with Wen Lan. If she were to request energy beads from her, she would not refuse. "Wen Lan, do you have any yellow energy beads?" "I actually don't have any yellow ones." "Well, my abilities are rather feeble. I simply wish to rapidly enhance my strength so as not to burden you all. Just keep pushing yourself." A flicker of something unusual crossed Wen Lan's eyes, yet she maintained her composure. In a few days, they were scheduled to conduct patrols in the east district of the shantytown. The living conditions in the shantytown were exceedingly chaotic. It was entirely normal for a dozen people to share a large bunk. Furthermore, ordinary individuals who had not awakened any powers were tasked with moving bricks to construct walls. Engaging in arduous labor every day, they received meager rations of steamed buns and rice porridge, with pickled vegetables being quite scarce. Nonetheless, some ventured out in search of food, risking their lives. Fights breaking out in the shantytown had become commonplace. Su Han worked the night shift, and at 10 o'clock each evening, he would willingly visit Wen Lan's room, which drew the attention of some onlookers and sparked rumors. In recent days, the energy imparted by the baby during prenatal education had increased significantly. Not only had the space doubled, but her senses had also sharpened. Everything around her appeared as if viewed through a powerful magnifying glass. She had not anticipated the remarkable effectiveness of Su Han's prenatal education. Moreover, the stories he told her lately could lull her to sleep. However, Su Han seemed to be burdened by thoughts these past few days. Every day, Wen Lan would administer 2 drops of blood from his shouwu and cucumber seedlings. For someone as vigorous as her, this was hardly significant. Wen Lan also noticed that the 2 babies had begun to absorb separately, one drawing from his shouwu, while the girl absorbed from the cucumber seedlings. The energy they received enhanced her well-being. Her large, radiant eyes and flawless skin garnered envy and admiration from many, as such beauty was a rarity in these times. If this were before the apocalypse, there might have been many like her, but now Wenlan was considered a unique beauty. Thanks to the vitality bestowed by Hishowu in the cucumber, a natural beauty enhancer, her skin had become so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. Xia Imo observed this scene, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossing her eyes. Such fleeting moments often go unnoticed by others. However, Wenlan's perceptive abilities are remarkably acute, allowing her to discern the subtle changes in Xia Mo's demeanor. Is it jealousy? Could the apocalypse truly transform a person? Such a sudden shift? When they first recognized each other, no alterations were apparent. A mere fever, and though Xia Mo was once her dearest friend. Any intention to harm her naturally prompts Wenlan to distance herself. I have already stated that I am not undertaking any tasks at present. The food supply is limited. If it is insufficient, you must seek work. There are jobs available in the base, and sustaining a modest living is not an issue. Wang Hui, I have raised you all this time. Do you think it has been easy for me? We are your parents, approaching 60 years of age. And you want us to do manual labor? Mom and Dad, I suggested that my brother help, but he's grown, and with his fingers injured, he cannot work. It's merely 2 fingers lost. Is it necessary to constantly dwell on that disability? I refuse to go. I have not awakened any special abilities, so I am incapable of performing laborious tasks. I am still on duty outside despite my injuries. Have you considered that I too can feel pain? There is only so much food. It is all for you. Do not keep asking me for more. In a state of emotional turmoil, Wang Hui dashed outside and collided with the returning Wenlan. Instantly, Wenlan sensed the impending encounter and reacted accordingly. Wang Hui, what troubles you? I am fine. Wang Hui retorted defiantly as she sprinted away. Wang He followed closely behind. I recognize you. You are my sister's teammate, right? Alas, the food my sister brought back this time is far too scant. Our household does not have enough to eat. Could you possibly bring back more food next time? Wenlan furrowed her brow slightly. Are you aware that your sister was gravely injured and nearly lost her life, yet you still lament the quantity of food she provided? Mind your own business. You are supported by your brother, and you dare speak to me like that? Wang He disregarded Wenlan's words and turned away. Wang Hui, just around the corner, overheard their entire exchange with clarity. Chapter 22. Seizing her Hishowu. Devoid of food and still nursing her leg injury, Wang Hui found herself compelled to seek medical attention within the safe zone in exchange for some sustenance. At least as an ability user, she would not starve herself. However, her family members had to endure greater hardship. Yet, none of them could empathize with her plight. Wang Hui had nearly depleted her own food reserves for her family. Yet they remained unsatisfied. Life in the safe zone, though fraught with resource scarcity, offered some respite from the threat of zombies, rendering it somewhat safer. Nonetheless, recent disturbances had arisen within the safe zone. Initially, Xia Imo sought Wenlan daily, but upon realizing that Wenlan consistently made excuses, she ceased her visits and turned her attention to other matters. Wenlan had hoped to navigate the entirety of her pregnancy safely within the confines of the safe zone and give birth to her child. With a resounding thud, the door to Wenlan's abode swung open. Are you Wenlan? We are from the safe zone. Kindly surrender the mutated plant, Hishowu. How did you come to know about it? Wenlan retorted. Aside from those close to me, no one is aware of its existence. Moreover, it belongs to me. Why should I hand it over to you? Since you are a member of the safe zone, we merely seek to borrow your Hishowu for an experiment. No, I shall not lend it. The man before her was muscular, clearly an evolved being. As he attempted to force his way through the doorway, Wenlan was resolute in her refusal. She seized his arm, immobilizing him with surprising strength. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He was a powerhouse of an evolved individual, yet this seemingly frail woman had managed to restrain him. Lu Gu, don't be so chivalrous, one of his companions remarked. Assuming the man was yielding to Wenlan's beauty, Lu Tong's expression darkened. He was not yielding. He found himself utterly unable to move, his arm tingling with numbness. And if he were to lift his sleeve, it would reveal a multitude of bruises. Was this woman truly an evolved being? No. She had claimed to possess only a trivial perception ability. The directive they received was clear. They must seize the mutated Hishowu. They had to take it away, lest others come barging in. Wenlan pushed Lu Tong aside with a forceful shove. Lu Gu, are you incapable? You can't even breach a door. Lu Tong's countenance was ashen. Miss Wen, we must take the item. Do not resist futilely. Lu Gu, why waste words on a girl? Let us just take the items and leave. Lu Tong's face remained pale. Wen Lan's strength was undeniably formidable. If you are capable, then you should proceed. Lu Tong frowned. He could not afford to show mercy. Failing the mission meant no points, no food. Only with sustenance could they hope for anything else. Do not blame me for being unkind. As the man advanced, Wen Lan did not use her hands this time. Instead, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying over a meter away. He doubled over in pain, clutching his midsection. Lu Tong hurried over to assist the fallen man, recognizing the force behind Wen Lan's kick as he witnessed the man's contorted expression of agony. At that moment, Wen Shay rushed in, clearly intent on seizing the mutated plant from Wen Lan as well. Upon seeing Wen Shay, the two men sprang into action. Despite being evolved beings, they were no match for Wen Shay. A water sphere enveloped their faces, and within a minute, deprived of oxygen, they succumbed to unconsciousness. What transpired? Wen Lan sensed something amiss with Wen Shay. The safe zone had undergone a drastic transformation. Someone nearby has revealed my mutated vine situation to others. Could it be Zhouwen? No, it's not Zhouwen. Zhouwen is also in trouble. Brother, they have set their sights on my mutated plants. I fear they will not relent, and those two do not appear to be official personnel. Most of the official forces are soldiers, although many have succumbed to becoming zombies. A portion still remains. The official soldiers possess sharp gazes and upright postures, a result of years spent in military formation. Those two, albeit evolved, are clearly not of that ilk. Enough talk. Wen Lan, we must leave at once. Wen Shay grasped Wen Lan's hand. It was only then that Wen noticed the bloodstains on Wen Shay's back. What has happened? There's no time. We must flee first. Long Hui watched them dash out, a slight frown creasing her brow, yet she did not offer assistance. She had family to consider. Wang Hui clenched her fists tightly. Wen Lan is a worthy friend. Missing this opportunity could mean forever. What about Xia Mo? What should we do? They arrived on the first floor, at the residence of Xia Mo and Zhang Ming. Xia Mo had not returned for several days, and a man was listed on the board. Zhang Ming said enviously, "Why is it that Wen Lan has a brother, and Xia Mo has a man, thus avoiding the need to scavenge for supplies?" Wen Lan frowned. An unsettling chill ran down her spine. Hurry. Wen Shay would not wait, pulling Wen Lan toward the exit. Su Han rushed in to assist them, his complexion somewhat pale, with bloodstains on his arm. We need to leave this place immediately. Zhouwen has been rescued. What transpired? It was the first time Wen Lan had seen such an unstable expression on Su Han's face. Even when facing hordes of zombies, Su Han had always remained composed. Wen Shay was equally steadfast, and thus he hurriedly followed Su Han, leading Wen Lan outside. At the entrance stood a military vehicle, riddled with bullet holes. The windows had long been shattered. Get in the car. Zhang Yi, in the driver's seat, urged urgently. Wen Lan and Wen Shay quickly climbed in, with Su Han taking the passenger seat. In the back lay the unconscious Zhou Wan, bloodied, with shattered lenses. Zhang Yi was also stained with blood. Where are they? Bang, bang, bang. Bullets continued to rain down upon their vehicle, leaving scratches on its surface. This vehicle, being military-grade, was sturdier than others. Damn it, don't turn left. There's a barricade. Wen Lan sensed the danger and quickly alerted them. A grenade was hurled toward them, but was halted mid-air, then thrown back in the direction from whence it came. Su Han's brow furrowed. Overexertion of energy could lead to headaches. Excessive use of mental power could result in blindness, and in severe cases, even unconsciousness. At present, it was already a feat for them to escape. Unbeknownst to Wen Lan, a tumultuous event was unfolding. Wen Shay glanced back at the pursuers and swiftly conjured a wall of water to obscure their vision. Hold on tight. Zhang Yi pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling through the fence and crashing out. With a loud thud, he inadvertently sent a man flying. Yet, there was no time to dwell on it. After what felt like an eternity of running, it seemed they had temporarily evaded their assailants. What was transpiring? They were conducting human experiments, and certain mutated plants possessed regenerative genes. Tests had revealed that wood-type ability users shared similarities with the genes of these mutated plants. Thus, was Zhouwen being treated as a test subject? How could the authorities stoop so low? Wen Shay found it hard to believe. The government was no longer what it once was. General Zhang was dead. What? The safe zone was now under the control of capital. Zhou Kong. It was he. Zhou Tsong, the nationally renowned tycoon with a chain of department stores, boasting thousands of outlets across the country. No wonder he undoubtedly wielded considerable resources. With resources at his disposal and the government personnel dwindling, he had managed to command a large faction through food and supplies. When Su-han had just returned, he noticed something amiss, which is why a portion of the supplies he gathered remained unclaimed. Instead, he had hidden them away and later struck a deal with Wenlan, storing supplies within her spatial realm. It was no surprise that today, two unofficial individuals attempted to seize my Hishowu. Could it have been Zhou and S doing? No, it was Ji Feng. Ji Feng had children, and all special teams would be compromised if their families were threatened. If Wenlan refused to surrender the Hishowu, more would come to attack. Little did they expect Wenlan's formidable strength. Even two burly men could not overpower her. They had dared to pursue them. The roar of motorcycles grew ever closer, while military vehicles jolted along the dilapidated roadway. The path was treacherous, riddled with potholes and abandoned cars, and despite Zhang Ye's impressive driving skills, he could not maneuver past the obstacles. With a jolt, the tires burst, and the vehicle collided with a nearby guardrail, coming to a halt. Wenlan, you must run. Wen Che urged urgently. Su-han, do not flee. Hand over Zhou Wen. And that woman, surrender the Hishowu. We can let you go. Surrounding them were 8 individuals, 2 of whom brandished firearms, all aimed menacingly at them. If they refused to comply, they would be attacked. There were both ability users and evolved beings among them. Su-han had no intention of relinquishing Zhou Wen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rescue his brother. I will give you the Hishowu. Just spare us, Wenlan implored, unscrewing the cap of the Hishowu and handing it over to her brother. She had just sensed that the man was lying. There was no way he would let them go. A beautiful woman knows how to be discerning. No wonder Zhou Feng could not forget you. He surely intends to take you back. Wenlan nodded slightly at Wen Che, who understood her meaning. However, upon hearing this, Wenlan furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi grimaced, blood streaming from one of his arms. The battle had been quite fierce. Su-han and Zhang Yi had taken down numerous adversaries. How could they possibly let them escape? Surrendering the Hishowu would be tantamount to death. Wen Che handed the cup of Hishowu to the man. Had they acquired it? Could this mutated plant truly possess healing properties? Wenlan frowned slightly. Did her Hishowu have such effects? They intended to take Zhou Wen back. Several people were preparing to escort Zhou Wen away. No. Anyone who dares to take my brother must tread over my corpse. Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball, though its energy was somewhat depleted, causing the fireball to flicker intermittently. Chapter 23. When Lan displays her power, Zhang Yi's energy was nearly exhausted. At that moment, his supernatural ability could barely maintain the shape of the fireball. Your strength is indeed formidable, yet it cannot rival our numbers and the weapons in our possession. Enough of the banter. Take the person and kill them. With that, one of the men decisively fired a shot. The bullet spiraled through the air, halting in mid-flight just a meter away from them. The others continued to shoot. And suddenly dozens of bullets hung suspended in the air. With a clatter, they all fell to the ground. Su-han's vision momentarily faded into darkness. The bullets had been completely expended from their guns. Zhang Yi, injured in the arm, winced in pain with every movement. Zhou Wen was now in a state of unconsciousness. Wen Che found himself outnumbered 4-1. Although Su-han was temporarily blind, his agility and hearing remained intact. Two of the opponents had previously been officials, trained in combat. Zhang Yi was sent flying by a kick, unable to suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth. Su-han faced 3 opponents, his vision obscured. Do not fear him. Attack. One of the men, noticing Su-han's predicament, exclaimed in surprise. It was known that Su-han had previously cut through their ranks, his telekinetic abilities proving utterly terrifying. Realizing that Su-han was indeed blind, the 4 men surrounded him, launching their attacks. Although Su-han was powerful, the sudden blindness presented a significant challenge. On Wen Che's side, he too faced 3 adversaries. One of them prepared to use a knife to end Zhang Yi's life. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, blood filling his mouth. He was ready to make his stand here. Having lived for over 20 years, he held on to regrets. However, if death were to come, then so be it. He was not afraid. The anticipated demise did not arrive. Instead, what was expected to be a tranquil death was abruptly replaced by a spurt of warm blood that splattered across Zhang Yi's face. A powerful scent of blood filled the air. Zhang Yi opened his eyes wide, only to behold Wen Lan, who, wielding a military dagger, had plunged it mercilessly into the chest of a man from behind. The strike was clean and ruthless, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain, dotting Wen Lan's face and adding a sinister allure to her beauty. Her gaze was as cold as ice, making her appear, at that moment, Like a savior for Zhang Yi. The scene was a stark contrast, bathed in the flames of blood and beauty, leaving Zhang Yi in shock. Behind him, Su Han had also suffered injuries, his spirit drained to the point of excruciating headaches. Despite this, he managed to momentarily regain control of the situation, though he could not sustain it for long. Wen Chei's water-based abilities lacked significant lethality. The man who had just attempted to seize the He Shou Wu suddenly shattered the cup in his hand, and 2 3-meter-long vines sprouted instantaneously, ensnaring the 2 nearby individuals and drawing blood from their skin. One of the men, an evolved being, struggled in vain against the bindings, as if the very essence of life had been drained from him, rendering him weak and powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Chei thrust his blade into the man's vital points. Another man lunged towards Wen Lan, believing he could subdue her and thus control the He Shou Wu. However, he was gravely mistaken. Wen Lan's reflexes were lightning fast. Her perceptive abilities seemed to foresee his next move. The dagger plunged forward with precision. Wen Lan, relying solely on her acute intuition rather than any elaborate skills, executed her strike with brutal efficiency. The blade pierced the man's shoulder, eliciting a grimace of agony from him. Suddenly, an icy blade emerged from behind, slicing through Wen Lan's skin, but her wound healed almost instantaneously. The man wielding ice-based powers was thwarted as the He Shou Wu's vines released their grip on the captured men and surged towards those threatening Wen Lan. The man holding the flower pot, freed from restraint, immediately smashed the cup onto the ground, mistakenly believing that the mutated plant would perish upon leaving the soil. Yet, it was a mutated He Shou Wu. The vines extended and ensnared those intent on harming Wen Lan. In retaliation, she delivered a swift kick to the man's most vulnerable point. Several were injured, some unconscious, and others met their demise. Wen Lan, are you all right? Wen Chei, having dispatched a powerful adversary at the cost of his own injury, turned his immediate concern towards his sister. Upon seeing her drenched in blood, his worry intensified. I'm fine. There are still 2 left. Allow me to deal with them. At this moment, Wen Lan resembled a bloodthirsty demon, her hands gripping a military dagger stained with crimson blood. When did my sister become so ferocious? We must leave. The remaining 2 men, witnessing this scene, recognized their inferiority. A flicker of fear ignited in their eyes. Life held greater value than the completion of their mission, especially in the presence of Wen Lan, whom they had assumed would be easily controllable, yet she killed without a second thought. Such a creature, once it has tasted blood, is bound to do so again. Having crossed the abyss, fear no longer held sway over her. Wen Lan transitioned from her initial dread of zombies to a state where she now felt a thrill at the sight of them. The rest were left in disarray, some injured, others blinded, and some unconscious. Wen Lan hastily picked up the He Shou Wu from the ground. A temporary loss of soil would not lead to its demise, as it had long since transcended the status of an ordinary plant. She placed the He Shou Wu into her spatial storage, promising to find it a suitable abode later. Zhang Yi, how is your injury? I'm quite well. Just look at Su Han. He has lost his sight. I have merely experienced temporary blindness. Once my mental strength is restored, I should recover. We should leave this place. Who knows if they will return? Agreed. Zhang Yi's arm was injured, and he had been kicked in the abdomen, yet he managed to stand and walk. Zhou Wen lay unconscious, and Wen Chei had no choice but to carry him. As for Su Han, he was now blind. Wen Lan tied a rope around Su Han. Come with me. Zhang Yi chuckled at the sight of Su Han being led by a rope, resembling a dog, but after a couple of laughs, he was seized by a fit of coughing, which aggravated his wounds. Were it not for his exceptional resilience, he might have fainted. Suddenly, Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground. A swift blow to his pride. Wen Chei rushed over to assess Zhang Yi's injuries. This fellow, gravely wounded, still attempted to maintain his facade of strength. I shall carry him. No, absolutely not. Wen Chei and Su Han voiced their objections in unison. I will bear the burden. Su Han frowned. With Wen Chei already carrying Zhou Wen, he could not take on another. Wen Lan, being pregnant, would not be permitted to carry anyone. However, she wished to assert that she was capable of doing so. Ultimately, unable to resist the insistence of the 2, it was Su Han who took on the task. Wen Lan led the way for the 2 men. After a considerable distance, beads of sweat adorned Su Han's forehead, while Zhang Yi remained unaffected. Zhang Yi had developed a high fever. As dusk fell, they finally discovered a place to rest, a row of storefronts along the provincial road. A Lanzhou noodle shop. Wen Lan utilized her abilities to sense the surroundings, detecting no zombies within a 50-meter radius. 50 meters? Not just 5? Wen Chei exclaimed in astonishment. My strength shall also be enhanced. My brother always perceives her as a child. Typically, when Che and Wenlan have not absorbed such an abundance of energy orbs. Yet unexpectedly, she has grown to a formidable 50 meters. However, this is quite reasonable, as he can now manipulate water into any shape. Once his abilities are further enhanced, he will be able to condense water into ice. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, when Che first entered the premises armed to conduct a thorough inspection, the inside was chaotic. Merely dust and disorder. The group decided to rest momentarily. Wenlan retrieved a charging lamp from their storage, providing temporary illumination. They tidied up the surroundings briefly. Su-Han laid Zhang Yi upon the bed. What has happened to Zhou-Wen? When will he regain consciousness? Wenlan pondered how this group had become so frail and vulnerable. They had never appeared so disheveled while battling zombies outside. Instead, they emerged from the safe zone unconscious and injured, with impaired sight. Human injuries can be far more severe than those inflicted by zombies. Zhou-Wen had his cerebrospinal fluid extracted. It remained uncertain when he would awaken. Cerebrospinal fluid? The magnetic field of awakened abilities resides within the brain. They believed that energy orbs existed within zombies, and awakened abilities might also reside within those who possess them. I have examined Zhou-Wen's brain and found the potential for recovery, albeit he currently lies in a vegetative state. It would be prudent to first attend to the grievously injured Zhang Yi. Wenlan retrieved medical supplies from their storage. Wen Che was also injured, though his wounds were minor and currently did not warrant immediate attention. Wen Che removed Zhang Ye's clothing. Lan, you should step outside. She had just glimpsed the injuries adorning Zhang Ye's body. He certainly possessed remarkable endurance. Meanwhile, Wenlan prepared charcoal outside, retrieving a pot from their storage and asking her brother for some water. She intended to boil a few packets of instant noodles once the fire was ablaze. Shortly thereafter, she was summoned by her brother, who requested her to boil additional water. Zhang Ye's injuries were grave. Wenlan carried a basin of water inside, only to emerge with it transformed into a basin of blood. Although she could not see Zhang Ye's wounds, she utilized her perceptive abilities and discerned that his injuries were not merely superficial, but also internal, a likely cause of his hemorrhaging. Presently, under the dire circumstances, Zhang Yi was at great risk of death due to internal bleeding if not treated promptly. When Che's tone grew grave, his brow furrowed. The words he refrained from voicing were understood by Su-Han nonetheless. I will go search for medicine, Su-Han declared, clenching his fists. Where could he possibly find medicine now? Your vision is impaired, and there are no professional medical facilities available. The remainder of Wen Che's thoughts remained unspoken, his complexion paling. They were all soldiers and special police, accustomed to receiving some medical training. Wenlan appeared to have an idea. Were they attempting to seize her Shou-Wu, claiming it could cure him? Though she was uncertain how they had acquired such knowledge, given Zhang Ye's critical condition, they had no choice but to make an attempt. Once again, Shou-Wu is a type of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Ye's impression of Wenlan is not unfavorable. Wenlan retrieves Shou-Wu from her space, finds a new cup, fills it with soil, adds a bit of water, and carefully places it back. Shou-Wu, I must take a small piece of you to save a life. Just a tiny bit, and you shall regrow, do not worry. She reassures it. I will first offer you a drop of my blood as compensation. Sensing that Shou-Wu's emotions are quite stable and not rejecting her, she feels considerably relieved. Chapter 24. The healing properties of Shou-Wu. Wenlan takes out a fruit knife from her space, pristine and clean. She first pricks her finger to extract a drop of blood for Shou-Wu. This minor wound heals far too quickly for Wenlan, making it increasingly difficult to draw blood. As Shou-Wu absorbs her blood, its two small white flowers transform into a delicate shade of pink, resembling a soft blush. I will only take a little from you, just a small slice here. It should not hurt too much, right? After all, nurturing something for a long time cultivates feelings. The vine beside Shou-Wu grows a little, seemingly indicating that this is the right place to cut. Wenlan then slices a piece of Shou-Wu the size of her thumb. Dark, viscous liquid begins to ooze from it, and she hastily wipes it away. Perhaps this is the essence of Shou-Wu. The bitter aroma is quite overwhelming. She applies some soil to the wound. Shou-Wu does not feel pain. As it lacks pain receptors, it possesses only the simplest form of perception. Wenlan brews the Shou-Wu slices in water, and a single slice turns the entire bowl into a dark, thick concoction reminiscent of black sesame paste. Brother, let us have Zhang Yu try this. This is Shou-Wu, a traditional medicine. The person who stole my mutated plant said it has healing properties. Though I do not know how they came to that conclusion, I shall give it a try. Wen Che observes the bowl, then glances at Zhang Yi. who was on the brink of death without treatment. All right. Wen Che helps lift Zhang Yi, pouring the thick liquid down his throat. The taste is indeed bitter, and she cannot help but imagine how much more bitter it will be once swallowed. All of these Shou Wu has been consumed, nothing left behind. Brother, let me tend to your wounds as well. Wen Che nods at the injuries on his arm. Cough. Cough. Su-Han suddenly begins to cough nearby. Upon noticing, Wenlan realizes that Su-Han also has wounds. Su-Han, come here as well. I will help treat both of your injuries. All right. Wen Che sees that Su-Han's eyes are blind and refrains from saying more. Su-Han, is there any possibility of restoring your sight? Yes. Once my mental strength is replenished, if one could locate the energy orb, recovery would indeed be expedited. Wenlan nodded thoughtfully. She attended to the wounds of both individuals and retrieved 2 sets of clean garments from her spatial storage. You two should change into these first. The following day, Su-Han's vision had improved somewhat, yet he still resembled someone with severe myopia. The depletion of his mental strength was significant, and the side effects of recovery would require 2 to 3 days. Early in the morning, Wenlan was preparing instant noodles, adding ham and eggs to the pot. She even contemplated including a small cucumber. Her mutated cucumber seedlings, nourished by several days of blood, had produced a miniature cucumber, albeit a deep green one. Su-Han had mentioned that most mutated plants detected in the safe zone were inedible, so she hesitated to consume the cucumber. It had been quite a while since she had savored fresh vegetables. For now, she decided to let it grow, pondering who might serve as a test subject to sample the mutated cucumber in the future. The previous night, Zhang Yi, who had been in a dire state, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of instant noodles. While the taste was rather mundane, the scent was irresistibly alluring. Zhang Yi, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? No discomfort, just hunger. Consequently, Wenlan boiled a total of 8 packets of instant noodles, and Zhang Yi devoured 4. What is happening? Why does my mouth taste so bitter? Despite the noodles smelling so delightful, he found them bitter. Do you also taste the bitterness? Although it was bitter, his hunger prevailed. Wenlan and Wenjie both shook their heads in unison. Wenjie recalled the pungent odor from the previous day. You drank the Shou Wu slices after we saved you, so that's why it's bitter. It's not that mutated Shou Wu, is it? Zhang Yi exclaimed, glancing at the mutated Shou Wu, now blooming in a pink hue. Its overall appearance was dark and unappealing, resembling a highly toxic substance. That he had ingested it was alarming, and now his mouth was filled with bitterness. If I hadn't sliced a piece of Shou Wu for you, you would have long since succumbed, lying cold as a corpse. Zhang Yi felt considerably better now, aside from the external wounds that had yet to heal. Despite consuming such a peculiar item, he had survived. He approached the Shou Wu. Thank you. I will water you in the future. Water? Forget it. My brother has some, but I fear you might burn it, Wenjie replied. Shou Wu was indeed sensitive to fire. If you find a black energy orb, please give it to me. All right, all right. To his surprise, this Shou Wu truly possessed healing properties. Despite nurturing it for so long without realizing its potential, he wondered how others had come to know of it. They have been researching various mutated plants. The last batch of instruments we retrieved was for this very purpose. Su-Han stated solemnly. Suddenly, Zhou Wen convulsed and opened his eyes. Zhou Wen? Zhang Yi exclaimed, gazing at him with excitement. Having feared he would remain in a vegetative state, yet here he was, awake. Did you feed him Shou Wu? Wenlan shook her head. Upon awakening, Zhou Wen's pupils astonishingly transformed to a vivid green. Zhou Wen. Wen Che approached and patted Zhou Wen's shoulder, but he seemed unresponsive. Utilizing her perception ability, Wenlan sensed that Zhou Wen exhibited no abnormalities. Su-Han stepped forward, locking his gaze on Zhou Wen, his pupils briefly flashing white, furrowing his brows. Su-Han noted that his vision, which had just begun to recover, had now weakened again. Zhou Wen's pupils suddenly regained their luster. Sugu, Zhang Yi. Zhou Wen's eyes reddened, revealing the torment he had endured. The other wood-type abilities users had their cerebrospinal fluid extracted. Initially, these wood-type users were tasked with nurturing vegetables. But after the official general was killed, the secret was buried. Now, the safe zone had fallen under Zhou Tsung's control. Having awakened his abilities and acquired resources, Zhou Tsung swiftly eliminated General Zhang and used the resources to dominate the inhabitants of the safe zone. He extracted the cerebrospinal fluid from wood-type users to catalyze mutated plants, accelerating their growth. Currently, the safety of the Jianyang safe zone was in jeopardy. Zhou Tsung had essentially become a rebel. The apocalypse had erupted, power dynamics had shifted, and even the authorities could not intervene. This would be an era of chaos, devoid of nations and regulatory systems. In this lawless time, murder was no longer a crime. And survival hinged on strength. The mightiest had the loudest voice. Let us find a secure place, Zhou suggested. Despite having his cerebrospinal fluid extracted, the mutated little flower he nurtured had integrated into his being. Without the vitality of that flower, he would not have regained consciousness. His life force was now intertwined with that of the flower. After the meal, several members felt weak. Presently, only Wenlan and her brother Wenche remained capable of combat. Unable to locate a vehicle, Zhou remembered a scenic tourist area nearby. However, having just regained consciousness, Zhou and Suhan's vision remained impaired. Although Zhang Yi had survived, his strength had not returned. Thus, they decided to wait until they regained their strength before proceeding. Miss Wen, I wish to share something with you. He noticed that Zhou was not wearing glasses, and his green pupils appeared somewhat unfamiliar, reminiscent of colored contact lenses. I encountered your friend there. Although I only saw her from the side, I believe I did not mistake her. It was she who spoke of the mutated Hishowu. Although Wenlan had long harbored suspicions about Xiaomo, she did not feel particularly troubled at this moment. Ever since that fever, she had sensed something amiss with Xiaomo. Could it be that someone killed Xiaomo after her fever? Before the apocalypse, she would have never believed in such absurdities. However, in this new world, where various supernatural abilities have awakened, who can guarantee that other extraordinary powers do not exist? Let events unfold naturally. For Wenlan, the most pressing matter at hand is to nurture her unborn child. The baby is still in her womb, and once born, the nourishing energy will multiply. In recent days, Wenlan has cleared the surrounding area of zombies. Wenche has distributed the energy orbs they acquired, assisting everyone in swiftly regaining their strength. The black energy orb was placed in a pot of Hishowu, while the green one was nestled among cucumber seedlings. With no books available, Suhan could only regale Wenlan with various tales. At first, she worried that it might be ineffective, but to her astonishment, the results were remarkably positive. Why do I feel as if a father is educating his child in utero? Zhang Yi mused, observing the scene. If the child is born without a father, I could play the role of a godfather. Wenche shot Zhang Yi a sidelong glance, convinced that his sister must know who the child's father is. How could she have no recollection at all? The most likely scenario is that, during the outbreak, Wenlan had just begun to awaken her powers, which lacked offensive capability, and fell victim to malicious individuals. The thought tightened Wenche's heart with pain. Or perhaps she was the mere notion of it caused him anguish. He dared not inquire further, fearing that Wenlan might dwell on unpleasant memories. Nonetheless, Wenlan harbors a genuine affection for this child. Wenche sighed, lost in contemplation. As long as she and the child thrive, that is all that matters. Wenlan observed that the cucumber seedlings ceased to grow once placed in the storage space. Perhaps it was due to the stasis of the space. Thus, she chose to keep the cucumbers on her person. This way, both of her babies could absorb energy regularly. So, she carried 2 cups. One containing the dark Hishowu adorned with 2 small pink flowers, and the other, a deep green cucumber seedling, one of which had even borne fruit. Remarkably, within just a day, the cucumber seedling had grown significantly. Chapter 25. The transformative beauty effects of the mutated cucumber just 2 days prior. The mutated cucumber was no larger than a thumb, yet now it has expanded to the width of a palm. Once the green energy orb has been fully absorbed, the cucumber will continue to grow gradually. However, as this is a mutated cucumber, no one dares to consume it yet, uncertain of the effects it may yield. Zhang Yi has certainly set his sights on the little cucumber Wenlan carries. Wenlan, what effects does this mutated cucumber possess? He remarked. Having cut a piece of the mutated Hishowu, within just a few days, his body has nearly recovered. Initially, he thought his injuries were severe and fatal, especially in a time devoid of advanced medical facilities. Therefore, he now believes that the mutated plants nurtured by Wenlan possess various remarkable effects. I truly do not know. Why don't you give it a try? With a gleam in her blue eyes, Wenlan blinked, reassured by the fact that the cucumber possessed energy pearls for absorption, allowing it to continue bearing fruit. All right, I shall partake, she declared. Zhang Yi was eager to indulge as well. Wenlan beamed at this fortuitous test subject. Having been troubled by the absence of anyone to sample her creation, she plucked the cucumber from her waist. Zhang Yi, do give it a try. He accepted the cucumber, admiring its deep green hue, smooth surface devoid of any blemishes. Yet, it emitted an indescribable aroma. All right. The bitterness of the Romania had tormented him for 3 days. With the bitterness dissipated, his health had nearly returned. Zhou Wen approached, curious about the effects of Wenlan's cucumber. In that laboratory, most mutated plants exhibited aggressive tendencies, with several being toxic. Yet, the mutated Rehmannia surprisingly possessed healing properties. No wonder they are so relentless in pursuing us. He gazed at the mutated cucumber, noting, research indicates that mutated plants fail to bear fruit. Yet, this cucumber has indeed yielded one. If left unpicked, it could continue to grow. Is that so? Zhang Yi pondered, hesitating with the cucumber in hand. Fear not, it is certainly non-toxic. Wenlan assured him with confidence. Even the baby can absorb energy from the cucumber sprouts, which signifies its safety. Very well. I trust you, my dear sister. Zhang Yi recalled the day when Lan had bravely rushed to his aid, a scene that had left him profoundly impressed. He would never underestimate her again. One cannot judge by appearances. With his eyes closed, Zhang Yi took a decisive bite. Crunch. To his surprise, it was quite delectable, crisp and refreshing. It had been ages since he had savored fresh vegetables. Each bite was succulent, and he mused that a simple salad would enhance its flavor even further. He devoured it eagerly, finding it unexpectedly delightful. Vegetables had once been of little worth, but now he truly understood their rarity. This is far too little, he lamented, glancing at the cucumber sprouts in Wenlan's small cup, wondering how long it would take for another fruit to emerge. How does it feel? Can you sense any difference? Wenlan inquired eagerly. Zhou Wen and Wen Shay also leaned in, intrigued. Suhan wished to observe, but regrettably struggled with his vision. It feels quite refreshing. However, the effects shouldn't manifest so swiftly, right? I feel it only just reaching my stomach, Zhang Yi remarked, scratching his nose, his heart racing with uncertainty about the mutated cucumber's potential effects. Nevertheless, he slept soundly that night. In the wilderness, they had been shifting their sleeping locations daily, rarely enjoying restful slumber, constantly threatened by various dangers. The following morning arrived. Zhang Yi? My goodness! Could it be? Zhang Yi gazed at the astonished faces of Zhou Wan, Wenlan, and Wen Shay, who had gathered around him. To his surprise, the day had finally arrived when Zhang Yi had transformed into a more handsome version of himself. His skin had acquired a smoothness, and the scar on his face had noticeably faded, though it still bore a hint of darkness. In a state of bewilderment, Zhang Yi remained unaware of the changes that had transpired within him, nor did he feel any alteration in his internal energy. Wenlan produced a small mirror from her spatial pocket. Take a look. Zhang Yi peered into the mirror, observing his reflection. Although he had always been rugged, neglecting his appearance, and the harshness of the apocalypse had further exacerbated his roughness, he was astonished to see his face had become significantly smoother. The transformation was hard to believe. Wenlan began to comprehend the effects of the mutated cucumber, rich in hydrating properties. The fruit seemed to possess the ability to enhance one's appearance. A sudden realization struck her. The energy absorbed by the baby from Yishou had been reciprocated to her, granting her self-healing capabilities, akin to the healing properties of Yishou itself. Thus, the cucumber seedlings, after absorption, could also bestow her with smooth and fair skin. This cucumber was indeed a beauty-enhancing marvel. In a world devoid of the apocalypse, such a product would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes, and she could ascend to wealth beyond her wildest dreams. Who among women does not cherish beauty? Yet, in this dire time, the significance of beauty seemed diminished. Nevertheless, the cucumber was harmless to consume, and it provided a satisfying treat, especially with the scarcity of fresh fruits available. Miss Wen, what is the secret behind nurturing your mutated plants? Why do yours stand out so remarkably? Zhou Wen inquired, both envious and curious, given that he possessed plant-based abilities himself. Wenlan smiled subtly, knowing she could not divulge the truth of feeding them with her own blood. After all, others' blood did not yield the same effects. Perhaps it was the water infused with her brother's abilities that played a crucial role. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen's eyes brightened. Although the mutated flower had fused with him, its essence remained external, adorning the top of his head. Thus, a peculiar bloom sprouted from his crown. But how do you water the flower on your head? Water your head? Wenlan mused, finding the situation amusing. With zombies roaming about, a flower atop one's head seemed increasingly acceptable. That works. I have no objections, Che Gu, Zhou Wen stated earnestly, seeking water. Consequently, when Che conjured a sphere of water above Zhou Wen's head, creating a localized rainfall. Witnessing this spectacle, Wenlan couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. In the safe zone, the mutated plant cultivated by that woman, initially no larger than a palm, unexpectedly extended two tendrils several meters long, ensnaring their companions. The arms of the two individuals were bound, marked with crimson traces, and peculiarly, their wounds refused to heal, regardless of the medicinal remedies applied. The injuries inflicted by the mutated flora remained unhealed. "You may all leave," Zhou Tsong remarked, his brow furrowed, disinclined to entertain any further futile discussions from those below. "Uncle, it appears that what Xia Mo asserted holds true. Just what level of mutation does that variant of Hishowu possess?" Zhou Feng, although a distant relative of Zhou Tsong, had evolved into a formidable being, thereby altering the dynamics of their kinship. Xia Mo frowned slightly. Her initial intention was to have Zhou Feng seize the mutated plant from Wenlan. Now, she believed that relying on Su Han was less advantageous than enhancing her own strength. This was prompted by the awakening of a fragment of memory belonging to Xia Mo. Furthermore, a small portion of her consciousness seemed indomitable. This version of Xia Mo was resolute. Once her power was restored, she would transfer the remnants of her consciousness elsewhere. To those mutated plants? Upon realizing the identity of Wenlan's child's father, Xia Mo's mind unraveled. How could she forget that Su Han had no beloved? Thus, if she could not possess it, she would destroy it and seize control. To command everything, she needed to augment her own power. As for Su Han, he would not perish easily. The primary objective now was to capture Zhou Feng. Wenlan and her companions traversed the provincial road. Recently, food had become scarce. Though Wenlan's space contained ample supplies, they were originally intended for just her and her brother. With the addition of 3 more individuals, their food supply was depleting rapidly. 1 woman and 3 men meant that Wenlan was no longer required to slay zombies. Zhang Yi and Su Han took on the tasks of chopping and digging. Yet if Wenlan were present, her variant of Hishowu would instinctively extract crystal beads from the zombies and adorn her. On the 3rd day, they stumbled upon a food processing factory. They discovered an old bread van, which, after some repairs by Su Han and Zhang Yi, could at least start functioning normally. Su Han, possessing psychic perception abilities, had recently absorbed energy beads, extending his range of detection to 1,000 meters. For the moment, no psychic energy was detected. Thus, they entered the food processing facility. The entrance of the expansive factory was lined with several large transport vehicles, but astonishingly, the backs of the trucks had been pried open, and the supplies within remained untouched. A long trail of blood marked the ground. Su Han utilized his psychic abilities to scan the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Not a single zombie was in sight. There were no living creatures, not even a wandering corpse. It was as though the entire world consisted solely of them. "Stop the vehicle," Zhang Yu urgently slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to kick up stones on the asphalt road. "I sense something beneath." Wenlan possesses an exquisite ability to perceive even the most minute details of her surroundings. However, she is left pondering the nature of this unknown presence. What should be done? Since we have arrived at the food processing factory, can we simply turn back? No. Wenlan gritted her teeth. Su Han stepped out of the vehicle, followed closely by Wenlan and Wenche. "You two stay outside and keep an eye on the car," he instructed. "Understood." The duo entered the food processing facility, and Wenlan made a beeline for the warehouse, only to find the entrance curtain securely locked. With a swift kick, she forced the door open, revealing an array of vacuum-sealed food items, all prepared for shipment. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. Without hesitation, she began to absorb everything into her space. Fortunately, her baby had recently absorbed a significant amount of energy orbs, and with the enhanced prenatal education from Su Han, Wenlan's space had expanded to an impressive 1,000 square meters. The warehouse, merely 200 square meters, posed no challenge for her. In the distance, a group of individuals had been monitoring the food factory. "They've gone inside." One exclaimed, "I wager 5 minutes. They'll surely be devoured." "No, it should be 3 minutes." Another chimed in. The group, equipped with smartphones and cameras, zoomed in as if using magnifying glasses. "What is happening? Why hasn't that creature shown itself yet?" They wouldn't dare move all the food from the warehouse, would they? That stuff is vacuum sealed and has a long shelf life. This cannot happen, with so many of us. Even those with abilities have perished inside. It was clear that these individuals were oblivious to the true nature of the situation. "We've been guarding this place for days, and our sole purpose was to keep watch over the food inside." Chapter 26. Only one opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Wenlan was brimming with excitement. She examined the packaging: vacuum-sealed meatballs, vacuum sausages, braised beef, and pig trotters. In another section of the warehouse, there were various vacuum-packed snacks, such as spicy chicken feet and more. Not only that, but there were also canned goods, predominantly meat and fish varieties. Wenlan felt that their visit to the food processing factory was truly worthwhile, unlike a trip to a supermarket where the items were so haphazard. This was all food. Wenche shared her enthusiasm. Wait, Wenlan quickly silenced her brother and Su-han. Without uttering a word, she pointed to the ground, using her lips to indicate something lurking beneath. Su-han utilized his mental abilities to probe the area, only to find it seemed to be shrouded in a veil. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground revealed spiderweb-like cracks. The gray asphalt surface fractured completely, and without warning, a 3-meter-wide circular section collapsed, unveiling the head of a colossal centipede. No wonder Wenlan and her companions had noticed numerous large and small black holes in the ground upon entering the factory. At that time, they had given it little thought, focused solely on collecting the food. Yet, hidden beneath was a formidable centipede of alarming size. It can be described as colossal. The centipede possesses 2 horns atop its head. No wonder I could not detect this creature. Its horns have a shielding effect. Su-han's psychic ability primarily involves control, while detecting the psychic magnetic field is an additional skill. Hissing, it raised its head, and the viscous drool dripped, corroding the air. Run. Even before it moved, Wenlan had already sensed its writhing. It is essential to note that a centipede has at least 21 pairs of legs, which means this creature possesses over 40 legs. Its speed is astonishing. Fortunately, they were inside a warehouse. Despite the centipede's rapidity, there were obstacles. Good heavens! No wonder not a single corpse could be found in this warehouse. They must have all been devoured by this creature. One gulp. Su-han manipulated the workshop's instruments to impede the centipede's advance, pressing down upon it. This granted them a moment to breathe as they hastily fled. Just as they exited the warehouse, the rear door was shattered by the centipede's force. With such a massive size, nothing could restrain it. Wenche conjured a water sphere. But the centipede was simply too enormous, measuring at least several meters in length. Moreover, its colossal stature meant that it detected sound, rendering the water sphere ineffective. Su-han directed flying daggers to strike the mutated centipede, severing one of its legs. However, the creature's blood was corrosive, eroding the blade significantly. Nonetheless, with over 40 legs, what impact would losing 1 or 2 have on it? Nearby, Zhang Yi and Zhou Wen also heard the commotion and rushed over immediately. My goodness, have I stumbled into a world of magical beasts? Wasn't it promised that this world only contained zombies? What was that fog, which seemed to have altered the very genetics of this realm? Where did such a vast mutated centipede originate? It is enormous. Wenlan was particularly terrified of this creature, primarily due to its excessive number of legs, triggering her fear of clusters. Zhang Yi unleashed a fireball. The mutated centipede appeared somewhat fearful of the flames. Its speed considerably diminished. Yet, it was clear that it did not intend to spare them as prey. The group continued to hack at the mutated centipede while retreating. Not far away, atop a hillside, several individuals were observing this scene through their phones. To their astonishment, those individuals were all psychics. I knew it. They can't transport the supplies. Even psychics may struggle against that monster. It would be best if the mutated centipede and the psychics inflicted mutual destruction, allowing us to collect the supplies. After all, that is a food processing factory. The goods in the transport vehicle at the entrance would suffice for us for quite some time. Previously, earning a living was for sustenance, but now, fighting zombies has become a matter of survival. This world has transformed in ways unimaginable. What could have caused the apocalypse? Zombies are one thing, but mutated plants are another. Why has the once feeble centipede, which could be crushed underfoot before the apocalypse, transformed into such an imposing creature now beyond their reach? Will ants not evolve into something similar in the future? Humanity is no longer at the pinnacle of the food chain. Ultimately, it is survival of the fittest. A few individuals darted around the factory, engaging in a frantic struggle. Wenlan, have you noticed this creature's vulnerability? It lies in its leg. Leg? That leg? The centipede possesses an abundance of legs. Both Su-han and Zhang Yi inquired simultaneously. Amongst this mutated centipede, with its multitude of legs, which one is its Achilles heel? Su-han furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the mutated centipede began to chase after Wenlan. Don't follow me. Lan. Wenche was in a state of panic, conjuring a massive curtain of water to obstruct the mutated centipede. Yet, it failed to obscure its line of sight, instead providing it with a refreshing bath. As the mutated centipede lunged toward her, Su-han grasped her hand, pulling her onto a metal sheet. His ability to manipulate objects had improved significantly. He had just spotted the dilapidated metal sheet beside them and devised this plan. However, the two of them weighed over 200 pounds combined. Su-han's strength had indeed amplified. Otherwise, he would have been unable to exert control. Yet, being his first attempt, the entire structure wobbled precariously. Wenlan struggled to maintain her balance, and Su-han instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. At that moment, he was oblivious to any notions of masculinity or physical strength. His mind was solely consumed with adrenaline and anxiety. Suspended in midair, they were on the brink of toppling over, with a monstrous centipede lurking behind them. "Can you hold on? We're going to crash. We're going to fall." In the instant of their descent, Su-han shielded Wenlan, cushioning her beneath him. He let out a muffled grunt, his first instinct to protect her. They landed atop the building. Nearby, the colossal centipede, sensing no sound, resumed its assault on others. "Brother, hurry to the rooftop. This creature has exceptionally keen hearing. It can detect even the faintest footfalls through the ground." However, once atop the building, the distance would be greater. Wenche, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Wen, all special police officers, had no trouble scaling a 1 or 2 meter high structure. Zhang Yu crouched below to provide support, while Wenche and Zhou Wen took turns aiding each other to ascend. Soon after, Wenche and Zhou Wen grabbed Zhang Yi, helping him climb up. Panting heavily, Zhang Yi unleashed a massive fireball, causing the mutated centipede to burrow into the ground, half its body concealed. The giant centipede remained silent on the surface, circling the entrance before diving underground once more. It was still beneath the earth. In the distance, several individuals witnessed the spectacle. To their astonishment, those few had survived. Yet, the mutated centipede did not pursue them. It seemed that this creature could not scale buildings. Perhaps the silence betrayed their presence. What shall we do now? There is no point in mutual destruction. The mutated centipede is indeed colossal, possessing formidable strength, capable of swallowing an entire person whole. Let us wait a moment longer. Nightfall approaches, and we should return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall return to observe the outcome. We can assess whether they can rid themselves of the mutated centipede. For those few are all individuals with special abilities. Should they succeed in vanquishing the creature, the abundance of resources it guards would likely remain unclaimed, as they would only manage to carry away a few boxes at best. If they find themselves powerless, what hope do we, mere ordinary individuals, have? We would be destined for demise. Wenlan sensed the presence of the mutated centipede lurking beneath them. Should they descend, it would undoubtedly detect them. Moments ago, the creature had merely emerged partially, yet its size was already staggering. Moreover, its speed was astonishing. While the resources have been collected, the pressing question remains: how do we depart? We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wenlan's mind. She retrieved a toy excavator from her spatial pocket, one that emitted sounds. "Su-han, control this contraption and see if you can divert the mutated centipede, allowing us to escape in the van," she suggested. The van had not yet turned off. Driving it through the night would deplete both fuel and battery. "I shall give it a try," Su-han replied, maneuvering the toy car on the ground. Yet the mutated centipede remained unresponsive. It was a failure. It appeared that this creature could not only perceive sound, but also sense human presence. They needed to find a way to eliminate it. Now perched atop the roof, Wenlan picked up a small stone from the ground. This was a piece of the mutated centipede. She recalled its position, somewhere between the 20th and 25th legs. Deep within, she sensed the energy pearl of the centipede. If they could unearth this energy pearl, they could neutralize the creature. Furthermore, Wenlan discerned that the centipede's mutated pearl was extraordinarily potent, radiating the largest black energy pearl she had ever encountered. It was clear that the Hishowu in her possession was exhilarated by this discovery. For the first time, she felt the clarity of its emotions. Wenlan gently stroked the little pink flower of the Hishowu. "I will descend to attract its attention," she declared. Su-han frowned. "Attracting it leaves us with but one chance to strike." Chapter 27. She is with child. Su-han exchanged a few gestures with Zhang Yi and Wenche, who understood the implications. Zhang Yi prepared to conjure a fireball, awaiting Su-han's signal to coordinate their assault. With a military dagger in hand, Wenlan was the only one capable of accurately sensing the precise location of the mutated centipede's energy pearl. Thus, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. For anyone else, a single misstep could result in injury. Yet Wenlan was undaunted. She possessed the ability to heal. Certainly, this information must not be disclosed to Su-han. "You wait here," Su-han stated, his voice low. "All right," Wenlan nodded. Yet Su-han regarded her with skepticism. doubting her compliance. You are with child. Your safety is paramount not only for the baby, but for yourself as well. There are no doctors available now, and should any danger arise, without medical assistance, the most tragic outcome would be 3 lives lost for one. Protecting yourself must take precedence. In Suhan's gaze, Wenlan perceived a mix of tension and concern, leaving her momentarily dazed. Wenlan blinked, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Suhan's sudden display of care. Moreover, since her enhanced perception abilities had developed, she could sense the emotions of others. Suhan's feelings were not merely an open book. At times, they seemed perplexingly intricate. What could he possibly feel towards her? Could it be that her pregnancy, as it progressed, would become a burden? Wenlan found this possibility more plausible, for she could hardly presume that Suhan had any affections for her. Besides, she had long been informed by her brother that Suhan had someone he favored. Though she acquiesced to his request, she remained vigilant, aware that confronting the mutated centipede required precision and decisiveness. She would not act recklessly. Her life was more precious than anything. Life belonged to her, and once extinguished, she would forfeit all. She yearned to survive in this apocalyptic world and witness what the future might hold, and more importantly, to uncover the source of the impending crisis. Soon, Suhan resolved to descend and lure the mutated centipede. Should any peril arise, he could swiftly command the metal to elevate him. He believed he had discovered the right approach, a thought that had just flitted across his mind. His psychic abilities were indeed diverse. Suhan leapt down. The sound of his footsteps, combined with the scent of human blood, soon stirred the mutated centipede. It was emerging. It's coming out, Wenlan exclaimed anxiously. Although Suhan could not sense it, he observed the ground cracking beneath the centipede's writhing form. With a thunderous sound, the mutated centipede emerged, revealing only half of its head. Its body was exceedingly lengthy. No, its lower half is still behind. Suhan controlled the metal, allowing himself to hover in midair while drawing the centipede's attention. Wow, Brother Han, that move is incredible. So impressive, Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. It seems we should also dedicate more time to studying our abilities. Zhang Yi had hardly explored his powers, typically relying on simple yet effective fireballs for combat. However, witnessing Suhan's astonishing ability to manipulate metal sheets and soar into the air, he could not help but contemplate the exploration of his own extraordinary powers. As Wen Chei's abilities were of the water element, which inherently possessed a comparatively lower offensive capability, he dedicated his efforts to refining his aqueous assaults. Techniques such as bubbles and water barriers were the fruits of his labor. Yet, the inherent softness of water-based abilities rendered them insufficiently potent. To enhance the offensive nature of his water powers, he recognized the necessity of freezing the water, which entailed maintaining its temperature below 0 degrees. Alternatively, raising the temperature of the water could also yield results, though these concepts remained uncharted territory for him at present. Each individual possessed unique talents, demanding exceptional control and energy. Currently, Wen Chei found himself lacking in energy. As Suhan glided through the air, he engaged in this endeavor for the first time. The precision required to manipulate objects and enable personal flight necessitated remarkable control and balance, akin to mastering a balanced scooter, albeit in midair. Suhan, with his commendable sense of balance, quickly adapted to the task at hand. However, the metal sheet proved somewhat inadequate. He resolved to craft a more controllable flying board when time permitted. While his equilibrium was commendable, the speed of flight remained subpar. Suddenly, a mutated centipede emerged swiftly. Zhang Yi unleashed a massive fireball, scorching the back of the mutated creature. The centipede writhed in pain, its body twisting violently, causing a dent in the surrounding walls upon impact. Wen Chei summoned a water dragon, directing it towards the centipede's dark maw. The creature, seemingly averse to fire, recoiled from the water and emerged from its hiding place. Now was the moment. Holding a military dagger, Wenlan leaped from the eaves. Her senses heightened, as if everything around her was unfolding in slow motion. The strength and speed of her body had been significantly enhanced through the reciprocal nurturing from her child. While others during pregnancy transfer energy to their offspring, she had absorbed external energies, doubling the benefits for herself. Wenlan, Lan, Suhan and Wen Chei exclaimed in alarm, their faces pale with fear, almost in unison. Zhang Yi stared in shock, his eyes wide. Wenlan was throwing caution to the wind as she charged towards the mutated centipede. The two rushed towards her. But Wenlan's reaction time was astonishingly swift. The Shouwu, strapped around her waist, instantaneously sprouted 2 vines over 3 meters long. ensnaring the centipede and temporarily halting its movements for a few seconds. This was their chance. Wenlan plunged her dagger into the thick leg of the mutated centipede. The energy jewel was located within its limb. Finding its position was crucial, for eliminating the creature would not be an easy feat. The mutated centipede erupted with fresh green blood, splattering onto Wenlan. The vines of the Chinese knotweed eagerly absorbed it through the military thorn, subsequently curling back to form a black energy orb from the mutated centipede. This orb was the largest source of energy Wenlan had ever encountered. With a sizzling roar, the mutated centipede severed one of its legs and swiftly burrowed into the ground. Uncertain if it could survive without the lost energy orb, it vanished from sight. The black energy orb remained attached to the Chinese knotweed, while the recently elongated vines gradually retracted, returning to their original form. To Wenlan's astonishment, she had indeed slain the perilous mutated centipede. Wen Che and Zhang Yi jumped down from the roof. Su-Han also rushed to Wenlan's side. Lan, you are truly audacious. Are you trying to throw your life away? Wen Che was clearly upset. Su-Han maintained a stern countenance, uttering not a single word. The fleeting moment of opportunity had vanished. Had it been missed, it would have been gone forever. That was a mutated centipede. Its blood might be highly toxic. Do you realize that? Wen Che exclaimed in anger. Su-Han remained silent, his brow furrowed and throat tight. Unbeknownst to others, he was drenched in cold sweat. He did not exhibit his anger as overtly as Wen Che, instead remaining quietly tense. Seeing that Wenlan was unharmed allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, though his back remained clammy with perspiration. Wenlan, you truly are bold. Do you not realize how terrifying that was? Zhang Yi remarked, astonished by Wenlan's unexpected audacity. You dove right in. How brave. Are you all right? Wenlan had confidence in her abilities. Otherwise, as a pregnant woman, she would never have engaged so directly. Wenlan. Wen Che called her name again. I was wrong. Wenlan promptly admitted her fault, knowing well she could not afford to be defiant. Let us leave now. Although the mutated centipede has lost its energy orb, it is not yet dead. Su-Han's voice was frosty, though his expression remained unchanged. Wenlan could distinctly sense his fury. Immense rage simmered beneath the surface. Zhou Wen observed the Chinese knotweed in Wenlan's possession. Her perceptive abilities must be extraordinary, otherwise, how could she manipulate the Chinese knotweed? Yet, it was evident that Wenlan did not possess wood-based powers. Zhou Wen found himself perplexed, opting not to dwell further on the matter. In any case, he resolved to learn from Wenlan how to nurture plants effectively. As they boarded the dilapidated van, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Inside, an oppressive silence reigned, broken only by the sputtering sounds of the engine, which felt as though it might stall at any moment. Zhou Wen drove the vehicle, while Wenlan occupied the passenger seat, and Zhang Yi sat in the middle at the back. Clearly, it was Wenlan who instigated the situation, yet the atmosphere feels exceedingly tense. Wen Che is furious, haunted by the fear of Wenlan's reckless charge moments ago. When Wen Che becomes angry, conversing with him feels akin to inviting rebuke. Typically, Wenlan maintains a quiet demeanor. As for Su-Han, Brother Han, you ought to counsel Wen Che. There is no need for such anger. Wenlan is remarkably courageous, truly impressive. From this moment onward, Wenlan shall be my idol. Who dares to claim your powers are trivial? I shall confront them. Zhang Yi staunchly supports Wenlan. After this incident, who would dare to label Wenlan as weak? She is astonishingly formidable. Wenlan silently gives him a thumbs up. Impressive. Su-Han cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yi, his gaze nearly freezing the air. With a frosty expression, he remained silent. She is pregnant. Wen Che nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. Zhang Yi thought to himself that had Su-Han not mentioned it, she might have forgotten that Wenlan is with child. Ahem, Wenlan. This is where you ought to refrain. Pregnant women should be well protected by us brothers. We are all of an age with your brother and can certainly safeguard you well. Wenlan wished to scoff at Zhang Yi's fickleness. Just a few days ago, who was it that suffered severe injuries, fell unconscious, and lost their sight? Were it not for her and her Yishou, who knows what might have happened to everyone else? During those days, as several sustained injuries, she was the one who cleared the surrounding zombies. Zhang Yi awkwardly chuckled. Zhou Wen, meanwhile, concentrated on driving, striving to diminish his presence. Nevertheless, the strength of his sister has indeed grown. What could have caused this? They had never observed how Wenlan practiced her abilities before. Wen Che, this is where you are mistaken. Your sister is so powerful. How can you still consider her abilities trivial? Moreover, had it not been for your sister this time, we might all have perished. Silence. Su-Han's voice commanded the van, instantly enveloping it in an eerie quiet. leaving only the sound of the vehicles rattling. Chapter 28. Decision. Unable to locate a safe place to rest, they were compelled to camp on the roadside. The surrounding woods rustled ominously, with withered leaves cascading to the ground in the wind. The swaying trunks seemed poised to succumb to the gusts or to undergo some form of mutation. Zhou and Su-Han gathered some dry twigs. Wen-che was busy constructing a fire pit. Once completed, Zhang Yi conjured a flame in his hand, swiftly igniting the fire. Wen-lan retrieved a pot from her storage space, sweet potatoes, millet, and vacuum-sealed food just taken from the factory. The group busied themselves while Wen-lan simply waited in the van for her meal. She took out cucumber seedlings from her space, within the confines of her storage. They ceased to grow. For them to flourish, they must be placed outside to be nurtured. Once again, a green ability orb was placed inside, allowing it to gradually absorb the energy. Wen-lan continued to drop a single drop of her blood onto the Hishou and cucumber seedlings. Fortunately, there were only 2. Otherwise, she would be at a loss as to how much blood she would need to offer daily. However, her vitality was currently abundant, so offering a little extra was inconsequential. A few drops were hardly a burden. The Hishou absorbed her blood, followed by the black energy orb. The delicate pink flowers gradually transformed into a vibrant red. Wen-lan could sense the strengthening of Hishou's vitality and perceived a shift in its emotional state. For instance, when Wen-lan brought her hand close, the little flowers on Hishou would lean towards her hand, displaying a friendly gesture. After completing these tasks, the 3 men outside had prepared their meal. Lan, you should eat first. All right. Today, the food was delicious, especially the meat. Although the vacuum-sealed meat was not fresh, having a warm meal in such an environment was truly a blessing. Many had not even found a morsel of food. Delicious, truly delicious. They indulged in a hearty feast. They noticed that ever since they had been with Wen-lan, their meals were at least punctual. Previously, it was common for them to experience irregular meals, often going a day or 2 without finding supplies. Their food had often been meager and dry. Now, they could enjoy a hot meal every day, an entirely different experience. What did it mean to be with Wen-lan? Wen-che felt somewhat disgruntled. Didn't you all initially oppose Wen-lan joining us? I certainly did not. It was Ji Feng and Wang Hui who opposed her. We are brothers. How could we oppose? Your sister is also my sister. Upon hearing this, Su-han's eyes turned cold. Was he wrong in his assertion? Zhang Yi had always been a carefree individual, while Zhou Wen chose to remain silent, quietly enjoying his meal. That evening, they took turns keeping watch. Wen-lan, you should rest well. You need not keep watch tonight, Wen-che remarked. I'll take an extra 2 hours. Wen-che, you're being too formal. The more I say, your sister is my sister. They all agreed to take 3-hour shifts. Su-han and Zhou Wen had no objections. Without Wen-lan, they would not have enjoyed such warm meals. Zhang Yi, ever since you ate the beauty-enhancing cucumbers, your face looks much more pleasing. Previously, Zhang Yi had been a rough and wild man, his temper explosive and uncontrollable. Yet, his bravery reflected his true nature. Wen-lan retreated into the van to rest. Before long, Su-han entered with an icy expression. Upon seeing his face, she belatedly remembered their previous agreement. Why don't you sing a song, something soothing? Though on the surface, Su-han appeared unchanged from the day before, for reasons unknown. Wen-lan sensed an underlying anger emanating from him. What could be the cause of his ire? Afterward, Wen-lan reclined in the back seat of the van, retrieving a pillow and a small blanket from her space, covering herself with them. Su-han began to sing beside her, his voice resonating with a soothing melody, reminiscent of a renowned singer. The timbre of his voice was intoxicating, lulling even the baby within her womb into a serene silence, eventually succumbing to slumber amidst Su-han's gentle serenade. 20 minutes later, Su-han exited the vehicle. The weather outside was not particularly cold, allowing the men to manage comfortably through the night. As dawn broke, Wen-lan awoke feeling quite refreshed, while Wen-che and Zhang Yi had long since risen. Lan, have some warm porridge, they urged, having prepared a pot of porridge that could be stored in their space for later consumption. In the early morning light, Wen-lan recounted, I saw with my own eyes how those individuals vanquished the mutated centipede. They emerged right before me. If you don't believe me, come see for yourselves. The van that was parked at the entrance is now gone. A few approached to investigate and confirm the van's absence. Shall we take a look? One suggested. Dedong, come with me. Dedong and his companion were both evolved beings, and with the lack of food, they were prepared to resort to gnawing on tree bark. All right. The two cautiously approached, avoiding entry through the food storage door initially. instead probing the surroundings with their tools. They remained vigilant for over 20 minutes, yet no signs of activity emerged. Perhaps the mutated centipede had truly been dispatched. Gathering their courage, they ventured inside. To their astonishment, the interior was utterly barren. Impossible, one man exclaimed upon entering the warehouse, which should have contained thousands of boxes of vacuum-sealed food. How could it be empty? Meanwhile, Wenlan and her companions sat within the van, pondering their next destination. Shall we head to the northwest safe zone, the southeast safe zone, or the coastal base? One proposed. The coastal base is adjacent to the sea. It may hold food, another countered. But what of the mutated creatures in the ocean? Joan interjected with a frown. At present, we are unaware of the risks. What if there is nothing there? Zhang Yu replied. If that is the case, hunting in the sea might still be a viable option. I have an idea, Suhan announced, prompting the group to fall silent, eagerly awaiting his words. We should establish our own base. Surviving alone in this apocalypse is exceedingly difficult, with mutated beasts, plants, and hordes of zombies posing constant threats. Only through the unity of our human strength can we hope to live securely. Suhan's words were indeed not without merit. I grasp this notion in a chaotic apocalypse. One must seize power. Though blunt, the truth resonates. Wenxie also harbored similar sentiments, primarily due to Wenlan. Currently, Wenlan is pregnant, and as her term progresses, her mobility will inevitably become restricted. Moreover, the arrival of the child necessitates a stable environment. With 2 infants in tow, Wenxie would need assistance in childcare, a domain in which he lacks experience. Thus, where do we intend to go? The scenic area we previously surveyed, classified as a level 5 attraction, features a large hotel nearby. The surroundings are adorned with mountains and water, with few zombies, though mutated beasts might abound. Furthermore, it lies several dozen kilometers from the city, allowing for the procurement of supplies at any time. The hotel's environment is also quite suitable for modification. However, we lack personnel, Zhang Yu remarked. Gradually, others will join us. For now, we shall reside in our own space. Suhan's words found unanimous agreement among the group. A secure environment must be established incrementally. A flicker of peculiarity flashed in Suhan's eyes, which Wenlan perceptively sensed. Although she had grown accustomed to Suhan's covert glances, it still felt somewhat peculiar. When the opportunity arises, she intends to inquire of her brother about the identity of Suhan's elusive white moonlight. Now that they have secured a location, they set forth towards it. Their journey was relatively smooth. They dealt with the zombies they encountered along the way and reached the vicinity of the scenic area by afternoon. There were signs of life nearby. Suhan detected the presence of others in the surroundings. Others? At that moment, the previously creaky van finally ceased its motion. Having fulfilled its mission, it was now beyond repair, the wheel completely shattered. After a day of jostling in the van, the group felt it would be refreshing to stretch their legs. This scenic area indeed still harbored inhabitants. The vicinity was sparsely populated, and following the outbreak of the apocalypse mist, this attraction had remained shrouded from view. Thus, the individuals within the scenic area had remarkably evaded infection by zombies. However, a small portion had awakened latent abilities. As they journeyed, they observed that the greenery on the mountains had withered. Yet, here, the trees on either side remained vibrantly green, indicating that the flora was undergoing mutation. Wenlan gazed at the trees, sensing the energy fluctuations within. What form might these mutations take? Would they become harmful, or perhaps, like the Hishowu, possess some extraordinary properties? It remained uncertain. Nonetheless, these mutated plants were evolving at a languid pace. Mutation? Surely not. They appear quite normal to me, Zhang Yi remarked, failing to discern any differences in the plants. He even approached a lush willow tree, noting how remarkably large its leaves had grown. As I drew closer, the leaves of the willow tree stirred, ensnaring Zhang Yi, wrapping him like a zongzi. Zhang Yi conjured a fireball in his hand, and the willow branches promptly curled up under the intense heat. Indeed, they had mutated, although Wenlan sensed the mutation. The willow trees lacked any luminescent points, indicating that they were merely ordinary variations. Pressing forward, she spotted a child dangling from a nearby willow tree. At first, she presumed it to be a corpse. However, Wenlan detected a faint breath, realizing the child was still alive. Should she rescue him or not? Chapter 29, Speculating the Cause. Zhang Yi approached and used his fire abilities to singe the willow branches gently, causing them to retract. A frail little boy fell to the ground, emaciated and pale, as if every drop of blood had been drained from his body. The mutated plant appeared to be siphoning the life essence from humans, not in a single, swift action, but rather through a slow, insidious process. Anyone ensnared by it, lacking the strength of an evolved being or a supernatural ability, would find it nearly impossible to escape. Zhang Yi laid the boy's lifeless body on the ground. His cheeks were sunken in. Only those with formidable strength could protect their children in this apocalyptic world. It seemed that life still lingered here. Yet these mutated plants were to be avoided. The world had irrevocably changed. Trust in any living creature was folly, for they could transform into unimaginable horrors. A centipede that could be crushed underfoot had morphed into a colossal beast, and once harmless willow trees had turned into blood-sucking abominations. Zhang Yi incinerated the small boy's body, reducing it to ashes, a final farewell of sorts. What do you think caused that fog? He lamented, reflecting on how their once orderly world had descended into chaos. When the global outbreak of mist occurred, it was merely attributed to unusual weather, and none anticipated the extent of the transformation. Indeed, before the fog, I had been drinking with a few colleagues, he continued, though Wen Lan refrained from elaborating, remembering all too well that fateful occasion. A chill swept over her as she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her, causing Wen Che to furrow his brow in concern. Perhaps her sister knew of that man, but chose to withhold the information. Who could it be? The origins of the fog remained a mystery to all. It was indeed abrupt. The arrival of the fog had been too sudden, and the world was gradually mutating. From where did this mutation originate? Why had humanity suddenly acquired such powers? And what about the energy orbs found within zombies? How were they created, and why did they possess such energy? It is conceivable that the genetic strands of living beings inherently carry certain traits, and that the recent mist has awakened these latent attributes within us, speculated Zhou. He had previously encountered such concepts. Being a skilled hacker, he had come across them on other platforms. Within human genetics lie hidden genes, and perhaps the myths and legends of yore were once rooted in reality. However, for reasons unknown, our genes have been obscured. It is said that one day in the future, these dormant genes will be activated. Zhou suddenly recalled a particular post. Regardless of the cause, as long as we can survive, understanding the reason holds little significance, for with our capabilities, we can effect no change. Zhang Yi has always adhered to a principle, to go with the flow. If the world intends to alter its rules, we shall swim against the current. Indeed, no matter how this world transforms, they aspire to be the contrarians, the pioneers. The old era has concluded, despite its former grandeur. The present reality can be distilled into two words: survival. Their aim is to live better. The distant hum of vehicles reverberated. How unfortunate, after days of vigil. The food processing plant's warehouse was found to be empty. Were the lives of those who ventured to seize supplies in vain? Fortunately, a few crates of food remained in the transport vehicle. Let us take them back for the children. These mutated willows must be closely monitored. The larger specimens are unable to ensnare, yet the smaller ones can swiftly drain the strength of any living being, human or animal, rendering them powerless until death ensues. Without timely rescue, even if saved, survival is unlikely, as the life force has already been siphoned away. Today, these willows are referred to as blood-sucking willows. The willows at their previous residence have been incinerated, leaving only those outside. After the willows burned, the foul stench of blood lingered for quite some time, which is why they have yet to address the mutated willows outside. Ahead, someone is present. That van looks strikingly familiar. It appears to be those individuals from the food processing plant. They have injured that mutated centipede. How did they arrive here? The man furrowed his brow slightly. He distinctly remembered the food processing plant being stocked with ample supplies. He had worked there previously, and when he and a group sought resources, they encountered the mutated centipede, which devoured several of them in an instant. Only he had been fortunate enough to escape, which is why this incident has lingered in his mind, especially as food dwindles. Otherwise, he would risk venturing into the city, but the zombie threat is overwhelming. He had only been lying in wait for 2 or 3 days, contemplating a strategy to lure out that mutated centipede, only to discover that Wen Lan and her companions had arrived. However, supplies have also dwindled. Could it be that those individuals possess some extraordinary abilities? A few speculated aimlessly, as cars had already traversed towards Wen Lan's side. Surely, they would not come to pillage our provisions? We must hasten back. Indeed, there are numerous children at home awaiting their sustenance. Thunder rumbled as the sky began to pour once more. Recently, the rain has come without warning. One moment, the sky was clear. The next, a torrential downpour ensued. After the mist, even the weather has become exceedingly erratic. Wenlan and her companions took refuge in a hotel, only to find themselves encircled by a throng of individuals. Who are you? This place is already occupied. The man's tone was laced with hostility. Such a large hotel? Can you truly claim to have filled it with merely a handful of people? Wenlan furrowed her brow, immediately sensing the number of individuals surrounding them. It was indeed fully occupied. We do not welcome you. Please vacate this place at once. Outsiders are not welcome here. The man was muscular, clearly an evolved being. This territory belongs to us. With the rain pouring outside, where would they go? Has this place been inscribed with your name? You assert it is yours? We are merely seeking a place to stay. Zhang Yi said coldly. Why should they be denied accommodation? A fireball coalesced in Zhang Ye's hand. While Zhou Wen's pupils glimmered green, a stream of water encircled Wen Che. Su Han wore a grim expression. With the rain falling heavily outside, we cannot leave. Let us coexist without interference. The two men were taken aback by the scene before them. They had not anticipated that these individuals were all endowed with abilities. It seemed that only the woman before them lacked such powers. However, with 4 empowered individuals against their 2 evolved beings, they were clearly at a disadvantage. You may only occupy the first floor, which contains 2 rooms. Ultimately, they conceded, albeit with some trepidation. If these empowered beings remained here, their own positions would undoubtedly be jeopardized, given the disparity in strength. The 2 rooms on the first floor were standard, dusty, yet with a little tidying. They could serve as shelter. It was certainly preferable to sleeping outside. Although advertised as 2 rooms, they ended up occupying an additional one. Wenlan took the middle room, while Wen Che and Su Han occupied the left, and Zhou Wen and Zhang Yi the right. That night, as usual, Su Han recounted stories to Wenlan. Lately, Wenlan's prowess had been rapidly increasing, much to Su Han's credit. To be honest, Wenlan had yet to fully unleash her potential. Typically, she had few opportunities to engage in combat alongside her brother. During her last encounter with the mutated centipede, she had not exerted her full strength. Moreover, she had been consistently nourishing the Heeshou Wu with her blood, nearly achieving a resonant state with its emotions. Through her perceptive abilities, she is able to communicate with the Chinese knotweed. Previously, the knotweed acted defensively upon witnessing Wenlan's injury. However, this time, it was Wenlan who actively resonated with the knotweed. Thus, under certain circumstances, the knotweed could assist her in battle. As for the cucumber seedling, it has now borne a small fruit, which Wenlan decided to let grow, curious to see how large this little cucumber would ultimately become. Frequently changing her sleeping quarters, Wenlan initially found it somewhat disorienting, but she has adjusted considerably. The energy from her baby has invigorated her. In typical pregnancies, the baby absorbs the mother's energy, leading to fatigue. Yet, her situation is distinct. Her baby not only refrains from drawing energy from her, but also replenishes her vitality, providing her with a sense of comfort. The rain continued the following day. In the early morning, Wenlan was awakened by the noise. Wen Che hurried over to knock on her door. What is it? Wenlan, do not go outside just yet. His complexion appeared somewhat grim. What has happened? You will understand once you look out the window. Wenlan drew back the curtains and was greeted by a sight of gray-green vegetation, entirely mutated plants. After a night of heavy rain, these mutated plants had begun to grow wildly, climbing up the buildings. Some of the windows, having been left ajar, allowed the mutated plants to invade the interiors. Last night, several survivors had been ensnared by the mutated plants, and those discovered were rescued. Unfortunately, those who were found too late had their life essence completely drained by the plants. Wenlan's window had been open last night, yet no mutated plants entered her room. On her windowsill sat 2 pots of mutated plants she had nurtured. My goodness! In just one night, the mutated cucumber has grown so large. From a small, palm-sized cucumber, it had now swelled to the size of an arm. It appeared rather comical, resembling a sprout growing atop a cucumber. Furthermore, it bore only 1 fruit at a time. If left unpicked, it would continue to grow. This phenomenon might be related to the rain outside. Now, surrounded by plants, the survivors within the hotel were too afraid to venture out. However, remaining indoors would inhibit their search for food. Some mutated plants had begun to flourish, while others hid in fear. Yet, without clearing out these mutated plants, they would continue to proliferate. The relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. If the situation remained unresolved, the entire hotel would be engulfed by the mutated flora, leading to a slow consumption of its inhabitants, transforming them into nutrients for the plants. Wenlan, do not go out yet. You must avoid being captured by the mutated plants. Indeed, the few men upstairs are armed with torches, attempting to drive away these mutated plants. However, even if they are burned, they will only return. Wildfires cannot extinguish them entirely. Chapter 30. The spread of mutant plants throughout the hotel. Nowadays, the first floor has been infiltrated by various mutated plants. Most people are now fleeing to the upper levels of the hotel. However, the sixth floor has already been claimed by others. Get down. There are too many people here. Dozens are crowding the sixth floor, with rooms fully occupied and many forced to stay in the hallways. Get out. This is my territory. Those who refuse to leave will not be treated kindly. The occupants of the sixth floor dare not open the windows, fearing that the mutant plants outside might ascend. Although the residents of this hotel have not transformed into zombies, they remain ordinary individuals, most of whom have not evolved any special abilities. Only a few outsiders have become evolved beings, taking residence here as the leaders, occupying the finest rooms on the top floor. This area is quite distant from the city center, leading to a bulk accumulation of supplies, which have long been monopolized by others. Now, more than a month into the apocalypse, food is becoming increasingly scarce and difficult to procure. A few children are crying downstairs, famished. Meanwhile, Wenlan and his companions reside on the first floor. In Wenxie and Su-Han's room, mutated plants have already taken root. The two quickly realized the situation, and Wenxie immediately sought out Wenlan. Zhou Wen, who possesses plant-based abilities, can temporarily control these mutated flora. Over there, Zhang Yi uses fire to incinerate the mutant plants, yet the dense mass outside cannot be entirely burned away. Wenlan, equipped with his Heishou Wu and cucumber sprouts, follows Wenxie into the corridor. Utilizing his perception abilities, Wenlan discerns that within a 50-meter radius, there are only mutated plants. When Zhang Yi and Zhou Wen see Wenlan emerge, they notice that no mutated vines have pursued him. This brings them some relief, as the vines from their own room have squeezed through the gaps in the glass. Is that a little cucumber? Zhang Yi and Zhou Wen gaze at the two cups slung over Wenlan's chest. No, a large cucumber? It has grown so big. Zhang Yi swallows hard, recalling the last time he had eaten it, the crisp, juicy texture enchanting him. His eyes gleam with desire. The last small piece he consumed significantly improved his skin condition. If he were to have a larger one this time, wouldn't he emerge even more radiant? Although he is a man who does not mind being rugged. Becoming handsome is not unwelcome. Who wishes to appear less attractive? Wenlan interjects, no, this cucumber cannot be eaten for now. Understanding Zhang Yi's glimmering eyes, he knows what he intends to express. Zhou Wen, standing nearby, is relieved that he did not speak first. Being rejected would have been too awkward. He too is curious to taste this mutated long cucumber, particularly since it promises to enhance their skin, which has become somewhat rough lately. In the past, the most striking figures here were Su-Han and Wenxie. One exuded a chilling aura, while the other radiated warmth akin to water. Now, however, Zhang Yi has surpassed them both. Naturally, Zhou Wen felt discomfort at this shift, igniting a desire within him. He yearned to witness the growth of his cucumber, pondering the prospect of sharing a delightful dish of cold cucumber salad together. How splendid! I relish cold cucumber salad above all else. Zhang Yi gazed at the large cucumber, feeling a stir of excitement. Yet, he reminded himself to divert his attention from the cucumber to the rapidly growing mutated plants outside. If the torrential rains had indeed caused these mutations, the incessant downpour continued, suggesting that these aberrant flora would persist in their growth. It was imperative to prevent these mutant plants from spreading further, otherwise, they would encircle the entire establishment. Presently, the hotel's perimeter was ensnared by these mutated vines. Recently, some had ventured outside to combat the rampant growth of these plants, but their efforts bore little fruit, especially given the absence of firearms. A single misstep could spell disaster for the hotel, igniting a blaze. As Wenlan contemplated this, flames suddenly erupted from a third-floor room. Dense smoke enveloped the area, causing many to choke. The inferno warped the windows, allowing the mutated flora to infiltrate, spreading from the third floor. It would not be long before the entire hotel was ensnared by these plants, transforming them into mere sustenance for the mutations. The mutated vines in the lobby on the first floor began to grow steadily, utilizing her perceptive abilities. Wenlan discerned that these were not the core of the mutated plants. Although she could not detect the core, she could sense a faint energy emanating from within the mutated flora. To eradicate these plants entirely, it was essential to locate and excavate their root systems, or alternatively, to incinerate them. Wenlan spoke with conviction, The challenge lies in how we shall venture out to search for them. The area outside is teeming with mutant plants. As Zhang Yi observed the encroaching flora, he prepared to conjure a fireball to incinerate a portion of them, only to realize that these mutated plants were not advancing towards their direction. Rather, they were cornering them. What was happening? A woman hiding on the first floor witnessed the unfolding situation and hastily ran toward Wenlan. The plants behind her were growing rapidly, nearly reaching her. Yet, upon her arrival, the mutant flora miraculously receded, halting their advance. In an instant, astonishment swept through the crowd. The woman radiated joy, and soon, many others noticed the scene and rushed over, gathering in numbers. Everything seems safe here, they remarked, puzzled by the fact that the mutated plants were refraining from approaching this area. Indeed, as I hurriedly approached, the mutated plants pursued me, only to retreat upon my arrival here. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? A wave of curiosity washed over the crowd. In any case, the mutated flora refrained from encroaching further. Consequently, several individuals hastened up the staircase in a flurry. Some even brandished torches, ready to scorch the plants should they draw near, thereby temporarily prolonging their survival. Before long, over a dozen people had gathered in the corridor beside Wenlan. Reluctantly, Wenlan retreated to her room, followed closely by Wenxie and Su Han. As soon as Wenlan entered her room, the plants outside began to stir. The onlookers recoiled in terror, only to discover that the mutated flora had advanced merely a few meters before halting. It was quite alarming. The hotel corridor became exceedingly cramped with the throng of individuals, some cradling children, all exhibiting expressions of sheer panic. Knock, knock. A vigorous rapping on Wenlan's door interrupted the chaos. Zhang Yi opened the door, frowning. It's too crowded outside. Might we come in? A woman implored. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed that the window of Wenlan's room was ajar, and remarkably, the mutated plants had not infiltrated. Why is it that this room remains untouched by the mutated flora? Could it be that this space possesses the ability to ward them off? She exclaimed in astonishment. Her words resonated with those outside, igniting a surge of excitement among the crowd. As they pressed closer, they observed that Wenlan's room was devoid of any mutated plants, in stark contrast to other rooms where the vines had completely overtaken the walls. This room was impeccably clean. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals outside surged into the room en masse. The hotel room, merely over 20 square meters, quickly became overcrowded with the sudden influx of people. No one dared to venture outside, and Zhang Yi and the others found themselves unable to expel the newcomers, as it would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. One man, aware of their abilities as superhumans, spoke up. Aren't you all endowed with powers? Can't you devise a solution? Indeed, what era are we in? Let go of the notion of moral coercion. This is the apocalypse. Do you still think that recording videos on your phones will somehow impose morality on others? Zhang Yi scoffed. Wang Lei's face turned pale with embarrassment. It was not a matter of moral coercion. Rather, they had become accustomed to relying on the strong on others. Seeing them as superhumans naturally led to the belief that they possessed solutions. A flock of sheep invariably seeks a leader. Please, we implore you to think of something. Once these mutated plants ensnare a person, they render them utterly powerless. Prolonged entrapment will surely lead to our demise. I just witnessed you setting fire, which could potentially eradicate these mutated plants. However, fire poses a greater danger. If the flames fail to incinerate the mutated flora, the thick smoke they produce may suffocate them all. The situation on the third floor arose from attempts to control the mutated plants. The smoke billowed upwards, but fortunately, heavy rain outside prevented the fire from spreading further. The flames could not eliminate them entirely. Consequently, everyone found themselves trapped, with a dozen individuals confined within this room. Meanwhile, the mutated vines upstairs continued to proliferate. Exhaustion set in as most individuals chose to sit, their gazes vacant and filled with confusion. Uncertainty loomed over them, with the specter of death seeming imminent, yet they were gripped by a profound fear of it. While casually discussing death is one thing, facing it in reality instills an overwhelming terror within the human spirit. The group stood in stunned silence. We cannot simply wait for our demise. We must devise a plan, a man declared. Regrettably, his words fell on deaf ears. Some, however, believed that with Zhang and the few others possessing abilities, there was still a chance for escape as long as they remained in this place. Wenlan utilized her powers to keenly perceive her surroundings. Noticing that the luminous points within the mutated Hisho Wu and cucumber seedlings seemed to be steadily expanding. Suddenly, a flicker sparked in Wenlan's eyes. Chapter 31. Death as a release for her. No wonder these mutated plants refrained from attacking them. It was due to the mutated Hisho Wu. The energy contained within it far surpassed that of the surrounding mutated flora, which is why the vines outside dared not approach. Animals instinctively defend their territories, much like dogs would avoid provoking tigers. These exterior mutated vines, driven by instinct, kept their distance, intimidated by the overwhelming energy of the Hisho Wu. Plants naturally avoid confrontation with their kind and will not initiate attacks. Currently, the hotel is overcrowded, with all individuals congregated here, as this is the sole area where the vines have yet to encroach. Observing from this vantage point, the walls, ceiling, floor, and furniture are all entwined with vines. This predicament is untenable. Remaining trapped here is akin to death. What should we do? How could the world have descended into such chaos? I would rather toil for a mere 3,000 than face the apocalypse. One girl lamented, her brow furrowed in distress. During the apocalypse, she worked at a tourist site, complaining about her job, her boss, and the world itself. Her wish had been for the end of days. Now, as the apocalypse had indeed arrived, fear consumed her. After all, death is irrevocable. In the face of mortality, only dread remains. She now felt that earning 3,000 for work was not an unbearable prospect after all. Yet the world has transformed into this state, suddenly and inexplicably. People scarcely had the chance to react. It was only after losing that serene existence that they realized its true value. A multitude surrounds here, and the air is thick with a medley of scents. Some individuals even hesitate to venture outside, fearing entanglement with mutated flora, opting instead to address their bodily needs within the confines of the room. In a pre-apocalyptic era, such behavior would have drawn scorn, perhaps even trending on social media. Yet now, it seems that everyone has grown accustomed to the grotesque. Astonishingly, some individuals even hoard their urine, aware of how precious water sources have become. When Lon finds the stench unbearable, as the amalgamation of various odors, including the pungent scent of urine and the natural musk of bodies, is overwhelming. Several robust men instinctively shield when Lon from prying eyes. Curiosity gets the better of a few onlookers, for there will always be those eager to gossip. That woman is extraordinarily beautiful, one remarks. Indeed, does she possess some special ability? How could she have so many men guarding her? They are all incredulous. Needless to say, that woman, with her fair and delicate skin, must have been well cared for in this apocalypse. The crowd gazes in one land's direction, marveling at her pristine complexion, which belies the harsh reality of their world. This is what a normal person should look like, unlike them, whose skin is parched from prolonged water deprivation, hair greasy and foul-smelling, mouths cracked and dry. The notion of a woman having 3 suitors seems unfathomable. It appears that beautiful women thrive even in this desolate world. I find the one in blue quite aloof. One comments, but that man who ignited the flames, he seems formidable. Another chimes in, and what about the one with green eyes? He appears both refined and somewhat sinister. Someone remarks on the man leaning against the wall in a black t-shirt, declaring him quite handsome. If only I could have 3 different men by my side. No, 2 would suffice. Even 1 would suffice. I'd fear nothing, even in death. You too. The mutated plants are nearly at your heels. And you still have the leisure to discuss men? Retorts another. What else can we do? We're simply awaiting our demise. A girl sighs, contemplating how, in these final moments, one might as well indulge in a few fantasies of happiness. In despair, if one cannot even dream, what is the point of existence? If we are destined to perish, let us do so together. Complaining amongst ourselves merely extends the inevitability of death. In these fleeting moments, wouldn't it be better to engage in something meaningful? The 2 younger girls, too, are terrified of death. Is it not acceptable to divert their attention? Whether we die sooner or later, it is all the same. Why inflict such torment upon ourselves? If there is a next life, please grant me several companions. Upon finishing her words, the girl suddenly rose, her eyes devoid of hope. Rather than endure such torment, she would prefer death. The world had succumbed to an apocalyptic fate, leaving everyone without a future. To hell with it. In the next life, she wished to be reborn as a zombie. Perhaps it would be better if the end of the world turned her into a mindless creature. Becoming a mere shell of her former self would be preferable to the constant psychological torment she endured, the relentless agony of impending death. If dying sooner or later amounted to the same, then let it be. With a sudden cry, the young girl dashed towards the mutated vines outside. Chiali, another girl. Lilon attempted to restrain her, but it was too late. She was already sprinting towards the window. Those hiding behind were left in stunned silence. The girl had plunged into the verdant world of vines outside. What profound despair must one feel to be unafraid of death? No. She simply wished to escape the constant threat of mortality. Such incessant torment was far more unbearable than death itself. Her emotional resilience was minimal. She sought a swift end to her suffering. However, Lilan lacked her courage. She was afraid. More so, she harbored a strong desire to survive. Wenlan had always been attuned to her perceptive abilities. She distinctly sensed the girl's emotions. For her, death was a release. It was her choice. As Qiaoli leapt through the window, countless vines enveloped her. The onlookers froze, witnessing the spectacle. Could this be their fate as well? An oppressive silence fell over the room. Each person was lost in thought, their eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. Upon witnessing such a scene, empathy surged within them. Perhaps they were next? Please, think of a way to save us. We wish to live. You are the psychics. We implore you, if you can help us through this trial, I will be your loyal subordinate. With a resounding thud, a man, standing at 178 meters, was the first to kneel. He did not wish to die. More importantly, he could not bear the thought of his child perishing. Whatever you need me to do in the future, I will do it. Just let me live. His instinct told him that these individuals possessed the means to save them. A man's intuition about another man. These individuals were not only psychics. They exuded a military aura. Such a demeanor, cultivated over years, was easily recognizable. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had to forsake his former identity as a special police officer in this apocalypse, he understood that failure to do so could lead to his demise. In the early days of the cataclysm, he had dismissed it as a passing natural disaster. Yet, it was during that time that the first casualties were police officers, special forces, and official armed personnel. What was once thought to be an esteemed honor had resulted only in a multitude of corpses. Later, the fog erupted completely, spreading uncontrollably at an alarming pace, engulfing the entire nation within mere days. The very responsibilities they bore became the reasons for their demise. Zhang Yi and his companions managed to extricate themselves from such burdens, thus ensuring their survival. Kneeling, even until death, is solely one's own affair. In the apocalyptic world, the first lesson imparted to him was to harden one's heart. This was the lesson taught by the scar etched upon his face. Had it not been for Su Han, he too would have perished, nearly falling victim to an elder's treachery. They could not remain trapped here indefinitely. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's words, a sense of reassurance seemed to wash over them. Witnessing that girl's resolute leap into death had plunged them into despair. Yet, they did not wish for death. In their moments of hopelessness, they yearned to grasp every possible lifeline. Their abilities as mutants represented their salvation, their final glimmer of hope. What should they do now? Zhang Yi and his companions were engaged in deliberation. The girl's self-sacrifice had indeed left a profound impact on them. They had witnessed many instances where one had to sacrifice others to ensure their own survival. However, the girl's despair seemed to shroud their light in darkness. Yet, Wenlan thought otherwise. She still wished to live. She had a child, and that child was her hope, the hope of surviving in this bleak world. She was determined to thrive for her child, to create a paradise. The greatness of maternal love is profound and far-reaching. To eradicate these mutated plants, they must uproot them entirely. I can sense the energy within the mutated vines, but I still need to pinpoint their exact location, as my perception only extends 50 meters. But how do we escape? I can ignite a path. I will go. These mutated plants regard me as one of their own and will not harm me. Zhou stated, revealing that he bore mutated plant matter within him, their bloodlines having fused. As long as he did not exert control over these plants, they would not attack him. Wenlan, I will take you out. No. Before Wen Che could utter his protest, Su Han interjected. I can carry Wenlan out. Zhou, you stay here and manage the mutated plants. I will swiftly locate the root of this mutated plant with Wenlan. With Su Han's suggestion, a feasible plan emerged. Su Han, I entrust my sister to you. Protect her well, Wen Che implored. At present, only Wenlan could sense the weaknesses of the mutated plants. Wen Che understood that Wenlan would certainly go. Moreover, her strength was not as feeble as he had presumed, although he remained unaware of how she had achieved such prowess. Understood. Su Han nodded solemnly. In Wen Che's eyes, he discerned a solemnity in Su Han, which alleviated his concerns. Su Han dismantled the wardrobe within the room, shattering the window in the process. Brother, take this pot of Hisho Wu, Wenlan said, handing the herb to her brother, and whispering a few words to him. That won't do. You must keep these showu with you. Rest assured, brother, I have the mutated cucumber. When Che nodded at the mutated cucumber cradled in his sister's arms. Though his heart was tightly knotted with worry for Wenlan's safety, he had witnessed her strength that day, as if his little sister had suddenly matured. No longer the fragile girl in need of protection. Regardless, he vowed to always safeguard her. Don't worry, Wenlan exclaimed playfully, when I return. I'll reveal something to you. She intended to show her brother her true abilities, believing it would ease his worries. Wenlan would also protect Wenche. Su-Han dismantled the floorboards of the wardrobe, prompting Wenlan to step onto them. These boards aren't flimsy, are they? If they are, we might fall, she expressed, a hint of concern in her voice. However, the moment demanded action. Standing on the boards, Su-Han utilized his psychic power to levitate them, wrapping his arms around Wenlan's waist without applying pressure to her abdomen. Chapter 32. Am I impressive? Is it you? Wenlan's ears unexpectedly flushed with warmth as she recalled the earlier conversation between the two girls, which both she and Su-Han had overheard distinctly. However, the claim that three were raising her was merely slander. They were all subsisting on her provisions. Without her spatial abilities, how could they possibly fare so well? We are flying. We are leaving. The onlookers erupted with excitement at the sight, believing that if Wenlan and Su-Han could depart, they too should be able to escape. Everyone, calm down. If you have any sense, wait patiently. If you don't, my fists are not to be trifled with. Zhang Yi said coldly. Since consuming the mutated cucumber, his once rugged and wild visage had transformed, becoming smooth and fair, diminishing the previous aura of authority he once commanded. He had shifted from a tempestuous brute to an exuberant youth. Yet, despite Zhang Yi's fire-based abilities, the others dared not approach him. What could they achieve by doing so? They were equally trapped. Everyone, settle down. The two we just heard suggested we find a way to deal with those mutated plants outside. Zhang Yan, who had knelt in fear earlier, felt trepidation still, having begged for their help, but now he could only reassure himself. The man merely escorted his girlfriend out, leaving his friend behind, who would undoubtedly return. Wenche wore a cold expression. If Su-Han were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. Do not speak carelessly. Zhang Yi frowned, incredulous at such baseless allegations. Wenlan was already with child, and the father was not Su-Han. How could she possibly be his girlfriend? This was nothing short of absurdity. I apologize for causing you discomfort as well, he offered. Discomfort? What discomfort could he be feeling? The gazes of the onlookers fell upon the four of them, revealing an air of peculiarity. The girl truly possessed an extraordinary ability, eliciting the protection of three men. At this moment, Su-Han was levitating with Wenlan suspended in midair. These mutated plants could not ascend without a solid surface to cling to. Previously, Wenlan had been abruptly lifted by Su-Han, with a mutated centipede pursuing her, thus she felt little fear. But this time, the sensation of floating was palpable, and the wooden board beneath them appeared rather flimsy. Do not be afraid, maintain your balance. Su-Han, sensing Wenlan's accelerated heartbeat, murmured softly in reassurance. Hearing such tender words from him for the first time rendered Wenlan somewhat disconcerted, especially as their bodies were nearly touching. To prevent her from falling, Su-Han encircled her waist with his arm. Thump, thump, thump. Was Su-Han taking liberties with her? The warmth of his large hand grazed her slender waist, stirring memories of another night with a similarly large hand. Instantly, Wenlan's body stiffened, and she swallowed hard. How could she entertain such thoughts at a time like this? They were amidst a life-and-death crisis. Wenlan reassured herself that this was merely a physiological response, an instinct inherent to humanity. Hence, the concept of self-control exists. Wenlan activated her perceptive abilities, searching for the core root of the mutated vines. Outside the hotel, the vines had completely enveloped the area. There, she spotted a humanoid vine, revealing a profile she recognized. It was the girl from earlier. Wenlan was taken aback. The image of that girl, facing her demise, was vividly etched in her memory. The girl had been ensnared by the mutated vines and was slowly being dragged away, inch by inch. Initially, she had struggled, not fearing death but instinctively fighting for survival, much like those who attempt to swim to safety when drowning. Yet, ensnared by the mutated plants, her strength was gradually sapped away. Thus, the girl's approach to accepting her fate was accompanied by the sensation of her life force dwindling until the end, a harrowing process to endure. While the mutated cucumber could deter these mutated plants from attacking them, however, the mutated cucumber seedlings possess no offensive capabilities. Unlike the fleece flower which can sprout tendrils at will, akin to extending a hand, the mutated cucumber seedlings are destined solely to bear cucumbers. To survive, one must learn to harden their heart. In the apocalypse, the tender-hearted perish first, and those with a martyr complex may endanger those around them. Not here. Indifference serves merely to safeguard oneself. Perhaps, in the future, when one has grown immensely powerful and no longer poses a threat to themselves, they may choose to save others. But for now, that indifference solely serves as self-preservation. It seems that Wenlan and Suhan share a mutual understanding. They disregard the individual nearby. As Suhan maneuvers the board while leading Wenlan in their search, their endeavor to eliminate the mutated tendrils is, after all, for their own sake. They are not in this vicinity, nor around the hotel. Evidently, these mutated tendrils have sprouted from elsewhere. Wenlan furrows her brow, realizing they must widen their search radius. Suhan states solemnly, "Those mutated tendrils outside are growing wildly. Their only chance of escape lies in dealing with these vines. Alternatively, he could procure some gasoline, set fire to the place, and incinerate it. Yet, without addressing the root cause, they would merely sprout anew. It is only a matter of time." Thus, the two resolve to eliminate this problem. Can you manage? Controlling flight with mental energy must be quite taxing. If it's beyond your capability, please inform me beforehand. We will devise another plan, Wenlan said earnestly, aware that Suhan must exert considerable mental energy to lift both their weights. Perhaps resting for a while would be prudent, allowing Suhan to regain his energy before continuing their search. This approach seemed more secure. As Wenlan led the way, she failed to notice the peculiar glint in Suhan's eyes. "I am quite capable," came Suhan's voice, rough and gravelly, exuding an oddly familiar resonance. Fleeting fragments danced in her mind. Wenlan felt a sudden awkwardness. She had not been entirely truthful with her brother. Yet the one certainty remained, she truly could not recall who that individual was. That cup of water had seemingly sealed that memory away. Previously, when Suhan had escaped with individuals from the safety zone, his mental energy had been depleted amidst hundreds. After recuperation, however, his mental fortitude had significantly increased. Wenlan promptly banished those thoughts from her mind. It could not possibly be Suhan. Her brother had mentioned that Suhan had a girlfriend. Moreover, he was now a pregnant woman, rendering any connection between them implausible. What she desired above all was for her child to be born safely, to create a sanctuary where her child could live in peace. In this world, emotions were merely a luxury. Love had no place in the apocalypse. As the apocalypse descends, survival takes precedence above all else. Prior to this cataclysm, relationships were often tainted by insincerity, where individuals might sacrifice their interests for monetary gain. In the times before the end, a failed relationship merely resulted in the squandering of time or, at worst, the loss of money. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, a failed relationship equates to a loss of life, one's own life, or that of a child. Wenlan is not naive. She understands that only by maintaining clarity can one endure. After surveying the surroundings, she found no luminous points amidst the mutated vines. "Let us check over there," she suggested. Although her perception extended over a considerable distance, she still retained her instincts. Before her lay a vast pit, now filled with rainwater that had pooled from the torrential downpour. The surface of this lake was entirely covered with vines. "Here," Wenlan exclaimed, detecting a shimmering light beneath the mutated vines. This was the brightest point she had ever encountered, even more brilliant than the glimmer of Ishowu. With excitement, she noted, "The root of that vine is right here, but how do we destroy it? Burning it would prove challenging due to the persistent dampness from the rain." To her horror, Wenlan sensed that the roots of the vine were intertwined with corpses. They had assimilated both human and animal remains as sustenance, transporting them here to nourish their roots. It was perilous when plants became sentient. One could no longer afford to underestimate anything. Suhan wielded a small knife, striking downward at the vines. The blade merely severed the leaves. For the mutated plants, this was insignificant. Most of Suhan's mental energy was focused on the wooden plank, limiting his ability to control additional elements. Below, the mutated vines began to grow wildly. A thunderclap resonated as lightning struck a distant tree, causing the vines to writhe uncontrollably. "Be careful." Suddenly, a vine shot upward, ensnaring the wooden plank. The plank tilted, and Wenlan lost her footing, almost falling. Suhan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment, a look of anxiety crossed his face. Wenlan, too, instinctively clutched his arm, their proximity intensifying. "Don't move," he whispered, almost brushing her ear. A jolt coursed through her mind. Is it you? Wenlan stammered, seeming to recall something. The voice was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a night long past. Though she had forgotten many details, this voice resonated with an unsettling familiarity, causing her heart to race. Did you know me before? Chapter 33. Su-Han is injured, awakening his healing abilities? Su-Han's fingers curled around Wenlan's hand, and his Adam's apple rolled harshly along the taut line of his neck. The surrounding mutated plants writhed in agitation. It was unclear whether Su-Han was resisting the control of the mutated plants or contending with her presence. Ultimately, he seemed to swallow something searingly hot, and his eyelids twitched imperceptibly. I feel as if I've known you before, Wenlan remarked, finding the admission somewhat awkward. Yet, Su-Han's voice resonated with a peculiar familiarity. She was particularly attuned to sound, and a melodious voice would invariably leave an impression on her, especially his anxious demeanor moments prior, coupled with his urgent command, "Don't move. Don't be afraid. Wait for me." Deep within her soul, she retained a vivid memory of that voice. Thus, she unconsciously voiced her thoughts. She had not been entirely truthful with her brother. On that fateful night, someone had indeed come to her rescue. He was not a stranger, but her boyfriend. She had planned to introduce him to her brother. Their sibling bond had been strict since childhood, and she had refrained from informing Wenche about her relationship immediately, particularly as he was often preoccupied. Their time together had been brief, less than 6 months, when she unexpectedly received a breakup text, and he vanished without a trace. It was only after she was forcibly taken that he re-emerged to save her. Yet, following that night, it was as if she had forgotten his appearance. He gradually faded from her world. When Xia Mo inquired about him, Wenlan had assumed Xia Mo possessed some knowledge. However, the subsequent earthquake left the matter unresolved, and she never had the opportunity to discuss it further with Xia Mo. When she later attempted to broach the subject, Xia Mo was evasive. Given their close friendship, Xia Mo must have known who her boyfriend was. Su-Han's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, as if in hesitation, his pupils flickering with complex emotions. He wielded the flying knives with precision, severing the vines that ensnared them, and swiftly ascended with Wenlan. The drizzle intensified, accompanied by thunder and lightning, igniting the mutated willow tree, only for the torrential rain to extinguish the flames almost instantly. At that moment, Wenlan's clothes were thoroughly soaked. This was dire. Her perceptive abilities allowed her to foresee impending danger. Surely it couldn't be. Was she to be struck by lightning without having committed any heinous act? No way, she exclaimed. Su-Han furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the flying knives he controlled had inadvertently attracted the lightning. With a resonating crack, a bolt of purple lightning surged down towards them. There was no time to evade or escape. The books had been correct. One should not seek refuge beneath a tree in the rain. While Wenlan feared not for physical harm, she dreaded the pain. Su-Han, she gasped in astonishment. Su-Han protected Wenlan, his hair standing on end as if struck by lightning, a faint scent of charred air wafting around them. A bolt of violet lightning coursed through Su-Han's body, causing a momentary disorientation. The wooden platform lost control, and the two plummeted downwards. Su-Han held Wenlan tightly. A heavy grunt escaped him as he landed on the ground, with Wenlan sprawled atop him. She was adorned with mutated cucumbers, while the surrounding mutated plants surged wildly. The ground was damp. The appearance of the mutated cucumbers had momentarily deterred the aggressive vines from attacking. The energy emanating from these vines was feeble. The rustling sound intensified as the mutated cucumber grew rapidly in the rain, expanding to over a meter in mere minutes, exuding a fragrant aroma. Wenlan barely had time to be astonished when the rustling became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, the mutated vines surged toward them as if possessed. What was happening? With little time for contemplation, Wenlan drew a knife from her space and struck at the encroaching vines. Upon shattering, the vines released a viscous substance that, when it touched skin, could sap one's strength. However, it did not seem to paralyze Wenlan. The sheer number of vines, however, ensnared her completely. Su-Han was in a similarly dire predicament, his body tightly bound by the vines. Having just been struck by the violet lightning, he had fallen to the ground, instantly overwhelmed by the encroaching vines. The vines bore barbs, and Su-Han appeared to have lost his strength. These vines, close to their roots, were robust and rich in nutrients, displaying remarkable resilience. Wenlan felt herself being dragged inward, her initial resistance waning as she recalled that the main root system was the destination for those ensnared. It sought to transport them to nourish its core. Thus, she relinquished her struggle, She sensed that Su-han had slipped into unconsciousness, though he was not in immediate danger. For now, she set him aside. The vines enveloped her entirely, as if the very oxygen were being siphoned away, inducing a brief state of hypoxia. A fleeting memory flashed through her mind, a mark on someone's back. When Lan's heart raced, Su-han's earlier reaction had felt distinctly off to her perception. She cleared her thoughts, focusing on the pressing matter of the mutated vines, tightening her grip on the knife. Once she dealt with these vines, she would find a way to uncover whether Su-han was indeed the person from her memories. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. The vines were pulling her slowly, and she could distinctly sense their gradual constriction. The vines extended with fine, prickly thorns, seeking to absorb her vitality. When Lan sensed the energy emanating from the two babies in her womb resisting this intrusion, even reversing the flow and drawing energy back from the vines, a surge of joy filled her. The vines, devoid of consciousness, instinctively dragged her along. After a few minutes, when Lan felt a tingling in her back as she tumbled into a deep pit, landing painfully on her back and rear. Yet, her abrasions healed almost instantaneously. It was close, very close, when Lan sensed that the main root of the mutated vine lay beneath her. Gripping her dagger, she sliced through the vines that bound her. These tendrils were not particularly resilient. It was the thorns that drained one's essence, rendering them weak and numb. With fervor, when Lan hacked at the vines, their sap coating her, creating a sticky amalgamation. The surrounding vines surged toward her chaotically, launching frenzied assaults. As she rose, having dispatched the vines that had climbed up during the night, new ones crept up her legs. She dashed toward a point of light, thrusting her dagger precisely into the main root of a vine. The surrounding tendrils noticeably slowed their advance. Continuing to excavate this primary vine, she found the deep green, viscous sap filling her hand. This thick green liquid, should it touch another, would cause immediate and severe infection. With determination, she unearthed the main vine, her body draped in tendrils that, despite their barbs, held no real strength. The main root was as thick as a thigh. Around her lay the severed roots and leaves of the vines she had cut down. As she extracted this vine, she sensed the immense light within it gradually fading. It felt somewhat regrettable to slay such a creature, yet this entity, despite its abundant energy, lacked any evolved consciousness, unlike cucumber sprouts or Hisho Wu, which could sense emotions. Though the mutated vine was powerful, it had not attained awareness. When Lan temporarily stored the vine in her space, with the main root removed, the branches of the vines gradually ceased their writhing as they lost their nourishment. The tendrils sprawled outwards. Surrounding her were the remnants of encased corpses, long decayed and reeking. Some had become mere skeletons, while most had decomposed, serving as sustenance for the vines. This mutated vine thrived on human blood. A flicker of hesitation lingered in Wen Lan's heart. Ultimately, her decision to remain was not without reason. If the vine absorbed her blood and developed consciousness, it could perceive emotions, thus allowing her to exert a form of control over it. If it failed to awaken, she would set it ablaze without hesitation. When Lan emerged from the pit and beheld her mutated cucumber not far away, sensing its joyful absorption of the dwindling nutrients from the surrounding vines, the instinct of survival of the fittest reigned supreme, not only among humans but throughout the entire natural world. If one lacks strength, they become mere sustenance. When Lan felt fortunate not to have ended up like those lifeless remains, she observed that her mutated cucumber had grown to over 2 meters in length. Truly a colossal specimen. It would require 2 people to carry it home. Remembering Su-han, she hurriedly excavated him from the pit. At this moment, Su-han bore numerous scars inflicted by the constricting vines. After assessing his condition, she found it satisfactory. The rescue had come in time, and he had not lost much vitality. Once they returned, a few leaves of Hisho Wu would suffice to restore him. However, Su-han's clothing was stained with blood. When Lan touched him, an extraordinary energy surged within her, emanating from the 2 babies inside her. Instantly, as her hand made contact with Su-han's wound, the injury inflicted by the vines began to heal remarkably. Could it be that she had developed an additional ability to heal wounds? As expected, when her hand met Su-han's injury, the wound visibly mended at an astonishing pace. Not only could she heal her own wounds, but she could now also heal others. Observing a serious wound on Su-han's back, she turned him over and, using her ability, gently touched the injury, which healed completely within mere minutes. Yet, Su-han's clothing was in tatters. Not requiring a blade, she merely tore it away with ease. His upper garment shredded, revealing his well-defined muscles, marred by the marks left by the mutated plants. Notably, A deep scar marred his back. The man in her memories bore no such scar, only a mark. A tinge of melancholy washed over Wenlan, though relief accompanied it. Her intuition was not always accurate. Su-han's back was smeared with blood, rendering any marks indistinct. In their fall, Su-han had shielded Wenlan, acting as a human cushion. At this moment, despite the bloodstains, the wounds on Su-han were healing under Wenlan's care. Meanwhile, the mutated vines within the hotel were gradually wilting. They were withering. The occupants of the hotel were constantly observing the vines outside. One person noticed the leaves of the mutated vines turning yellow, slowly desiccating. In an instant, joy overcame him, and he wept with relief. They could survive. They had lived. The mutated vines were dying. The vines on the walls began to fall away, and the ground started to wither. The mutated vines, after withering, automatically fell to the ground. Zhonglan hurried outside, determined to save Xiao Li, who had been dragged away not long ago. Perhaps there was still hope for her. If only she could hold on a little longer, Xiao Li might abandon her suicidal thoughts. Zhonglan's eyes were red-rimmed. Just moments ago, they had been dreaming of how to survive in the future. Yet for Xiao Li, death might also represent a form of liberation. Outside, a multitude of vines were gradually withering, deprived of the nutrients from their primary roots, leading to their swift demise. We did it! Zhang Yi exclaimed in delight as Wenlan and Han Gu succeeded. Wenlan was able to discern the weaknesses of the mutated vines, while Han Gu struck with deadly precision. Zhang Yi thought such abilities were truly remarkable. After all, everyone possesses weaknesses, and the ability to sense and perceive others' vulnerabilities is invaluable. How could they have once dismissed this power as trivial? Now, they felt a pang of embarrassment. Then I must also show Wenlan where your weaknesses lie, Zhou Wen remarked with a smile. The surrounding vines parted, and their previously tense spirits began to relax. Zhou Wen joked, let us see yours as well. If that were the case, Wenlan would know everyone's weaknesses if she wished to. Such a notion made her abilities seem somewhat frightening. Fortunately, Wenlan is my younger sister. Does Wenlan agree? Zhou Wen shook his head, as it seemed Wenlan had never referred to Zhang Yi as brother. If Che Gu agrees, that would work too. Otherwise, Che Gu, why not consider me your younger brother? That would create a bond with Wenlan, wouldn't it? Zhang Yi mused, finding the idea quite appealing. Che Gu, don't gross me out, Wen Che replied, his eyes filled with disdain as he clutched a herb and walked outside. Concerned for his sister, who was still with Su-han. He needed to find her, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. Che Gu? Che Gu. The thought of Wenlan potentially seeing through everyone's weaknesses made Zhou Wen also wish to be Wen Che's younger brother. At that moment, Wenlan had just helped Su-han back to his feet. Thankfully, she was no ordinary girl. Her strength was such that even an adult like Su-han could be effortlessly lifted. However, his height posed a challenge, as carrying him made her feet drag on the ground, and holding him felt a bit awkward. Su-han. Wenlan gently patted his face. Since realizing that Su-han was likely not the man from that fateful night, she found herself able to treat him as a true teammate. Su-han, however, showed no signs of awakening. Had he been struck dumb by lightning? Yet, she recalled that lightning was supposed to conduct electricity. It was puzzling why it hadn't affected him. In truth, being struck by lightning a few times wouldn't harm her. She could recover instantaneously even from knife wounds. She was merely surprised that Su-han would risk his life to protect her. This gesture touched Wenlan deeply. Perhaps he was simply listening to his brother's words. It appears that his relationship with his brother is truly commendable, allowing him to protect himself so fiercely. Wenlan can only wrap one arm around Su-han's waist while using the other to support him as they slowly proceed. The large cucumber on the ground has been temporarily stored away in her space. Su-han's waist exudes strength, and though his upper body is bare and drenched in blood, it does not hinder her appreciation of his fine physique. His military green cargo pants are riddled with numerous tears. As for Wenlan, her condition is hardly better. They now resemble refugees. She can only assist Su-han towards the hotel. At present, Su-han is unconscious, his head resting against her neck, his breath warm and tingling against her skin. Wenlan steadies herself, reminding herself that she is with child. Lan. A hurried voice calls from ahead. Wen Che and Zhang Yi simultaneously spot the disheveled duo. I'm fine, but Su-han is injured. Although I have treated him, he has fainted, Wenlan explains. Why is Su-han's shirt missing? Zhang Yi inquires, astonished at Su-han's exposed upper body and tattered lower half. Su-han was struck by lightning, Wenlan replies. I'll take over, Wen Che asserts. as he swiftly relieves Wenlan of her burden, hoisting Su-Han onto his back. At this moment, the hotel staff have emerged, witnessing Su-Han in a state of severe unconsciousness, while Wenlan, who had left in pristine condition, now returns looking like a refugee, covered in muck. The onlookers seem to comprehend that it was Wenlan and Su-Han who saved them when the vines retreated and ceased their assault. I have a spacious suite available upstairs, Zhang Yin promptly offers. Wen-che leads Zhang Yin to the upper floor. In the large suite, the vines have withered, leaving a significant amount of fallen leaves. He gently lays Su-Han on the bed. I'll tidy up. Brother, here are some clean clothes. Brother, you are injured as well? Wenlan notices her brother's bandaged hand and reflects on her healing abilities. Brother, I have just awakened my healing powers. Let me try to heal your wound, she declares. Unwrapping the bandage from Wen-che's hand, she attempts the same method she used on Su-Han, but her efforts yield no response from the baby. Strange. I clearly healed Su-Han this way. Why is it ineffective on Wen-che? Is the baby asleep? Why isn't it responding with healing energy? I will try again. Wenlan approaches Su-Han and notices a small abrasion on his face. Placing her hand over it, she feels the baby within her stir, providing her with healing energy once more. For Su-Han, her healing abilities manifest effortlessly. However, when attempting to heal Wen-che, that power eludes her. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? After several days of experimentation, Wenlan discovered that apart from her ability to heal Su-Han, she was unable to cure anyone else. To her surprise, Su-Han had been in a deep coma for 3 entire days. During this time, Wen-che, Zhang Yi, and Zhou Wen took turns caring for him. Wenlan, is Han really all right? He hasn't awakened yet. Was it truly just a lightning strike? Yes. At that moment, a torrential downpour struck, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The surroundings were filled with withered trees, some of which had been split in half by lightning. It was partly unfortunate luck, and partly due to the blade on Su-Han attracting the electric current. Since Wenlan learned that Su-Han was not the individual she initially suspected, her mind had settled considerably. Otherwise, she would have continuously doubted whether he was the man from that night. Perhaps she had mistaken him for someone else. Yet, why did her healing ability only manifest its effects on him? Was it possible that he bore some connection to the child, perhaps as the child's father? However, she had confirmed that Su-Han bore no such mark. Shaking her head, she dismissed this possibility from her mind. I sense his mental energy is robust and active. There is no cause for concern. As for why he remains unresponsive, I am uncertain. This was a mystery even Wenlan could not unravel. The wounds on Su-Han's body had nearly healed, although the healing properties of the leaves of Hisho Wu were not as potent as those with roots. They still aided in the recovery of minor injuries. Wenlan leaned closer to Su-Han. Let me try again. Over the past few days, her perception abilities had suddenly intensified, and her healing response had escalated from double to quadruple. Perhaps it was because she had now entered her second trimester? Through touch, Wenlan could discern the energy, patterns, meridians, and blood circulation within the human body with greater precision. She felt akin to a walking diagnostic instrument, far more lucid than an MRI machine, able to visualize the condition within every blood vessel. Her hand brushed against Su-Han's forehead, which felt exceedingly cold. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through her hand as a surge of purple electricity flowed within Su-Han's veins. Is this the lightning? Wenlan gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. How could this be? Previously, she had not sensed this current, but now, through her touch, she felt the distinct flow of purple lightning in Su-Han's blood vessels. A tingling sensation enveloped her, as if she had been jolted by electricity, causing her to weaken momentarily, nearly collapsing onto Su-Han. Thankfully, she managed to brace herself against the bed beside her, though the position appeared somewhat intimate. At that moment, Su-Han's eyes fluttered open. In his pitch-black pupils flickered a flash of purple lightning. As their gazes locked, the air crackled with what felt like the sound of thunder. If I said I fell because you shocked me, would you believe it? Wenlan concluded her words, feeling rather peculiar. It seemed that the more she elaborated, the more enigmatic the situation became. Hastily, she rose to her feet, only to find her hand grasped by Su-Han. Su-Han's palm radiated warmth, accompanied by an electric sensation, indeed, a genuine current. Could it be that the purple lightning had entered his body? His profound gaze resembled a deep spring, with emotion swirling within his pupils, seemingly on the verge of overflowing, yet vanishing in an instant, too fleeting for any human reaction to capture. However, Wenlan's keen perception allowed her to notice that fleeting moment. I believe you. I'm sorry. His voice, hoarse yet magnetic, coupled with the intricate emotions reflected in Suhan's eyes, spoke volumes. Suhan offered no explanation, simply uttering a heavy apology. The strange energy coursing within him surged forth once more. What could this mean? Chapter 35, A New Beginning. When Lan assumed he was expressing remorse for not taking care of her that day, a wave of guilt washed over her, recalling how she had torn his clothing. Suhan indeed possessed a commendable physique. Cough, cough. I should thank you for shielding me from the lightning. But are you all right? I sensed that bolt of lightning entering your body. Suhan's constitution seemed rather peculiar. I'm fine. His Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his gaze averted, concealing the complex emotion swirling within his deep-set eyes, as if he were suppressing something. His knuckles whitened from the pressure of his grip, and his lips were pressed into a thin line, reminiscent of bloodless tension. Yet, the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of reddened struggle. Just as the atmosphere thickened, Zhang Ye's voice broke through. Lan, is that colossal cucumber of yours ripe for consumption? It's grown to 3 meters. Zhang Yi rushed over. Having missed Wen Lan for a mere night, the cucumber had burgeoned significantly, now a vibrant green, tantalizingly enticing. Unable to resist, he sought out Wen Lan. Hanggu, you're awake, Zhang Yi exclaimed, ecstatic to see Suhan conscious, and playfully punched him on the shoulder. Zing, 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 ouch, ouch. Zhang Ye's entire arm went numb. Numb. What is going on? Wen Lan sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't just her touch that made Suhan feel electric. Others were affected too. After a moment, Zhang Yi regained his composure. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen and Wenxie hurried over. Wenxie, give it a try. Touch Hanggu. It will truly make you feel numb. Earlier, Zhang Yi, skeptical, had used his other arm to touch Suhan, resulting in both arms succumbing to the same sensation. When Lan discerned that the electric current had stimulated the blood vessels within Zhang Ye's body, recovery would likely take some time, but stability would restore normalcy. Wenxie also ventured a touch, and, indeed, experienced the same numbing effect. Zhou Wen followed suit. Everyone is part of a team, and thus should present themselves in an orderly fashion, correct? Yet, a few individuals have their arms hanging limply, and it seems it will take a while for them to return to normalcy. What has happened to Han? Are we to avoid him from now on? Zhang Yi remarked with exasperation. It is because Suhan was struck by lightning and absorbed the electrical charge. Now the lightning resides within him. How can a person absorb lightning? That defies logic. Zhou Wen expressed his astonishment. Are there not many other illogical occurrences? You have grass sprouting from your head. Zhang Yi pointed at the small grass atop Zhou Wen's head. Can that be explained by science? It may be that Suhan's mental energy field resonates closely with the electric field. This is the assessment made by Wen Lan. This appears to be the most reasonable explanation. So, will Su Gu remain like this in the future? Are we to avoid him entirely? Touching him could lead to misfortune. Will Su Gu still be able to find a girlfriend? Is there even a girlfriend available for you now? How about a female zombie? Isn't it better to simply live well? I believe this is merely temporary. He has not fully absorbed it yet. Once he does, and can control this energy with his mental prowess, he will be able to contain it. For now, it functions as a passive skill. Much has transpired over these 3 days. That group has completely recognized him as their leader. Moreover, the hotel has been thoroughly cleaned, and now they each reside in the finest suites. The rooms are considerably spacious, and the cleanliness has been attended to. Zhang Yi, along with several others, is clearing the surrounding mutated plants, while Wenxie can release water, ensuring that this group will not suffer from a lack of drinking water. For the first time, dozens of individuals are able to enjoy clean water, further solidifying their loyalty. The fundamental truth remains: those who provide the means for survival and a better life will earn their allegiance. Wenxie is leading a team to clear the nearby zombies while also gathering supplies. There are 2 evolved individuals who, although initially resistant, soon ceased their defiance and obediently followed their directives. Zhou Wen is working on the electrical systems within the hotel. Such a hotel in a tourist area is equipped with a generator, albeit with some issues that Zhou Wen is currently repairing. With electricity restored, life will be significantly more convenient for them. They plan to cultivate a plot of barren land. After clearing the surrounding mutated plants, they intend to plant some unmutated vegetables. The mutation of plants seems to be related to rainfall. Therefore, Zhou Wen plans to establish greenhouses to grow vegetables that will not be exposed to rainwater, using filtered water or the water condensed by Wenxie. In summary, over these 3 days, everyone has been quite motivated to collaboratively build a home of their own. They are filled with hope for the future, and with someone taking the lead, everything is progressing positively. Each day is busy for everyone, except for Wenlan. Listening to music in the room, occasionally engaging in some exercise, and then indulging in a bit of reading or wandering around the vicinity, life has become quite leisurely. The young women in the hotel, however, find themselves perpetually busy. They have completed their tasks and, naturally, have food to sustain them. A portion of the food from the warm, azure space is temporarily sufficient for their needs. Additionally, Zhang Yi ventures out with others to forage for sustenance nearby. At last, Suhan has also regained consciousness. Wenlan believes that nurturing a fetus in such an environment is rather beneficial. She has placed her mutated cucumber on the windowsill of the hotel, which has now grown over 3 meters long. Many have witnessed this peculiar growth, yet none dare to harvest it. A cucumber of such magnitude is an unprecedented sight, let alone one that anyone would consider consuming. The incident involving the mutated vines has instilled a certain trepidation towards plants, with a lingering fear that all edible food may be derived from mutated flora. The Shouwu has also found a home in her sweet, blooming 3 flowers, 2 delicate pink and 1 petite white. The roots of the mutated vine are exceedingly thick, prompting Wenlan to procure a large flower pot for its cultivation on the balcony. However, after a recent pruning, the plant is now on the brink of demise. Wenlan pricked her finger, allowing a drop of her crimson blood to fall upon the vine's roots. Instantly, the vine absorbed the drop, transforming into a deep green hue. The leaves of the Shouwu and the mutated cucumber now share this newfound color. It appears that her blood nurtures the mutated plants, inducing this vivid transformation. Sensing the mutated vine, it seems to be gradually reviving. Shouwu, keep a close watch on this little vine. Having just absorbed her blood, it may be somewhat unstable and could pose a risk of seeking to siphon vitality from others. She retrieved 3 energy orbs, a black one for Shouwu and 2 green ones for the little cucumber and the small vine. Soft melodies emanate from her phone, providing multifaceted prenatal education for the baby. Unfortunately, Suhan has missed several days of this education due to his recent coma. Once he awakens, they will catch up on what was lost. When Zhang Yi entered, Wenlan was watering the 3 mutated plants. Despite their altered nature, they still require regular watering and misting to appear vibrant. The small vine seems restless, having absorbed Wenlan's blood, yet under her control. It dares only to unfurl 2 leaves. Zhang Yi has been eyeing her mutated cucumber for several days. Today, it shall be consumed, but only we few shall partake. That is certainly the case. Those others are not worthy of sharing in our labor. Wenlan has toiled to cultivate this. It cannot be given to outsiders. Zhang Yi chuckled, feeling saliva pooling in his mouth. He too hesitates to clandestinely harvest it. Aside from Wenlan, no one else could successfully pick the mutated cucumber. If it were not for her hands, even a knife would be futile against it. Wenlan had just picked the enormous mutated cucumber when Zhang Yi promptly lifted it up. It was remarkably heavy. The key was that this cucumber had grown to over 3 meters in length. I shall prepare a dish for you. Sweet and sour cucumber, cold cucumber salad. Cucumber in a cloak, and stir-fried cucumber. To her surprise, this rugged man, Zhang Yi, could actually cook. However, Wenlan was more curious about just how much larger her mutated cucumber could grow, as it was still growing. Given that everyone often consumed fast food, there was a heightened craving for fresh vegetables, especially since this one was renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties. Consuming it could rejuvenate one's appearance. By noon, Zhang Yi had already prepared the meal. As she had mentioned in the morning, all the dishes were centered around cucumber. Yet, the larger the cucumber, the lower its energy content and the diminished beauty-enhancing effects. In contrast, smaller cucumbers, especially those freshly harvested, boasted superior beauty benefits. Was it true that the smaller they were, the more pure their essence? The steaming hot rice was ready by noon. With the increase in their numbers, the others were enjoying rice porridge. The water was clear and pristine, which was quite a treat for them. Having such warm food filled them with hope. I indulged in the rice porridge and was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste. Previously, they had sought various snacks merely to satiate their hunger. But those were not substantial carbohydrates and did little to nourish them. In fact, overeating such snacks could even diminish physical health. Zhang Yin was right. Only by aligning ourselves with the powerful could we enjoy better sustenance and live well. From now on, I would follow them closely. Such steaming meals instilled a renewed sense of optimism in their lives. Chapter 36. A burst of new skills. In the Zhangyang official safe zone, CIMO asked, Wenlan, does your mutated plant truly possess the effects you claimed? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Moreover, didn't the individuals you sent inform you? However, those people had suffered injuries from the mutated plants, and they had yet to recover, which clearly indicated toxicity. How could there be any healing effects? I am neither deceiving you, nor do I have any reason to do so. Xiaomo, it would be wise not to mislead me, or I shall continue to pursue you. Xiaomo had initially intended to maintain her facade, but it was no longer necessary, for her abilities had advanced and become more integrated. With a cold scoff, Xiaomo retorted, "Leave." Though that body had once belonged to her, it now belonged to Xiaomo. The thought of having been so disgustingly mistreated left her feeling quite repulsed. A fine ray of light gathered at her fingertips, capable of highly concentrated illumination with formidable lethality. However, this level of concentration did require considerable energy. A slender beam of light shot towards Zhou Feng's neck, slicing through with precision, while the iron sheet behind him fell away effortlessly. Zhou Feng felt a warm trickle running down his neck, a sticky stream of blood, and watched in astonishment as the iron sheet was severed with such ease. Had Xiaomo been a tad more precise, his head might have been instantaneously severed. Contemplating this, Zhou Feng felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, a chilling sense of dread. You are worthless. Zhou Feng, I am no longer the Xiaomo of the past. From now on, you shall obediently heed my commands. As for your identity, you are unworthy. Remember, I could take your life at any moment. A fierce glint flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. In a world like hers, human life held little value. The blood on her hands was far too abundant. She could recall with clarity the count of 13,512 lives. She refrained from killing Zhou Feng for a reason. However, should he ever irritate her, even slightly, she would not hesitate to dispose of him like a mere turnip. Zhou Feng's complexion turned ashen. He had not even caught a glimpse of how Xiaomo had made her move. The Xiaomo before him was no longer the one he had once bullied. I assure you, as long as you follow my orders and stay close to me, you will live for a long time. Yet, remember, I could demand your life at any moment, but you cannot kill me. Do you comprehend? An aura of chilling intensity radiated from Xiaomo, her presence almost suffocating. In stark contrast, Zhou Feng's meager accomplishments, merely having slain a few zombies, paled in significance before her. At that moment, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and his shirt clung to his back, drenched in cold perspiration. That old man from whom Zhou Feng sought to seize control of the base with his resources was merely daydreaming. Although he was a relative, he was but a distant one, and he only sought to ingratiate himself with Zhou Feng due to his utility. Did Zhou Feng not desire to ascend to a higher position, to become the chief of the safe zone? Everyone would depend on his favor for survival. How does that sound? Zhou Feng felt persuaded. We are in a partnership. I will assist you. I shall help you navigate future crises, but you must obey me. Blood trickled from Zhou Feng's neck, staining his clothing. Very well. He gritted his teeth in agreement. You are not Xiaomo, are you? Do not ask what you should not. Xiaomo's cold voice and fierce gaze instilled fear in Zhou Feng. Arrange for a mutated plant for me. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. The wound still throbbed, yet the woman's overwhelming presence made him feel that resisting her would lead to his demise in a heartbeat. Her eyes were filled with disdain for life. He believed that should he utter a single refusal, he would become a corpse in the next instant. To her, the life of another was worth less than that of an ant. Enduring the pain, Zhou Feng exited to find someone to arrange a mutated flower, a thorny rose. He delivered the carnivorous plant to Xiaomo, knowing it was her desired flower and that his injury was of no consequence to her. Soon, a carnivorous plant was procured and presented to her. Get lost and bring me a pot of tomatoes. Zhou Feng endured yet another beating, his face stung by a slap from Xiaomo. If you heed my words, I can help you awaken your latent abilities. This statement successfully rendered Zhou Feng obedient. As an evolved being, he yearned to awaken his powers. Shortly thereafter, he presented a pod of tomatoes, nearly withered, indicative of their mutation. Get out of here. Once I finish this task, I shall assist you, Xiaomo whispered into Zhou Feng's ear. Gather a few evolved beings from whom you wish to seize abilities. The rest is not my concern. Filled with excitement, Zhou Feng hurried off, but first needed to tend to his wounds. Xiaomo gazed at the pot of tomatoes before her. Xiaomo, what is it that you have been so steadfastly clinging to? Would it not be better to be consumed by me? Since you resist so vehemently, I must transfer your consciousness into the plant. What a waste of my energy. Once the transfer was complete, she would experience a period of weakness, as it was her own consciousness at stake. Thus, she instructed Zhou Feng on the method. hoping to deter him from causing trouble during her vulnerable state. If she did not wholly consume Xiaomo's consciousness, it would linger in her mind, occasionally tormenting her and siphoning her energy. Upon transferring Xiaomo's consciousness, her previous abilities dissipated entirely, leaving only her light-based powers. She extracted the remnants of Xiaomo's consciousness and transferred them to the mutated tomatoes. Xiaomo's complexion turned pallid, overwhelmed by weakness. Huh? Did you think I lacked the means to deal with you? Now, your body belongs to me, and you shall merely be a mutated tomato, ripe for harvest and consumption. Dispose of this pot. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. What affliction plagues Xiaomo? It's perplexing. She transforms me into a mutated plant and then discards it. Regardless. This mutated tomato was inedible, testing positive for toxins. Zhou Feng contemplated discarding it, only for a child to pick it up. At the hotel, when Lan and her group officially established a safe zone today, Su Han was appointed as the base leader, a consensus reached by all. Zhang Yi was designated as the captain, tasked with leading expeditions for supplies. Zhou Wen was responsible for cultivation, daily maintenance, and the construction of the base. Wen Shay maintained order within the base and assisted Zhang Yi in sourcing provisions. As for Wen Lan, no specific tasks were assigned to her. The base currently thrived in harmony, bolstered by a steady supply of food. As long as everyone was well fed, they coexisted peacefully. Sister Lan, are you heading out? Several individuals recognized Wen Lan, who typically spent her days nurturing flowers in her room and enjoying music. Free from the worries of food scarcity or the dangers of the outside world. No need for exposure to the elements or labor. Wen Che is the elder brother of Wen Lan, who is always surrounded by water. Zhang Yi prepares meals for Wen Lan, and Su Han frequently visits her room. Zhou Wen occasionally engages in discussions with Wen Lan. In the eyes of everyone, Wen Lan is akin to a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. However, they dare not offend her. Even their grievances are whispered behind her back. After all, their current secure existence is owed to the collective efforts of their small group. Therefore, when Wen Lan appears, everyone greets her with warmth. Indeed, I shall take a stroll. Staying cooped up in the room all day is quite stifling. I have now entered my second trimester and can distinctly feel the baby's movements. The anomalous flora in the scenic area has been thoroughly cleared. Ding! The lights have illuminated. We have electricity. Zhou Wan, along with some others, has repaired the hotel's generator, providing basic electrical supply. With electricity available, they can utilize various appliances, greatly enhancing their convenience of life. Today, Su Han and Zhang Yi, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, ventured to a nearby town to procure large supplies. Suddenly, a man rushed in, visibly flustered. Is Brother Che here? While we were clearing the surroundings, we encountered a mutated beast. It seems to be one of the wild monkeys from our scenic area. Brother Wen is over there battling the mutated wild monkeys. There are quite a few of them, and several of us have been injured. Brother Wen sent me to seek help. Take me there. Wen Lan's tone brooked no argument. Is that wise? Brother Wen said to call Brother Che out. My brother is not here. Hurry, take me. If we delay any longer, more will be hurt. Normally gentle, Wen Lan's tone, when incensed, carries a formidable presence. Unconsciously, they heeded her words and began running towards the location of the wild monkeys. Although Zhou Wen possesses considerable strength, being a trained special police officer and far superior to ordinary individuals, he is still considerably weaker than Su Han and Zhang Yi. Wen Lan moved with remarkable speed, leaving the man escorting her struggling to keep up. Over there, we encountered them while clearing the mutated plants on the mountain. As Wen Lan observed the man behind her gasping for breath, she sensed their exact location and decided not to wait for him any longer. Drawing a military dagger from her space, she charged ahead. Were it not for her declaration of being pregnant, no one would have guessed this woman was already in her second trimester. Zhou Wan, having fused with the mutated plants, not only has his eyes turned green, but his blood has also taken on a pale hue. He possesses the ability to control plant growth, and after merging with the mutated flora, has developed a new capability. Any of his limbs, if severed, can be reattached at will. Should reattachment fail, they can regrow within a month or 2. When Wen Lan arrived, a disarray of mutated monkey corpses littered the ground, alongside several injured individuals sprawled on the ground. Zhou Wen bore numerous wounds as well. Wen Lan retrieved a military dagger from her spatial storage, her senses fully heightened. In an instant, the vulnerabilities of these simian adversaries became apparent, their movements appearing as though played in slow motion. Lacking formal combat training, her sole technique was to target the weaknesses of the mutated monkeys with precision strikes. Zhou Wen observed the petite azure figure as Wen Lan, armed with the dagger, charged forward. With her assistance, Zhou Wen felt a significant alleviation of his burden. However, a dreadful sight emerged from the barren mountainside as a dozen more mutated monkeys appeared. The numbers were increasing alarmingly. This scenic area had once been renowned as a monkey mountain. Zhou Wen gasped, noting the growing horde of mutated monkeys. Having already resisted for some time, he now found himself fatigued, while Wen Lan appeared to thrive in the fray, surrounded by the fallen bodies of the mutated monkeys. This is too much. There must be at least 100 of these creatures on the mountain, Wen Lan thought, reaching the midpoint of her pregnancy, where she discovered her newfound skill, the synergy between her spatial abilities and heightened perception, allowing her to teleport infinitely within a 50-meter radius. This remarkable capability was a gift from her unborn child, who absorbed energy orbs through the spatial realm. Zhou Wen watched in astonishment as Wen Lan's figure vanished, only to reappear a meter away. It seemed the baby sensed her peril and released special secretions that heightened her awareness. Initially, Wen Lan struggled with her teleportation ability, but after 3 consecutive uses, she became more adept. Although her speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to those with speed-based abilities. Even with her perceptual enhancement, which slowed her opponent's movements, lacking extraordinary speed would hinder her effectiveness. Yet, the situation had transformed. The combination of teleportation and enhanced perception allowed her to react with unprecedented swiftness, surpassing mere speed. The surrounding mutated monkeys could not land a blow on Wen Lan, who swiftly dispatched them from behind with lethal precision. Soon, dozens of mutated monkeys lay slain at her feet, the ground stained with their dark blood. After vanquishing the last mutated monkey, the ground was strewn with their carcasses. Zhou Wen, his energy completely depleted, noticed the wilting grass atop his head. "Zhou Wen, how are you holding up?" Wen Lan inquired, observing his pallid complexion. "Miss Wen, I require water," Zhou Wengang uttered before unexpectedly collapsing. Wen Lan observed that Zhou Wen consistently addressed her with utmost politeness, always referring to her as Miss Wen, regardless of the circumstances, be it a crisis or in a state of weakness. Perceiving Zhou Wen's condition, she wondered why he suddenly found himself so parched. Could this be a consequence of some after effect? Having thought this, Wen Lan retrieved a bottle of water from her space. "Miss Wen, I am unable to move due to dehydration," Zhou Wen lamented, having only recently become aware of his after effects. The fusion with the mutated plants brought both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, since the fusion had occurred, there was no recourse for change. "Shall I feed you?" Wen Lan inquired. "No need, Miss Wen. Please, pour the water over me." "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request." With that, Wen Lan poured the entire bottle of water over Zhou Wen, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Delicate filaments sprouted from his body, swiftly absorbing the water. The small grass atop his head appeared significantly rejuvenated, though it seemed to have ceased blooming recently. Zhou Wen recalled that a flower had once adorned his head. Regaining some strength, Zhou Wen still felt somewhat weak. Thus, Wen Lan commenced her search for energy orbs from the mutated monkeys. Among dozens of mutated monkeys, she found 5 energy orbs, indicating that these creatures were not particularly formidable. Within 5 minutes, Zhou Wen managed to rise from the ground, the grass on his head now revitalized. Wen Lan shared the energy orbs with him. "Thank you, Miss Wen." Zhou Wen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He had just witnessed Wen Lan's astonishing ability to teleport. Each individual harbors secrets, and he chose not to pry into others' mysteries. Content to safeguard his own. Several individuals had also been wounded by the mutated monkeys and required treatment. The man who had called out to Wen Lan earlier had witnessed her annihilation of the mutated monkeys from a distance. He was astounded by her swiftness, as each strike cleanly severed a mutated monkey in 2. He was further bewildered when Wen Lan vanished only to reappear moments later. Speculations arose among the onlookers that Wen Lan was indeed the one being protected, eliciting envy from all. How could one attain such a sheltered existence as hers? To their astonishment, the true powerhouse was none other than Wen Lan. They transported the injured individuals back for treatment. It wasn't until Wen Lan approached him to speak that he regained his composure, promptly instructing others to bring back the injured men. Wen Lan then proceeded to pluck the leaves of the Hishou Wu plant, which she regarded as akin to her hair. Removing a few leaves posed no issue. Even if she were to deplete it, it would regrow. She directed those around her to brew the leaves into a tea for the wounded to consume. You all have not witnessed it. Miss Wen wielded a military dagger and effortlessly cleaved the mutated monkey in 2. In the blink of an eye, she vanished to another location. One should not casually enter Miss one's quarters. When I just ventured into her room to retrieve some leaves, that very mutated vine was the same one that had previously infiltrated the hotel. As I entered, that treacherous vine nearly ensnared me. And it was Miss Wen who saved me. I cannot fathom how she manages to keep those vines so obedient. They initially believed that Wen Lan merely tended to some flowers in her bedroom, only to discover that they were mutated blossoms. At this point, the man felt a wave of trepidation. He hastily cautioned everyone that currently, the top floor was occupied by Wen Lan and her companions, which deterred most from venturing up there. How could Miss Wen be so formidable? I remain unconvinced. Some individuals doubt Wen Lan's capability to slay mutated monkeys, let alone in such numbers. They would subsequently dispose of the monkey carcasses, incinerating them to prevent any potential spread of disease, especially in the sweltering heat, given that their hotel base is perilously close to the bodies. After all, there are neither medicines nor doctors available. You would understand if you had witnessed it firsthand. Otherwise, how could Miss Wen manage to enlist 3 capable men? It stands to reason that she herself is the most formidable. Enough with the absurdity. Wen Che is Wen Lan's brother. Those are merely Wen Lan's older brothers. It's not as many as you claim, Zhang Lan interjected. Zhang Lan had rushed out that day and successfully rescued Xiao Li, who had once faced death herself, having truly experienced that suffocating sense of demise. She came to realize the horror of it all, filled with regret in an instant. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, it was more of an impulsive act. After being rescued by Zhang Lan, she had now entered the safety zone. In any case, Wen Lan is incredibly powerful. The men who witnessed her prowess now hold a deep respect for her, while those who did not could only remain skeptical. Zhou Wen's wounds had healed after drinking the water boiled with Yi Wu. That evening, Zhang Yi and Wen Che returned with a substantial haul of supplies. Su Han also returned from outside. The group gathered around a table. Su Han sat apart, for no one dared to approach him, fearing a shock. Today, I intercepted positioning broadcasts from planes and vehicles, enabling me to listen to signals from across the nation, Zhou Wen announced. Su Han had also sought information within the safety zone. I learned from the broadcast that there were originally 5 official safety zones nationwide, 3 of which have been overthrown. Now, only 2 remain, both armed with heavy weaponry and temporarily secure, but it is clear that this world will soon belong to those with abilities. By the way, Han, the base leader of the Xinjiang safety zone, over 300 kilometers from here, is Lu Chun. Lu Chun, it's actually him. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Indeed, it was he. He had now overthrown the Xinjiang safe zone, not only becoming the captain of the safety area, but also reportedly accompanied by 7 or 8 women. Was this the life that men aspired to? It was undoubtedly reminiscent of a male-centric narrative. Wen Lan furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Chun was exceptionally powerful, possessing awakened lightning abilities and an evolved physique. However, that faction only accepted those with abilities, expelling all ordinary individuals from the base. Only the families of those with powers were permitted to reside there. They held dominion over the food supply. One must admit that Lu Chun was remarkably swift to secure the granary in the early days of the apocalypse. Xinjiang's food reserves were among the most significant in the nation, and the state granary indicated the vastness of their stockpiles. But expelling all ordinary people from the base? How could they facilitate construction? Wen Lan's frown deepened. Although the capabilities of ordinary individuals were limited, their assistance was indispensable for building the base. Indeed, they had driven out all ordinary people, or rather, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Some young and robust individuals could still remain, which was quite realistic. Akin to a company laying off employees upon reaching a certain age, they were consolidating resources. Only one base was entirely unaffected, that being the remaining 2 official bases. Thus, most of the elderly and infirm wished to migrate there, but the distance made it exceedingly difficult. This was the information Zhou Wen had received. Han, do you have any news on your end? Zhou Wen inquired of Su Han. Today, Su Han had ventured alone into the safe zone. Zhou Tsong had perished, and Zhou Feng had transitioned from an evolved individual to one with abilities. Fire abilities, no less. Oh, just like me. Zhang Yi recalled Zhou Feng. Wen Che's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers gripping tightly, turning pale from the pressure. He had an unsettling suspicion that the child within Wen Lan was Zhou Feng's. That scoundrel. Wen Che's gaze turned frosty. Furthermore, they had expelled all pregnant women and children from the base. Chapter 38. Su Han's Tenderness. Pregnant women? Indeed. They had expelled all pregnant women and children under the age of 8 from the base. Suhan frowned slightly. The former official safe zone, though initially chaotic, had offered refuge to many displaced individuals. It provided a sanctuary. Now, with the official safe zone having been overthrown, the construction of safe zones was driven solely by self-interest. Whether it was Lu Qin or Zhou Feng, their intentions were the same, to streamline the population and minimize food consumption. While one could understand Lu Qin's decision to expel the elderly and infirm, why would Zhou Feng drive away pregnant women and children? Wasn't the future productivity something to be cherished and cultivated? Zhou could not comprehend this. Children represented new life. Without newborns, humanity would gradually decline, possibly even face extinction. Only with the birth of new lives could humanity endure through the apocalypse and usher in a new era. When Che turned to Wenlan, "Brother, please don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me." Observing his sister's earnest demeanor, he discerned that she was not lying. However, the scoundrel responsible would certainly face his wrath when discovered. Presently, several major safe zones had established communication, utilizing military systems capable of linking to satellites. Only 2 official bases remained that were still accepting civilians, demonstrating that the authorities still upheld a sense of duty. The nearest to them were Lu Qin's Shenyang Safe Zone and Zhou Feng's Jianyang Safe Zone. We must swiftly stockpile resources from Jiangyin. Wenlan may yet require your spatial abilities. Everyone understood that these 2 safe zones effectively encircled them. Shiyang possessed grain reserves, yet lacked other supplies. Conversely, Jiagang, while devoid of large grain depots, boasted ample military stockpiles. Although their numbers amounted to only a few dozen, they still constituted a population that required daily sustenance. Hence, the urgency lay in acquiring resources from the vicinity of their city. Albeit merely a city, its resources were sufficient to sustain millions. After all, it had once been a bustling urban center, where even a Tier 3 city housed millions, not to mention the supermarkets and warehouses brimming with provisions. Before Zhou Wen's cultivated vegetables matured, securing food was imperative due to the lengthy planning period. Very well, Wenlan accepted. Let us proceed as planned. Tomorrow I shall accompany Wenlan to search for supplies. Just the 2 of you? Zhang Yi inquired, feeling somewhat awkward after posing the question. I mean, isn't it too perilous for the 2 of you? I should accompany you. My flying board can only accommodate 2, and besides, you are too heavy. Suhan had recently honed his ability to adeptly control a steel board, allowing it to soar into the sky. In the past few days, he had modified a board, enabling him to maneuver it through the air using his mental prowess. It resembled a flying skateboard, albeit controlled by his psychic energy. Presently, only Wenlan seemed immune to his electric shocks. It was indeed peculiar that, after several days, anyone else who touched Suhan would receive a jolt. Thus, he had been exploring solo. Zhou Wen diligently marked geographical locations for Suhan. The heaviest among them was Wen Che, who had been stunned by the electric shocks. Perhaps due to the conductivity of water, preparations were set for an early departure the next day, leading to a quiet evening devoid of activities. That night, Wenlan visited her brother's room. Wen Che was practicing his abilities, attempting to lower water to its freezing point. At most, he could now condense a single droplet. Upon hearing Wenlan knock, he hastily donned a shirt. "Brother, thank you for not opposing my going out with Suhan this time." Her surprise at his acquiescence was palpable. She had expected him to disapprove, and even if he did consent, she anticipated he would join them. In truth, Wenlan is indeed the most effective means of stockpiling supplies. Otherwise, by the time the 2 safe zones realize the situation, they too will raid the city for resources. Your strength is formidable. Wen Che also heard about the mutated monkeys that day, and only then did he truly comprehend the extent of Wenlan's power. In fact, my brother never had the opportunity to inform you that it was the baby who inspired me to grow stronger. The baby can absorb various energies, including energy orbs, to replenish my strength. This is her extraordinary ability. Upon hearing this, Wen Che appeared somewhat bewildered, for such a power is indeed peculiar. However, his capacity for understanding is remarkably strong, so that is how it is. No wonder Wen Che often observes Wenlan conducting prenatal education for the baby. The siblings would sit on the balcony and engage in conversation. Wenlan understands the reason behind her brother's fierce protection of her. When they were young, their family of 4 went out for a trip and encountered a grave accident, leaving only the 2 of them to survive. Their lives were once affluent with their parents around. After their parents' demise, relatives, seeing their youth, seized their inheritance and relegated them to a small rented house, providing only a meager living allowance each month. It can be said that the siblings grew up relying solely on one another. The elder brother became a special police officer, while she sought jobs in her daily life, eventually becoming a streamer due to her appearance. Brother, at that time, I was thinking that when I grow up, I would reclaim our belongings from Aunt, she exclaimed, envisioning delivering a resounding slap to them. Now they have likely turned into zombies. We are still alive and well. They have not become zombies. I saw them in the official safe zone shelter. Yet, he merely observed coldly, choosing to turn a blind eye. Their survival is indeed a misfortune for them. It seems that calamity persists through the ages. That family has somehow not perished. Brother, may I inquire about Luchin? Earlier, when everyone was discussing, when Lan's keen perception detected an oddity concerning Luchin. This name seems to carry subtle implications, especially since Su-Han appears to be suppressing something. If they were indeed good brothers, both being ability users, one might expect them to ally with Luchin. However, no one has mentioned it. Luchin and Su-Han were once close friends. Luchin had infiltrated a drug trafficking organization but ultimately betrayed them, returning with a drastically changed temperament. They were once referred to as Nan Luchin and Bei Su-Han. Then my brother's strength is considerable. When Che smiled gently, acknowledging his prowess. Though some aspects require innate talent, Luchin was able to seize the national grain reserves at the onset of the apocalypse, which is indeed impressive, considering that most people are unaware of the storage locations. As long as they do not threaten our lives, it is acceptable. When Lan subtly sensed that the enmity between Su-Han and Luchin might affect them, after conversing for a while, when Lan returned to her room, holding a bucket of water, a gift from her elder brother, she watered the small vines, the Chinese knotweed, and the cucumbers. However, a nagging feeling lingered in her heart that the relationship between Luchin and Su-Han was far from simple. She had just discerned a concealed animosity within Su-Han's emotions for the first time. Typically, this individual masked his feelings profoundly, maintaining a demeanor of remarkable stability. Yet, there were moments when he exhibited a perplexing complexity of emotions, especially in her presence. In Jiangong, numerous pregnant women and children had been expelled, left with nowhere to go but to tread along the highway. Xiaoyuan, that is a mutated strain, discarded. The fruits it bears are toxic and inedible. I wish to keep it. If hunger strikes, I shall consume it, toxic or not. The little girl was filthy, her hair a disheveled mess, and her clothes tattered. Where shall we go? Let us follow the highway. Wherever we end up, so be it. Initially, their group comprised dozens of people, but gradually, many fell behind or chose to venture elsewhere. Among those expelled were children, pregnant women, and adults who, unable to part with their offspring, followed suit. Only 2 men remained, both disabled. Before the apocalypse, I was a senior engineer earning millions annually. Look at my predicament now. I was a doctor, yet here I am, disabled and expelled. The unpredictability of life is astounding. Most of the mothers who emerged did so willingly. Would they truly abandon their children? Even in the face of peril and catastrophe, countless mothers endeavored to protect their young, akin to those who shield their children with their own bodies during an earthquake. Maternal love is profound, capable of sacrificing one's life for the survival of a child. Yet, there exists a darker, selfish side to humanity. This is the essence of human nature. Choices are made solely for oneself, and in these times, no one dares to cast blame on another. The following morning, Su-Han sought out Wen-Lan at dawn. Both had changed into clean, neat attire. They first took a motorcycle to Jiangong City. Su-Han produced a metal plate for Wen-Lan to place in her storage space. Upon seeing the polished plate, equipped with secure straps to prevent it from shifting, she felt a sense of relief. Since she ceased doubting Su-Han's identity, their interactions had become significantly more comfortable, merely a friend of her brother. Strapping on a helmet, Su-Han prepared the motorcycle while Wen-Lan gathered her thick, flowing hair into an updo. The vigor coursing through her had led to an unexpected surge of hair growth in the apocalypse, transforming her once sparse locks into a lush, dark mane. As the engine roared to life, her knees instinctively drew closer to the bike. Feeling the tilt of the vehicle while turning, she instinctively grasped his waist, her fingers brushing against Su-Han's solid muscles. A vivid memory flashed through her mind, the day of the torrential rain when she had torn his shirt apart. Clearing her throat, she pondered whether to loosen her grip or hold on tighter until she heard his voice filtering through the helmet, urging her to hold on. Oh. She was a mother. She needed to maintain her composure. As the motorcycle leaned sharply during the turn, her body collided with his back, her nose grazing his shoulder blade. His waist felt as though it radiated heat against her palm, akin to the embers of a smoldering fire. Wen-Lan sensed her heartbeat quickening, which seemed to stir the baby within her as well. Her focus was solely on herself, oblivious to the flush creeping up Su-Han's ears. Why had her heart recently begun to race inexplicably around this man? The motorcycle sped along, agile and swift, and in less than an hour, they reached the outskirts of Jiangnan City. The motorcycle could not venture further in. When Lan understood that the zombies were also adapting, possessing energy orbs within them, while they actively enhanced their strength, the zombies passively improved theirs. Over time, these zombies had become increasingly nimble. A few zombies were not frightening, but a horde of them was truly terrifying. A swarm of ants could indeed shake an elephant. When Lan dismounted, storing the motorcycle in her space, she retrieved a steel plate from her storage. "Come on, get on." Suhan's tone was unexpectedly gentle. When Lan nodded and stepped up, preparing to bend down to fasten her safety strap. To her surprise, the man before her had already knelt, deftly grasping the strap and securing it for her. His movements were swift and fluid. She barely had time to speak. "Thank you. Pregnant women shouldn't bend down." His previous gentleness seemed to diverge from Suhan's usual demeanor. Chapter 39. A pair in harmony. Suhan stood behind Wen Lan, towering over her significantly. Her head barely reached his chin, not obstructing his line of sight. Their bodies were nearly touching. Wen Lan's head rested against Suhan's chest, the warmth beneath the fabric akin to the crackling heat of burning coals, seeping through the curve of contact. "Are you ready?" Suhan's voice was cool, yet laced with warmth. With that, Suhan enveloped the steel plate with his mental energy, causing it to levitate. Having experienced this 2 or 3 times before, Wen Lan felt a slight sense of weightlessness at the onset of ascent, but she had grown accustomed to it. However, Suhan seemed intentionally close, rendering their bodies almost fused. Wen Lan's fingers, which hung at her sides, instinctively curled, allowing her to distinctly feel the subtle rise and fall of his chest with each breath. It was as if there was no space left between them, as if entwined by an invisible force. Even the air within this confined space became gentle and viscous. However, the surroundings consisted of a decaying city enveloped in a dreary atmosphere. The steel plate ascended approximately 6 or 7 meters above the ground, roughly the height of 2 stories. Suhan maneuvered the steel plate towards the heart of the city. Our first destination was the grand shopping mall in the city center. Wen Lan, having lived in Jiaoyang City, naturally knew where the center was, marked by its iconic buildings, including the Pants Building. Once a beautiful tourist destination, Jiaoyang City was bustling during peak seasons. The streets were designed with ancient-style architecture, highly distinctive in character. Alas, those days had long since faded into oblivion. A chorus of zombie growls echoed through the air as the streets teemed with aimless, wandering undead. Their lifeless eyes, a pale gray, reflected a complete lack of consciousness. As they roamed aimlessly, unwearied, unceasing, and devoid of the need for rest or sustenance, they endured, their garments tattered and worn, revealing their decayed skin, exposed blood vessels, and bones. Some zombies even dragged their own entrails. Remarkably, they continued to exist. In this post-apocalyptic world, whether clad in expensive designer wear or inexpensive clothing, all had succumbed to the fate of roaming zombies. Suhan guided Wen Lan towards the shopping mall, equipped with skills that alleviated many unnecessary troubles. Although the zombies were countless, they could not fly, while the duo possessed the ability to do so. Upon reaching the rooftop of the mall, Suhan instinctively crouched down to unfasten Wen Lan's restraints. Wen Lan promptly tightened the space around the steel plate. Inside the mall, numerous zombies awaited, and they needed to be dealt with first. Wen Lan retrieved a military dagger from her space, entering a state of combat readiness. The rooftop, primarily occupied by restaurants, housed a significant number of zombies. With their mental acuity and heightened senses, the duo's fighting speed remained unaffected by the surrounding darkness. Armed with her blade, Wen Lan swiftly identified the zombies' weaknesses, dispatching them with precision. Regrettably, she had forgotten to bring her Hisho Wu on this outing. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to collect the energy orbs from the zombies. After eliminating the undead on the upper floor, Suhan meticulously gathered the fallen energy orbs into a bag. "You take this first," he said, handing it directly to Wen Lan. "We can divide it when we return." Suhan appeared unconcerned. "What do you mean by no need?" Wen Lan inquired. But for now, she set the orbs aside in her space, knowing that a portion would be absorbed by her energy-absorbing companion. The ground floor of the mall awaited, filled with an array of supplies. The mother and baby store, branded goods from the Grand Mall, were now easily accessible for Wen Lan to take at her leisure. The milk powder was all placed in the space. The two worked in perfect harmony, exterminating zombies and gathering resources until they had cleared most of the shopping mall. The space was now full. To upgrade it again, the baby needed to consume energy orbs. For nearly a week, Su-han and Wen-lan had been inseparable, spending their days collecting supplies from several large malls in Jiaoyang City. Each evening, Su-han would diligently return to the room to provide prenatal education for Wen-lan. Initially, Wen-che was always present, fostering a sense of safety in the growing community. With his trust in Su-han, he did not suspect any untoward developments between them, considering Su-han a friend and older than Wen-lan. The vast quantities of supplies they gathered were stored in the hotel warehouse, with food meticulously managed by Wen-lan in her space. Recently, a group of survivors from Jiaoyang City, consisting of pregnant women and children, had taken refuge with them. Would their arrival diminish their resources? Probably not. The vegetables they cultivated had begun to flourish, and with newcomers, their workload would become lighter. Wen-lan's safe zone resembled a large hotel, lacking even a proper name. Today, 7 or 8 children displaced from Jiaoyang had arrived, accompanied by a group of 10 from Shenyang, mostly elderly individuals. What should they do now? Should they drive them away? Or allow them to stay? Even if they permitted them to reside there, food would not be provided free of charge, Zhang Yi remarked with a frown. They don't want the elderly and children. Should we take them in? Zhou Wen suggested. Don't label me a saint just yet. First, hear my opinion, he continued. Indeed. They were troubled by the situation, torn between indifference and allowing these people to coexist in their midst. After all, a definitive safe zone had yet to be established. It was merely a group of individuals banding together for survival. Why do humans congregate? To live, to endure. Only through unity can they find strength. However, what assistance could a collection of the frail, ill, and expectant provide? Zhang Yi grimaced, thinking that now they would be expected to share their food. This was an apocalypse, rife with zombies, mutated beasts, and aberrant plants, with uncertainties looming ahead. Other safe zones were comprised of elites, while theirs was burdened with the elderly and infirm. A chill ran through Zhang Yi. Excluding Wen-lan, he quickly donned a cheerful facade, only to receive a disapproving glance from Wen-che. Zhou Wen continued. We established this safe zone to enhance our chances of survival, to improve our quality of life, and ideally, to restore order. I inquired with several elderly individuals, some of whom were esteemed engineers, and one, a doctor with a disability. We can certainly harness their potential. Children represent our future hope. We cannot allow ourselves to become a society of only the elderly in a decade or so, devoid of a new generation. That would indeed signal the end of days. A moment of silence ensued among the group. If humanity were to vanish, no new life would emerge, akin to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Naturally, we merely provide them with a secure habitat. They must seek sustenance on their own. Humans are inherently social creatures, much like wolves. A lone wolf is destined to be preyed upon. Currently, both safe zones are under construction. In the future, once stability is achieved, they may not hesitate to act against us. As resources dwindle, tensions will undoubtedly rise. The threat of zombies is one aspect, while human calamities are another. We are all adults, and it is clear to us. We are but a gathering of the frail and the aged. Yet even the weak can still contribute their remaining vigor. Presently, their base is in dire need of manpower. The news of their potential residence here has brought them great joy. Recently, Wen-lan, utilizing her perceptive abilities, discovered an underground spring flowing nearby. After testing, it was deemed safe, ensuring an ample supply of water. Moreover, this spring water is not only uncontaminated, but also possesses the ability to enhance one's physical constitution. Thus, it is rationed to a limited daily intake per person. The newcomers have been allocated accommodations in the adjacent inn, as this area is primarily a tourist attraction. Aside from their family's large hotel, several smaller inns are scattered about. Currently, only the hotel has access to electricity. These individuals are refugees, and having a safe living environment is a significant blessing. In the evening, a marketplace forms in front of the hotel, allowing for barter transactions. Items range from various objects to clothing, shoes, batteries, and so forth. Wen-lan holds little interest in these exchanges. However, during her recent perception, she identified a mutated plant. It is noteworthy that the surrounding mutated flora had long been eradicated, raising her alertness. The location identified by her abilities is within the hotel's marketplace, where a concrete floor is strewn with assorted items, lighters, chargers, toilet paper. Among these, a wilted tomato plant is positioned beside a young girl. Mommy, I'm hungry. Can I eat this? You cannot. Xiao Yuan, this is toxic. Just drink some water and the hunger will pass. Thankfully, clean water is available for consumption. One can endure hunger for several days. But without water, survival beyond 3 days is impossible. When Lon approached, casting a glance over the scene, her gaze settling on the yellowing tomato seedling clutched by the girl. Chapter 40. The tomato seedling is actually her. This is a mutant plant. Under the influence of her perception abilities, this extraordinary plant surprisingly possesses emotions, and it is quite agitated. This revelation astonishes Wenlon, as it is her first encounter with a tomato seedling that exhibits such lively sentiments. While she has been able to sense emotions in most mutant plants, they typically exhibit calm and gentle feelings. Even the likes of little vines convey a serene disposition. Yet, what could be the reason for the heightened excitement of this particular tomato seedling? Wenlon retrieves a packet of instant noodles from her space. May I trade this for the plant in your hand? The little girl is taken aback, for in front of her stands a beautiful woman holding a packet of tomato beef noodles. Is that true? The woman beside her is equally astonished. For this is instant noodles. How precious a food item it is. Instant noodles, once priced at $2.50 a packet, were a rare indulgence. But now they have transformed into a most coveted delicacy. Craving them is one thing, but obtaining them is another. I should warn you, this is a mutant plant, and it is said to be toxic. The woman hesitates before divulging this information to the woman before her. Then why do you still carry it? Wenlon, intrigued, inquires about the presence of a toxic mutant plant. The little girl remains silent. Would you like to trade with me? Yes. But sister, it's poisonous and cannot be eaten. Little Yuan dutifully informs Wenlon of the plant's toxicity, despite her overwhelming hunger. I understand. This packet of instant noodles is yours. Wenlon is now solely captivated by the mutant plant. Even amidst the apocalypse, some inherently kind souls seem to have such benevolence etched into their very genes. Alas, those who are kind-hearted often meet untimely ends. This piece of chocolate is for you as well. A small square of Dove chocolate is gifted to the little girl. Life has already been so harsh. May this sweet treat bring her a moment of joy. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Thank you. The pregnant woman nearby witnesses Wenlan's generosity and expresses her gratitude with fervor. This packet of instant noodles is sufficient to provide a hearty meal for both mother and daughter. Wenlan gently carries away the mutant flower pot. This little creature is on the verge of collapse. She hurries back to thoroughly water it. Remarkably, this tomato seedling requires a transparent energy orb, unlike the cucumber seedlings and little vines, which demand green energy orbs. The required energy orbs vary significantly. Wenlan buries the transparent energy orb in its pot and replaces it with a new one. Thus, her balcony now boasts yet another mutant plant. The fact that the tomatoes it bears may be toxic warrants further investigation. Suddenly, a commotion arises at the hotel entrance. The entire hotel was originally a 5-star tourist establishment. Yet now, it only accommodates those who were among the first to gather here. Recently, new arrivals have found themselves barred from entry unless they possess some extraordinary abilities. Let me in. Wenche, he is my brother. Let me in. A girl, of similar age to Wenlon, clamored at the hotel entrance, desperately seeking Wenche. What do you mean your brother? Stop fabricating such claims. Captain Wen is a man of great charm. You may call him Wenlon, but I am Lin Yao, and we are relatives. Summon them down at once. I am their aunt. They lost their parents at a young age, and I raised them both. I am their true aunt. Lin Mei asserted with undeniable authority, causing those around to hesitate in approaching. Very well. I shall inform Miss Wen, someone finally replied. Please. Hurry and bring her down. I am her aunt, and she would certainly recognize me. Meanwhile, Wenlon was in her room tending to several mutated plants. The mutated cucumbers had grown over 2 meters long. She had even dripped her own blood onto the peculiar plants. To her surprise, the tomato seedling did not absorb her blood. This was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. Without the absorption of her blood, how could they establish a connection? Nonetheless, her perceptive abilities revealed a strong affinity emanating from the tomato seedling. It could not speak, yet its leaves would reach out towards her whenever she approached. Wenlon placed an energy orb into its flower pot. The other mutated plants had already formed connections with her, allowing her to control their growth from a distance of 50 meters through her sensing abilities, particularly with the mutated Hishowu. As Wenlon studied the peculiar tomato seedling, a knock echoed at her door. Miss Wen, someone is downstairs seeking you. They claim to be your relatives and wish to speak with your brother. A few faces flitted through Wenlon's mind, causing her to frown slightly. I understand. If I do not appear, they may seek out my brother. I must send them away before he arrives. With that, Wenlon descended. In the hotel lobby, Lin Mei and Lin Yao stood at the entrance. Mom, Do you think my sister will help us? Are you truly certain you saw Wenlan? Absolutely. Wenlan looked immaculate. I almost failed to recognize her. Lin Mei recalled Wenlan's appearance that day, her fair skin, lustrous black hair, dressed in a pristine white blouse, pink casual trousers, and white sneakers. Her thick, dark hair was elegantly tied back, and her abdomen appeared slightly rounded, as if she had gained weight. Could one truly gain weight even in the apocalypse? So, that was Wenlan? Lin Yao could hardly believe that the girl descending the hotel stairs was actually Wenlan. It was not until Wenlan approached them with a look of impatience that Wen Mei's envious voice rang out. Indeed. Your brother Wen Shay is now the captain of this safe zone, and he has truly taken good care of Wenlan. From childhood, Wen Shay had always looked after her, escorting her to school and preparing meals. Lin Yao had previously lived the life of a young lady, enjoying the benefits of her family's newfound wealth, as her father had become a small business owner thanks to a windfall. Lin Yao had enrolled in the Kyoto Film Academy, aspiring to become a star. Who could have anticipated that upon returning home for the holidays, the apocalypse would suddenly erupt? Wenlan, is that really you? It's such a relief to see you safe. Upon seeing Wenlan, Wen Mei rushed forward, eager to embrace her. However, the quick-witted Wenlan sidestepped her. Wenlan, we've been searching for you for days without food. Hurry, we need something to eat. Yes, we were forced out by the official safety measures. When we spotted you at the market yesterday, we didn't dare to confirm it. We had to inquire your name to realize it was truly you. Lin Yao was certain that this was indeed Wenlan, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within her. She could not even bear to meet Wenlan's gaze, for the disparity between their circumstances was overwhelming. In the past, she had donned designer clothes and looked down upon Wenlan, who had struggled to gain admission to a reputable university, working various jobs, even aspiring to be a live streamer. Now, their situations were strikingly different, leaving Lin Yao feeling a profound sense of loss. However, her hunger was distressing. Her complexion had turned pale, her lips parched, and she often struggled to rest at night, terrified of the possibility of zombies attacking. Wenlan, quickly fetch your aunt some food, she implored. Wenlan grimaced. Aunt, your hands are so filthy. Don't touch me. The woman's unkempt fingernails were caked in dark grime. Wenlan recalled how, as a child, her aunt had scolded her for returning home drenched in rain. Yet, the roles had now reversed. With a cold scoff, Wenlan retorted, You are indeed my esteemed aunt. After all, didn't we entrust you with our family's house, car, and millions in compensation? You promised to safeguard it until we turned 18, after which it would be returned to us. Have you fulfilled that promise? Back then, you claimed we were already adults and should be self-sufficient. I hope you uphold your commitments. We are relatives. Your parents are deceased. If it weren't for my parents, you and your brother would have long been sent to an orphanage. Lin Yao frowned, finding Wenlan utterly ungrateful. Then you should have sent us to the orphanage. The authorities would have managed our assets until we turned 18. What about your mother? She had her eyes on our family's wealth, taking millions in compensation, along with our house, car, and my mother's jewelry, only to provide us with a small, dilapidated house to live in. A meager allowance of 500 yuan is allocated to sustain my brother and me each month. This amount is never delivered punctually, and she always recalls how my brother would trek long distances to fetch money from our aunt. Sometimes it amounts to 200, sometimes 100. Even the interest from compensation exceeds this sum. Warm memories of our childhood home flood my mind, an old, dilapidated residence that was frigid in winter and stifling in summer. After middle school, it became increasingly inconvenient for my brother and me to share a bed. I felt a twinge of guilt, lowering my voice instinctively. Regardless of everything, I am still your aunt. If you desire those things, I can return them to you now, property and money included. All I ask is that you acknowledge me as your aunt and offer me a morsel of food. I responded with a cold snort. In this apocalyptic world, what use is money? Can it procure food? The homes we once knew have likely transformed into dwellings for the undead. Is it even possible to return? Money is utterly worthless. There is no way I will provide you with food. If you want food, venture out and seek it yourself. You have hands and feet. What can't you do? Temper yourself. Warm Blue. You are being unreasonable. If you refuse to assist, remember there is also our cousin, who wouldn't be as heartless as you. I scoffed. What makes you think you're so special? Lin Yao tugged at Warm Mei, leading her outside. Mom, let us seek out our cousin. He won't be as ungrateful and cold-hearted as Warm Blue. Warm Mei remained silent. Blue, I am your aunt. Have you forgotten the time I gifted you that flowered dress when you were little? Warm Mei attempted to invoke familial ties, but it fell on deaf ears. Warm Blue turned her face away, incredulous that they would dare claim the dirty skirt as a new gift for her, having gained nothing from me. They had to return to their lodgings. In this area, the first to arrive claims the territory. They had managed to secure a place in the nearby inn, which was far more comfortable than the makeshift shelters in the safety zone. However, food had to be foraged, and even jobs required registration, which was denied to outsiders unless one possessed unique skills, such as medical expertise. Why had the safety zone abruptly expelled us? Upon returning home, Lin Yo asked, "Did you manage to obtain any food from Blue? I feel as if I'm starving. What could we possibly take?" Not only did Warm Blue refuse us food, but she also carries herself with such arrogance. How selfish. After losing our parents when she was young, I even shared my toys, clothes, and shoes with her. Yet she remains ungrateful. I will seek out our cousin this afternoon. Lin Yo frowned, recalling that their cousin would never speak to her in such a manner as Warm Blue did. Warm May felt a pang of guilt. Our food supply is dwindling. Fortunately, we can collect a cup of water each day here. Lin Yo, isn't that older brother rather fond of you? You should not be with him, after all. You are not young anymore. Dad, what are you saying? Instead of finding food, do you wish to sell your daughter? Yao Yao cannot just be with any man. If we must find someone, it should be the leaders of the safe zones. I have heard that there are 4 leaders in total, all friends of your cousin, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Yao Yao, I will seek food for you. I have changed my clothes. If we are to find someone, let us approach them. If you can connect with just one, your worries will dissipate. Just look at how well your cousin has cared for Wenlan. Do you truly wish to continue living like this? Chapter 41. Refusal. I refuse to live this way. Lin Yao frowned slightly. With Wenlan under the protection of Wenche, being her cousin, she too would be safeguarded. In the afternoon, Lin Yao sought out Wenche. Che Gu. It's me, Lin Yao. Upon seeing Wenche return in his car, her patience waiting at the intersection all afternoon had not been in vain. My parents and I were expelled from the safe zone, and we found our way here. We visited Wenlan this morning, but she ignored us. Cousin, we are relatives. After all, you wouldn't be as selfish as Wenlan, would you? We only wish for a bit of food. We have run out. And I haven't eaten anything all day. Wenche frowned. You want to find my sister? Do not seek her out again. His tone was slightly cold, carrying a warning. I have only one sister, and that is Wenlan. Hearing Wenche's words, Lin Yao's face turned pale. Cousin, what do you mean? Are you choosing not to care for us? We share blood ties. You were not always like this. You were not so selfish. You used to help me, didn't you? Wenche frowned slightly. His previous assistance to Lin Yao was merely for the sake of gaining a bit more money. Step aside. He had matters to attend to and brushed Lin Yao aside. Cousin, I am also your cousin. My mother may not treat you well. But what does that have to do with me? I often brought you things. Wenche paused. What you brought were not your worn clothes or unwanted items, given to Wenlan, only to turn around and tell others that we are trash, merely collecting your discarded belongings? Lin Yao nervously swallowed. How does Wenche know this? Do not disturb our lives. Your mother's words are being returned to you. Rely on yourself. Do not be a beggar. He had encountered them long ago at the official safe zone, choosing to look the other way then. How could he possibly concern himself with them now? Lin Yao clenched her fists tightly, realizing that Wenlan and Wenche were both selfish individuals. Meanwhile, Wenlan was in her room, studying her little flowers, when she heard a hurried knock at the door from Zhou. Miss Wen, both Han and Zhang Yi have sustained injuries. What? Su Han and Zhang Yi are injured? It is noteworthy that both possess formidable abilities, Su Han with his mental powers and Zhang Yi with his fire manipulation, coupled with their commendable combat skills. Zhou Wen approached Wenlan knowing that she had healed Su Han's wounds on that particular day. Halfway through her departure, Wenlan recalled her own special abilities. Wait for me, she said, turning back to retrieve the Shouwu. Her healing powers seemed to be effective solely on Su Han. Although the underlying principle remains a mystery, it might be linked to the baby growing within her. Upon entering the suite, both Su Han and Zhang Yi were bleeding profusely from their arms. Let's check on Han first. Had it not been for my rescue, he wouldn't have been injured, Zhang Yi said, his complexion pale, filled with guilt for having acted impulsively. He never anticipated that the assailant would actually strike at them. Su Han's face appeared slightly ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let me give it a try, Wenlan said as she stepped closer to Su Han. Feeling a surge of energy emanating from her abdomen, the warm energy flowed into her hands, and she approached the wound on Su Han, stopping just an inch away. Gradually, the gaping wound on his arm began to heal. This healing ability was now witnessed firsthand by both Zhou Wen and Zhang Yi. As when Lan treated Su Han, the energy surged forth almost instinctively from her abdomen. All done, she announced. Zhang Yi, filled with anticipation, watched her intently. In truth, his arm was nearly unbearable from pain, and he was aware that his awakened ability was of the metal type, with the elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with nature and control abilities. There were also unique powers at play. Quick, Lan, treat me too. I'm on the verge of agony. I feel my arm is about to fail me, he exclaimed. Did you not just say it was a minor injury and that we should treat Su Han first? She retorted. Now that Su Han is healed, of course. I am in pain. Suddenly, Zhou Feng had awakened his powers. Zhou Feng, have you seen him? Yes. Let's finish my treatment before discussing him, Zhang Yi lamented. Feeling utterly beleaguered. It was the first time they found themselves in such a dire predicament. When Lan wished to help Zhang Yi as well, but as she approached him, the energy from her abdomen dissipated entirely. Baby, be good, she attempted to communicate with her unborn child. What is going on? Zhang Yi asked, bewildered. My healing powers stem from the baby. It must provide me with energy to heal, but for some unknown reason, it seems to only respond when Su Han is injured, and in significant amounts. This part, however, when Lan chose not to reveal. A hint of peculiarity lingered in the air as Su Han's gaze subtly lowered, his fingers tightening ever so slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Was it tension, fear, or perhaps concern? Nevertheless, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to Wen Lan's visage, trailing down to the slight prominence of her abdomen. His mental acuity sensed the presence of two little ones. Dear children, I am your uncle. Might you heal me? He mused silently. Once you arrive in this world, I shall take you on delightful outings and bring you sweets. Regardless of Zhang Ye's reassurances, the unborn remained unresponsive. Perhaps it was due to Su Han's frequent prenatal education sessions. I must also engage in prenatal education, he thought. But no, I cannot. He instinctively retorted, this is a pact between Wen Lan and me. While I shall not provide prenatal education, there are other means for him to bond with the children. As a psychic, Su Han believed that his efforts would yield better results. I, too, must communicate with the babies often. Thus, I shall cook more, he declared. Wen Lan, I shall take charge of your postpartum meals. Oh dear. Zhou Wen observed Zhang Yi with a subtle shake of his head. Wen Lan resorted to slicing a small root of Hishou Wu. The healing properties of the root were notably potent. This seems rather unfair, Zhang Yi lamented, his face contorting in response to the bitter taste of Hishou Wu. Especially when consumed in its entirety. This is rather inappropriate. It's discriminatory, he exclaimed in distress. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, you'll bleed out, Zhou Wen urged. Zhang Yi grimaced, but managed to swallow the slices of Hishou Wu, though the bitter essence lingered on his tongue. What transpired during your outing? Why did you clash with Zhou Feng? Zhou Wen inquired. These are the energy orbs we acquired. We divided the transparent and red ones, so you may take the remainder. Just give me the green ones, he instructed, indicating that the others held no value for him. The blue ones are for my brother. The rest I shall store away. These energy orbs, each of different hues, would bestow varied abilities upon the babies once absorbed, such as teleportation and healing powers, though the latter appeared to be focused healing. Wen Lan's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Su Han. Despite his stillness, he sensed her attention immediately. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he endeavored to maintain composure, though his eyelashes quivered ever so slightly. The subtle movement of Su Han's Adam's apple did not escape Wen Lan's notice. As for Zhou Feng, my brother and I ventured to Jianyang City, where we encountered Zhou Feng and his group, who were busy exterminating zombies. They are currently engaged in a significant culling of the undead to seize energy orbs. Indeed, we also spotted your friend, Xia Mo. She was closely following Zhou Feng, who seemed quite obedient to her. When Lan furrowed her brow, now more certain than ever that the individual before her could not possibly be Xia Mo. Where had the true Xia Mo vanished to? They were hoarding energy orbs. All the abilities users in the base had been dispatched to exterminate the zombies. Millions of the undead were being systematically eradicated. Zhou Feng would not idly engage in the labor of cleansing zombies to restore the city, all for the sake of energy orbs. The swiftest method to upgrade was indeed through the absorption of these orbs. Chapter 42, Wen Lan's analysis. They encountered a horde of zombies, overwhelming in numbers. With a team of over a dozen abilities users, they were but two. Wen Lan, you and Xiao Mo are not friends. I recall when you first met, you were quite humble in Zhou Feng's presence, remarked someone. Upon seeing her again, Zhou Feng appeared equally humbled. Yet there were words left unspoken, namely, that they had fortuitously crossed paths on the road. Suhan had extracted them from their safe zone, a haven beset by madmen conducting grotesque experiments on spinal fluid to study mutated plants and the activation of supernatural abilities. Such inquiries aimed to unlock any desired skill or power, seeking to understand the genesis of human abilities. Clearly, such conditions were exceedingly stringent. Xia Imo may not truly be Xia Imo when Lan pondered this unsettling notion, which had lingered in her mind for quite some time, despite its seemingly absurd nature. She appeared ruthless and cold, a stark contrast to the first impression she had made upon Lan. Presently, Zhou Feng's side was rapidly slaying zombies to absorb energy orbs and augment its strength. This was decidedly peculiar. It was not merely Zhou Feng's Jiaoyang base that exhibited oddities. Lu Qin's Xingyang base was also behaving unusually. They were hastening efforts to bolster their power while they had accepted a group of the elderly and infirm, with few able to activate their abilities. Zhang Yi sighed. If this continues, their strength will inevitably diverge from ours in the future. To build, one must possess formidable strength. And we must also hasten our resource accumulation. Zhou Wen's vegetables, enhanced by his abilities, were already growing at an accelerated pace. Fresh produce could be harvested within days, greatly benefiting the base, despite the influx of elderly individuals. However, their inherent agricultural instincts remained intact. The elderly were all dispatched to cultivate crops, effectively addressing many of their challenges. Initially, the few individuals assisting with the planting proved inadequate, lacking the experience that the elderly possessed. Most crucially, there was the spring water. No zombies had mutated in this vicinity, likely related to this very spring. Among those who had sought refuge with them was a former professor. Had the professors been driven out? In the apocalypse, the strength of one's abilities was of paramount importance. Professor Wu conducted an analysis of the water quality, discovering its remarkable capacity to bolster the immune system when consumed regularly, potentially reducing illness and fostering human evolution. I have arranged for round-the-clock surveillance of the spring water, which holds immense significance for them. Enhancing human immunity is crucial in these apocalyptic times, where dangers abound, natural disasters, and illness are rampant. Access to medical care is scarce, with a dearth of medical equipment and practitioners. Only a robust constitution offers hope for survival in this dire world. Otherwise, a single illness could lead to a tragic loss of life, as Zhou Wen remarked. Shall I then gather the elderly and infirm from the surrounding areas? Those who can be swiftly transported to the safe zone in the event of an emergency are undoubtedly valuable and represent a labor force. Individuals in their 50s are merely at the onset of their prime, while the retirement age of 65 marks a period of active contribution with minimal consumption. They possess a wealth of experience. It is astounding that they have been turned away. Their capacity to enhance their strength rapidly compels us to keep pace. We exist in a delicate balance within our base, and it feels as though the pressure is mounting as more people place their trust in us. Zhang Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Previously, it was a matter of one person being satiated while the family remained unfed. Since the last incident with the mutated plants spreading to the hotel, we have saved numerous lives, and now everyone is cooperating for the sake of survival. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Our proximity to Zhou Feng's safe zone is alarming, a mere several dozen kilometers away, easily traversed in just over an hour by car. Moreover, they covet the mutated plant in one land's possession. He Shou Wu. Do you think they possess some form of precognition? How else could they have known about the healing properties of He Shou Wu from the outset? This information was relayed to them by Xia Mo, Zhou Wen added. Xia Mo's sudden transformation, coupled with the circumstances surrounding Yi Shou Wu, raises the possibility that the genuine Xia Mo may have perished when Lan analyzed with a calm demeanor. While such a notion may seem fantastical, we are in an apocalyptic reality. Previously, she would have scoffed at the idea of possessing spatial abilities. And Su Han could even soar through the skies. The world has undergone profound changes, and what was once deemed impossible may now be feasible. When Lan, intimately familiar with Xia Mo, can distinctly sense the emotions of others through her perceptive abilities. Given her close relationship with Xia Mo, it seems inconceivable that such a drastic change could occur overnight, even in this dire context. After that feverish day, she sensed something amiss with Xia Mo. Xia Mo is alive. I saw her thriving, fiercely determined, with cascading red waves of hair. Were it not for my remarkable memory, I might not have recognized her at all. Regardless of her identity, I must ascertain the truth. Perhaps it is Xia Mo who has undergone a transformation? Such matters are rather perplexing, akin to plots found solely within the realm of fiction, rebirth, time travel, and the like. Zhang Yi finds it hard to believe that such absurdities could occur. Our world has already descended into chaos. We must embrace even the most outrageous of occurrences. After all, the ancients struggled to comprehend our telephones and videos. Upon finishing her statement, Wen Lan plunged everyone into deep contemplation. I believe Wen Lan speaks with wisdom. We must not confine our thoughts to existing paradigms. Su Han remarked solemnly. Wen Lan gestured towards her head, emphasizing the necessity for boundless imagination. It is this very imagination that empowers scientists to invent various advanced technologies, transforming the impossible into attainable realities. Should Xia Mo indeed have traversed from another world, or perhaps be a character from a rebirth narrative, it is not merely a case of rebirth. I possess a strong instinct, a 90% certainty. When Lan's perception is exceptionally acute, it emanates a mystical energy, akin to an enigmatic magnetic field. Though it eludes precise definition, its existence is undeniable. Could it be that she has crossed over? In any case, she is not the original Xia Mo. I am eager to discover the whereabouts of the true Xia Mo, for perhaps a future encounter will illuminate the truth. However, one must not underestimate Xia Mo's formidable abilities. She can emit a powerful light from her fingertips, piercing through metal. At that moment, when Su Han attempted to shield against her assault with iron sheets, she effortlessly penetrated them. Zhou Feng's gaze resembled the laser eyes from cinematic portrayals, with one pupil transforming into a crimson hue capable of emitting high-temperature laser beams. Yet, it seems that using such abilities may have repercussions for Zhou Feng. We cannot remain idle. We, too, must enhance our strength. Moreover, Xia Mo's intentions towards Hangu? Wen Lan, upon hearing Zhang Ye's incomplete statement, furrowed her brow slightly. Is that not a source of curiosity? What is the matter? Ahem. Xia Mo declared that Hangu should be her man, stating that one day she would make Su Han submit, and the future world would belong to her. Zhang Yi recalled Xia Mo's words, remembering how dark Su Han's expression had been at that moment. Meanwhile, in the Jiaoyang safe zone, Xia Mo observed the city, which appeared significantly quieter, cleaner, and more orderly. Indeed, expelling those bothersome pregnant women and children has considerably reduced expenses. The elderly women have been relocated to Su Han's vicinity. And astonishingly, they have accepted this change. Burdened by this group of frail and ailing individuals, their base cannot be established. Sooner or later, the supplies they hoard will become ours. Zhou Feng chuckled. Is this not an opportune moment? Xia Mo retorted coldly. We must rapidly enhance our strength before the second wave of evolution strikes. Xia Mo, why does my vision throb with immense pain after I unleash my abilities? Your power inherently involves usurping from others. Thus, it naturally comes with certain side effects. You need only to care for that individual. By periodically consuming their blood, you can alleviate your side effects. It is also advisable to refrain from excessive use of your abilities. How can this be possible? Once one has wielded such power, they become acutely aware of the sensation of strength. The abilities of an evolver are rather inferior, a far cry from those of a supernatural being. How could one ever relinquish such extraordinary power once they have tasted it? Practicing supernatural abilities is an arduous process. Enhancing oneself through the cores of zombies is undoubtedly the swiftest method. However, these zombies are merely low-level ones, and the energy contained within their cores is only of the first tier. In the future, you shall serve as my subordinate. As for Su Han, the handsome may aspire to be her partner, while the less fortunate shall remain as her followers. Su Han will undoubtedly grow immensely powerful. Originally, she intended to rely on Su Han, but with the memories of Xia Mo, that may no longer be feasible. Now that she has returned, she shall assume the role of queen, the master of the base. What a man can accomplish, she too can. Yet, the most perilous threat at present is Su Han. Is it true that Su Han's mental abilities have already reached such strength? Nevertheless, he is injured. In a post-apocalyptic world, even a minor injury can prove life-threatening. Foolish man. To injure himself in the act of saving others. It is a mystery how he ascended to the position of future base leader. Yet, there is no doubt regarding Su Han's formidable strength. His rate of progress is astonishing. Xia Mo. Xia Mo cast a fierce glare. The tense Zhou Feng broke into a cold sweat. The leader of the Xia base, upon hearing this title, Xia Mo's expression softened slightly. Otherwise, Zhou Feng would have felt a chill creeping down his neck. Even though he had awakened the Ray Silver ability, its penetrative power still paled in comparison to Xiaomo's, especially considering her recent fervent absorption of energy pearls. One day, she would render Su Han powerless, making the future leader of the base grovel at her feet. This is the significance of her return. The wood-based abilities must remain intact. They should focus on cultivating plants capable of providing sustenance. Follow the few varieties I have identified for you, understood? Only those mutated vegetable plants are edible and can enhance one's immunity. Hisho Wu, astonishingly, is in the hands of a pregnant woman. Once her power grows stronger and the base stabilizes, she will seize the Hisho Wu for herself. It must be in her possession. For now, she needs to augment her strength. She must hasten the extermination of these zombies. It won't be long before the zombies undergo a secondary evolution. Zombies differ from humans. Humans enhance their abilities through training and absorption, progressing step by step. However, zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated plants can suddenly upgrade under specific conditions. Zombies are like a fog, while mutated plants resemble a misty rain. Moreover, following the second outbreak of mist, there will be awakened supernatural beings once more. In the early days of the apocalypse, awakened abilities manifest for the first time, with those who awaken earlier often possessing superior talents. Most individuals who undergo a second awakening are evolvers, yet even among them, they are predominantly young. The elderly, pregnant women, and children are unlikely to awaken. This is the reason they are often cast aside. Chapter 43. You can go, so can I. Thus, prior to the initial stages of the zombie onslaught, it is crucial to engage in extensive hunting and capture of energy orbs. The relentless pursuit of zombies is exhausting, and Zhou Feng could not help but voice his grievances. With a higher status in the base and ample food supplies, he saw no necessity to face the daily peril of zombie hunting. The others were equally fatigued. The life he had never enjoyed before was now a daily reality. Xiaomo was indeed quite attractive, particularly in her physique. With sufficient provisions and a position of power, why should he toil in such arduous tasks? He could simply instruct his subordinates to handle it. However, Xiaomo had been personally leading the charge against the zombies for the past few days. If I command you to kill, do so without all this needless chatter. Although Zhou Feng felt quite displeased, being constantly ordered around by a woman, he could not ignore Xiaomo's formidable strength, especially since she possessed the secret art of seizing others' abilities. If she could facilitate the connection of several more abilities to him, his power would undoubtedly grow. Both harbored ulterior motives. Xiaomo furrowed her brow slightly. She was only able to absorb transparent crystal cores, each type corresponding to a different ability. After some contemplation, Wenlan considered that if Xiaomo was not her true self, her aggressive pursuit of power must stem from some undisclosed reason. While they remained in the dark about this cause, they could not afford to lag behind. Furthermore, Lu Chun was amassing evolvers and stockpiling supplies, and time was of the essence. Should they indeed be reincarnated or transported from another realm, or possess prophetic abilities, the significance of strength and sustenance in the future would be paramount. Thus, Wenlan resolved to enhance her own power and accumulate resources as swiftly as possible. Early the next morning, she sought out Su Han, Zhang Yi, and her brother. Brother, Su Han, we must gather more energy orbs to bolster our strength. Lan, you arrived just in time. This morning, Captain Su summoned us all and conveyed the same message. Wenlan, you can sense the precise locations of the zombie energy orbs, which will expedite our efforts. We will form pairs, with one person rotating each day to hunt zombies. Wenlan will lead the team to collect the zombie energy orbs. Su Han will pair with Zhou Wen, while Wen Che will team up with Zhang Yi, each leading 5 individuals. They will take turns hunting zombies each day. Currently, they were short-staffed, unlike Jiangyang City, where dozens could casually venture out to hunt zombies. They were also aware that the people of Jiangyang Base were engaged in zombie hunting, and to avoid conflict, they needed to proceed with caution. Su Han decided that they would first head to the village below Jianyang County to commence their hunt for zombies. Wenlan expressed a keen interest in the village, as most households there possess cellars stocked with provisions. Currently, they intended to scour every possible source of food, leaving nothing behind for the undead. Wenlan's spatial abilities had recently expanded at an accelerated pace, perhaps due to her pregnancy entering its second trimester. Wenlan, once we finish dealing with the zombies, you can direct others to collect the energy orbs, Su Han suggested, acknowledging her condition as a pregnant woman with twins, which had become somewhat prominent. This approach will also enhance our efficiency. With our limited numbers, we must swiftly gather as many crystal orbs as possible. The task was quickly disseminated. Collecting zombie energy orbs? Could that possibly grant us the powers of supernatural beings? Someone inquired. So we are indeed heading to confront the zombies. There are only a few among us at the base who possess such abilities. I'm going. I volunteer, Zhang Yin eagerly proclaimed. We now have access to clean water, food, and our greenhouse is flourishing with vegetables. All these improvements to our lives are thanks to the leaders of Su's base. What are zombies to us? We can fight them. Captain Su was right. They all needed to grow stronger. Greater dangers awaited them in the future. And if they did not muster the courage to confront zombies now, how would they survive thereafter? The apocalypse had already begun, and they needed to face reality. There would be no peaceful coexistence with the zombies in the days to come. Moreover, as they sought resources, they would inevitably have to venture into the cities, where humans had once gathered, and where zombies and mutated beasts might lurk. Zhang Yan's words seemed to awaken a sense of urgency among the group. If they did not change, if Su Han and the others departed, their lives would revert not only to their previous state, but potentially worsen. Thus, they had no choice but to adapt. The first step towards change was to confront the zombies. Once they took that initial stride, fear would diminish. Much like clearing away mutated plants. All right, I'm in, someone affirmed enthusiastically. Recently, while following Captain Zhang, we had the opportunity to hone our skills. Aren't you afraid, Zhang Yin? Fear is a natural instinct for everyone. However, we must rise to the challenge. A selection of individuals was made. I have a small grain depot on the eastern side of the village. I wonder if it still holds any supplies. Then let's go. Most of this group hailed from surrounding counties, but there were also tourists, families, couples, friends, and besties trapped here. Zombies in the village were relatively scattered, with the possibility of one suddenly emerging from a house. Wenlan's perceptive abilities would help them evade such threats. Those who ventured out to combat the zombies and collect crystal orbs would be rewarded with food, clean water, and fresh vegetables. Upon hearing of this opportunity, Lin Yao expressed her desire to join. Yao Yao, are you going too? Isn't that a bit too dangerous? Wen Mei now finds herself relying entirely on her daughter, who is venturing into perilous situations, evoking her profound fear. If I do not go, what shall we eat or drink? She muses. Moreover, she holds a steadfast belief that her cousin will ultimately look after her, despite his current indifference towards them. Should danger truly arise, he would not abandon them to their fate. Wen Mei nodded in agreement. Although Lin Yao harbors her own fears of the undead, she feels compelled to participate, especially as this presents a remarkable opportunity, guided by those with extraordinary abilities. Wen Che and Zhang Yi are to pair up, each tasked with a group of 10, though the numbers are insufficient. On the first day, everyone is understandably hesitant and observant. In the throng, Wen Mei quickly spots Wen Che. After glancing at Wen Lan and then back at Wen Che, she resolutely kneels before him, discarding all notions of pride in the face of crisis. Wen Che, I must apologize, she implores. I truly had no money back then. Your uncle deceived me. I am unworthy, and you may resent me as you like. But I implore you to safeguard my daughter, protect Yao Yao. I bow before you in supplication. She knocks her forehead to the ground twice, leaving it red and bruised. Mother. Lin Yao's eyes brim with tears, astonished by the lengths to which Wen Mei would go for her. Those around them observed this poignant scene in hushed silence, each person preoccupied with their own plight, particularly in such a sensitive moment. Wen Che's expression darkens. An elder, unable to remain silent, interjects, with the elder generation kneeling. What matter could be insurmountable? As a younger relative, you should take care of your sister. Wen Che's countenance remains grim. Wen Lan strides purposefully towards the elder, standing defiantly before him. In that case, let today's rations of water and food be allocated to my aunt. That is unacceptable. The elder reacts with indignation upon hearing his provisions might be diverted. Then cease your prattling. This woman, of a certain age, elicits sympathy from Wen Lan, who sees her plight reflected in her own. Who is more pitiable, you or her? Who among us is not suffering? Since that is the case, you need not claim your food and water today. That cannot be. The woman is visibly distressed. Zhang Yi, this woman shall not receive her water today. Understood. Zhang Yi promptly replies. In the safe zone, they are all aware that Su Han is the leader of the base, while Zhang Yi, Zhou won. And Wen Che hold captaincy. Within the confines of the safe zone, their words command respect. Zhang Yi swiftly instructs his subordinate overseeing the water supply. If this woman receives her water today, you needn't return to your post. One must understand that overseeing the water is a coveted position. Rest assured, Brother Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged woman was immediately engulfed in panic. Missing even a single day of water was an unbearable ordeal. I merely uttered a single phrase, and she forbade me from fetching water. A bystander swiftly restrained her, cautioning her against further speech, for calamity often arises from the tongue. She could scarcely fathom that a single word from Wenlan could dictate her fate. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of urgency. I. Wenlan cast a cold glance her way, rendering her incapable of uttering another word. Lin Yao observed Wenlan's countenance and felt an unsettling sense of imbalance, believing that Wenlan's authority stemmed solely from her connection to Wenche. After all, her cousin was also a brother. The others, witnessing the scene, dared not utter another syllable. Brother, let us depart. As for that individual, we cannot control her actions. Wenlan, you are utterly heartless, Lin Yao thought, feeling envious of Wenlan's apparent fortitude in this apocalypse. If you can go, then so can I. Chapter 44. Wenlan is captured. Lin Yao clenched her fists tightly. Yes, she acknowledged that in this desolate world, Wenlan radiated brilliance, and her jealousy festered. Why did Wenche, her cousin, not offer her protection? They were all relatives after all. Were Wenlan to hear her inner thoughts, she would likely find them amusing. What did kinship matter? The family that aided her most was the Xia family. Relatives, who see each other once a year, often covet your inheritance. It is not a given that relatives will perpetually extend their assistance. Wenlan, my mother, a woman in her 50s, publicly knelt to apologize to you. If my mother erred, has that not long since passed? Lin Yao's face flushed with anger. Wenlan remained silent, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Lin Yao's face. The crisp sound of the slap instantly silenced the surrounding clamor. All present gazed at the scene, hesitant to speak, for voicing a word could render them the next victims. You. Lin Yao covered her stinging face, where a distinct imprint of 5 fingers was evident. The pain would swell in no time. Wenlan showed no mercy. It hurts. I apologize, my hand slipped, came the sarcastic retort. What, are you dissatisfied? Lin Yao's eyes blazed with fury, her desire to retaliate against Wenlan strong, yet fear held her back. Wenche, Zhang Yi, Su Han, and Zhou Wen stood resolutely beside Wenlan. How can there be any grievance when I have already offered my apology? The mockery in her tone left Lin Yao pale. One only understands the pain when it strikes oneself. Let us proceed. The fact that I have not expelled you already demonstrates my utmost benevolence. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an ominous undertone. When Mei felt a chill run down her spine, the phrase felt hauntingly familiar. As the group set forth, Lin Yao still chose to follow behind, despite the unmistakable redness of her cheek. She could not concede defeat. Absolutely not. Her emotions are currently quite complex. Wenlan follows Wenche and Zhang Yi. You all will follow me and be responsible for collecting the energy beads from the zombies' brains. I will indicate the locations. And you must dig accordingly. It is imperative that you heed my commands and do not wander aimlessly. Understood? Understood. We will certainly listen to Miss Wen. Li Lan and Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Wenlan holds a vivid impression of Xiao Li. Now, having returned, Xiao Li's gaze is more spirited than ever. It reflects a profound hope for life. Perhaps having faced death once, she now comprehends the value of existence. Once one is dead, they possess nothing. Only in the profound darkness of the afterlife does one truly appreciate the beauty of light and consciousness. Wenlan is accompanied by 3 young women, Li Lan, Xiao Li, and Lin Yao. They ride on an electric tricycle, trailing behind Wenche and the others. Both Li Lan and Xiao Li are somewhat anxious, gripping their knives tightly. Lin Yao, who has encountered zombies before, also shares their apprehension. Having seen zombies frequently, they seem less terrifying now. Have you ever played the game Plants vs. Zombies? If you treat them like a game, it becomes manageable. I have watched American films such as Resident Evil and The Walking Dead, finding them quite thrilling. However, when such horrors unfold before your eyes, it becomes genuinely terrifying. Their greatest fear lies in being bitten, potentially turning into a zombie. Everyone, please listen to me. Xiao Li and Li Lan nodded in agreement. Lin Yao, appearing somewhat petulant, turned her head away. Their relationship had been rather good during childhood, but following a tragic accident involving her uncle's family, their bond deteriorated over time. Instead of heading directly to the city, they first traveled to the nearby Dongerzhuang village. This village has a population of merely a few thousand. Wenche and Zhang Yi lead the way, eliminating zombies. The zombies in the village are less dense than those in the city, predominantly consisting of the elderly. Once transformed into zombies, their movements become significantly sluggish. The primary method for killing zombies is to decapitate them. One must aim precisely and strike down at the neck with force. Even after decapitation, zombies do not perish but lose their ability to move. As the men initially exhibited a degree of tension, they soon relaxed after successfully defeating the first zombie. Meanwhile, Wenlan follows behind with the girls, collecting the crystal beads from the zombies. Although Li Lan and Xiao Li find the task somewhat nauseating, they dutifully dig for the energy beads while wearing plastic bags over their hands. I found one. Is this it, Sister Lan? Xiao Li exclaimed, holding up a red energy bead. Indeed, that is it. This red one can only be absorbed by fire-type abilities, Wenlan confirmed. Can we absorb this? I really wish to awaken my powers, Xiao Li candidly expressed. Only by awakening special abilities can we hope to survive better, she added. It is becoming increasingly evident that those with powers will be the future's vanguard. It should be impossible, yet one might attempt it. You are all welcome to give it a try. Thank you, Sister Lan. The ability to awaken supernatural powers is something they have long dreamed of. When everyone excavated the first zombie corpse, it was indeed quite disgusting, akin to unearthing a slimy cadaver, replete with a fetid stench, intestines, and brain matter. However, upon discovering the first gemstone, the fear seemed to dissipate. Instead, the sense of accomplishment and exhilaration upon unearthing an energy orb was palpable. The red orbs are fire-based. The transparent ones are special, the blue ones pertain to water, yellow signifies earth, and green corresponds to plant life. I shall take a blue orb back with me and hope to awaken water-based powers. That way, I could indulge in a bath whenever I wish, mused Li Lan. Xiao Li and Lin Yao both selected a transparent energy orb. With her perceptive abilities, Wenlan discerned that there were numerous cellars in Dong-Air village. Not wishing to disturb others, she ventured into the cellar alone, allowing the others to excavate energy orbs outside. Of course, they could also scavenge for supplies within the village. Wen Che and Zhang Yi had already scoured the area. Although they had conducted a thorough search, caution was still warranted. As this was a village where mutated plants and beasts could inevitably lurk, particularly the latter. Most rural dwellers tend to keep cats and dogs. And in the wake of the apocalypse, these animals have become exceedingly ferocious. Understood, Captain 1, Captain Zhang. An hour of free activity was announced. The prospect of free time brought joy to everyone, as it meant they could partake in a zero-cost shopping spree within the village. Although the village shop offered nothing but counterfeit food items, it was a blessing to have any food at all. The snacks from the shop, regardless of their expiration status, were eagerly shared among the group. They could also find some clothing. Washing clothes was no longer feasible, given the scarcity of water resources. Who would waste it on laundry? It was entirely normal for clothes to be in a deplorable state. Now, within the village, they might discover some suitable garments. Cigarettes. Fake cigarettes. Ugh. The two could not help but curse. When the apocalypse struck, smoking men had no time to quit. Their eyes lit up at the sight of cigarettes, only to find the village shop sold fakes. Relying on her sensing abilities, Wenlan made her way to the cellar behind the village first. She gathered the stored food into her spatial inventory. Suddenly, a mutated night cat leaped from the rooftop towards Wenlan. The cat's reaction speed was swift. Sensing its approach before it pounced, Wenlan anticipated its next move and teleported 1 meter away. The mutant cat's pupils remained unchanged in size, but appeared eerily peculiar. The once docile feline now bore a bald body, its skin a ghastly gray. It emitted a low, guttural sound from its throat. Wenlan gripped a sharp dagger in her hand. In the next instant, I teleported behind the mutated cat, striking it with my blade, yet it did not succumb. Instead, I merely inflicted a deep gash upon its hide, from which oozed a peculiar greenish blood. Indeed, the cat exhibited remarkable reflexes. However, within a distance of 50 meters, I could teleport at will, and despite the cat's swift reactions, it could not keep pace with me. Nevertheless, the speed of this mutated feline was astonishing. Although I sensed its movements, its response capabilities were strikingly formidable. As I teleported, I found myself within striking range, but the cat's claws were already upon me. I severed its forelimb, yet I too bore the brunt of its vicious claws. My own reflexes were exceptional, yet this creature's were of an entirely different order. The wounds on my arm were dark, a sinister hue seeping into my blood. Strangely, the injury began to heal, leaving behind black claw marks as a testament to the encounter. This was the first time I had faced such an anomaly. Could it be some form of rabies virus? Would a rabies vaccine even be effective? When Lin Yao entered, she beheld me dissecting the head of the mutated cat with a dagger. extracting a minuscule energy orb the size of a fingernail. This orb shimmered in a rainbow of colors, distinctly different from any other energy orbs I had encountered. Having fought numerous zombies, I had never before seen such an orb. Sensing her presence, I instinctively concealed the unique energy orb within my spatial storage. However, Lin Yao nearly retched at the sight. Initially, she had been quite vocal in her complaints, chastising me for merely directing others while remaining inactive, believing I was overly coddled. Yet now, she was taken aback to find me methodically dissecting a mutated cat without a flicker of emotion, ignoring her presence as though she were invisible. I stepped into the courtyard, where a vine of mutated grapes thrived. I sought a nearby pot, excavating the vine to take it home for cultivation. Observing the dark claw marks on my hand, I assessed my physical condition, confirming the absence of toxins, and reassuringly noted that my 2 babies remained healthy within. "Can we talk, Wenlan?" Lin Yao had come specifically to seek me out. "It was my parents' fault. They shouldn't have interfered with our relationship. You even struck my face. If you want my help, I'm afraid I can't assist you." "Why not?" I remained impervious to her pleas. She attempted to apologize, to threaten, even to kneel. But none of it swayed me. My decisions were resolute, and those I chose not to forgive would remain unforgiven. This was my principle. Chapter 45. The transformation on her return. Wenlan immediately sensed an unsettling discomfort that persisted to the point of her skipping dinner that evening. After delivering her meal, Wenxie urged his sister to rest. Outside on the balcony, several mutated plants leaned towards Wenlan, yet she ceased to manage the mutated grapevines, simply feeling an incessant itch. Oh dear, she gazed at the scars adorning her hands, the dark mark growing increasingly pronounced. What was happening? Could it truly be toxic? Wenlan retrieved the peculiar, colorful energy orb, preparing to absorb it into her space to see if it might ameliorate her condition. Upon holding it and crushing it, it spontaneously absorbed into her. Unlike her previous energy orbs, which were absorbed by her companion and returned to her in double, this one was actively absorbed by her own will. As she sensed an unusual genetic chain manifesting within her body, she pondered the implications. Her perceptive abilities had enhanced. Yet, she felt a troubling heat coursing through her. Rising to seek her brother's assistance, her head throbbed with a relentless buzzing, her body temperature soaring alarmingly. While a normal human's temperature hovers around 36 degrees, hers had skyrocketed to 49. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have likely succumbed to the fever. Dizzy and disoriented, just as she felt herself teetering towards collapse, the Hisho Wu swiftly extended its vines, enveloping Wenlan in a protective embrace. The tomato seedling appeared quite concerned, oscillating anxiously yet unable to move. The small vine began to grow, and this time, the Hisho Wu did not hinder its progress. It merely shielded Wenlan. The cucumber seedling swayed its leaves gently, while the newly arrived grapevine huddled in the corner, trembling before the might of its more powerful plant counterparts, having yet to absorb Wenlan's blood. Suhan was en route to Wenlan's room to provide prenatal education when he perceived an overwhelming surge of mental energy emanating from within. Frowning, he hastened to her chamber. Wenlan. His tone was urgent as he flung open the door, only to be met with a shocking sight. Wenlan was ensconced by plants, and atop her head sprouted 2 fluffy ears. To add to the astonishment, a black tail had also emerged. "Su, Captain Su." Wenlan's voice was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a kitten. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Suhan swiftly caught her. What on earth has happened to Wenlan? How did she become like this? Zhang Yi expressed his concern, noting the room now enveloped in a vibrant green hue. Aside from them, no one else could enter Wenlan's chamber. Though transformed, she appeared rather endearing, resembling a cat girl. "It seems she has been affected by a cat toxin," Suhan remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The venom of the cat did not harm Wenlan's body. It merely altered her appearance. Indeed, in the village we visited yesterday, a few others had also been injured by mutated beasts and have since undergone transformations. We shall observe the situation for a few days to ascertain the extent of the changes. For the time being, Wenlan is not in any immediate danger. Suhan spoke in a measured tone. Despite his calm demeanor, his pallor betrayed his anxiety, and his brows knitted tightly. "It is my failure to protect my sister." Wenxie, seeing Wenlan's rosy complexion, could not suppress his feelings of guilt. "Your sister has grown up. I shall now go investigate the individuals who have been altered by the mutated beasts." Wenxie decided to stay behind to care for Wenlan. In total, there were 3 individuals, including Wenlan, who had sustained injuries from the mutated beasts. One had been scratched by a mutated lizard, while the other had been bitten by a rat. They had managed to kill the mutated beasts in the moment, and since the injuries were minor, they thought little of them. However, it was this morning that the two began to exhibit signs of mutation. They have been isolated for observation. Although they bear the marks of their injuries, they still retain their consciousness. Old Lu, Zhang Yan, do either of you feel unwell? I simply feel itchy all over. I feel the same. The two, filled with trepidation since their injuries, had initially believed them to be trivial and thought they could merely tend to them with some iodine upon returning. They had not anticipated such drastic changes. You are not permitted to leave for the next few days to prevent any potential harm to others. For now, you shall remain here. Understood. They nodded in agreement, showing no inclination to resist. Zhang Yan, could you take a look at my teeth? They seem somewhat amiss. Old Lu requested. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Your teeth have transformed to resemble those of a rat. Oh dear, you even have a tail akin to a rat. It's long and slender. I've grown a tail. Zhang Yan, where are you? Why have you changed color? Your skin feels so smooth. Your skin has patterns as well. Both were astonished and fearful of one another, keeping their distance, one in the eastern corner of the room and the other in the western corner, anxiously observing each other's transformations, terrified that the other might attack. Why don't they separate us? Zhang Yan lamented. 3 days later, they discovered that not only had they survived the venomous mutation, but they had also acquired abilities akin to those of the mutated beasts that had bitten them. For instance, old Lu, having been bitten by the rat, found that his teeth could now gnaw through tough materials. Furthermore, his vision had adapted to see clearly in the dark. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, could alter his appearance to blend with his surroundings. Against a white wall, his body would mimic the wall's texture, though he now bore wave-like patterns across his skin, giving him the appearance of being covered in tattoos. They had not imagined that being bitten by those mutated beasts would not only spare their lives, but also endow them with extraordinary powers. Though the exterior may appear somewhat peculiar, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. In this apocalyptic world, possessing unique abilities signifies the capacity to safeguard oneself. Here, Zhou has connected through the communication system to several other bases. The final official base is located in the mountainous region where mutated beasts abound. Certain extraordinary mutated creatures can release their genes upon death, transferring their unique abilities to others, thereby enhancing their energy and possibly even leading to a beastly transformation. However, it is important to note that not all mutated beasts possess such gene transfer capabilities. Hence, being bitten is a matter of luck. The authorities are currently researching these mutated beasts to explore the possibility of capturing them and producing a significant number of beastified individuals. On the 7th day, Zhang Yan and Lao Lu were both released. Remarkably, they retained their consciousness and emerged unscathed, even acquiring special abilities. Nevertheless, their current appearances are somewhat strange, leading to a degree of resistance from some individuals. Consequently, they now reside together. Others, like Lin Yao, envy their newfound powers. The notion of gaining abilities from a mere bite of a mutated beast seems straight out of a movie. If I were bitten by a mutated spider, wouldn't I acquire its powers? A few individuals, emboldened by such thoughts, even contemplated venturing to Dong-Er Zhuang, pondering whether a scratch from a mutated tiger might grant them its abilities. However, the reality of such encounters could be perilous, as one might face immediate demise. Li Lan shook her head, finding the thought rather dangerous, and reminded them that not all mutated beasts exhibit this effect. Perhaps I should give it a try. What if I succeed? Xiaoli suggested. They returned to experiment with energy orbs, but found them ineffective in their hands, merely beautiful glass spheres without any utility. Maybe next time. I heard Sister Wenlan hasn't emerged for several days. I hope she hasn't encountered any trouble, one expressed. She should be fine. Sister Wenlan is quite powerful. Another replied. I wish to be like her. Li Lan said enviously. We will. Let us give it our all. They encouraged one another. We should at least find a more appealing variant, one remarked, recalling Zhang Yan's intricate patterns and Lao Lu's rodent-like features, along with the discomfort they evoked. After a full week, Wenlan finally awoke, feeling as though she had indulged in a long, restful slumber. Suhan. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Suhan. Their gazes locked, and Suhan swallowed hard, relieved to see her awake. She surveyed her surroundings, puzzled by the transformation of her room, now overrun with vines. How do you feel? Suhan inquired. Quite well, actually. My hearing and other faculties seem to have enhanced significantly, Wenlan replied. Upon perceiving the alterations within her own genes, which had evidently been enhanced, Wenlan found herself bewildered by the emergence of a tail. A tail? How have I grown a tail? She gazed at her black, furry, and curled appendage, unmistakably resembling that of a cat, albeit a larger version. You were scratched by a mutated cat. Certain unique mutant beasts can infect one's genes upon contact, with a probability of mutation ranging between 60 to 70%. Su-Han remarked, a frown creasing his brow, as this was the information they had gathered. So, I was scratched by a cat and have now undergone beastification? Wenlan confirmed, sensing the two babies within her. Thankfully, they appeared to be normal. She worried about any potential dangers. Yet Su-Han had withheld the fact that others who had undergone beastification did not lose consciousness, while Wenlan herself had fainted for a full 7 days. Wenxie knew of this and was relieved to see Wenlan finally awaken, much to the excitement of everyone, as she was their logistical support. She soon discovered that her spatial abilities had expanded. Not only that, her perceptive faculties had sharpened, allowing her to discern human blood vessels and particles with clarity, including the unique abilities residing within each individual. Su-Han's body contained two energies, one immensely powerful and the other, a purple lightning, which had now fully integrated with him. Wenxie's water was gradually crystallizing into ice. Wenlan realized that the awakening of her abilities could evolve based on her thoughts and imaginative training. Chapter 46. Discovering the Consciousness of Xia Mo. This was the direction of evolution her perceptive ability had unveiled. She shared this revelation with a few individuals. The concept of releasing one's abilities based on imagination was not difficult to grasp, yet executing it posed a challenge. Indeed, the evolution direction perceived by my ability indicates this. Although initially, she found her perception somewhat trivial, upon truly upgrading it, she discovered it was a super perception. After advancement, she could experience telepathy, sense emotional states, possess X-ray vision to see distant events, and penetrate obstacles to grasp the essence of internal matters. She could even faintly foresee future actions and reactions of the human body in the next moment. This was her newly enhanced capability. She could clearly perceive each person's abilities and evolutionary trajectories, exercising personal imagination. Furthermore, each person's evolutionary path was distinct. I sense that the energy pearl within my brother is cooling. It should be developing towards an ice attribute. Zhang Yi, yours seems to be a volatile fireball. Akin to explosive energy, Zhou Wen remarked, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at Wenlan. Zhou Wen, the genes within your body have merged with that mutated plant. Are you saying Zhou Wen is now a plant? To be precise, he is a plant entity. Through Wenlan's clear perception, the genetic chain within Zhou Wen had indeed fused with the plant entity. What about Han Ge? Su-Han was struck by lightning last time. Wasn't he? That purple lightning fused with him. Brother Han and a bolt of lightning? Wenlan candidly remarked, and indeed, that purple lightning could constantly surge within Su-Han's body. Anyone who came into contact with him could feel a tingling sensation. Su-Han must be perpetually receiving the purple lightning coursing through his veins. Now, he had truly merged with that purple lightning, even capable of unleashing its energy and absorbing the power of thunder. Su-Han, your purple lightning energy absorption orb is of no use, if I am not mistaken. To upgrade, you still need to absorb more lightning. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Wenlan's perceptive abilities had sharpened. She could not only sense weaknesses, but also discern the direction of supernatural evolution. Yet, the thought was somewhat amusing. Brother Han requires lightning to be struck by it. And it seems that Zhou Wen might soon become a vegetative state. He would need watering. Zhang Yi glanced up at Wenlan, her adorable cat ears perked up, and her fluffy black tail unconsciously swaying. This apocalyptic world was undoubtedly far from ordinary. It was not merely a zombie outbreak, it had altered our genetic makeup, perhaps even awakening certain hidden aspects of our bodies. Our genetic chains were currently in a remarkably active state. This was also why, upon being infected by mutated beasts, our genetic chains were affected. Zhang Yi observed Brother Han. Yes, lightning. Zhou Wen, a walking green blade of grass. Wenxie and she seemed to remain relatively normal. Wenlan resembled a humanoid cat. However, Wenlan felt that this state would not last long. Perhaps at some point in the future, the genetic chains would once again fall dormant. What exactly caused the genetic chains to become active remained unclear. Wenlan was now somewhat concerned that having been scratched by the mutated cat, she might have integrated some of its genes, not knowing if they would be passed on to her two children. Was it really the case that not just anyone could be scratched and potentially integrate genes? Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. If that were the case, for instance, if one were to catch a mutated cat, and then everyone was to be arranged accordingly, wouldn't they all become mutated? No, it must be under conditions where the genetic state is active for integration to occur. Currently, both Zhang Yi and my brother's genetic states are dormant. So, if Wen Che and I were to be scratched, we wouldn't just avoid infection, but might even be at risk of infection ourselves? Exactly. So brother, you must be cautious and avoid getting scratched. Moreover, the integration of genes through scratches is not guaranteed. Mismatched genes could pose a danger, and too many infections would lead to complete aberration. This truly seems arduous. The path ahead sounds fraught with difficulty. However, if Zhang Yi could conceive of such a scenario, perhaps other safe zones might think along similar lines to enhance their strength. Surely some would undertake such actions. Yet, these choices belong to those individuals, not to them. Alienation also carries its own side effects. Wen Lan currently exhibits none, attributable to her abundant vitality and the verdant plants that fill her surroundings. The baby absorbs this vitality and returns it to her tenfold. She senses that once the child is born, this ability to reciprocate will be even stronger. At that point, her need for cultivation will diminish significantly, and her progress will accelerate rapidly. The child will be born into a life of ease. However, the external characteristics of the mutated cat cannot yet be concealed. When Lan hides her tail and dons a hat, in the safety zone, there remains a palpable tension regarding those who have undergone alienation, as they seem to belong to an entirely different kind. This has led to a state of resistance among the populace, fearful that an alienated individual might suddenly go berserk. Nevertheless, a small faction seeks power and approaches them for guidance. In this post-apocalyptic era, those who have yet to awaken their abilities aspire to enhance their strength. Currently, this is the only overt method available. If one cannot awaken independently, they must seek external forces. Lin Yao finds herself among this group. She, along with Li Lan and Xiao Li, forms a trio that journeys to Dong Er Zhuang, accompanied by several young men. The zombies in this area have already been cleared, providing them with a sense of security, although the mutated animals evoke some apprehension. Zhang Yin leads them, while Lao Lu is absent. Ever since he fused with the gene of a mutated rat, he has been drowsy during the day and alert at night. Perhaps this is a side effect. It is even possible that his offspring will carry such genes. I do not wish to be caught by a rat, Li Lan expresses her fear. To be mutated into a rat is worse than becoming a zombie. From childhood, she has harbored an intense fear of rats. The group deliberates on what form of alienation they might undergo, though it is not a choice they can dictate, just as their imaginations soar. A rustling sound emerges from the small ditch beside the road, and dozens of mutated rats scurry forth with a hissing noise. So many. Oh my God, run. I knew this method wouldn't work. Are we going to be devoured by these mutated rats? The thought of being overwhelmed and torn apart by the creatures sends shivers down their spines. The mutated rats circumvent them and begin to gnaw on the corpses of the fallen zombies. In no time, the entire body of a zombie is consumed, leaving not a single bone behind. These mutated rats feast solely on decaying flesh. Lin Yao screams as one of the rats stealthily climbs up her leg and bites her. She shakes it off, and each of them brandishes a knife, slashing wildly. Aside from Lin Yao, none have suffered bites from the mutated rats. It remains uncertain whether Lin Yao's experience is a stroke of luck or an unfortunate turn of fate. Fortune may bestow upon one the opportunity for transformation. However, should misfortune prevail, one might find oneself metamorphosed into a mere rodent. On their return journey, Li Lan and Xiao Li both felt that the day's itinerary had been both exhilarating and intense. Lin Yao's legs had begun to darken. Zhang Yin observed Lin Yao incessantly scratching herself. Lin Yao, are you feeling itchy? If so, it is indeed a sign. You may be undergoing transformation. At least it signifies a possibility of change, rather than succumbing to the poison of a mutated rat, he remarked. A wave of discomfort washed over Lin Yao. She yearned for strength. Why of all things must she be bitten by a mutated rodent? Lin Yao, the potential for transformation is a blessing. Today, both Li Lan and I aspired to evolve, yet those mutated rats did not bite us. Had we been swarmed, we would likely have met our demise. After all, everyone came here seeking transformation, to acquire the unique abilities of mutated beasts. This would enable them to ascend, to possess the power of self-preservation in this apocalyptic world. Yet, Lin Yao protested, I do not wish to be bitten by a mutated rat. She frowned, expressing her disdain for them. Li Lan and Xiao Li exchanged glances, their long-standing friendship allowing them to intuitively understand each other's thoughts without uttering a word. In their eyes glimmered a shared mirth and relief. Li Lan detested the mutated rats and was grateful she had escaped their bite. Lin Yo continued to grumble as she walked. The fact that she had begun to transform was an irreversible reality, and despite her reluctance, she had to accept it. When Lan had grown accustomed to her body, the additional tail seemed to function as a third hand. She used it to grasp a water cup from the table, gazing into the mirror at her black cat ears. She moved them slightly. Apart from being ornamental, they appeared to serve little purpose. When Lan had offered her blood to the newly arrived grapevine, gradually absorbing it. Once it had consumed her blood, she could sense the emotions of the little grape. Currently, the little grape was the weakest. The cucumber sprout had grown a cucumber over 5 meters long, large enough to serve as a bed. Tonight, she intended to harvest it, preparing a dish for dozens. As for the tomato sprout, when Lan's sensory abilities had intensified. Little tomato, why do I sense that you possess awareness? Unlike other mutated plants that merely expressed emotions, this weak tomato exhibited consciousness. The leaves of the tomato swayed gently, and eventually, a message appeared on one of the leaves. Startled, when Lan read the crooked letters, Lan Lan. It was her name, a moniker reserved for her by her brother and only her closest friends. Xiaomo had called her that as well. Although such a thought seemed exceedingly bold, most would never entertain such an idea. When Lan pondered for a moment, on another leaf, an additional symbol appeared. Upon seeing it, when Lan felt certain, MOMO, 2 leaves trembled vigorously, resembling a nod. How could this be? The tomato seedling before her was actually Xiaomo. When Lan utilized her perception abilities and sensed the tomato seedling's excitement, it was no wonder it refused to absorb her blood. Xiaomo would never take Wen Lan's blood, naturally rejecting it. It is I. Chapter 47. It truly is you. The tomato had only grown a few leaves, and there were no more left to sprout. Xiaomo was left with only a faint consciousness. This was a result of her relentless practice to control her own body, having been completely unaccustomed. It was only after encountering Wen Lan that she strived to master her plant form. She felt no pain, even if there were marks upon the leaves. She remained oblivious to them. MOMO, how could you have become like this? Indeed, I sensed that person was not you. Who is she? And how could she seize your body and transfer your consciousness to a mutated plant? Such a power is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo's emotions surged with agitation. Yet, she could not articulate her feelings. Her leaves trembled uncontrollably, some even cracking from overwhelming excitement. All right, I understand. I know you are Xiaomo, and I will avenge you. Wen Lan's tone was icy, her anger palpable as she witnessed her best friend in such a state, her fingertips turning pale. However, Wen Lan knew that the Xiaomo before her was not the true one. The genuine bond between them required no words. They understood each other's thoughts instinctively. First, we must find a way to strengthen you. Your energy is far too weak. Absorbing my blood can expedite your enhancement, and I can perceive your condition more clearly. The tomato seedling shook slightly, seemingly in refusal. I only feed them my blood, just a drop, which will not harm me. Trust me, it's merely a drop of blood. What is that compared to our monthly cycle? Upon hearing this, the tomato seedling finally nodded. When Lan swiftly pricked her fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. As soon as the drop emerged, the wound healed instantly, indicating that drawing her blood was becoming increasingly difficult. A single drop fell upon the tomato seedling, and this time it chose to absorb it. The seedling's darkness gradually faded, transforming into a vibrant green, and soon it bore a tomato the size of a palm, which was presented to Wen Lan. Although MOMO was still unable to communicate with her, Wen Lan could sense the tomato's emotional response. The tomato was now non-toxic and edible. Your energy is still too weak. Once you grow stronger, will your fruits not be as large as cucumbers? A giant tomato? The feedback received indicated otherwise. The tomato would bear fruit. Moreover, tomatoes can significantly enhance one's immune system. Thus, this evening, let us indulge in a refreshing tomato salad, perhaps with a sprinkle of sugar. However, MOMO, it feels rather peculiar, as if one is consuming you. MOMO stirred slightly, indicating otherwise. The leaves resemble human hair. While the fruit appears akin to her tresses, if left unpicked, they will eventually fall away in due time. The roots constitute her very essence. Should the roots be harmed, she would suffer injury and ultimately perish. The root of the He Shou Wu remains unscathed. Even when severed, it has the capacity to regrow. Each plant possesses its unique attributes. MOMO's consciousness remains fragile, having recently reunited with Wenlan, which incited great excitement. Now, she has succumbed to repose. For plants, their method of rest involves absorbing the surrounding oxygen, allowing themselves to stabilize. Wenlan chose not to disturb Xiaomo, watering her gently before seeking out Zhang Yi. An additional meal is in order for the evening. The mutated tomatoes, are they not toxic? That concern has dissipated. Recently, Wenshei's cultivation zone has yielded vegetables, and one cannot deny that the seasoned elders possess far more experience than the younger individuals like Zhou. The first harvest is now ready for consumption. With Zhou's abilities advancing, vegetables can now fully mature within 3 to 4 days. Thanks to Wenlan's earlier guidance, he now absorbs energy not only through energy orbs but also from the plants he cultivates, as he too embodies a unique form of flora. Following Wenlan's counsel, everyone is now aware of their respective paths toward enhancing their abilities. Nonetheless, the energy orbs remain the most expedient method of absorption. The zombies plaguing several villages have nearly been eradicated. For our base to develop swiftly, I have scoured electronic maps and discovered that we can harness photovoltaic panels for power generation. Presently, some generators are too feeble, supplying energy only to a single tavern and often experiencing outages. With photovoltaic panels, our surrounding fences can be electrified. However, they lack sufficient manpower. Constructing walls akin to the safety zone may prove challenging. The type of electricity needed resembles that of the electric fences found in zoos, albeit requiring a significantly higher voltage. Suzhou City houses companies specializing in photovoltaic technology, which likely have ample stock. If we could entice high-tech talents from other bases, it would be splendid. We could then broadcast our intentions. Other bases only retain ability users, do they not? Wenlan suggested. Thus, let us disseminate a broadcast. Our base welcomes all, regardless of age or gender. Furthermore, we must bestow a name upon our base. What shall we call it? They have governed the safety zone for an extended period without naming it. New Hope Safety Zone, though somewhat trite, conveys its literal meaning. Agreed. I find it quite fitting. Let us heed Wenlan's advice. Zhang Yi chimed in with a cheerful grin. As the construction must commence, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to neglect the zombie energy orbs, Su Han remarked with a furrowed brow. I have another piece of news to share, which, although astonishing, confirms my suspicions. Wenlan moved the tomato seedlings closer, their leaves inscribed with markings. With a grave and earnest tone, Wenlan stated, "This pot of tomato seedlings embodies Xiaomo." Words fail those who are rendered speechless. Wenlan, are you jesting? How is that even conceivable? Wenshei also found it hard to believe. This notion borders on the fantastical. How could a person's consciousness possibly transform into a mere pot of tomatoes? It is indeed true. I have even grown a tail. What else is beyond the realm of possibility? After the apocalypse, when Wenlan's capacity for acceptance has soared, nothing seems implausible. The world has changed, and we must adapt swiftly. Wenlan adheres to a principle. Only the fittest survive, and the strong prevail. Only by adapting quickly can one grow stronger. Thus, upon witnessing the inscriptions on the tomato leaves, her momentary astonishment dissipated swiftly. The individual now inhabiting Xiaomo's body has likely consumed her memories, resulting in Xiaomo's consciousness being exceedingly faint. This person may have traversed dimensions or possess some exceptional ability that allows them to enter another's body. Such a notion is chillingly thought-provoking. Could such powers truly exist? Zhang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. Is it conceivable that one's consciousness could be so easily usurped? Perhaps. A mental ability could erase another's memories or even implant suggestions, but certain conditions apply. It would only succeed if that individual's mental fortitude is compromised or their will is wavering. After Su Han finished speaking, Wenlan cast him a meaningful glance. Su Han's gaze darkened slightly. Everyone remained engulfed in the shock that Xiaomo had transformed into a pot of tomatoes. The hidden interactions between the two went unnoticed. At this moment, everyone was focused on how to swiftly enhance their strength. While we may not know the identity of the person occupying Xiaomo's body, she surely possesses knowledge. We must bolster our strength and expedite the construction of our safe zone, thereby enhancing our defenses. Wenlan's sentiments were met with unanimous agreement. Consequently, they split into two groups. Zhou stayed behind to oversee the mutated plants and vegetables at the base, while Zhang Yi led a team to exterminate zombies. Wenshei, Su Han, and Wenlan ventured to Suzhou City. With Wenlan's spatial abilities, we can at least gather supplies swiftly. Han Ge, I wish to accompany you, Zhang Yi declared earnestly. However, 3 of us suffice for the supply run. We need someone at the base. You and Zhou must safeguard our territory. Very well. By the way, if the Shenyang base comes looking for trouble, retreat if you cannot hold your ground and conserve our strength. Understood. They wouldn't dare approach us, right? We maintain a peaceful coexistence. When Lan shook her head, sensing that the foe Xiaomo would not relent, she took the Shouwu with her, leaving the remaining mutated plants in the care of Shouwen. The tomato seedlings required particular attention. Rest assured, she could only absorb the transparent energy orbs, and watering them once a day sufficed. Mo needed to recuperate and was ill-suited to be carried around, as battles could erupt at any moment. The Shouwu had evolved 3 vines, each capable of extending up to 10 meters. When Lan imparted her instructions with great care, these are all transparent energy orbs. Very well, you can count on me to take good care of her, Zhouwen replied solemnly. He held Wenlan in high regard, and he also felt a kinship with Xiaomo, both being plants in essence, albeit Xiaomo represented the true form of a plant. Thus, he understood the preferences of the mutated plants quite well, such as their fondness for the morning sun and aversion to the blinding light of noon, as well as their enjoyment of absorbing nutrients from water in the evening. I appreciate your help. Wenlan expressed her gratitude once more, soothing Xiaomo's emotions. Mo. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Xiaomo flicked her branches and leaves. Meanwhile, Suhan and Wenxie had already completed their preparations. In truth, there was little for the 3 of them to tidy up, as Wenlan possessed spatial abilities. They simply needed to depart promptly and return just as quickly. Their mode of transportation this time was a car, with Suhan and Wenxie at the wheel while she sat in the back seat. The baby in her womb was quite lively, and the current prenatal education no longer sufficed for its growth. It required more energy orbs to absorb. Wenlan could sense that as the baby grew, it would need energy orbs to provide nourishment, for the larger the baby became, the more energy it would return to her. Furthermore, she sensed that she was on the brink of acquiring a new ability, though she was uncertain what powers the 2 babies would bestow upon her this time. Chapter 48. Mutated sheep are edible. Do not call me Xiaomo any longer. My true name is Xiaojua, radiant and resplendent. She had expended countless lives in pursuit of a chance to defy fate. Recently, many of them had ventured to Jiang'an City to slay zombies, as the undead horde there was overwhelming, resulting in numerous injuries. In a city of several million, one could only imagine the density of zombies. The people below were incessantly complaining. They fought the zombies in search of supplies, now that resources were ample. Why engage in such perilous endeavors? They simply wished to live peacefully. Moreover, the requirement to surrender energy orbs, particularly the transparent ones, left those who absorbed them quite disgruntled, leading to widespread grievances. They had risked life and limb to combat the zombies only to be compelled to relinquish the energy orbs they earned. Furthermore, they faced zombies daily, constantly fearing the risk of being bitten and transformed. They merely desire a stable place to live peacefully. Otherwise, what purpose does joining the safe zone serve? The constant tension leaves them no respite. What of the information I requested you to investigate? Suhan has established a new hope base. Xiaojua's gaze dimmed slightly. Moreover, many individuals there have been infected by the mutated beast virus and have undergone transformation. This has ignited his desire to capture some mutated beasts as well. Do not be naive. Transformation is not something that occurs indiscriminately. Failure may lead to becoming an entirely different species, akin to a savage, devoid of rationality. Xiaojua felt a dissonance in his memories. What exactly had transpired? What had influenced the present? I learned that they ventured to Suzhou to acquire photovoltaic panels. At this moment, Xiaojua seemed to recall something. Send a few people. No, I shall go personally. We also require photovoltaic panels. Zhou Feng was perplexed. Our base is equipped with generators. What use do we have for photovoltaic panels? The generator operates on electromagnetic induction, yet photovoltaic technology is distinct. It harnesses sunlight. How had she overlooked this aspect? She could utilize the photovoltaic panels to absorb sunlight, thereby enhancing her solar abilities. Enough chatter. Gather the team. No, I shall go myself. It seems I must meet with Su Han and his group. Although there had been no news of Wenlan in the future, for some inexplicable reason, she evoked a sense of danger. She merely sought to live better in the future. Perhaps the immense cost of this endeavor had led to a distortion in her memory. The butterfly effect. Her recollections were gradually fading, dissipating into the past. This may be a rule of the world. One cannot relive a life anew. The rules will shuffle your fate, and consciousness will intertwine. Meanwhile, Wenlan suddenly felt a chill. What is it? In the rearview mirror, Su-Han seemed to notice immediately that something was amiss with Wen-Lan. When Che turned his head, "What's wrong, Lan? You appear somewhat pale." "For reasons unknown." She suddenly felt a sense of danger. "Perhaps I am being overly sensitive." Wen-Lan did not dismiss this instinct. She caressed the baby in her womb. It felt as though someone dangerous was watching her. Who could it be? Fo Xiaomo? Nonetheless, we must remain cautious during this journey. "Yes, rest assured. I am here," he reassured. "Indeed, having my brother around brings great comfort," she thought, reminiscent of her childhood when her brother played both mother and father. At noon, they found a gas station to rest. The three disembarked. Su-Han entered to deal with the zombies while Wen-Che fueled the car. The remaining gasoline was poured into the fuel tank, and Wen-Lan placed the temperature monitor into the space. A distant sound of a vehicle echoed, and Wen-Lan became alert. Within a 50-meter radius, she instinctively sensed a presence: a large motorhome, a solitary individual, and a black German shepherd. A dog? This canine was of considerable size, unmistakably a black German shepherd. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the muscular strength and formidable bite force of the creature, capable of effortlessly tearing through metal. It was an evolved, mutated dog. Wen-Lan's cat ears, hidden beneath her hat, twitched slightly. The vehicle came to a halt at a dilapidated gas station. Out stepped a woman clad in camouflage cargo pants and a fitted black t-shirt, her feet adorned with work boots. Beside her stood a towering black German shepherd, almost as tall as a person. This mutated dog was unlike any other mutated beast. In the post-apocalyptic world, most had succumbed to a zombie-like state. It was her first encounter with such a well-behaved mutated creature, igniting her curiosity. She sensed that this dog possessed the intelligence of an adult. The woman sported a neatly cropped hairstyle, and had it not been for her aura, one might mistake her for a man. Her lips were chapped, her skin darkened by the sun, yet her eyes shone with vitality. She was undoubtedly a lone wolf in this desolate world. Wen-Lan held a deep admiration for her. Surviving as a solitary individual amidst the ruins of civilization required immense mental fortitude. Upon sensing the woman's evolved physique, she felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that this was no ordinary evolved being, but rather an exceptionally powerful one. Wen-Lan pondered whether she could embody the spirit of a lone wolf. However, the presence of her child made it impossible for her to be alone. Each person has their own way of living, and this diversity is what makes life rich and flavorful. While she admired the woman, she felt no envy. Their eyes met, and a subtle nod was exchanged, each discerning no hostility in the other's gaze, though a necessary wariness lingered. The woman refueled her vehicle at the gas station. "Your dog seems a bit unwell," Wen-Lan remarked. The German shepherd's eyes brightened, as if to convey that Wen-Lan could comprehend its thoughts. In truth, she merely sensed its emotions without grasping its specific words. The woman mused, recalling that the dog had indeed been a bit off lately, although intelligent. The dog could not speak. It seemed to be suffering from skin irritation and needed a bath. Sensing the red spots covering the dog's skin, Wen-Lan expressed her gratitude. As she observed the woman before her, an inexplicable intuition stirred within Wen-Lan, foretelling that this woman would become her ally in the days to come. Thus, she spoke up. Otherwise, she would not meddle in others' affairs. The woman's voice was somewhat hoarse as she nodded indifferently. In this apocalyptic world, such coldness might indeed prolong one's survival. Hebei cast her a glance, seemingly expressing gratitude. The woman climbed into the RV, and Hebei followed suit. "Let's see if there's a river ahead. We need to find a place for you to bathe." "Juan." Hebei wagged her tail, elated. However, the woman frowned slightly. Most water sources had been contaminated, and finding clean water was quite troublesome, requiring filtration. The water purification filter in the vehicle also needed to be replaced. Lin Wei was currently beset by dangers on both sides. She had to hasten her return. Nevertheless, that woman from earlier intrigued her. Meanwhile, Wen-Che and Su-Han were starting a fire and preparing a meal of simple rice paired with chili sauce, which was quite delectable in these dire times. The road ahead had become uneven, riddled with numerous small pits, causing the vehicle to jolt. They had thought they would not encounter that lone wolf girl again, only to see the RV ahead overturned. Yet it was empty. The RV was the same one they had seen belonging to the solitary girl. People were nowhere to be found. "A mutated beast has arrived," Su-Han warned, frowning. Soon, Wen-Lan sensed it as well. It was a herd of mutated sheep. These sheep had grown significantly larger, and astonishingly, their muscles had evolved in strength, resembling a kangaroo version of sheep. Wherever the herd trod, The ground was left marred with large and small pits, indicating the tremendous power of their muscular build. There were 58 of them. They were approaching. Suhan pressed the accelerator to hasten their escape. There's a ditch. Wenlan sensed a landslide ahead. Although Suhan reacted swiftly, the vehicle's inertia proved overwhelming, resulting in it flipping over. Just moments ago, they had been curious about how that lone wolf girl's RV had been overturned. Now they understood. Lan, are you all right? I'm fine. When Che heard her voice, remarkably, Wenlan was already outside. She had anticipated the vehicle's overturning and had utilized her teleportation ability to escape. As the mutated sheep charged forward, they hurriedly exited the vehicle. The stones ahead could be crushed by the herd, let alone their flimsy metal car. The mutated sheep, heedless of anything, charged at them. Once gentle creatures, they now exhibited a fierce demeanor. However, the mutated sheep's mouths had not transformed. They could only ram into them. Sensing the immense muscular strength within the mutated sheep, the most critical realization dawned upon them. These creatures did not possess energy orbs within. Upon perceiving that the mutated sheep harbored no toxins within their bodies, only the exhilarating power of their muscles remained. Should one be charged by them, it could very well result in fatality. They possessed the capability to reduce your internal organs to mere pulp. However, what truly captivated Wenlan was the revelation that these mutated sheep were entirely devoid of toxins. An idea blossomed in her mind. They could be consumed. At this thought, Wenlan's mouth watered. It had been so long since she had savored fresh roasted lamb. The prospect of indulging in such a delectable feast was utterly enticing. Wenlan dared not confront the mutated sheep head-on. Suhan, brother, do not engage these mutated sheep directly. Their muscular strength is formidable. In an instant, Wenlan teleported to the roof of a nearby RV. Suhan and Wenche swiftly emerged from the vehicle, which had been distorted by the weight of the sheep that had trampled over it. Aim for their necks. The muscle strength there is comparatively weaker. Wenche attempted a strike, not exerting his full strength, believing he could sever the mutated sheep's neck with a single blow. To his dismay, he found his efforts thwarted. The sinewy muscles of the mutated sheep were far too taut, as if something within had obstructed his blade. Only after unleashing his full might did Wenche succeed in severing the neck. Wenlan wielded a military dagger, showcasing her teleportation skills in the middle of the road to dispatch the mutated sheep. Wenche, understanding Suhan's intent, Wenche unleashed a torrent of water. Following this, Suhan summoned lightning. Water conducts electricity, and the two worked in perfect harmony. The mutated sheep were instantly enveloped in smoke, convulsing and collapsing to the ground. Yet, they did not perish. They merely lost the ability to move temporarily. Suhan's lightning abilities had recently awakened, representing a form of integration, with the enhancement from ordinary crystal beads being rather modest. As Wenlan had noted, to truly elevate his powers, he would need to absorb natural lightning. Each absorption would yield a subsequent advancement, though thunderstorms were not a frequent occurrence. I sense that their flesh is free of toxins. They can indeed be consumed. Wenche, too, had not indulged in meat for quite some time. He did not doubt Wenlan's assertion, for her perceptive abilities were exceptionally robust. She could effortlessly detect biological cells. Yet, the sight of the sheep made him hesitate. My perceptive abilities are infallible, Wenlan confidently proclaimed. Chapter 49. The physique of an evolver. Suhan and Wenche set about roasting a whole sheep by the roadside. Wenlan had an abundance of seasonings stored in her space. If the meat proved edible, they had already harvested 7 or 8 of the fallen mutated sheep to store for future feasts. They would be able to enjoy lamb for quite some time. Before long, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted lamb wafted through the air. The muscular composition of the mutated sheep was remarkably robust. There is hardly any fat, and if it continues to evolve, it will likely become even stronger, impervious to ordinary knives and guns. Just as Wenlan was fully engrossed in sensing the mutated sheep, she suddenly heard the sound of barking. A familiar black-backed dog limped towards her, its legs stained with blood. It's you, the lone wolf's black dog. It whimpered. The black dog dashed straight towards Wenlan. Wenche furrowed his brow and summoned a wall of water. Brother, it means no harm. It's seeking my help. Overwhelmed by the powerful current, the black dog was knocked aside but quickly got back on its feet, shaking off the water, though its fur was still matted with blood. Wenche lowered the water barrier, and Suhan silently retracted the floating dagger. Seeking help? This black dog appeared menacing, not at all resembling a creature in distress, but rather one poised to bite. What was going on? Was it related to its master? Wenlan recalled the brave lone wolf girl who dared to traverse the apocalypse. The black dog then expelled a rainbow-colored energy orb from its mouth, which rolled to Wenlan's feet. What is this? It's actually rainbow-colored. Wenche was astonished. It was his first encounter with such an orb. However, Wenlan was not unfamiliar, as she had seen a similar orb on the mutated cat. After expelling the rainbow orb, the black dog appeared significantly weakened, seemingly drained of vitality. Wenlan observed the colorful energy orb. Animals possess an innate intuition, and perhaps the black dog approached her because it sensed she could understand its intent. She could feel the black dog's intense emotions, a desperate desire to save its master. It was even willing to exchange its energy orb with Wenlan. It recognized that she could comprehend its plight. Choosing Wenlan was a considerable gamble. But there was no alternative. Its master's life was at stake. If the woman before it failed to help, it would bite her in desperation. Even if it meant its own demise, it would willingly do so for its master. She picked up the colorful energy orb, her eyes lighting up as she felt the energy within. This orb was unlike any other energy orbs from mutated beasts. "Take me with you," she commanded. Woof. This colorful energy orb was crucial for individuals like them, who had integrated mutated beast genes to enhance their energy and mitigate side effects. Therefore, Wenlan did not hesitate. After strengthening her perceptive abilities, she could clearly discern the effects of anything. "I'll accompany you," Wenche immediately declared. He could not allow his sister to venture alone. "All right, Suhan, you stay behind. Otherwise, the lamb will burn." Suhan frowned slightly. He wished to join as well. However, given his expanded mental strength, he should be able to sense events even from a distance. Very well. Thus, the black dog led the way, followed closely by the siblings, Wenlan and Wenche. The overturned RV suggests that they may have encountered some trouble not far from here. Wenlan also utilized her perceptive abilities. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the desolate terrain flanked the highway, but ahead they discovered corpses strewn across the ground. These were the remains of mutated wolves, each pierced through by metal, indicating a violent demise. They had encountered a pack of mutated sheep, while the lone wolf had faced mutated wolves instead. No wonder it had sustained injuries. Nestled within a withered burrow was a woman, already unconscious, hidden away by a loyal black dog seeking assistance. One must admit, this was indeed a clever canine. Suddenly, the black dog leaped down, despite its injured leg, exacerbating its wound. It presented an energy orb to Wenlan, a devoted companion. The woman had lost too much blood and lay in a state of unconsciousness. "I'll go down and bring her up," Wenche declared. The pit was at least a meter deep, but Wenche hoisted the woman onto his back and ascended from the hollow. Wenlan could have descended as well. Her genetic lineage included feline traits, bestowing her with remarkable agility, allowing her to leap several meters effortlessly. The woman appeared tall and slender, yet possessed formidable muscle strength. Upon bringing her up, they discovered that her chest had been pierced by metal, not injured by the mutated wolves. It seemed more likely that her wounds were inflicted by a power user. "Brother, step aside. She is a girl. I will tend to her wounds," Wenlan instructed. Wenche nodded, realizing why he had felt something amiss while carrying her. He was not well acquainted with women, aside from his own sister. Wenlan tore away the fabric covering the woman's chest wound, revealing a foul scent, indicative of inflammation. Remarkably, she did not have a fever, suggesting a robust constitution, at least that of an evolved individual. Wenlan carefully extracted the metal embedded in the woman's chest, noting that the blood was a thick, green hue. She sanitized the area with iodine until the blood transformed to a greener shade. She plucked 2 leaves from the Hishowu plant and fed them to the woman, then dressed her in fresh clothing to mitigate the odor that had begun to emanate. "Come here," Wenlan beckoned, pulling the black dog closer. 2 of its legs were injured, and a metal nail protruded from its back, likely a result of an encounter with the mutated wolves. Wenlan tended to its wounds, and after wrapping them with bandages, the black dog appeared much more subdued. She offered it a leaf, and to her surprise, the dog accepted it willingly after merely sniffing it. Wenlan glanced at the Hishowu plant, which had scarcely any leaves left, now nearly stripped bare, with only 3 small flowers remaining. In the evening, a few drops of blood were offered to Hishowu as compensation. Upon returning, Suhan had already grilled the lamb, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making one salivate. The black dog behind him was drooling profusely, clearly eager to eat. Suhan had already tasted it and found the flavor delightful. This mutated sheep, after its transformation, appeared even more robust. The texture of the meat was remarkably firm. It would be splendid if the mutated sheep could be captured and raised in captivity. However, the reality posed challenges, as the mutated sheep's strength had also evolved. This indicated that obtaining meat in the future would be increasingly arduous. To relish lamb, one would require greater prowess. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of you consuming it, but rather, it consuming you. In the spirit of aiding others, Wenlan had a fondness for the black dog. Thus, she shared the roasted lamb with it. This canine proved to be a good companion, and Wenche praised it as well. It seemed to be a military dog. Suhan nodded in agreement, recognizing the dog's exceptional intelligence, as it retained awareness even after mutation. The black dog disregarded the two men, only showing affection towards its female owner and Wenlan. Are we taking this person with us? Wenche inquired. The presence of an injured individual posed considerable complications. Their vehicle was no longer operational, but the overturned RV might still be usable. The flock of mutated sheep had trampled their car, leaving it in disrepair. Together, Wenche, Suhan, and Wenlan managed to lift the RV. Suhan tested its functionality and confirmed it was indeed drivable. The RV had been modified, otherwise, it might have leaked oil after such a rollover. The tires were specially reinforced. These modifications were executed by the injured female lone wolf, explaining her audacity and capabilities. Let us take her with us. We'll drive her RV and discuss matters once she regains consciousness. Agreed. Before departing, the lying mutated sheep were thoroughly dealt with and stored in her space. The space could only accommodate inanimate objects, not the living. To be precise, it was a four-dimensional space. Awakening the spatial abilities connected one to this four-dimensional realm. The stronger the connection, the larger the space became. Inside the vehicle, the woman finally stirred awake, with Wenlan being the first to notice. The second to react was the black dog, which, having been crawling, immediately perked up its ears and approached the woman's face. Baby. The woman, parched from a prolonged lack of water, spoke in a hoarse voice. Surprisingly, such a large mutated black dog referred to her as baby. When standing, it likely reached the height of an adult. You're awake. Your wound has become infected, so I cleaned it for you. The injury appeared more like a gunshot wound than a result of an attack by a mutated wolf. Thank you. The woman introduced herself as Lin Wei. Our vehicle is broken. We are using yours for now. Please drink some water. Wenlan offered her a cup of water. The woman shifted slightly, wincing from the pain of her wound. Although she had consumed the leaves of the Polygonum multiflorum, which had salvaged her life by replenishing her vitality and blood, the decaying flesh of her injury had been excised by Wenlan. For the wound to heal, time would be required. Lin Wei took a modest sip, aware of the preciousness of water resources. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Wenlan pouring a cup brimming with water over the delicate flower adorning her chest. Chapter 50. It is the soul light. Lin Wei longed to inform the woman that the water outside was a rare treasure, as most lakes and rivers had succumbed to pollution. However, she was typically reticent, seldom intervening in the affairs of others, and thus refrained from voicing her thoughts. Perhaps water was invaluable to her, yet it may not hold the same significance for others. Lin Wei sipped delicately from the hard-won precious water, moistening her parched throat, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Resisting the urge to drink it all, she passed the cup to the baby. The baby drank. Alas, it had already quenched its thirst, having consumed an entire basin. Fortunately, her brother possessed hydrokinesis. That basin likely contained around 3,000 milliliters of water. Thank you for saving me, Lin Wei said, enduring the pain as she retrieved a bag from the cabinet at the rear of the RV. Wenlan sensed that there were over a dozen energy orbs within. These are crystal cores. If you are ability users, they can be used to enhance your powers. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. Crystal cores? Wenlan mused, having never encountered such a term before, as they typically referred to them as energy orbs. Indeed, but different attributes require the absorption of distinct crystal cores. You are not an ability user, are you? Yet your injuries seem to have been inflicted by one. Wenlan sensed that Lin Wei possessed a remarkably strong physique, indicative of a superior evolutionary constitution. Yes, Lin Wei affirmed. The girl before her had saved her, and her baby bore no animosity towards the girl. Though the baby was a dog, it could discern whether a person harbored ill intent or goodwill. I am a metal ability user, Jiang Yao. Both she and I are part of the Huayang army. The Huayang army? Are you a pilot? Wenche inquired, astonished. The female pilots of the Huayang army were quite renowned, having made an appearance during a grand military parade. Yes, Both Jiang Yao and I are from the Huayang army. However, she betrayed the military and allied with Lu Qin at the Shenyang base. I wonder if you have heard of it. Lin Wei withheld further details, as Lu Qin also sought to possess her, yet she had no desire to rely on a man for her existence. Lin Wei had encountered a rollover while traveling the highway with her black dog, only to be confronted by mutated wolves. Unexpectedly, she had encountered Jiang Yao and Lu Qin, leading to a dispute. While Lin Wei was skilled in combat, she had not activated her abilities and thus suffered injuries. Jiang Yao presumed her to be dead. But Lin Wei's resilient body enabled her to control her heartbeat and breathing, deceiving her adversary. The child has once again concealed herself, seeking assistance from Wenlan. Wen Che and Su In exchanged glances. The latter's gaze darkened slightly, and he refrained from speaking. The Shenyang base has withdrawn a batch of military aircraft. With the presence of aircraft, the task becomes significantly more manageable. Resources from across the nation can be located with relative ease. The Shenyang base boasts a granary, ensuring an abundance of food supplies. It would be advantageous if we could ascertain the locations of these granaries. Official granaries are not limited to a single site. The positions of military granaries are classified. However, official granaries are the most numerous, as they are subject to regulation in times of conflict or food price surges. Lin Wei's eyes dimmed, seemingly aware of something. Yet she chose to remain silent. Although Wenlan had rescued her, it was insufficient to completely assuage her vigilance. This bag of crystal cores is for you. In gratitude for saving my life, she could have opted to abstain from intervening. After all, she bore no obligation to provide aid. Her gratitude for being saved was immense, and she possessed nothing of great value at present. Water appeared to be an ample supply for the girl, and food seemed adequate as well. As the three individuals showed no signs of malnutrition, their lips were moist and colorful, unlike her own, which were severely chapped from dehydration. The only thing she could offer was the crystal cores. This is all I have. No need for it. Wenlan declined, then turned to the child. It has already given me its energy sphere, seeking my assistance for your sake. Wenlan spoke candidly. The colorful energy sphere within the black shell held significant potential for her, capable of evolving her beast form. Baby. Lin Wei's eyes reddened. No. The extraction of the energy sphere from the black shell is a grave injury. It will detract from its lifespan. Canines naturally have shorter lifespans than humans, and only through evolution can their lives be extended. I will give you all these crystal cores in exchange for the location of the granary. Can we return the baby's energy sphere to it? It has already sacrificed too much for me. I cannot allow it to exchange its life for mine. A mutated beast with a colorful energy sphere will not succumb to zombification. Should it lose the colorful energy sphere, it will begin to transform into a zombie. Without the energy sphere, the baby risks mutation upon infection. A zombified baby would possess no consciousness. Wenlan seemed to recall that the mutated cat beast she had slain previously contained a colorful energy sphere. You know the location of the granary? Wenlan did not immediately refuse or agree. Yes, I am aware. As a pilot, I also have patrol duties. There is a granary not far from here. Lin Wei intended to go there as well. I cannot provide you with the colorful energy sphere. Lin Wei felt a profound sense of despondency, her heart burdened with guilt. The thought of losing her child rendered her existence in this world seemingly devoid of meaning. Her eyes clouded with shadows, for her life had always been one of solitude. The baby represented her final glimmer of hope. Your dog is extraordinary, she remarked. It possesses a unique constitution, and the colorful energy orbit gifted me imbues it with the potential for resurgence, provided it receives ample nourishment and energy replenishment. This creature had devoured nearly half a sheep. Wenlan, sensing Lin Wei's skepticism, continued, for other mutated beasts, one must slay them to extract the crystal cores from their brains. However, your dog willingly offered it to me. Can an ordinary mutated canine do the same? The energy core resides within its belly. Wenlan gently patted the baby's head, and the black dog did not resist. One was a woman who understood it, and the other was its beloved master. There was no conflict there. Yet, Wenlan perceived Lin Wei's disbelief in her words. My special ability is perception. Just as you possess an exceptionally evolved physique, distinct from ordinary evolved beings. If you were to battle my brother, and he refrained from using his powers, he might even struggle against you. When Che's face darkened, was this truly his sister, claiming she could not best a girl? Moreover, Su Han might not necessarily prevail against you in a physical confrontation. The driver, Su Han, listened attentively. When Che noted Su Han's slightly unfavorable expression and felt somewhat reassured, his sister maintained a sense of fairness. However, It did raise the question of how two grown men could potentially be outmatched by a woman. Was she truly formidable? Were it not for Lin Wei's injuries, he would have relished the opportunity to challenge her, albeit without the use of their abilities. Both Su Han and Wen Xie possessed formidable powers. In a contest of abilities, it would be no exaggeration to say that Su Han could easily vanquish Lin Wei. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Han and Wen Xie softened somewhat. The innate competitive spirit between men was undeniable. Conceding was not an option. Lin Wei remained silent. As a pilot, her physical prowess was unquestionable. Although the apocalypse had erupted without her awakening any special abilities, her physique had mutated. Her physical capabilities had sharpened over time, and her commitment to rigorous training allowed her to transcend her limits, even amidst the chaos of the world. However, she was incapable of absorbing energy orbs. Wen Lan's physical prowess was superior, characterized by a more holistic constitution. She did not require the same level of physical conditioning as Lin Wei. The baby would naturally provide her with sustenance. Comparatively, she had a more relaxed approach to her circumstances. Yet, she too had to prepare for the impending arrival of the baby. As long as the child remained safely within her womb, all was well. However, once the two babies were born, the demands would multiply: care, formula, and resources. She aspired to provide the best for her children. Hence, she needed to stockpile supplies. In order to ensure the well-being of her two children, she felt compelled to stock up more supplies. Is it truly all right? After listening to Wen Lan, she had already believed 80% of what was said. Yet, she still wished to confirm this further. She could not afford to take a gamble. The baby was her entire world, but it was also her sole hope for survival. Is it really fine? Does it appear to be unwell? Furthermore, it had consumed half a sheep. Wong Wong. Hei Bei seemed to convey that everything was well, barking a couple of times and licking Lin Wei's face. She noticed how affectionate Hei Bei was towards Wen Lan. This was the first instance someone other than her could approach the baby. Those whom the dog trusts must be of good character. Animals possess a heightened sensitivity. They are not encumbered by the complexities of human nature, allowing them to perceive purity. Thank you. You mentioned knowing the location of the grain storage. I could propose an exchange. No need, I can guide you there. This revelation surprised Wen Lan. I, too, am heading to the grain storage, and it seems Jiang Yao and Lu Chun are likely pursuing the same destination. We must arrive before them. They possess considerable strength, and if we follow in their wake, we may not acquire much. Lin Wei furrowed her brow. I require food as well. This concern did not trouble Wen Lan, for she had her own space, which had recently expanded significantly. Ever since Su Han provided her with prenatal education, her energy replenishment had increased tenfold. Each day, the space grew larger. However, she was puzzled. When Lin Wei was injured, Wen Lan had attempted to harness that healing ability. Yet the baby did not offer any energy return. She seemed to have awakened her healing capabilities, yet it appeared as if she had not. She could heal herself, and could also heal Su Han. Jiang Ye was unaware of the precise location, so even if they reached it before us, they might still struggle to find it. Su Han, brother, the grain storage is very close to us. We should seize the opportunity. In this apocalyptic world, more food is inherently better. After all, for a prolonged period ahead, food will be exceedingly scarce. Supplies are non-renewable resources. With humanity transformed into zombies, there would be no one left to produce goods. The remaining individuals would be constantly facing danger, struggling to survive, and lacking the means to produce anything. Well then, let us proceed to gather supplies. Both Su Han and Wen Xie agreed, as they needed provisions and food from this outing. You haven't eaten all day. I've saved you some instant noodles. Beside them lay a pot of cooked noodles, with a morsel of roasted lamb remaining. Initially, Wen Lan had refrained from bringing it out. After their conversation, she sensed that Lin Wei was not lying. Thus, she decided to engage further, which led her to share the food with her. Thank you. Lin Wei held the steaming bowl of noodles. The baby glanced at it, already satiated. Yet, upon seeing the lamb leg, it couldn't help but salivate. Lin Wei directly offered the lamb leg to the baby. Boo-hoo, the baby has outright rejected it. Upon witnessing this, Wen Lan found herself contemplating the idea of adopting a pet. However, she realized that such a mutated canine as the baby is exceedingly rare. Perhaps even 1 in 100 might not possess such traits. The evolution of mutated canines and the extraordinary abilities shared between a human and a dog are comparable. The little flower on its chest swayed its head as if to convey, "But you still have me, don't you?" Wen Lan sensed the emotions of the He Shou Wu. It appeared that He Shou Wu was beginning to gain consciousness. Every living entity possesses awareness, albeit lacking the opportunity for awakening. When Lan buried a black energy orb within Yishowu, she attuned herself to the energy within it. Once it absorbs this, it could sprout another vine. With an additional vine, there would be yet another little flower. Fortunately, Yishowu can freely extend and retract, shrinking into a small pot. Otherwise, carrying a vine several meters long would be quite inconvenient. Chapter 51. The Appearance of Lu Chun. Since Lin Wei promised to lead them to the granary's location, she would not go back on her word. Wen Lan was immensely grateful that she could save her. If it had been someone else, they might not have understood the baby's intentions. Now injured, she had no choice but to collaborate with someone, if she had to choose a partner. Wen Lan was indeed worthy of her trust. Moreover, the official granary was stocked with ample supplies, far more than they could carry. As long as it provided her with a sufficient amount of food, that would suffice. However, Lin Wei was mistaken about one thing. Wen Lan possessed spatial abilities. The granary is located in Zishan, in the northeastern direction of Suzhou City, concealed amidst vast fields and sparse villages. Thus, it was not easy to locate. They would first need to reach Suzhou City. Suzhou City. This coincides with their intended destination, making the journey rather convenient. Alright, once we reach Suzhou City, I will provide you with the precise location. After all, granaries are classified establishments, and they do not appear on maps, nor are the descriptions sufficiently clear. Wen Lan nodded. Since the two were collaborating, trust was essential. Most importantly, Wen Lan could continuously sense Lin Wei's emotions. Lin Wei consumed her meal with remarkable thoroughness. Not leaving a single drop of soup behind, she nearly licked the plate clean. This is my clothing. You may change into it. Your attire was torn while I treated your wounds. Lin Wei felt somewhat embarrassed, even though Wen Lan was also a girl. It was clean, with tags still attached. Wen Lan sensed that Lin Wei seemed uncomfortable communicating, so she refrained from further conversation, yet her curiosity about the outside world persisted. It appeared that Lin Wei had traveled to numerous places and was aware of Lu Chun, the leader of Shenyang Base. Although neither her brother nor Su Han had delved deeply into this topic, it seemed that Su Han was intentionally avoiding certain subjects. There is undoubtedly something between Su Han and Lu Chun. Currently, information is exceedingly scarce, and Wen Lan seeks to acquire more valuable insights from the outside world. From whence did you emerge? Why do you refer to this object as a crystal core? This object was discovered by Wen Lan, who had always believed herself to be the first to find it. However, it appears she is not the pioneer after all. In a world where there are greater beings beyond humanity, Wen Lan feels profoundly isolated from information. They have only ventured to a handful of cities and remain utterly oblivious to the circumstances beyond their immediate surroundings. Although Zhou Wen has repaired the radio and established communication, the global apocalypse is undergoing rapid mutations, with circumstances evolving swiftly. Any additional knowledge is advantageous. Beijing North, that military safety zone, has now devolved into a haven for mutated beasts. Beijing North, the capital city of our great Huaxia nation. She too managed to escape, and the reasons for her solitary existence are complex. Initially, she had traveled with several companions, but the period of food scarcity was particularly arduous. Those individuals had targeted her dog, an act she could never permit. Beijing North is a considerable distance from here, approximately 700 to 800 kilometers away. Even by high-speed train, it would take 6 to 7 hours. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the external conditions, Lin Wei hesitantly remarked. A scientist from the military once made a prediction, asserting that the mist is likely a catalyst for the apocalypse. It is said to influence all species residing on Blue Star, propelling them towards certain evolutionary paths. That expert predicted that the mist may reappear. Will it reappear? Will mutations occur? Most individuals have already transformed into zombies. What more could happen? Plants, Lin Wei croaked. Are not plants already undergoing mutations? Wen Lan gazed at her mutated Polygonum multiflorum. An outbreak signifies a large-scale mutation, while the current plant mutations are still relatively contained, similar to zombies. The global outbreak initiated simultaneous mutations. In the early stages, mutated beasts also experienced only localized changes before the situation escalated. Of course, these insights primarily stem from the experts' predictions, yet Lin Wei believes that the experts' forecasts were likely based on sound reasoning. Unfortunately, he has perished. The safety zone in Beijing North is in disarray, with most of the higher-ups having been relocated. Only those within Huaxia's naval fleet and elite personnel were transferred onto aircraft carriers. However, those who remained could not be evacuated, left to fend for themselves. Presently, the plants outside have not undergone widespread mutations. In fact, Zhou and his group are still cultivating vegetables. If the day comes when plant mutations occur, particularly if they prove as perilous as the small vines, it would spell trouble. The city is plagued with zombies, while the wilderness is rife with mutated animals and plants. The space for human survival is diminishing. Avoid the southern regions. The mutated snakes there are exceedingly terrifying. In the tropics, serpents have always been abundant, but following the mutations, their numbers have surged, with some growing nearly as large as pythons and possessing venomous capabilities. Through a few exchanges, when Lan and her companions realized that the external environment had become significantly more perilous, the globally mutated beasts might pose an even greater threat than zombies. Their New Hope base had meticulously cleared all surrounding vegetation, a decisive choice amidst the looming dangers. If a secondary mist were to arise, their current priority was to prepare for it. When Lan needed to give birth in a secure and stable environment, thus she must hasten her strength enhancement. An overwhelming sense of urgency enveloped her. The prospect of managing 2 children while constantly on the move would be exceedingly cumbersome. Stockpiling food, gathering supplies, and constructing the base were imperative. But where could they find talented individuals for building the base? For now, they could only retrieve the solar panels and construct an electric perimeter. The future's pervasive sense of crisis instilled a feeling of insecurity within her. Even with the tenfold energy she received from her impending children, the uncertainty of what lay ahead was daunting. With the RV, they would no longer have to rest outdoors. Wenqie and Su Han took turns driving, yet the roads were exceedingly treacherous. A few kilometers ahead, an armored vehicle caught their attention. "What's the matter, Brother Chun? Are you displeased that I dealt with Lin Wei?" Standing before them in a fitted outfit was Jiang Yao. She had awakened her formidable metal abilities, enabling her to control any form of metal and even to condense metallic nails akin to needles. She was aware of the granary's location, and with her demise, how much time would they waste searching for it? Jiang Yao knew the granary was somewhere around Suzhou but lacked precise coordinates. Do you truly worry about that with so much food at your disposal? In these times, who would complain about having too little grain? Hoarding more food is the strategy to adopt. The more provisions one has, the more followers one attracts, no? Lu Chen remarked, squeezing Jiang Yao's waist, which felt quite rough. In this post-apocalyptic world, despite the number of women who had accompanied him, the lack of nourishment and care had stripped them of their former refinement. Jiang Yao possessed commendable strength, being a principal metal ability user and a competent pilot. Their armored vehicle was stationed beside the provincial road, where someone was outside cooking rice over a fire, its aroma wafting enticingly. "Brother Chun, there's an RV approaching from behind. It resembles Lin Wei's." "Impossible. I took her down with my abilities," Jiang Yao frowned, stating, "How could she still be around? Although she may be dead, her RV might have been commandeered by someone else. After all, Lin Wei's RV was quite decent. However, with our armored vehicle, we have no need for that overturned RV, which would only waste our time. Send someone to intercept and investigate." Lu Chen's eyes darkened. They could not afford to overlook this. If Lin Wei were still alive, locating the granary would be of utmost importance. "Understood, Brother Chun. I shall go take a look as well." Jiang Yao followed to take a look, only to find Lin Wei lifeless, her breath extinguished. The dilapidated RV contained little sustenance, nearly empty, permeated by the stench of dogs, and she refrained from searching it. To her astonishment, it had been driven away. Wenqie navigated the RV with a slight frown as he noticed a group ahead. Su Han scanned mentally and discerned that a dozen individuals were all capable of extraordinary abilities, their strengths varying. This team was formidable indeed. Lin Wei observed from a distance. It was an armored vehicle, Lu Chen's. A frown creased her brow as she had intended to locate the food depot before them. Yet they had halted at the intersection of Suzhou Road. Wang seemed to sense the presence of foes, its ears perked up in alertness. They approached to block the vehicle. "Lin Wei, you and Wang should hide behind," she instructed. "All right." With over 10 extraordinary individuals in their ranks, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. It appeared that a meeting between Yu and Lu Chen was inevitable. In Chapter 52, The Apocalypse Warrior, when Lan felt a tinge of curiosity about the story between Su Han and Lu Chen, suddenly, a large pit emerged before the car, prompting Su Han to slam the brakes. "Lin Wei, Wang, you two stay hidden in the back." Wang exhibited a vigilant demeanor, sensing the enemies nearby. An Earth-type ability user had created the pit, obstructing their RV. Su Han and Wenqie exited the vehicle. What do you intend to do? Suhan asked. Apologies, brothers. We merely wish to inquire about the origin of this RV, Huang Chao replied, his tone not overly aggressive, observing their condition. It was evident that these two had fared well in the apocalypse, unmistakably possessing extraordinary abilities and bearing no resemblance to refugees. I found it by the roadside. In this apocalypse, claiming a vehicle from the roadside is not a crime. This RV was discarded by me. Can it be returned? Huang Chao sought to ascertain whether Lin Wei might be inside. Is that so? Just because you claim it, does that make it yours? Wen Che scoffed. The water droplets he had gathered began to crystallize into icy needles, a manifestation of his abilities guided by Wen Lan's previous directions. Huang Chao furrowed his brow, sensing that these two were not to be trifled with. Go inform Brother Chun, he instructed a nearby subordinate, who hurried off to report to Lu Chen. A golden metallic needle suddenly soared from a distance, aimed directly at Wen Che and Su Han. The icy formation clashed against the metal, its hardness insufficient to match the needle, yet it did slow its trajectory. With a hum, the metallic needle reached within a meter of them before reversing course and embedding itself in Jiang Yao's shoulder. Jiang Yao had never anticipated that someone could exert control over her metal. How could this be possible? Was that individual also a metal manipulator, potentially more formidable than herself? No. It was Su Han who wielded this control, his mental prowess enabling him to command all objects. You dare harm me? Jiang Yu scoffed coldly. What a foolish remark. Su Han replied with a furrowed brow, seemingly astonished by such ignorance. Blood trickled from her shoulder as Jiang Yao, using her metal manipulation, extracted the metallic object embedded within. You were fortunate I did not slay you just now, Su Han remarked, his expression taut. Jiang Yao felt a chill of dread at the thought of the controlled needle piercing her throat, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Huang Chao observed Jiang Yao's injuries, cognizant of her formidable ability to control metal. Thankfully, he had refrained from directly targeting the two of them. Otherwise, his earth-based powers would have been insufficient. This is my vehicle, and you dare to attempt to seize it, he sneered, aware that the owner was Lin Wei. The woman before him had committed murder and yet sought to claim the car. However, in this apocalyptic world, notions of right and wrong were irrelevant. Strength dictated the truth. Leave, Su Han commanded coldly, his distaste for Jiang Yao palpable. As tensions escalated, sparks flew between the two. Huang Chao sensed Su Han's murderous intent. Jiang Yao was a woman of Brother Lu, and her injury would surely not go unnoticed. In an instant, 5 individuals clashed, 3 against 2, with swift and decisive movements. Su Han manipulated flying daggers, inflicting wounds upon the legs of his adversaries, who collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around them. Jiang Yao realized she had lost control over the metal, her shoulder wounded anew. Huang Chao and his companions were no match for Su Han's prowess, swiftly overwhelmed. Daggers hovered ominously before the men's eyes. Any slight movement would result in a fatal strike. Brother Chun, they have harmed several of our comrades and injured me. Jiang Yao lamented upon seeing Lu Chen approach. He had sensed Lu Chen's presence long before, and it was this awareness that had prevented him from delivering a lethal blow. Lu Chen, a rare dual elemental wielder with formidable lightning abilities and an evolved physique, remained indifferent to Jiang Yao's grievances, bypassing her entirely. Su Han, long time no see. Lu Chen greeted with a slight smile as he approached Su Han. Initially, one might expect that Lu Chen would seek vengeance, yet to his surprise, the two clasped hands and embraced. They were of similar height, but Su Han exuded a more aloof and distant aura, evoking a sense of unapproachability despite the smile on his face. In contrast, Lu Chen radiated a robust and masculine presence, his demeanor warm and inviting. There exists a sensation akin to an apocalyptic sunlight warrior. Wen Che and Lu Chen exchanged nods. Although they had never conversed, their paths had crossed on several occasions. Jiang Yao and Huang Chao were equally surprised to discover their acquaintance. You bunch of useless individuals, is it not expected that you cannot contend with Su Han? Now disperse. The individuals sprawled on the ground promptly clutched their wounds and retreated. Jiang Yao contemplated speaking, but hesitated upon meeting Lu Chen's icy gaze. Indeed, Su Han's abilities were formidable. It has been a long time. I was just preparing a meal. Shall we converse? All right. It felt remiss for them to meet without exchanging a few words. Where are you headed? Lu Chen scrutinized them discreetly. A whimper emerged from the RV, the sound of He Bei's lamentation. From the moment Jiang Yao appeared, it had been baring its teeth. This creature had been harmed, as had its master. The baby displayed no inclination for subtlety, revealing its presence to any adversary. Lin Wei embraced He Bei, soothing its distress to silence its cries. We are in search of supplies. Wen Lan sensed Lu Chen's skepticism, particularly due to the earlier whimper of the baby, which he seemed to have overheard. She discerned that Lu Chen was an evolved being, endowed with lightning abilities. However, his powers differed significantly from Su Han's. Su Han's lightning was a result of his unique constitution, inadvertently absorbing the purple lightning generated by nature, leading to a fusion mutation. In contrast, Lu Chen's lightning abilities stemmed from his genetic inheritance. Nonetheless, Lu Chen's powers appeared considerably more potent than Su Han's at present. Yet, in terms of potential, Su Han surpassed Lu Chen, as he could absorb the natural lightning to enhance his capabilities. Wen Lan gestured for Lin Wei and the baby to remain silent. Moreover, she utilized her sensory abilities to calm the baby. Holding her phone, she searched for a song. Brother, what has transpired? Wen Lan's voice was languid, with a husky undertone that rippled with tenderness, reminiscent of a cat stretching leisurely. Wen Shay seemed to recall something. Lu Chen was notorious for his conquests among women. Even amid the apocalypse, with several women often in his company. Wen Lan emerged from the RV, her lustrous black hair cascading, clad in a white t-shirt and black canvas shoes. Most notably, after consuming He Shou Wu and Mei Yin Gua, her skin was radiant and supple. Her lips were luscious and vibrant, devoid of any parched appearance, and she bore no signs of sleeplessness or dark circles beneath her eyes. As Wen Lan descended from the RV, Lu Chen's gaze was fixated upon her, unwilling to divert his attention, as if deeply entranced. Wen Shay furrowed his brow, fully aware of Lu Chen's intentions. To shield his sister from Lu Chen's interest, he glanced toward Su Han. A bold thought had taken root in his mind. Surely, Su Han would cooperate with him, wouldn't he? Wen Shay, I have long heard that you possess a beautiful sister, and indeed, she is strikingly lovely. Su Han, too, sensed this and furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure and coldness crossing his gaze. It was evident that Su Han, this brother-in-law, had cultivated her well. When Wen Shay spoke, the three of them were taken aback, although Su Han maintained a reserved demeanor, not revealing his thoughts. Wen Lan was genuinely astonished. What nonsense was her brother spouting here? Yet, her brother's remarks seemed to carry some ulterior motive, for he would not speak so frivolously without reason. Having grown up alongside her brother, she naturally would not undermine his intentions. The exchanged glances between Su Han and Wen Shay conveyed an understanding. It seemed that Wen Shay was silently urging him, please cooperate with me, my brother. Su Han, naturally, went along with the flow, uncertain whether it was due to Wen Shay's influence or his own genuine desire to comply. Is it possible that the white moonlight you cherished back then is actually Wen Shay's sister? Lu Chen, who had enjoyed a good rapport with Su Han in the past, recalled that Su Han had once dated a girlfriend but had later parted ways. Su Han's eyes darkened momentarily. Wen Shay felt a pang of anxiety within him, while Wen Lan remained utterly bewildered, her expression one of confusion. Now that they have reconciled, Lu Chen's tone hinted at a trace of regret. Indeed, Lan is already pregnant. Wen Shay, maintaining his composure, revealed another shocking piece of news, intending to dissuade Lu Chun from harboring any hopes. Su Han, you truly are something. Come with me. Join my Shenyang base. With a meal provided, you'll have a brother by your side. This way, Lan can have a safer delivery. Surely, you wouldn't want Lan to give birth outside, would you? That is far too perilous. Wen Shay's brow furrowed slightly. A peculiar light flickered in Su Han's gaze. Wen Lan, on the other hand, was utterly speechless. Did she know him so well? Yet, she could sense this individual's fervent emotions. Nonetheless, Lu Chen was indeed a formidable force, a veritable dragon amidst the apocalypse. He had once fallen victim to the schemes of a beauty. Though Lu Chen was strong, his lifestyle choices were questionable. In Huaxia, monogamy had always been the norm. Now, amidst the apocalypse, Lu Chen had seemingly liberated himself, as if unblocking his meridians. He gathered a harem of various women, viewing it not only as a mark of strength, but perhaps even as a form of personal collection. In essence, he reveled in this sensation, which starkly contrasted with Su Han's demeanor. While Lu Chen returned with several girlfriends, Su Han had none by his side. Lu Chen even doubted whether Su Han harbored feelings for him. However, upon seeing Su Han's wife, it appeared that the women he had gathered paled in comparison to the enchanting Wen Lan. Perhaps before the apocalypse, it was feasible to find someone like Wen Lan. But after the world had changed, Such women were a rarity indeed. Even if Lu Chun were to place those women at the Shenyang base, none could compare to Wenlan. The allure of the unattainable is particularly intoxicating, especially when it bears a thrilling edge. Serenity enveloped Wenlan, as she indulged in a languid calm, as if she existed in a world untouched by the apocalypse, devoid of urgency. Observing her, one felt a sense of comfort. If one were to focus solely on Wenlan, disregarding the desolate roads and the filthy black blood of the zombies strewn across the ground, along with the long-dried bodies by the roadside, she appeared as a vision of tranquility amidst chaos, allowing one to momentarily forget the looming threats of the end times. No need for that, Wen Che thought, unable to acquiesce to his sister venturing into the Shenyang base, which would be akin to sending a lamb into a den of tigers. Though Wenlan was unaware of the full circumstances, she could surmise something amiss. Aided by her understanding brother, "It's unnecessary. I dislike crowded places. Besides, with my brother and Su Han to protect me, there won't be any issues." As she spoke, Wenlan took a couple of steps forward, wrapping her arms around Su Han's. Wen Che's expression darkened slightly, though he masked it well. The fragrance of Wenlan's hair wafted towards him, accompanied by the warmth of her touch. Su Han's breathing quickened momentarily, his ears flushed, as he seemed to struggle to maintain his composure. Chapter 53. The love-stricken mind. Since that's the case, let it be. However, it has been quite some time since we've seen each other. Shall we not converse? Little did they anticipate that their reunion would occur in such dire circumstances. Thus, beside the dilapidated highway, a rickety table was set up. Lu Chun, Su Han, Wen Che, and Wenlan gathered around the table. Jiang Yao's countenance was grim, her lips pale. She understood that in this world, an injury could lead to dire consequences without the presence of a doctor. Infection could spell trouble. She glanced at Su Han, noting his formidable prowess, and could only endure the situation. Particularly, the woman beside him radiated an unearthly brightness, a stark contrast to their grim reality, akin to a beautiful flower blossoming from a filthy sewer. The few ability users nearby were irresistibly drawn to her, for in this apocalypse, such purity was a rare sight. "What are your plans?" "We intend to find a secure place for Lan Lan to give birth." Su Han's voice, when he spoke her name, was unusually gentle, tightening Wenlan's heart with an inexplicable familiarity. Observing her, she did not appear to be with child. The scrutinizing gaze of Lu Chun made Wenlan uncomfortable. Her keen senses detected his impure intentions. This man possessed an extraordinary physique, akin to a pure young body, instilled with a profound desire etched into his very genes. Lu Chun's strength was formidable, his evolutionary traits remarkably high. He was indeed worthy of being compared to Su Han. In the south, there was Lu Chun, in the north, Su Han. Such titles were well-deserved. She sensed that Lu Chun's strength was formidable. If a confrontation were to arise between Su Han and Lu Chun, the outcome was uncertain. In her heart, Wenlan quietly assessed both individuals, calculating their foundational combat abilities. Among the other ability users, apart from Lu Chun, the next strongest was a young boy skilled in cooking, wielding earth-based powers to manipulate soil. There was also a user specializing in extreme hot water, which contrasted sharply with Wen Che's abilities. Additionally, there was one adept in speed, and another whose abilities seemed to stem from mutations in his eyesight and sense of smell. Wenlan had nearly comprehended the capabilities surrounding Lu Chun and discerned their weaknesses. However, Lu Chun was a complex adversary. Merely knowing his vulnerabilities did not guarantee victory. He was the most powerful man she had encountered thus far. If Su Han was shrouded in mystery, Lu Chun could be deemed truly formidable. It was no wonder he was able to establish the Shenyang base amidst the apocalypse. "By the way, Su Han, are you truly not considering joining my base? If you come here, you would be the deputy commander of Shenyang," Lu Chun remarked with a smile, fully aware of Su Han's prowess. Bringing Su Han on board would bolster their defenses against future crises. Yet, despite their previous camaraderie, they were also rivals. "No," Su Han declined once more, prompting a subtle shift in Lu Chun's expression. "My brother Chun has invited you twice. Your refusal is quite disrespectful," interjected the young man with yellow hair. "What concern is this of yours?" "Step aside," Lu Chun retorted sharply. Though the yellow-haired youth was dismissed, he bore no real resentment. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences moments ago. "Su Han, do you still hold a grudge over past events?" "That is all behind us now." "How fares your Shenyang base?" Su Han inquired. "What kind of world are we in?" "The apocalypse. The future belongs to those with abilities. This world is evolving and progressing. weeding out the inept. Those who fail to awaken their powers are merely useless. My base accommodates only ability users, Lu Chen proclaimed, his tone dripping with arrogance. However, when Lan saw things differently, an abundance of ability users could lead to complications. Ordinary people served as a stabilizing force. After all, the next generation of ability users or their families might also awaken powers, fostering a sense of belonging. A city requires not only its elite talents but also those who maintain its cleanliness. Only then can a city function harmoniously, with each individual fulfilling their role. At present, Lu Chen's base expelled non-ability users, thereby enhancing its strength. However, this approach could inevitably breed discord in the long run. Managing a community composed solely of ability users posed its own challenges. This was a concern shared by Wen Lan and her companions. Nonetheless, their New Hope base was currently small, primarily populated by ordinary individuals, now supplemented by a few mutated beings. This made management easier for now, but they would need to establish a set of rules in the future. Wen Lan is not a person of soft heart. Rather, she seeks to uncover the potential within each individual. Each person resembles a matchstick, and she aspires to be the one who ignites them. If you are unwilling to follow me, so be it. Soon, the rice and some canned goods were prepared by Gao Chen's group. Let us dine together. Do not be shy. No, we must hasten our journey. Perhaps we shall meet again. Su Han stood up, ready to depart, sharing a brief glance with Lu Chen. Very well. Su Han and his companions boarded the vehicle. Lu Chen watched as their RV drove away, the earlier smile fading from his eyes, replaced by a shadow of melancholy. Brother Chen, why did we extend an invitation if he refused? He is Su Han. Could he serve as my second in command? Nonetheless, it is evident that Su Han possesses extraordinary abilities, having awakened his psychic powers even in the apocalypse. Yet, he remains a formidable rival. From the outset of their confrontation, Lu Chen had discerned this, as the distance between them was not great. He simply chose not to intervene immediately, curious to gauge Su Han's current strength and whether it warranted his recruitment. As expected, he is powerful. The outcome of a one-on-one duel remains uncertain. However, Su Han is accompanied by a pregnant woman, along with several of his subordinates possessing abilities. What does he have to fear? In the future, it would be a feat for Su Han to manage his own child. In the apocalypse, raising a child is a burden. To allow a woman to bear a child? To have a pregnant woman in tow? One cannot deny that Su Han remains entangled in matters of the heart. Such romantic inclinations are not to be feared. Brother Lu, do you truly wish for them to join us? That Wen Che seems quite hostile, the young man with yellow hair remarked. Though of average strength, he possesses a keen understanding of human nature and has always been by Lu Chen's side. What do you think? Nevertheless, I am quite keen on having that woman by my side. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I have memorized that woman's scent, the young man said with a grin. His exceptional olfactory abilities allow him to track any scent he has noted. Lu Chen smiled faintly, appearing pleased, yet his brow furrowed slightly. It may prove troublesome. Su Han's woman is not easily approached. The two had fought together in the past and understood Su Han's character. Lu Chen relishes a variety of flowers, each with its own colors and personalities. Thorny roses, gentle roses. He enjoys diversity. However, Su Han is different. A strong individual with a romantic disposition. He can be avoided in many respects, but not when it comes to his woman. Given Su Han's prowess, I foresee him as a significant rival in my ambition to unify this world. I can only hope that such a day does not come to pass. Let him continue to indulge in his romantic musings. In this apocalypse, there must emerge a figure who stands forth as the ultimate ruler of this realm. Lu Chen certainly did not wish for such a fate, for he was the one who had consumed the official grain supplies even before the apocalypse unfolded. Brother Lu, is it possible that Lin Wei is not in that vehicle? Jiang Yao expressed her concern. Although she had killed Lin Wei, the dog had escaped, leaving her apprehensive that Lin Wei might retaliate if she was still alive. After all, Lin Wei possessed formidable strength. Had it not been for Lu Chen's entrapment, Jiang Yao doubted she could have slain her. Women often possess an instinct in such matters. Did you not personally end her life? What do you have to fear? Lu Chen responded nonchalantly, pondering who would be foolish enough to save anyone in this apocalypse. If it were a man, he believed Su Han might attempt to rescue. However, for a woman, Su Han would not take the risk. In the past, their group of comrades had even wagered that Su Han might not be inclined towards women. They were all young and fiery, so it was hard to fathom a lack of romantic interest. Yet Su Han was indeed such a person, apart from training. She seemed to have no other pursuits. As Su Han drove away in the RV, Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the departing vehicle. The young man with yellow hair circled the spot where the RV had just halted. Brother Chen, I did not detect any other scents. Lu Chen nodded. Let us hasten our search for the grain depot. In the RV, Su Han was at the wheel. When Lan cradled the Chinese knotweed, immediately sensing the various abilities of those surrounding Lu Chen, she was acutely aware of the situation. One of the energies, undoubtedly a mutation of the olfactory sense, lingered in the air. Thus, she had placed the knotweed there to release a wave of botanical energy. The RV was filled with a bitter aroma. All right. The knotweed need not release any further essence, when Lan said, opening the window to let the acrid scent dissipate. Despite the bitterness of the knotweed's aroma, inhaling it could indeed replenish vitality. The knotweed responded to Lan's words, its tiny flowers quivering slightly, ceasing to emit any further scent. The release of these aromas consumed its energy. Lan, what Su Han did earlier was unavoidable, Lu Chen remarked. His strength is considerable. He was quite renowned in the military, but it is not an exaggeration to say he changes women every 3 months. Chapter 54. The return of Xiaozhui. Due to this matter, Lu Chen had been addressed by the higher-ups on several occasions. Ultimately, he was reassigned to a peacekeeping unit, ostensibly to be stationed at the border when the apocalypse erupted. To everyone's surprise, Lu Chen ended up in Shenyang, rallying a group of individuals to establish the Shenyang base. Lu Chen was indeed a capable man, and women were eager to follow him. Moreover, he had always harbored ambition. In the past, he and Su Han had vied for military merit, positions, and women. Many who secretly admired Su Han had ended up sharing a bed with Lu Chen. In the post-apocalyptic world, encountering Lu Chen elicited a rather overt ambition from him, devoid of any pretense. On the surface, he extended an invitation to Su Han. However, should Su Han choose to accept, he would likely be regarded as a rival. This time, Lu Chen's invitation to Su Han was likely motivated by his interest in Lan. Su Han's attachment to a woman presented a vulnerability, particularly given that she was pregnant. Both Wen Che and Su Han recognized this aspect. Nonetheless, Wen Che believed Lu Chen was mistaken, for her sister was not Su Han's wife. The notion of Lan entangling the two was far-fetched. They would not comply. Moreover, Lan herself was not without strength. Her pregnancy merely served as a guise. Shenyang was a major agricultural hub, and Wen Che harbored concerns regarding Lu Chen's intentions toward Lan. Wen Che frowned, acknowledging that while her own strength paled in comparison to Lu Chen's, Su Han was his equal. Su Han, I hope you don't take offense, she remarked. Would Su Han truly be perturbed? He had just played his part rather well, sensing the ill intentions behind Lu Chen's demeanor. Thank you, Su Han, Lan said. Her brow furrowed. It seemed she perceived that Su Han was not overly bothered, though perhaps a hint of tension lingered. What could he possibly be anxious about? It was unlikely. Su Han's voice remained calm, and although Wen Che could not discern his emotions, it was a relief that he was not angered, especially since he was advocating for his sister. By Lan, I am of the same age as Su Han. You ought to call me brother as well, Wen Che remarked. Sensing that this would alleviate any potential offense from Su Han, Lu Chen did indeed surround himself with numerous women. Regardless of their consent, he would undoubtedly possess them. Lin Wei frowned slightly, acknowledging that Lu Chen's strength and decent appearance attracted many women who sought to align themselves with him, especially in a world where survival was paramount. Jiang Yao had long harbored feelings for Lu Chen, yet Lu Chen was also impressed by Lin Wei's capabilities. How could she willingly submit to a man? She refused to divulge the specific location of the grain storage, as Jiang Yao was perpetually intent on eliminating her, constantly plotting against her. Though Jiang Yao was quite formidable, she was unfortunately consumed by romantic notions. Lu Chen's prowess and looks had ensnared many, and it was undeniable that women could become irrationally emotional when it came to love. What did friendship amount to in such circumstances? When provoked, anyone could be ruthless. That fellow possesses an almost overwhelming vitality, when Lan interjected. Ordinary women could hardly withstand his fervor. When Lan's imagination wandered, briefly conjuring inappropriate images. Although she was expecting, she had seemingly forgotten the reality of intimacy, as if having experienced it yet not at all. I am not weak either, Wen Che asserted defiantly, coughing lightly. When Lan realized that her brother and Lin Wei were not on the same wavelength. Indeed, the underlying implications of certain phrases were readily apparent to women. It seems that my elder brother has never experienced romance, has he? Indeed, those who refrain from love can unite. Zhang Yi, Zhou Wen, Su Han, and Wen Che, a cohort of solitary souls. They have arrived in Shuzhou City. Although Jiang Yao is unaware of their precise location, They are undoubtedly searching here. We should hasten to the granary. Lin Wei is apprehensive about the passage of time, for Lu Chen possesses formidable strength. Although she senses that the two individuals before her are not without their own prowess, the numbers remain insufficient. Agreed. When Lan shares this sentiment, it is prudent to secure the provisions first. Turn left, near Hezhuang village, Lin Wei directs as Su Han navigates the vehicle. The sky outside has darkened, compelling them to advance slowly with the car's headlights illuminating the path. The wind rustles eerily as the vehicle rolls over lifeless corpses. This is a narrow road through a village flanked by what were once wheat fields, now mere patches of desolate soil. The cultivated fields have long since succumbed to neglect. Withered and lifeless. Today, Lu Chen leads a group of over 10 individuals, all endowed with extraordinary abilities. Their strength is considerable, should we confront them. We would indeed be at a disadvantage, when Lan remarks. Some among them were soldiers before the apocalypse, possessing not only commendable skills but also physical prowess. The residents of Shenyang base have expelled others. Thus, if there are still capable individuals left, we might be able to salvage some. Lin Wei, do you know where they have driven those people? The displaced individuals likely haven't strayed far and should be in the vicinity of Shenyang. Shuzhou is not distant from Shenyang. We could rescue a group of them. They are in dire need of manpower. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, machinery has ceased to function, and to restore productivity, we must revert to the most primitive means, labor. There are few zombies in the village, as the population was sparse to begin with, leaving only a handful to remain. Continuing along this path, it becomes increasingly secluded, reducing to a single lane suitable for vehicles. Remarkably, the granary is situated in such a location. It is a secret granary, albeit one that the surrounding villages are likely aware of. While it is confidential, it is not of the highest classification, known to only a select few. As they proceed along the asphalt road, the landscape is adorned with withering flora. Suddenly, a sound interrupts the stillness. The baby perks up its ears, assuming a vigilant stance. The dim light cast by their vehicle is the only illumination on this darkened road. When Lan closes her eyes, sensing the presence of mutated beasts, which have not initiated an attack upon them, there is no need for concern. Su Han has also detected their presence, though not with the same precision as when Lan, she can sense the movements of the mutated creatures. These beasts have chosen not to assault them, perhaps due to the bitter aroma of Hishowu emanating from within the RV, masking their scent. Xiaozhua, leading her group, is also hastening toward Shuzhou City. Ahead, there are several vehicles. Would he no longer encounter Su Han and his companions? The thought of potentially reuniting with when Lan ignited a surge of excitement in Zhou Feng's heart. The woman he had long desired had transformed into the ethereal moonlight of his affections. Yet, the woman beside him remained unattainable. Xiaozhua, seated in the back, donned a form-fitting black outfit complemented by leather shorts and boots. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, and her lips were painted a striking red, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Initially, many were skeptical of Xiaozhua's capabilities, but those who dared to challenge her soon found themselves ruthlessly subdued. She employed cruel methods, inflicting gradual bloodletting or summoning zombies to dismember her opponents while they were forced to witness the gruesome spectacle. The exquisite agony of death through sheer terror became her twisted source of amusement. Xiaozhua's strength escalated rapidly, fueled by energy orbs provided by those in authority. By day, she absorbed sunlight to enhance her powers. However, nightfall marked her period of vulnerability, a secret she kept buried deep within. The more abundant the sunlight, the more potent her augmentation. Yet, how could she amass sufficient solar energy? The absorption of energy orbs was far too sluggish for her liking. She was dissatisfied with her rate of ascension, acutely aware of the formidable future that awaited Su Han. In the impending apocalypse, only the strong would survive until the end. As they endeavored to construct a new world of iron and blood, the allure of power was irresistible. She must ensure her own strength. She was destined to be the protagonist of this realm. As for men, they would inevitably come in due time. Initially, the two teams were set to part ways without interference. However, a sudden surge of mutated field mice emerged from both sides of the road, ravenously feasting on corpses. In an instant, dozens of these creatures swarmed, devouring a decayed zombie in mere moments. The mutated rodents. Both teams found themselves besieged as the vermin climbed onto vehicles, gnawing with a cacophony of squeaks. Fireballs, ice blasts, and various supernatural abilities were unleashed to combat the onslaught of mutated mice. Xiaozhua, if you don't take action, we shall be surrounded by zombies. With such a multitude of undead, the abilities of their subordinates were relatively feeble. The energy orbs they acquired were surrendered to Xiaozhua. As for Zhou Feng, he refrained from using his powers unless absolutely necessary. Having experienced the side effects of his abilities, he was aware that while formidable, they would also inflict excruciating pain upon his eyes post-usage. Hence, he was reluctant to wield his powers indiscriminately. Useless. Xiaozhua frowned slightly, noticing the sheer number of rodents that had already ascended. A vehicle attempted to flee, but its windows were shattered by the mutated mice, leaving it heavily damaged. Zhou Feng, too, was inadvertently bitten on the calf by a mutated rodent. With a swift motion, he unleashed a laser from his eyes, cleaving the creature in two. Meanwhile, Xiaozhua nimbly vaulted onto the vehicle's roof. A radiant orb of sunlight emanated from her hand, instantly incinerating the surrounding mutated zombies into ashes. Zhou Feng and her companions hastily gravitated towards Xiaozhuang, alleviating the pressure of potential attacks from the mutated rodents. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's group found themselves encircled as well. The situation was dire on their side, exacerbated by the larger number of individuals attracting even more mutated rats. However, Lu Chen's team was formidable, comprised entirely of ability users. Despite some injuries, none had succumbed to death. With a crackling sound, Lu Chen unleashed a surge of blue electricity from his hand. In an instant, at least 100 mutated rats surrounding them were electrocuted. At that moment, the two stood atop a vehicle, a man and a woman, one surrounded by white light, the other by blue. Within the brilliance of the white light, Xiaozhuang's figure shimmered. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was drawn to powerful women. Jiang Yao observed the woman across from her, recognizing her superior strength. A twinge of pain shot through her arm as she shifted slightly, confronted with someone stronger. She clenched her fists, casting a glance at Lu Chen. His eyes were ablaze once more. Jiang Yao frowned slightly. She harbored feelings for Lu Chen and would not permit any betrayal. It was a man's nature to be enamored by many. Jealousy was an inherent trait of love. She could easily turn against Lin Wei, a former friend, how much more so for this woman before her. A metallic needle shot towards Xiaozhuang. By the time she sensed it, the needle was already upon her. The searing sunlight caused the needle to melt just an inch from her neck, the dripping molten metal searing her skin. Was this an ability? Who had ambushed her? With the combined force of Xiaozhuang and Lu Chen unleashing their powers, swathes of mutated rats were eradicated. An hour later, the remaining creatures had scattered. The air was thick with the stench of decaying rat corpses, emanating a foul odor. Though Xiaozhuang felt slightly weakened after expending her energy, she maintained a fade of strength, for showing vulnerability was a cardinal sin in the apocalypse, a survival rule. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Chapter 55, Granary. Did your people just ambush me? Xiaozhuang's voice was frosty, her tone suggesting imminent violence. Miss, it must be a misunderstanding. We were merely attacking the mutated rats. The darkness obscured our vision. It was an unfortunate error, Lu Chen replied. The woman before him exuded a bloodthirsty aura. It was the first time he had witnessed a woman commanding others in the midst of this apocalypse. Humph, Xiaozhuang scoffed. Obscured vision? Had it not been for my enhanced abilities, I would have ended up with a gaping wound in my neck. With a swift motion, she launched a radiant orb directly at Jiang Yao. Xiaozhuang was not foolish. She was keenly aware of who had attempted to attack her. Lu Chen shielded Jiang Yao as a surge of lightning collided with a luminous sphere, sending a car tumbling over. Flames erupted fiercely, illuminating the darkened road, strewn with the lifeless bodies of mutated rats and both factions' combatants. The charred remains of vehicles billowed thick smoke. At that moment, Jiang Yao felt a twinge of fear. She swallowed hard and hesitantly stepped back. If her envy of Wenlan was merely a jealousy of beauty and the protection she received in this apocalyptic world, the fear evoked by Xiaozhuang stemmed from her formidable prowess. Unbeknownst to her, however, Wenlan's strength was equally impressive, perhaps even surpassing that of Xiaozhuang. If Xiaozhuang was a formidable sorceress, Lin Wei an elite warrior, and Suhan a sharpshooter, then Wenxie was a frost-based support. In contrast, Wenlan embodied the essence of a lethal assassin, seemingly delicate, yet capable of instantaneous lethal strikes, impervious to harm. The infant cradled in her arms appeared a vulnerability. Yet it was, in truth, her trump card, a wellspring of relentless energy. Humph. Keep a close watch on your woman, Xiaozhuang scoffed. Aware that her power waned in the darkness, and that she had recently expended considerable energy. Had it been daylight, the woman who had just ambushed her would have already met her demise. Presently, the man before her exuded overwhelming strength, prompting her to refrain from impulsively resorting to violence. Nonetheless, the woman had already been marked for death in Xia Zhuang's mind. Jiang Yao, should she fall into Xia Wang's hands, would likely suffer a fate worse than death, mused Zhou Feng. Indeed, that earlier incident involved slaying mutated rats, but it was clearly an attack directed towards my dear Zhuang. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, otherwise, I would not have shown mercy. Zhou Feng contemplated offering Xia Zhuang a favor. Lu Qin frowned slightly. YNT Jiang Yao emerged to apologize. Injured and frustrated, Jiang Yao felt the weight of Lu Qin's icy gaze, making her profoundly uncomfortable. The power radiating from Xia Zhuang was overwhelming. I'm sorry, she reluctantly muttered. Her fingers clenched pale. Chief of the base, several of us have been bitten by mutated rats. What shall we do about them? Lu Chun furrowed his brow. Eliminate them. We cannot risk mutation. He whispered, in cooperation, their families in our base will provide for them. Zhou Feng noticed that a few individuals from their side had also been bitten, one of whom had always been by his side. Can't Xia Zhuang heal them? He inquired. Healing isn't an option, but we need not kill them. Gather them for observation. Those who successfully mutate into aberrants may remain, the rest shall be buried. Lu Qin responded, clearly having heeded Xia Zhuang's orders. Aberrants? An idea sparked in Lu Qin's mind. Why not strike a bargain? I possess a substantial supply of food. Yet the other side is markedly different. I am confident none can rival the quantity of provisions I have. As he observed the countenances of several individuals surrounding Xia Zhuang, he noted their pallor. Although food was available, they remained unsatisfied. Unlike their own ample provisions, the post-apocalyptic realm does not concern itself with the delicacies of taste or presentation, but rather with the basic necessity of filling one's belly. Meanwhile, Wen Lan, under the guidance of Lin Wei, had successfully located the entrance to the granary. The imposing doors, adorned with a conspicuous red sign, boldly proclaimed the words Granary of the Huashan National Food Reserve in robust characters. Towering gray brick walls encircled the area, with silos rising majestically within. This was indeed the granary. Wen Lan was overwhelmed with excitement. A food reserve of such magnitude. It was known that the publicly accessible information indicated a staggering stock of over 700 million tons of grain nationwide, which later increased to 900 million tons. These figures represented the disclosed total reserves, yet it was certain that Huaxia harbored secret stockpiles, thus the actual amount was likely far greater. 69 billion tons of grain could sustain over 1.4 billion citizens for an entire year. The varieties of stored grains included wheat, rice, corn, soybeans, and millet. This was a substantial granary, capable of housing tens of thousands of tons. At least one silo could store between 10 to 20,000 tons, with several neatly aligned. There were certainly hundreds of thousands of tons of reserve grain. How could Wen Lan not be exhilarated? Yet, a twinge of concern arose. Would her spatial storage accommodate it all? After all, she still had a portion of supplies within her space. This was merely a medium-sized granary of one nation. It was worth noting that Lu Qin possessed a large granary. One had to admit, Wen Lan felt envious. Lu Qin, with his possession of a large granary, still sought another? However, upon reflection, it was only human nature. Were it Wen Lan, she would not shy away from hoarding 7 or 8 granaries in the apocalypse. Who could foresee the future of food? If only she could discover additional granaries to stockpile. The vegetables cultivated by Zhou Wen could yield only a small fraction. As for rice, it was exceedingly challenging to grow. Perhaps in the future, conditions would allow, but during this transitional phase of evolution and mutation in the apocalypse, the future remained an enigma. The doors of the national treasury were secured tightly, reinforced with heavy iron. Su Han exchanged a glance with Wen Lan, who immediately grasped his intention, a testament to the rapport they had developed while battling zombies and gathering supplies together. Retrieving a special iron plate from her spatial storage, she instructed, "Brother, guard this spot while Su Han and I venture inside for a moment." Wen Shei's expression conveyed reluctance. Yet Wen Lan had already ascended onto Su Han's iron plate, their bodies nearly pressed against one another. Although he confidently believed Su Han would not harm his sister, as a brother, he felt an undeniable discomfort. No one in the world was worthy of his sister. He had always been protective of her since childhood. With a deft control, Su Han lifted the iron plate, carrying the two into the air. Lin Wei was astonished, discovering such a method existed. Admittedly, she felt a tinge of envy. Despite her formidable skills and strength, lacking supernatural abilities placed her at a disadvantage in this world dominated by those with powers. It was evolving in that direction. Suddenly, The puppy bit Lin Wei's pant leg and began tugging her aside. It seemed to have discovered something, prompting them to follow. Thus, Lin Wei and Wenqie trailed behind the dog. Shortly thereafter, they uncovered a hole resembling a dog's den beneath a thick brick wall, likely excavated by someone. The earth surrounding the granary was all brick underneath. The dog leapt in without hesitation. With a sharp dig of its claws, it unearthed a small opening before burrowing inside. Noticing the humans had not followed, it returned, popping its black head out, ears erect, as if to inquire why they hadn't kept up. Lin Wei and Wenqie stood nearby. Lin Wei was indifferent, accustomed to such situations, while it seemed that Wenqie felt somewhat uneasy. "I'll go first," she declared. As her communication with men, especially someone like Wenqie who had a protective streak, was not her forte. It was evident to anyone paying attention. Lin Wei jumped down, feeling a slight tug of pain from the wound on her shoulder. She rarely engaged in conversation with males, focusing solely on herself, unconcerned about whether Wenqie would follow. After a moment's hesitation, Wenqie followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Han had already taken Wenlan into the air. The granaries were well stocked. "I've had my fill of rice and millet," he remarked. "Indeed. But where else can we go from here?" Wenlan replied. "The land has changed recently, making cultivation difficult. The few crops planted have encountered problems. Although we have food here, we lack supplies. How will we survive if we leave this place?" Wenlan overheard voices coming from one of the granaries and sensed that at least several dozen people were inside, both the elderly and children. These individuals were likely from the nearby village. Had the apocalypse begun? A portion of the village had transformed into zombies, and the survivors sought refuge in this granary. With food, they wouldn't starve, and the sturdy walls and iron gates provided protection from mutated beasts. Wang Er and the others had been out searching for supplies for 3 days without return. Wenlan and Su Han chose not to linger on this. Over the years, there had been several large granaries, yet the vast quantity of food was unmanageable for her storage space. Despite its considerable expansion, it could not accommodate such a massive volume unless all items within were removed, which was impractical. Thus, they could store as much as possible. Su Han, accompanied by Wenlan, gathered the remaining large granaries into their warehouse. Such an abundance of provisions would suffice for several lifetimes. Chapter 56. The Ability to Extend Space. Wenlan discreetly collected the remaining large silos into her spatial realm, unnoticed by others, an act shrouded in secrecy. After all, Wenlan had awakened her spatial abilities. The remaining silos could not be accommodated, but perhaps by tomorrow, a bit more could be added. Nowadays, the baby replenishes her with energy daily and in the evenings. Su Han engages in prenatal education. By the next morning, her space would surely expand slightly. While she often perceived her space as quite generous, confronted with such a plethora of items, it suddenly felt rather insufficient. It was akin to feeling affluent until one ventured into the bustling metropolis, only to realize the meagerness of their funds. The metropolis operates on its own monetary system. "Who are you?" Lin Wei and Wenqie crawled into a hidden passage, a tunnel excavated by the villagers for the purpose of obtaining sustenance in the apocalypse. Prior to the cataclysm, stealing from granaries would have been a punishable offense. Wenqie seemed equally surprised to find others within, noting their disheveled attire and unkempt hair, indicative of prolonged habitation in this place. "It's me, Lin Wei. Uncle Wu. Where are my father and my brother?" Lin Wei inquired hastily. Wenqie paused momentarily. This could indeed be the true reason behind Lin Wei's knowledge of the granary's exact location. Her father's village was situated nearby. Lin Wei had concealed this fact all along. As she passed through the village, shrouded in darkness, she had surmised that any survivors would inevitably seek refuge in the granaries. Sure enough, the survivors from the village had congregated here, for the provisions were ample enough to sustain them. "Xiao Wei, it truly is you," Uncle Wu exclaimed with delight upon spotting Lin Wei. "Have military personnel come to rescue us?" Lin Wei had served in the military, and they believed her return signified aid from the armed forces. Wenqie was equally astonished, as Lin Wei had not disclosed this information during their journey. Though Lin Wei typically refrains from revealing her own matters, Wenlan had rescued them and brought them to this place. "No, the official forces have disbanded. Those who were once part of it have transformed into zombies. How could they possibly offer rescue?" Prior to the apocalypse, the authorities were highly organized and disciplined. But with the outbreak, many of their key leaders succumbed to the transformation. Without a commanding officer, no organization could be sustained. This is why, at the onset of the fog's emergence, the authorities managed to maintain control. However, midway through the fog, most of the officials mutated. rendering the entire organization devoid of operational capability. Certainly, some officials possess leaders, yet in the face of an apocalyptic outbreak, possessing food and firearms pales in comparison to the paramount importance of having extraordinary abilities to lead. Initially, the authorities established bases, but in time, these would inevitably be seized and overthrown. Such occurrences are beyond control, driven by the complexities of human nature. The elders seemed to have anticipated this, clinging to a thread of hope. After waiting for so long, if a rescue were to come from the officials, it would have arrived by now. In previous instances, when their village faced earthquakes, assistance was rendered within a day. Yet now, everything is transformed. Alas, your father has succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Sister, a young boy, merely 7 or 8 years old, with skin as dark as night, had eyes that sparkled like stars in the darkness. Little Zay? Lindsay wept as he embraced Linwei, overwhelmed by the terror that had engulfed them. The surroundings had morphed into a realm of terrifying zombies, and the food supply at home dwindled with alarming rapidity. The vegetables they had planted outside had withered and turned black. Uncle Wu led the remaining villagers to this location. Initially, they intended to retrieve food for their village, a place they had called home for a lifetime. However, the emergence of mutated beasts at night forced their return to this refuge. The granary had been constructed with utmost security. Though Lin Wei was aware of her father's demise, her younger brother still lived. Throughout her arduous journey from the north of the capital, she had mentally prepared herself for countless eventualities. This location was exceedingly hard to find. Even a pilot from Jiangyao might struggle to locate it. Lin Wei was intimately familiar with this place, having lived here before. Su Han and Wen Lan finished their tasks before emerging. They overheard the conversation among Lin Wei and her companions. Uncle Wu, these individuals saved me. Please allow them to take some food with them. After contemplating, Uncle Wu acknowledged that there was an abundance of food here, and the remaining inhabitants in the granary were few, consuming little each day. Very well. Wen Lan felt somewhat embarrassed, having just gathered a significant amount of food from their last location. Nonetheless, they had come here for sustenance, and it was fair for each to take what they could. As night was falling, they decided to rest for the evening. Wen Lan and her companions did not refuse. They all settled in the granary's lounge, a space originally meant for storage, thus limited for accommodation. You can all squeeze in here for the night. Thank you so much, Uncle Wu. If you feel hungry, there is food in the silo ahead. Feel free to cook something for yourselves. Understood. With that, Uncle Wu departed. It was unexpected to discover that your home was from the nearby village. Indeed, I drove several hundred kilometers from the north of the capital. The thought of returning home has always fueled my determination. No matter how distant, even if my father and brother have become zombies, she yearns to gaze upon it once more. The absence of her father weighed heavily on Lin Wei's heart. I intend to stay. You may keep the RV. Take as much food as you can store, she spoke solemnly. After all, this was her promise, and she did not believe a single RV could hold a substantial amount of food. It is essential to recognize that this was a granary, containing hundreds of thousands of tons of grain. A mere 10-pound bag of rice could sustain a person for an entire month. Thank you, came the response. On the surface, it appeared that nothing was amiss. However, Wen Lan had already stocked a considerable number of silos with food. Presently, only a few silos remained. Yet these people could easily survive for over a decade. Both Wen Lan and Su Han maintained their composure. Lin Wei had not seen her brother for quite some time. Sister, one day the village was engulfed in thick fog. Initially, we thought it was merely a natural occurrence. However, after several days, mutated zombies began to emerge in the village. We did not take it seriously at first, believing it to be a viral infection causing strange illnesses, and we confined those afflicted to their homes. Eventually, we called the police, and a SWAT team arrived, eliminating all those strange individuals infected with the virus. Father was among them. They killed him. Why? At this point, Lindsay could no longer hold back his tears. Lin Wei, though filled with rage, understood that determining right from wrong in this situation was futile. The SWAT team was merely fulfilling their duty to eliminate the mutated zombies. Yet to them, those zombies were their loved ones. With differing perspectives, she found herself at a loss for words, especially in a world and environment such as this, where any sense of morality seemed to vanish. She too would slay zombies, viewing them simply as strangers. As time passed, the SWAT team ceased their visits. More villagers began to mutate, and even the chickens, ducks, and pigs at home transformed. The mutated pigs even turned aggressive, attacking people. The remaining villagers managed to escape, but food was scarce. Under the guidance of Uncle Wu, They came to excavate the granary. Fortunately, during its construction, some of the village elders had worked on it and knew its vulnerable points, allowing them to break in after several days of digging. Otherwise, they would have starved to death. A few young villagers ventured out in search of aid, but only one returned. It was then that they realized the outside world had undergone a significant transformation. The police no longer intervened, and resources were up for grabs. Initially, some bravely ventured out, returning not with supplies, but with a treasure trove of gold and silver jewelry. As time passed, the villagers came to understand that the world had truly descended into chaos. No one was there to protect them. With humanity turned into zombies, what use was gold and silver? In the absence of societal order, these possessions amounted to nothing more than worthless debris. Food and supplies became paramount, and fortunately, they were close to the granary. Therefore, the daily necessities have become increasingly precious. Village chief, although we do not lack food, Lin Wei insisted on sharing it with them upon her return. The situation outside has changed dramatically. Should we not at least consider a trade? A middle-aged woman remarked. You need not concern yourself. Lin Wei is our village's sole university student. A student of the National Defense University. I have unwavering faith in her judgment, declared Old Wu with conviction. Sun Ernyang, given our ample supply of grain, a small contribution would matter little. They cannot carry away much. Lin Wei, having just returned, is certainly aware of the conditions beyond our confines. We must ascertain the state of the outside world before proceeding. They remain oblivious to the circumstances outside. Can one truly live perpetually within this granary? While we may not suffer from hunger, we lack other essential supplies. In times of illness, we find ourselves devoid of medical assistance. The elderly fare better. Yet it feels as though we have regressed to the 1960s or 70s, an era of societal stagnation. This is tolerable, but what of the children? What does the future hold for them? The room is filled with many, primarily the village's left-behind children. Uncle Wu has gathered them here, partly because, despite their numbers, they occupy little space. The children harbor no objections, for they are among their own, shunning outsiders. Sister, you are truly beautiful, a dark-skinned little girl exclaimed, gazing at Wenlan with admiration. A few children played nearby. They were, after all, left-behind children, and the transformation of their homes into something resembling a zombie apocalypse seemingly did not affect them. Ah, I have become a mutated pig. I shall catch you, and those who are caught shall be devoured. If you are a mutated pig, then I am a mutated zombie. You wretched monsters, behold my super invincible light wave. The children, with their dark skin, maintained an exceptionally positive demeanor regardless of their surroundings. In contrast, the elderly outside appeared anxious and bewildered. The children's exuberance began to uplift her spirits. Wenlan was taken aback, realizing that as she entered her second trimester, her emotions might transmit to her baby. If her feelings were positive, the baby would absorb that energy and reciprocate it back to her. This realization allowed her to cultivate a different kind of energy, the derivative energy of her surroundings. The baby, being a confluence of various energy forms, could assimilate this energy. However, such energy necessitated her own positivity. The baby's absorption would then reflect back to her. Amidst the outbreak of the apocalypse, constantly engulfed in anxiety and worry, Wenlan had not felt this relaxed in quite some time. Observing these children eased her mind. Their simplicity was refreshing. As long as they were well fed, nothing else mattered. Having encountered far too many complicated children in the base, their carefree nature was a welcome change. To ensure a brighter future for the children, it is imperative to provide them with a world where they can be nourished. Brother, please stay still. Allow me to give it a try. Each time Wenlan displayed such an expression, Wenche felt a twinge of discomfort. In his childhood, there were few toys at home, and thus, his only companion was Wenche himself, often engaging in the culinary art of creating bizarre dishes. Chapter 57. Seizing supplies. Wenlan sensed her abilities, spatial barriers. Her spatial prowess was akin to a link. Now she could manifest her surroundings. The extent of the space she could unveil was directly proportional to her capacity to release it. However, this function resembled a spatial barrier, which consumed considerable energy over prolonged use. With a swift motion, Wenlan conjured a transparent barrier beneath Wenche's feet, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A flashlight illuminated it, revealing a faint spectrum of rainbow hues. What is this? She exclaimed with excitement. I call it a defensive barrier. She had not anticipated that this maternal gift would bestow upon her such a skill. Henceforth, she vowed to cultivate joy and radiate positive energy. Suhan, why don't you attempt to attack my brother? With that, Su-Han wielded a dagger, directing it towards Wen-Che. Yet, a transparent wave thwarted his advance. How does it feel? Wen-Lan inquired, pleased. This newfound ability inspired both Wen-Che and Su-Han to explore their own latent powers. Wen-Che realized he could conjure defensive ice walls for himself. After retracting her ability, Wen-Lan acknowledged the considerable energy expenditure involved. Nonetheless, in times of crisis, it was undeniably beneficial. The protective barrier she had erected would not dissipate unless she chose to cancel it or her energy was entirely depleted. Wen-Lan contemplated the evolution of her spatial abilities. In the future, this defensive dome could serve as a medium for spatial teleportation. By establishing a protective barrier here, she could instantaneously traverse vast distances, though it required a significant level of evolution, something her current energy could not sustain for long. The barrier could only endure for approximately half an hour. Brother, although your abilities are of the water element, they possess a predominant icy quality. Yes, I understand. Wen-Che nodded. He resolved to enhance his training and his abilities, while the methods of their manifestation would rely upon his imagination. As night fell, Su-Han concluded his storytelling session with Wen-Lan. Strangely, each time he finished a tale, Wen-Lan would drift into slumber, perhaps owing to his unique powers. His mental abilities, a form of control, were the most intricate Wen-Lan had encountered thus far. Having sensed numerous types of powers, she was unable to provide Su-Han with precise guidance. The mental domain was too complex. Nevertheless, Wen-Lan consistently enjoyed restful sleep following his narratives. The following morning, she said, please take these bags of rice and millet with you. Thank you very much. Wen-Che expressed his gratitude, noting that Wen-Lan had already cleared out the granaries. The fluffy creature, Wong, seemed to sense that Wen-Lan and the others were about to depart, nuzzling against her arm. This adorable little being was truly charming. In her arms, the Hisho Wu appeared to be vying for attention, its vines curling around Wen-Lan's arm. In the RV, they were preparing to head to the technology company in Suzhou to retrieve the photovoltaic panels, which constituted the mission of their visit. As the vehicle ventured onto the narrow path, Su-Han, using his psychic abilities, detected a considerable number of vehicles approaching ahead. It was Lu Qin and his group. Had they possibly discovered the location of the granary? Wen-Lan furrowed her brows in concern. Did Lu Qin not know the exact whereabouts of the granary? Let's return and inform Lin Wei, she suggested. Lin Wei was at odds with Lu Qin's group. We're running out of time, Su-Han replied urgently, swiftly turning the steering wheel to the left and accelerating onto a side road. Here. A heap of weeds and debris conveniently obstructed their RV. The number of vehicles was noticeably greater than before. Wen-Lan sensed a familiar presence, Xiaomo. But no. It was the individual who had taken over Xiaomo's body. She had also arrived. Lu Qin was present as well. How had they managed to intertwine? Wen-Lan was astounded, her anger rising. Realizing that the creature in her arms could absorb her emotions and replenish energy, she attempted to maintain control over her feelings. Yet, the fact that Xiaomo's body had been usurped left her fists clenched, knuckles whitening. She refrained from acting impulsively. Xiaomo, or rather the woman who had suddenly become so powerful, was an enigma. Strangely, some members of their group had transformed into aberrants, likely bitten by mutated rats. Their direction was clearly towards the granary, while Li Wei led a group of the weak and infirm, who could hardly cope. Wen-Lan frowned as she spoke. There are many of them. If they go to assist, Su-Han will inevitably confront Lu Qin. Should we go or not? Let us investigate, she proposed. There are still a few bins of grain left, and my storage space expanded considerably this morning. I managed to collect quite a bit. The group was heading toward the granary, especially that outsider who had taken over Xiaomo's body. Wen-Lan had no intention of leaving them any provisions. Regardless of whether she was a time traveler or possessed unique abilities, anyone who had harmed her would not be spared. Lu Qin was undesirable. And Xiaomo was even more so. Su-Han, take me with you. Su-Han had the ability to control iron plates for flight, which would be swifter. Brother, you stay here and wait for us. We will return swiftly. Wen-Che slightly furrowed his brows, feeling his position was somewhat precarious. Especially when Su-Han patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. How could he feel at ease? Had Wen-Lan nearly forgotten she was pregnant? Flying about with 2 children in tow. One is his brother, and the other is his sister. Wen-Che frowned slightly, observing that the two had already soared into the sky. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow them and see what was unfolding. He concealed the RV, which was quite comfortable. After Lin Wei's modifications, its performance was better suited for the current highways. While finding an RV was relatively simple, Locating one with such modifications proved to be a challenge. Su Han, accompanied by Wen Lan, flew through the air, demonstrating an enhanced ability to control their flight. Perhaps he was being cautious due to Wen Lan's pregnancy. Otherwise, he would have accelerated. Outside the granary, Uncle Wu was surrounded by a multitude of individuals, including armored vehicles. Military personnel have arrived, a woman exclaimed. Finally, they had come to rescue them. Armored vehicles? Lin Wei suddenly recalled that Lu Chun had driven an armored vehicle during that time. Had they found this place so quickly? Do not open the door. Uncle Wu. You must not open the door. Lin Wei insisted. They are not our rescuers. They have come to seize our food. She positioned herself in front of everyone. The formidable door of the granary was difficult to breach from the outside, but opening it from within was a simple task. They were a group of ruthless individuals. Everyone needed to quickly secure the food. Lin Wei urged them fervently. Wen Wei, how can you say such things? They are driving military armored vehicles. They are here to save us. Remember the year the village faced a wildfire? So many young soldiers rushed into the flames to rescue us. Yes, but that was in the past. Things are different now. Society changes people. The world has transformed. Those who selflessly offered their lives have turned into monsters. In this apocalypse, only the ruthless can survive. The first to perish will be those altruistic souls. Lin Wei felt a sense of respect for those individuals. Perhaps they would have received medals of honor before the apocalypse. The praise of the world, however, was merely a death warrant in these times. Wen Wei, you have served in the military. How can you speak so? We have endured enough in this granary. Indeed, we cannot even step outside, and we have official protection. What a blessing. The outside world has changed. Those people are not officials. They will seize our food. Lin Wei persisted in her warnings. The baby seemed to sense the approaching commotion outside. They were all supernatural beings. No matter how imposing the granary's door was, it would not deter them. Everyone, quickly gather food. Take as much as you can and flee. Lin Wei had witnessed too many instances of people being killed for food. Human life had become worthless. The apocalypse had eradicated all semblance of order. Was murder still a crime? It was as though the world was asking you that question. If killing were not a crime, whom would you choose to kill? All I desire is to hide. In the grim aftermath of the world, where ample sustenance was available, the inhabitants sought refuge in isolation. Villagers, hasten. If we delay further, it will be too late. Lin Wei felt an overwhelming urgency. The villagers had never ventured beyond their sheltered existence. They clung to the granary, unaware of the terrifying scarcity that lay outside. Lin Wei, do not impede us. We yearn for salvation. We simply desire to restore our former lives. They were fatigued by their current plight. Lin Wei furrowed her brow, knowing that the life they led here was the only true happiness. Chapter 58. Acknowledging reality, those outside were not emissaries of redemption but harbingers of doom, shrouded in darkness and bloodshed. The moment the door was opened, the truth would dawn upon them. Lin Wei wished to thwart the villagers. Second Aunt, do not go. Please, trust me. Uncle San, do not venture forth. She could not bear to witness the demise of her childhood friends. The villagers, however, were resolute, placing their faith in the authorities. Only a few children remained, playing in the granary, oblivious to the looming danger. The heavy door was pushed open by the collective strength of the villagers. This is the granary, Brother Chen. There are many people inside, his subordinate remarked, having heard the commotion within, his ability being an enhanced sense of hearing. Then let us breach the door with the armored vehicle. With so many abilities among us, can we not force it open? Indeed, Summer Zhuang replied. I shall offer you half of the grain from this granary. She fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, recognizing that he was a figure of significant strength. Even if he did not exist in her future, wouldn't it be better for us to combine our strengths? Combine forces? A cold scoff escaped Summer Zhuang's lips. She sought only submission. Yet, Lu Chen's formidable power dissuaded her from direct confrontation. In this world where humanity devoured one another, survival required either intelligence or the art of flattery to align with others, or possessing immense strength. Since I have acquiesced to your terms, I shall keep my word. Zhou Feng murmured, a frown creasing his brow as he sensed his waning favor, though he harbored a deep disdain for Summer Zhuang. Her alliance with Lu Chen left him feeling unsettled. His current capabilities were a product of her influence, rendering him dependent on her. Once again, Zhou Feng found himself resenting Lu Chen. With such a bounty of food, Lu Chen could not possibly claim it all. Moreover, he had access to a large granary. This one was merely a medium-sized store. Lu Chen coveted Summer Zhuang. Her tenacity was rare in the apocalypse. She occupied a military base, holding a wealth of information, including a cache of equipment. Lu Qin yearned for those documents pertaining to aircraft carriers. Summer Zhuang smirked. Indeed, we possess such items at the base. However, an aircraft carrier? At sea? The future is the most perilous place. For Lu Qin, it matters not. She recalls that the figure from the future is a woman. Lu Qin certainly cannot be that esteemed individual. Xiajua merely wishes to live a tranquil life. That woman is shrouded in mystery, and without knowledge of her identity. She will not provoke her. Nevertheless, she should be in a coastal city. Once I procure the provisions, I shall deliver them to you. Very well. In truth, for Xiajua, as long as she can satiate her hunger, the type of food holds little significance. What has she not consumed? She would not hesitate to devour raw meat. Her palate, long since dulled, can no longer discern flavors. Just as they prepared to force open the heavy gates of the granary, the doors swung open of their own accord. A dozen individuals rushed out in excitement. The eldest among them dashed forward. It is an armored vehicle, a military green automobile, a truck. This is the insignia of the armed forces. Have you come to rescue us? At last, you have arrived. I knew all those tales of the apocalypse were mere fabrications. Get away. An elderly man, in his fervor, grasped at a man. Are you here to save us? Get away. The man, with a look of disdain, kicked the old man to the ground. Here. Any individual could be a superhuman or an evolved being. The frail body of the old man could scarcely withstand such a blow. Upon being knocked down, he clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. How can you treat someone like this? Assaulting an elderly person. A few young individuals, witnessing the injustice, stealthily retreated. Lunatics. All of you clear off. The granary belongs to us now. Lu Qin and Xiajua stood behind, indifferent to the scene before them, where several elderly were being mercilessly beaten. Before long, the old men were left bloodied and battered. Father, you bunch of scoundrels, you are not even official personnel. You are murderers. I will report you. You murderers. The man, supporting his injured father, spoke vehemently. Ha ha. He claims he will report us? Murderers? The man spat on the ground, a cold smirk adorning his face. We have taken many lives. Do you think the police will apprehend us? You may report us, but I fear it will only be the zombies who answer your call. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in even more brazen laughter. It is true. They might harbor some fear of the zombies, but against a group of powerless individuals, what is there to fear? For them, it is as easy as taking a life. The men who had just assaulted the elderly scoffed at the man, their tone dripping with mockery. The man looked on helplessly at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, Lin Wei had stood beside them, earnestly attempting to mediate. Regret now echoed in their ears. This group of individuals is nothing short of wolves, mere brigands. Hurry, let us depart swiftly. Uncle Zhang, push your son and urge him to run. Father, pay no heed to these ruffians. Securing provisions is of utmost importance. The individuals behind, in a panic, hastily shut the granary's massive doors. Brother Qin, they have barred the entrance. Then we shall force it open. Harness your abilities and prepare to attack. The man was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Some among them possessed the power to conjure flames. This shocking revelation shattered his understanding of reality. Not only had zombies emerged outside, but there were also individuals capable of wielding fire. Is this truly the world they once knew? Lin Wei was right. The armored vehicle advanced unhesitatingly, disregarding the bodies strewn across the ground. The man, cradling his injured father, hurriedly sought refuge to the side. With a sickening crunch, the armored vehicle barreled forward, showing no signs of stopping. Those elderly gentlemen who had just rushed forward were mercilessly crushed beneath its weight. The onlookers remained indifferent. What manner of world is this? To extinguish a life feels as trivial as squashing a watermelon. The man's face drained of color, fear etched across his features. Get on the ground. If you do not leave, we shall kill you. A man threatened. Laughter erupted from the crowd, their mockery directed at the man crawling on the ground, as if he were a mere plaything. Some even took to urinating upon him. He dared not resist, barely lifting his gaze to witness the mangled corpses crushed by the armored vehicle. He retched violently. This world had transformed. This was far more terrifying than zombies. The undead would only bite and kill, yet these brigands would trample upon your dignity, ensuring a humiliating demise. Lu Qin understood the granary's heavy doors, the limestone walls, and the sturdy steel plate within. The elder who had been struck now regretted his choices, paying the ultimate price for his folly. One must confront reality. Why did he not heed Lin Wei's counsel? At this moment, those who had fled and returned were distraught. What shall we do? Those outside are truly inhumane. Nothing like official personnel. They are nothing but a pack of thieves. Wei Wei, please save us. What are we to do? Indeed. Wei Wei, what should we do now? Forget about the provisions. Everyone, run. These people will devour you whole. Take the children and hide. No matter what occurs, do not venture outside. Lin Wei urged urgently. Darling, lead them through the dog door. Woof woof. The child remained rooted in place before Lin Wei. The remaining individuals, gripped by fear, hastily concealed themselves, terrified of being slaughtered by the brigands. They had just witnessed the gruesome deaths of those who charged ahead. The vivid crimson blood provoked their eyes. It was only when a few attempted to seek refuge in the granary that they realized it was empty. How could this be? Not a single grain remained within the vast storage. This is impossible. Just yesterday, they had been extracting food from the granary. Let us hide first. Meanwhile, when Lan had stealthily entered the remaining granaries with Su Han, she had thoroughly drained all the other granaries, leaving not a morsel for that group. Oh dear. It seemed that the baby sensed Wen Lan's presence, tugging at Lin Wei's pant leg as it made its way toward her. Wen Lan, why have you returned? Lin Wei exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Wen Lan and Su Han. Enough chatter. Lin Wei, you must quickly lead the child out through the hole. If Lu Chun and Jiang Yao see you, these people could very well perish because of you. Jiang Yao and Lin Wei are already adversaries. Upon discovering she is alive, she might threaten Lin Wei with the villagers, or worse, eliminate them. What about you? Su Han will carry me away. We will stall for time here. Stop wasting words and hurry. Wen Lan's tone was urgent, even somewhat brusque, yet Lin Wei felt deeply moved. Wen Lan, come quickly. She urged the villagers to flee. The children exhibited not a trace of anxiety. The heavy iron door did not withstand for long. Within minutes, a gap was forced open. Before them stood the neatly arranged granaries, the storages of food. Zuazuo and his group were ecstatic. So much food. This brings us more joy and excitement than discovering gold. In fact, a bag of instant noodles holds more value to us than gold. With this abundance, we need not worry for years. There is so much. Our trucks may not suffice for transport. Let us leave a few behind to guard while we gradually transport the food back. Zuazio casually instructed. With such provisions, they need not endure hunger anymore. This is our granary. You cannot seize it. Some villagers attempted to resist, brandishing makeshift weapons. Get lost. A man said nothing further and directly struck down one of the assailants. Whoever dares impede us shall meet their demise. Zhou Feng declared coldly. There are a total of 12 granaries. Shall we split them 6 each? No problem. Zuazuo nodded in agreement. Such a division seemed reasonable. Brother Chun, the granaries are devoid of food. Sister Zhua, we searched several granaries and found them all empty. Lu Chun and Zuazuo's subordinates reported almost simultaneously. This is impossible. How can the granary be empty? Lu Chun furrowed his brow. Such an occurrence has never transpired before. Let us summon a few individuals for questioning. Numerous people fled alongside Lin Wei. The granary is supposed to be stocked with provisions, yet we are at a loss as to how it has been depleted. Have you transported it elsewhere? No, absolutely not. This is a fruitless endeavor. Let us eliminate these troublesome individuals. Their existence is merely a waste of air. Xiazhua furrowed his brow. After enduring such hardship to reach the granary, only to find it utterly devoid of supplies? Chapter 59. The Meeting of Xiazhua and Wen Lan. Lu Chun is also in a dire situation. He journeyed a great distance only to discover the absence of food. Who could possibly have enough provisions? He requires an ample supply of grain. Jiang Yao, come here. What is the meaning of this? Where is the food? Lu Chun cast a stern glance at Jiang Yao. Brother Chen, how could I possibly know? This is a granary. How could it be empty? Jiang Yao, equally perplexed, hastily responded, perhaps it has been relocated by someone, or there was never any grain before the apocalypse, and it has been embezzled? Impossible. Lu Chun frowned. He could not fathom that officials would embezzle such provisions amidst the apocalypse. That is a capital offense, strictly forbidden. Moreover, every granary undergoes regular inspections. Could it be that someone has awakened a unique ability and transported these provisions away? The villagers have mentioned that they retrieved food just last night. And there remains a portion of rice in their rooms, Jiang Yao noted with a furrowed brow. Dozens of large silos, tens of tons of grain have vanished into thin air. Could it be spatial abilities? Xiazhua mused, slightly frowning. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Xiazhua shook her head gently. Even if one were to awaken spatial abilities at this early stage, it would be implausible for them to have progressed to such an extent within this time frame. The capacity to transport tens of tons of grain surpasses her comprehension. It is inconceivable that anyone could advance so swiftly. In the future, only one individual awakened spatial abilities, and that was a young boy. Even he, renowned for his chain of stores, had not awakened such a three-dimensional power despite the multitude of abilities surfacing now. Most powers are related to nature or self-evolution. Spatial abilities are those that connect dimensions. Yet, one can never be certain. Any ability is conceivable in these times. Jiang Yao speculated. Let us apprehend them all for questioning, Lu Chen asserted, refusing to believe that such a substantial quantity of grain could vanish into thin air. Though no one among them has awakened spatial abilities, others may have. Meanwhile, the concealed Wenlan sensed the unfolding events. Thankfully, she had remained vigilant ever since she noticed anomalies in Xiaomo. She had concealed her own spatial abilities from them. During her time in the safe zone, she was aware of her pregnancy and her perceptive abilities. These individuals are not fools. Soon, a villager spoke up. Lin Wei, she is not dead. She has returned. Indeed, it is she. Upon hearing Lin Wei's name, Jiang Yao reacted as if triggered. She manipulated the metallic needle, piercing through the throat of a villager. Lin Wei, I knew you were here. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall slay everyone in this place. Everyone believes you to be a cold and aloof individual. Yet the more detached someone appears, the more they care about emotions. These are your fellow townsfolk. Mom, a young boy, witnessing his mother being penetrated by Jiang Yao, saw blood gushing forth. He ran out, tears streaming down his face. You wicked person, I will kill you. The boy rushed towards Jiang Yao, weaponless, attempting to bite her. However, he was thrust aside by Jiang Yao. When he attempted to charge again, he too was pierced through the throat. Blood gushed incessantly from his neck. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt no sympathy, only indifference. Lu Chun and Xia Zhui's subordinates also observed that many appeared to be hiding. They were scouring the area for people. Xia Zhui and Lu Chen stood at the center. Xia Zhui remained apathetic. Death was simply death. Lu Chen, however, furrowed his brow, not out of concern for human life, but rather for the food supply. Where's the food? Or rather, where is that spatial ability user? Lu Chen declared that he must find this person. The spatial ability user, quite remarkable. Currently, there are indeed no rare abilities present. 3 individuals arrived yesterday, 2 men and a woman, all friends of Lin Wei. We know nothing. No, please, don't kill me. Wei Wei, save me. Yang Lan trembled in fear, utterly disoriented. So anxious that she could not hold back her bodily functions. Disgusting. Lin Wei emerged from a dog hole with several children in tow. She heard them calling her name. Sister Wei Wei, I heard my mother's voice. I must return to find her. You cannot go. If you do, you will lose your life. You all must flee. I will go back to save them. Sweetheart, take the children and run. Lin Wei understood that those people were merciless, taking lives without a second thought. Wenlan and Su Han were stalling inside. She had to bring the children back first. Soon, Lin Wei, with the children, encountered Wen Che, who had come looking for her. Wenlan is still inside. I must return, Lin Wei stated, wanting to go back but burdened with a group of children. No, if you go back, it is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Su Han can help Wenlan escape. If you go, it will only complicate matters and become a burden. Lin Wei considered that Su Han could lift Wenlan into the air. If trouble arose, they could indeed flee. Wen Che believed that his sister, with her diverse range of abilities, would surely be all right. Thus, it was best not to create further chaos. First, take the child to the RV. Su Han and the others are bound to head towards the RV upon their exit. At that moment, they will escape in the vehicle. Lu Chen is not entirely certain he will confront Su Han, as he lacks full confidence in engaging him. The two have had a previous encounter, in which Su Han emerged half victorious. Wang Su Han and Wenlan are concealed within the grain silo, unable to see the world outside. However, one possesses mental fortitude while the other wields sensory abilities, enabling them to be aware of the happenings beyond. The individuals outside are currently searching the silo. Venturing out now poses a high risk of detection. We would be an obvious target. That group is ruthlessly attacking the villagers. Faced with so many ability users outside, Wenlan and Su Han may not stand a chance. We cannot hide forever. We might as well confront them. I am also eager to question that woman directly, to gauge her true strength, which has evidently grown formidable. It is fair to say much. Yet, it is unlikely we could eliminate her. Agreed. After a brief consultation, the two decided to emerge. Soon, the silo was invaded as well. As they stepped out, a young man with disheveled hair paused in astonishment upon seeing them. Su Han and Wenlan emerged from the silo. Yes, it was them who came yesterday. Our supplies vanished this morning, a woman promptly accused Wenlan. Where have you hidden our food? Zhang Lan rushed towards Wenlan, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Food. What food? Wenlan feigned innocence. Then, she spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Xiaomo, it truly is you. As she spoke, Wenlan approached Xiaomo. Xia Zhao slightly furrowed her brow. A flash of light emanating from her hand, aimed directly at Wenlan. Perhaps due to some instinctual awareness, her aim faltered. Wenlan feigned shock, although she had sensed the trajectory of the attack beforehand and did not evade it. Damn it! Xiaomo, she is already dead. I am Xia Zhao. Xia Zhao no longer needed to masquerade before Wenlan, as her former weakness had necessitated assistance from Wenlan and her brother. Upon witnessing Xia Zhao's true identity, Wenlan dropped her facade. Indeed, you are not Xiaomo at all. Xia Zhao offered Wenlan a captivating, icy smile. Having sensed that Wenlan was not so easily deceived. Suhan, is all the food here yours? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. If it were indeed Suhan's collection, he would need to reconsider his approach, for Suhan's power was undeniably formidable. Perhaps in those years, Suhan had bested him by half a move. No, it was not he who had collected them. It was Lan Lan who had done so. Lu Chen pondered. Considering that Suhan possessed psychic abilities, how could he possibly gather such items? He had emerged solely to seek sustenance, and naturally, he would wish to inspect the granary here. Suhan's words held no fault. If they had known that our paths converged, surely they would have joined forces. Lu Chen smiled, though this smile bore an unsettling air. If they had indeed come together, how much could Suhan have claimed? Was Lin Wei with you? Or how could you have located the granary? Jiang Yao huffed disdainfully. What of it? Does it concern you? Wenlan retorted, her tone icy and resolute. Though she was well aware of the laws of the apocalypse, she adhered to her own moral compass. She would not harm those who did not provoke her. This group was simply indulging in senseless slaughter. She did not comprehend their motives, yet she respected their choices, as each individual followed their own path. Wenlan sought only to tend to her own affairs. However, should they inflict harm upon her, she would not let it go unpunished. Seeing the unfolding events, Jiang Yao launched a metallic needle directly at Wenlan. Before Wenlan could react, it seemed the lesson from the last encounter had not sufficed. Ah! Jiang Yao screamed in agony as the needle was seized and turned back, piercing her own eye. Blood gushed forth as her eyeball was ruptured. The gruesome scene elicited little reaction from the onlookers, save for the three villagers who trembled in horror, having never witnessed such brutality. Suhan, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yao is my woman, Lu Chen declared, his expression darkening with displeasure. Chapter 60? Family Matters? Then you should understand my methods even better. Suhan had already shown him considerable leniency. In truth, had Lu Chen not been present, Jiang Yao would have perished the moment she attacked. However, this time, Suhan had merely used his control to make the needle burst her eyeball, rendering her existence more torturous than death itself. Unable to withstand the infection, her subsequent days would be fraught with agony. Take Jiang Yao to the vehicle for treatment. Lu Chen instructed, his face stern, his eyes brimming with suppressed fury. Yet, without a guaranteed chance of victory, he would not hastily engage Suhan in combat. This understanding was mutual. Both men were acutely aware of each other's strengths. Lu Chen dared not confront Suhan directly, for even if he held some confidence, Suhan would not allow him an easy fate. Should he sustain grave injuries, he had numerous abilities at his command, and he required sufficient power to maintain control over his subordinates. Conversely, Suhan harbored no such concerns. Even if he were wounded, Wen Che, Zhang Yi, Zhou Wen, and Wenlan would not abandon him. Yes, Jiang Yao's eyes were now shrouded in darkness, and any fury she wished to unleash would yield no resolution. She could only be hastily taken to the car for rudimentary treatment. The one attending to her was a young woman who had been a doctor before the apocalypse, which is why she was retained even as an ordinary person. Your eyeball cannot be saved. I must perform an enucleation as swiftly as possible. No, without my eye, I will become blind. You still have the other eye. If we do not remove it, infection will set in, fever will follow, and it could become life-threatening. This is all that Wenlan's fault. The female doctor shook her head, finding Jiang Yao insufferably dramatic, being in the midst of it all. She could not grasp the reality. Jiang Yao had awakened a golden-type ability, which surpassed not only that of other women, but even many men. Her lethality was formidable. And with this newfound power, she began to adopt an air of arrogance. In this apocalyptic world, Other formidable women were awakening as well. There were many others stronger than her, and Jiang Yao was far too ostentatious. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to the doctor's suggestion and agreed to have her eyeball removed. This was a harrowing decision. When Lan, she silently etched this into her memory. This ordeal seemed to instill a sense of calm within her. Whether facing Wen Lan or Xiaojua, she could no longer act as she once did. The loss of an eye brought her some clarity. Yet, Jiang Yao remained deeply resentful. She would reclaim what was rightfully hers. Wen Lan, that insipid woman, she would find an opportunity to eliminate her sooner or later. Xiaojua was powerful, but she would have her chance in due time. This incident ignited a fierce determination within Jiang Yao to enhance her abilities. Strengthening her power was imperative. People might not teach each other, but experiences would impart lessons. Suhan would never allow someone as harmful as her to remain. The wound was difficult to manage. The doctor furrowed her brow. The golden needle remained embedded within. Suhan's chilling murderous intent still lingered on her. Had it not been for Lu Chun, she would surely have perished. In this apocalypse, her golden ability was far superior to that of many men. She had overly inflated her own significance. The needle, lodged in her bone, posed a dilemma. Extracting it would result in severe hemorrhaging. Yet leaving it inside would subject her to relentless torment, causing her constant pain. This was more excruciating than death itself. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, Suhan, and Xiaojua remained in a standoff. Wen Lan, what is your ability? Lu Chun suddenly turned his gaze toward Wen Lan, his eyes dimming slightly. He suspected whether Wen Lan possessed spatial abilities. Despite his physical interest in her, he would not neglect his priorities. Otherwise, having bedded so many women, he would have long since met his demise. Throughout this time, he had yet to witness Wen Lan employ her powers. What relevance does my extraordinary ability hold for you? Xiaojua, you have occupied Xiaomo's body. Are you not aware of my powers? Xiaojua furrowed her brow slightly. Lu Chun also cast a wary glance at Xiaojua. If Xiaojua and Wen Lan are indeed allies, then they are conspiring together. The three factions present each harbored their own speculations. Her ability is akin to a superfluous perception. Subsequently, Xiaojua spoke candidly. She too believed that Wen Lan could not possess spatial abilities. It was likely that Wen Lan had awakened some power as a villager here. Xiaojua conjectured. Then we shall eliminate them all. By vanquishing the entities within the space, we might uncover something. Lu Chun's expression darkened. Having come here without provisions, what would become of his bargain with Xiaojua? No, save me, save me. Wen Lan sensed that many had already been rescued by Lin Wei and her group. We allowed you to stay here yesterday, and now you show no concern for us? We provided them with several bags of grain. The woman wept as she spoke to Wen Lan. After the threat, Wen Lan appeared to be their beacon of hope. So there was grain yesterday. Yet today the granary is completely bare? Brother Chen, I discovered half a granary filled with grain. It must weigh about 1,000 jin. At that moment, a man rushed over, breathless, cradling the grain. We just inspected the previous granaries and found nothing. Yes, there is indeed grain here. We retrieved it from that granary. Upon seeing this, the woman immediately exclaimed, could it be that all the granaries are empty, save for that one? Lu Chun began to harbor doubts. Could it truly have been taken before the apocalypse? The remaining half granary was intentionally left by Wen Lan, perhaps because the space was full and could not accommodate more. This granary has too many compartments, making it difficult to locate the grain. Inspecting the compartments requires specialized carts. They had initially checked a few and found nothing. Presuming there was none. This grain is for you, fellow villagers. Come with us, Wen Lan declared. She had indeed taken all the grain from their granaries. My leader has ordered their execution. The blond man hissed menacingly. A few individuals trembled in fear. Upon hearing that Wen Lan intended to lead them away, they hurriedly sought refuge behind her and Suhan. Lu Chun, we have given you the grain. One granary contains tens of thousands of jin, and even half a granary holds several thousand. Killing them would serve no purpose. Huh. Xiaojua could not help but mock Wen Lan. TSK, Wen Lan. You truly are a paragon of virtue, leading a group of the frail and infirm. What good can that possibly achieve? Are you returning to your New Hope Elderly Care Center? Xiaojua could not suppress her laughter. Having been aware of Suhan's circumstances, Xiaojua had been closely monitoring him. They would even send people to investigate, ruthlessly expelling the frail and the sick, driving them into their territory. If they refused to comply, those individuals would face execution. As a result, to everyone's astonishment, Suhan's faction accepted them. With such a group of weak and unfit individuals, it was a wonder that Suhan could establish a base at all. They were merely a burden, a collection of the most pitiful souls. It appeared that Su Han's actions were entirely influenced by the compassionate nature of Wenlan. Wenlan furrowed her brow, though she was tempted to retort. She held her tongue and instead deliberately remarked, "Indeed, they are human beings, and they too deserve the right to survive, even in the apocalypse. While the rules may have vanished, the moral compass within the human heart remains. Otherwise, what differentiates us from the zombies?" Xiajua cast a mocking glance at Wenlan. Lu Chen, standing nearby, also realized that Su Han had established a base, explaining why he didn't accompany Su Han to his stronghold. Naturally, Su Han could not remain subordinate to others. However, this added a layer of intrigue, did it not? Lu Chen was determined not to be outdone. "Wenlan, you truly have a wonderful brother and a splendid husband." Husband? The mere utterance of that word caused both of them to blush slightly. Otherwise, it's a miracle for someone like you to survive this long in the apocalypse. Very well, take these frail individuals with you, Xiajua taunted. She eagerly wished for Wenlan to take them back to her base, hoping they would weigh Su Han down. With a woman like Wenlan by his side, it would be remarkable if Su Han thrived. Xiajua found herself less concerned about Su Han now, a lovesick man, paired with a compassionate woman. The one who would ultimately emerge victorious would undoubtedly be her. It was best if all these weak souls were taken away. Xiajua had contemplated eliminating Su Han, but she lacked the certainty to proceed. Like Lu Chen, she was cautious and refrained from acting impulsively in a world where survival demanded rationality. "All right, let us depart," she declared. The dozen or so individuals hiding behind when Lan finally felt at ease. "Su Han, let me offer you a piece of advice. These people possess no abilities. They are utterly useless, merely consuming resources." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, several of them grew tense again. In this world, those who did not awaken their powers were deemed unworthy of survival, merely wasting air and food. If Lan Lan wishes to take them in, then so be it. Su Han, do not let a woman cloud your judgment. This statement seemed to incite discord between Wenlan and Su Han. Director Lu, mind your own horde of women and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Not everyone is as cold-hearted as you. The group behind them was deeply moved by Wenlan's words. She was the true embodiment of kindness. They had just fulfilled their wishes, and the person Lin Wei brought back might not be of great value. Su Han's eyes glimmered with a subtle light, stirred by a hidden emotion as he observed Wenlan from a distance. The two words that resonated with him were family matters. He lifted his lashes, his deep, shadowy gaze fixated intently on Wenlan. Lu Chun and Xia Imo stood in front, sharing a mutual thought at this moment. Su Han was evidently infatuated, and one could only wonder how he had grown to be this way. Xiajua frowned slightly, a look of exasperation on her face. Love? Marriage? Familial bonds? In this world of apocalypse, where survival reigns supreme, such sentiments hold little weight. She had never experienced them, nor did she believe in or wish to understand them. Her sole focus was to grow stronger and relish the moment. Lu Chen internally mocked Su Han. Though he surrounded himself with women, he never truly invested his heart. For him, women were allies, not liabilities. This distinction set him apart from Su Han. With the burden of a beautiful woman like Wenlan, Su Han would struggle to attain true strength in the future. Su Han, as a brother, I must advise you. In the apocalypse, one must first eliminate the naive. This is our affair, so you need not concern yourself. Our paths diverge. Wenlan departed with a dozen villagers. You, leave the food in your hands behind. This is my backpack, mine, and I shall not part with it. If you refuse to relinquish it, you shall not be permitted to leave. An argument ensued. Wenlan frowned slightly. Xiajua, witnessing this, couldn't he help but mock internally. Leave the food for them if you wish to retain your life. Follow me, and I will ensure your well-being. Ha! Upon hearing Wenlan's words, Xiajua burst into laughter. What a grandiose savior she was. Wenlan remained unperturbed. Outside, zombies roamed, and the flora had mutated. I wonder where one might still find food? Xiajua deliberately fanned the flames from the sidelines. The man with the backpack was soon overpowered and beaten by Lu Chen's men. Others, witnessing this, hesitated to claim any food. Wenlan sensed a reduction in the animosity between Xiajua and Lu Chen, while they also regarded her with diminished respect. This brought her some relief. With a substantial supply of grain, she could indeed rescue these individuals, bringing them back to their base. The elderly, the weak, and the sick could still contribute. Even the smallest cog can fortify a mighty fortress. Chapter 61. Wen Che and Su Han's heart-to-heart. Others were filled with trepidation. Yet the fact that Wenlan could lead them away was a blessing. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Reluctantly aware of the stakes, they understood that life was paramount. Thus, Wenlan set forth with a group of middle-aged and elderly individuals. In truth, the majority left behind in the village were older folks and children, with the youngest being in their 30s. Xiaozhua observed as Wenlan led away a group of individuals, and much like Lu Chun, they all tacitly refrained from intervening. Internally, Xiaozhua couldn't help but mock the situation. The second wave of mutated fog was imminent. When it arrived, the zombies would undergo a second mutation, and a portion of the populace would awaken their latent abilities, an evolutionary trait. However, the likelihood of this was highest among those aged between 7 and 20. At 30, the chances dwindled significantly, and by 35, hope was all but lost. The individuals Wenlan had taken were all over 30, and as for the children, even if they awakened their powers, their energy would be minimal. Nurturing them would require substantial investment, not to mention that with the impending disasters, time for such cultivation would be scarce. Xiaozhua frowned slightly. Wenlan was undoubtedly providing Su Han with a burden. In due course, this group would find themselves devoid of sustenance, leading to infighting and chaos. Yet, such a scenario was precisely what Xiaozhua and Lu Chun were eager to witness. Wenlan could certainly sense their desire for this outcome. The objectives of the three had been fulfilled, and everyone was content, though Wenlan was the one most elated. The food was hers, and the people were hers as well. This venture had proven immensely fruitful for Wenlan, who thrived in silence, indifferent to the opinions of others. Their perceived mockery only rendered her more amused. Wenlan, alongside Su Han and the others, set off. Where are we headed now? We certainly cannot return to the granary. Those who wish to follow me may do so. The crowd exchanged glances. If you prefer to remain here, you can return after that group departs. But the food in the granary will undoubtedly be gone. What is the point of going back? After this incident, they were unequivocally aware the world had changed. It had transformed into a realm where cannibalism was rampant and murder bore no consequences, utterly devoid of rules. At this moment, they placed their trust solely in Wenlan. Then follow me for now. But let me be clear, those who choose to accompany me must adhere to our regulations. Utilize your skills, work diligently, and your safety will be assured. I don't have any skills, I only know how to farm. Me too. I can drive a tractor to till the land. I'm a cement worker, a carpenter. They were uncertain of their capabilities. The villagers spoke with embarrassment, for none were endowed with supernatural abilities. And it seemed they possessed no particular talents. Having spent their lives in rural settings, they had not received much formal education. With many lacking even a high school diploma, their highest educational attainment being vocational training. No worries. We need individuals with your skills. In this apocalypse, we must return to primitive tribal ways. If her talents lie in painting and design, they hold little significance for her. One might say that, in certain respects, their world has regressed to a primitive state. In this modern technological realm, the apocalypse has frozen time at the year 2025. They have now entered a new era, a desolate post-apocalyptic world. As long as one is willing to labor diligently, that suffices. These farmers are indeed hard-working individuals. Wenlan is determined to establish a peaceful haven in this apocalyptic wasteland, not for any other reason, but for the child she carries within her. Perhaps, at this moment, she truly understands the essence of maternal strength. She yearns for her child to have a safe and nurturing environment. Such thoughts are born out of her love for the baby. If it were solely for herself, she might have preferred to remain a solitary wolf. The baby is also inspiring her to strive harder. Once the child is born, their capacity to nurture and support her will likely be even greater. Wenlan eagerly anticipates that day. Everyone agrees to follow Wenlan on her journey. Thus, they accompany her back to the RV. An hour later, Linwei watches as Wenlan returns with the villagers. Thank you, Linwei says, bowing deeply to Wenlan. Saving these individuals is not Wenlan's obligation, especially considering her condition. The fact that she could help them leaves Lin Wei at a loss for words. Wenlan is the most extraordinary person Lin Wei has encountered in this apocalypse. Not to dwell too much on it, Wenlan's actions are also driven by self-interest. She needs people, particularly those whom Xiaozhua and Lu Chen look down upon. Mom, Chang exclaims, excitedly rushing to embrace her. With so many people, the RV will surely not accommodate everyone. I have a tricycle at home. Wenlan suddenly remembers that these villagers hail from the neighboring village. In that case, we should first clear the zombies from the village, and let the villagers gather their belongings to come with me. Returning to the village is daunting. It is teeming with mutated zombies, and even some livestock have transformed. Second uncle, you all can stay here. We will go, Lin Wei adds. Consequently, when Che, Su-han, and Lin Wei head to the village to eliminate the zombies, the villagers return to their familiar yet alien homes. A home is one's root. Their departure may mean they will never return. Many elderly villagers feel a deep sense of reluctance. However, with so many chickens and ducks mutated in the village, staying here offers no security. Thus, despite their reluctance, they choose to accompany Wenlan. What must be forsaken must be forsaken, as long as life endures and family remains. That is home. Brother, you and Lin Wei take the villagers back first. We also need to retrieve the solar panels. When Che's face turns pale. Lan, isn't your space already full? Today marks a completion, yet will it continue to grow tomorrow? With Su-han's presence, the prenatal education and energy feedback will be even more profound. After entering the second trimester, the baby's absorption of energy pearls accelerates, thereby enhancing the feedback. Su-han, come here, when Che instructed, momentarily disengaging from conversation with his sister to summon Su-han to a location 200 meters away. Aware of his sister's extraordinary abilities. When Che took this precaution, Su-han, do you harbor feelings for my sister? I recall you once had a white moonlight in your heart. If she has not slipped from your memory, I implore you, do not bring harm to my sister. We are both men. Should your affection for her be genuine, I shall not oppose it. When Che trusted Su-han's character, yet harbored concerns of a different nature. After all, his sister was pregnant. A fact that Su-han was undoubtedly aware of. Even though Wenlan was his sister, he would not extend excessive care to any woman. Such was Su-han's nature. His concern for Wenlan would not stem merely from their brotherhood. Previously, the sister of a comrade had shown interest in Su-han and sought contact. Yet he had coldly declined. Su-han furrowed his brow slightly. No, actually he hesitated, wanting to convey something to Wen-che. But noticed the latter's expression turn chilly. You are aware my sister is pregnant, and I am still unaware of that scoundrel's identity. Once I uncover it, I shall ensure his demise. Su-han involuntarily swallowed, feeling a slight chill creep down his back. Su-han, you must assist me. You have grown quite close to my sister. It would be prudent for you to gather some information. There are certain matters she may find too awkward to discuss with me as her brother. Given your daily interactions for prenatal education, she might confide in you. Su-han, yes, I will help you. We brothers need not exchange many words. Su-han's expression darkened slightly. When Che sensed that Wenlan surely knew the identity of the scoundrel, but refrained from telling her brother, likely out of fear. For him, that scoundrel must face obliteration. However, since learning of his sister's unique constitution, he harbored less anxiety. Even with Wenlan's pregnancy, he would ensure her and the baby's well-being. Yet, after these days, he understood what Wenlan desired. She was formidable, capable of standing on her own. Should she wish to, he would always protect her. Nevertheless, Wenlan was not one to remain in the shadows. Wenlan was slaying zombies, her strength advancing. He observed her gradually growing stronger, equipped with spatial abilities. Untroubled by sustenance, capable of teleportation to vanquish foes, and protected by a defensive shield. This insight brought Wen-che considerable solace. Chapter 62, The Brother's Inquiry Subsequently. Wen-che called Wenlan aside. You are now with child. Do not overexert yourself. Brother, I understand. I am also confident in my abilities. She would never embark on endeavors she lacks confidence in. Moreover, she is currently in her second trimester, a period of stability. If she were to reach the later stages of pregnancy, complications could arise. By then, mobility would be restricted, making it challenging to stockpile necessities. She wishes to avoid any risks that could lead to premature labor. Thus, she must ensure everything is in order during her second trimester. This brings to mind an adage, parents plan with foresight. After this incident, Wenlan is even more determined to establish a secure base. I agree to accompany you. Su-han, but you must guarantee your own safety. Do you understand, Su-han? That fellow possesses formidable strength, and Wen-che has no concerns regarding him. His worry lies with his sister. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he has been tasked with safeguarding her, ensuring she remains untouched by such calamities. Yet, it is now his sister who resolves these predicaments. This is why he is diligently honing his abilities, even sacrificing sleepless nights to enhance his powers, be it from the mutated centipedes or the subsequent collection of resources, including the mutated vines. His sister's strength is not as others perceive. She is remarkably capable. A whirlwind of guilt, pride, and complex emotions intertwines within Wenche. His sister shines brilliantly, yet she is the one he is meant to protect. Understood. Rest assured. As a pregnant woman, I prioritize my own well-being. I will return after retrieving the solar panels with Suhan. Suhan, that lad, harbors a cherished affection. I wish to shield you from harm. He holds feelings for you, so it would be wise to maintain distance. Brother, what are you saying? Since she learned that Suhan was not the person she initially believed, she regards him merely as a friend. Nearby, Suhan's mental acuity effortlessly picks up on Wenche's words, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is quite the misrepresentation. All right, at present, I have no inclination to entertain such thoughts. Does Suhan like her? Perhaps. Focus on caring for the child and stockpiling resources. The future remains uncertain. Wenche nodded, realizing he may have overthought the situation. If they cannot survive the apocalypse, what purpose does contemplating other matters serve? Look at Xiaojua, Lu Chun, and Lin Wei. Each is strong and clear-headed. Who among them is still lost in romantic musings at this juncture? Such folly is a luxury. In times of poverty, one could afford to indulge in innocent love. But now, the stakes are life and death. Without money, one faces destitution. Without life, one faces oblivion. In a world where zombies devour humans, and humans prey upon one another, alongside mutated beasts and plants that threaten existence, overthinking is utterly unnecessary. The priority is to secure a means to live before pondering anything else. This is Wenlan's first experience of motherhood, and she possesses little knowledge. During her pregnancy, anxiety surged within her until she realized the child could bestow her with strength. As she progresses through her second trimester and prepares for childbirth in the later stages, it would be disingenuous to claim she is unafraid. In the pre-apocalyptic world, the challenge of raising a pair of twins was already formidable, and the necessity of surgery only compounded the difficulty. Now, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, Wenlan resolved to procure a set of medical equipment from a hospital, ideally locating a surgeon capable of performing the necessary operations. She recalled that there was a doctor within the base, though it remained uncertain whether they possessed the requisite skills for surgery. With this determination, she prepared herself thoroughly. After all, the responsibility of childbirth would rest upon her shoulders. Finding a hospital in the pre-apocalyptic era was relatively straightforward, but in the aftermath, it proved to be an insurmountable task. A grave expression adorned Wenlan's face as she contemplated the gravity of the situation. Wenche and Lin Wei navigated their RV, accompanied by the villagers, who utilized various means of transportation, three-wheeled vehicles, tricycles, and even tractors and forklifts. Lin Wei, just follow my brother, Wenlan instructed. Yes, and I must express my gratitude once more. Welcome to our family of New Hope. Wenlan affectionately patted the dog's head, noting that Lin Wei would no longer be a solitary wolf in this desolate world. The dog, in response, gently licked Wenlan's palm, a gesture that endeared it to her even further. Meanwhile, the Hisho Wu in her arms unfurled a small tendril, wrapping around Wenlan's arm as if to say, Master, look at me. In the past few days, the recovery rate of the Hisho Wu had been astonishing. So much so that Wenlan had resorted to drawing her own blood with a syringe to nourish the plant. The moment she pricked her skin, the wound healed almost instantaneously. Now, the Hisho Wu thrived, its vine more resilient than steel. Wenche approached, embracing Wenlan. Suhan, I leave my sister in your capable hands. Rest assured, Suhan replied earnestly. Wenche and Lin Wei, along with the majority of their group, set off ahead. The road was left to Wenlan and Suhan. Let us proceed to the hospital in Suzhou. Wenlan had assumed Suhan would first retrieve photovoltaic panels from the tech company. You're in your second trimester. We need to secure the medical equipment, he reminded her. The base also requires supplies and pharmaceuticals. Indeed, while the diagnostic instruments were important, the surgical tools were paramount. Wenlan's perceptive abilities surpassed those of the extraordinary, allowing her to sense her baby's condition with remarkable clarity. She had contemplated discussing this with Suhan, but to her surprise, he broached the subject first. It's not far from here to Suzhou City. I can fly us there. Can your control last that long? Wenlan questioned. It takes at least half an hour to reach the city, and if we arrive without sufficient mental energy, it could spell trouble. I have energy orbs to replenish my strength at any time, he assured her. With no vehicle available, walking would consume too much time. They could not afford to waste precious moments on the road, especially with the potential of encountering Xiaojua and his group. As for Xiaojua's identity, it could be categorized in a few ways. This was not the time to confront him. and Xiaozhua was aware of that, which is why no conflict had arisen. However, a woman's intuition suggested that a confrontation between the two was inevitable, much like Lu Chun and Su Han. When Lan contemplated and realized that Su Han was indeed correct, it was best not to squander any more time. Su Han guided Wen Lan onto the iron plate, deftly maneuvering it to lift both of them into the air. He controlled the speed perfectly, and Wen Lan had now acclimated to the sensation of flying. The chill of the air enveloped them, and the wind caressed their faces. Meanwhile, in the granary, Lu Chun and Xiaozhua divided the remaining several thousand pounds of grain. Although it fell short of their expectations, the trip was not in vain. Zhou Feng, have some of your people transport the grain back. I shall await your return here. Do not forget the solar panels, he instructed. Zhou Feng was quite pleased. With such a bounty of food, he would be able to separate from Xiaozhua for a few days. He longed to escape, for in the presence of Xiaozhua, he had to feign subservience. Without Xiaozhua, he naturally assumed the role of the base leader. However, he failed to consider whether he could have ascended to such a position without Xiaozhua. As for Jiang Yao, one of her eyes had been removed, necessitating the use of sunglasses. Her face bore signs of infection, and she no longer possessed the sharpness she once had. Xiao Yao, I shall surely avenge you, he vowed. Jiang Yao replied coldly. The loss of an eye had imparted a crucial lesson. She could no longer indulge in vain hopes. Jealousy and impulsiveness had cost her the most precious of her senses. She understood that she could not afford such recklessness again, lest she lose her life. This was a true brush with death. I understand, Chengge, Jiang Yao replied in a subdued tone, though her heart had grown colder and harder. Lu Chun and Xiaozhua exchanged contact information, both harboring reservations about Su Han. In this world, the enemy of my enemy could very well be my ally. Their paths would likely cross again in the future, and cooperation might be necessary. Indeed, they shared an unspoken understanding. In this apocalyptic era, the world's resources were limited. Xiaozhua was aware that the calamities following the three great mutations would lead to struggles over territory and resources, suggesting that he and Lu Chun might collaborate in the future. At this moment, Su Han had brought Wen Lan to Suzhou City, a large metropolis with a population of several million. The streets were teeming with hordes of zombies, densely populated and intimidating. There were simply too many zombies. If not for Su Han's ability to control the iron plate and elevate them, charging into the city center would be exceedingly perilous. The throngs of zombies spilling forth from every direction meant that any given street could easily harbor thousands of the undead. Suzhou First Hospital was situated near the city center, a place typically bustling with people. Consequently, it was rife with zombies, most of whom had been patients. Strangely, the more severe the illness prior to transformation, the more grotesque the resulting zombie appeared. The hospital was indeed a hotspot for the undead. We first arrived at the rooftop of the First Hospital of Suzhou, an establishment comprising 8 stories. Upon reaching the summit, Wen Lan stowed her board into her spatial storage, while Su Han absorbed energy orbs, patiently awaiting his full restoration of mental prowess. Thus, neither of them felt the need to hasten. Standing at the edge of the high-rise, Wen Lan gazed down at the horde of zombies below. Utilizing her abilities, she sensed the area within a 50-meter radius and discerned dozens of grotesque zombies lurking beneath. The grotesque forms of the undead were a result of the mutated zombie virus intertwining with their prior ailments, rendering them horrifyingly repulsive. Wen Lan retrieved a piece of chocolate from her spatial storage. During her second trimester, she occasionally experienced hunger pangs and indulged in sweet treats, much to the delight of her unborn child. By the time Su Han had fully regained his mental strength, Wen Lan had donned her mask and sunglasses. Even in the apocalypse, one must maintain a semblance of elegance while dispatching zombies. Wouldn't you agree? She then produced her weapon of choice, a military dagger, while Su Han was adorned with an array of daggers. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to manipulate any object, transforming virtually anything into a weapon. Wen Lan observed that Su Han's mental prowess was evolving rapidly. Currently, he could control only inanimate objects. Yet the trajectory of his evolution suggested he would soon extend his control to encompass a broader spectrum of entities. It could be said that Su Han embodied a mastery of control. The prospect of him manipulating bacteria, viruses, or even the very air we breathe was indeed chilling. The dimly lit hospital was permeated with a putrid odor, and the once pristine white walls were now adorned with cobwebs. The spiders hanging from above appeared to be mutated, their sizes akin to that of a human palm. One could only wonder what further transformations awaited them. As they stepped into the hospital corridor, A zombie caught wind of their presence and lurched towards them with a series of guttural sounds. This floor was dedicated to oncology, housing patients with severe ailments. Consequently, upon their transformation into zombies, certain parts of their bodies began to develop tumors. Although they sensed the commotion, their movements were excruciatingly slow, resembling a comical tremor. If one could overlook the large abscesses on their bodies, the pus on the floor had tarnished it a sickly green. With a deft motion, Suhan commanded a dagger to sever the heads of the zombies. Wenlan gently patted the Yishou who nestled in her arms, causing two tendrils to sprout forth and precisely pierce the chest of the zombies, retrieving the energy orbs within and placing them into her blue fabric pouch. This method alleviated the unpleasant sensation of manually extracting the orbs from the zombies' bodies. Although they were unperturbed, the act of touching the decomposing corpses, reeking of the foul stench of decay, was still somewhat distasteful. The zombies on this level were swiftly dispatched. Wenlan collected the surgical instruments and prescriptions from the operating room, and the energy orbs acquired from the defeated zombies were stored away for her child-esque consumption. Chapter 63. Be quiet, I am here. Arriving here felt akin to stepping into a grim university of the undead. Upon locating the operating room, Wenlan promptly stored away the instruments, as well as a considerable amount of supplies from the hospital's pharmacy. Her Hishowu had penetrated the chest of a zombie, while its tainted blood was absorbed, transforming into sustenance. Before the zombies could draw near, Hishowu had already accomplished its task. Each mutated plant possessed unique characteristics, allowing for targeted cultivation. The hospital lay in disarray, a result of the chaos wrought by Suhan and Wenlan. The third floor housed the maternity ward, filled with pregnant zombies, their bodies alarmingly frail. Furthermore, the writhing entities within their abdomens appeared exceedingly bizarre, encased in a thin layer of skin that seemed on the verge of rupture. These zombies harbored unborn zombies within them, which continued to grow inside their mothers, a truly uncanny sight. Strangely enough, the unborn zombies exhibited greater strength, actively siphoning energy. Suhan, let us refrain from engaging them. The zombies themselves are not fearsome. It is the unborn zombies within them that pose the real threat. Let us flee, Wenlan urged. Sensing the formidable structure of the unborn zombies, she only communicated this to Suhan, without signaling to Yishou. The extending tendrils swiftly surged forth, piercing the pregnant zombie's skull to extract the energy orb. Once the pregnant zombie collapsed, bereft of the orb, it lost its ability to move, though its abdomen continued to writhe. With a sudden pop, a small, dark-clawed zombie emerged, oozing putrid blood. The scene was undeniably gruesome. A fleeting thought crossed Wenlan's mind: horror dolls. Despite its diminutive stature, this zombie child was remarkably swift. Instead of immediately attacking Wenlan and Suhan, it crouched down to feast upon the corpse of its progenitor, emitting guttural sounds. Though its body measured merely 70 to 80 centimeters, its mouth was disproportionately large, filled with rows of sharp black teeth. Its skin was a ghastly shade of dark green, and its face bore no features save for that gaping maw. Suhan, we must hasten our retreat, Wenlan urged, as a multitude of zombies, similar to the ones they had encountered previously, advanced towards them, as had just occurred. After dispatching these zombies and seizing their energy orbs, their abdomens would convulse, birthing yet another small creature. Wenlan and Suhan hurried upstairs, pursued relentlessly. They both sensed the impending danger. The staircase was narrow, and Wenlan executed a swift maneuver to evade the assault of the small zombie. Turning, they observed that these creatures were coated in a noxious green fluid, crawling ominously upon the walls and railings. Do not be deceived by this swarm of diminutive undead. Their crawling speed is astonishingly swift. Moreover, their limbs possess an adhesive quality, enabling them to ascend walls without any detriment to their velocity. These tiny zombies, having undergone a complete mutation following the transformation of their progenitor, differ significantly from those who were suddenly infected. Instead, these little fiends were gradually infected within the womb. Initially, infants exist in a state of evolution, with their genes undergoing transformation. Thus, these nascent zombies, still unborn, possess the most active and malleable genes. Even if Wenlan refrains from eliminating these pregnant zombie hosts, given sufficient time, the tiny zombies within will inevitably burst forth. Currently, they have been prematurely extracted by Wenlan and Suhan. However, the longer one waits, the more formidable the strength of these little zombies becomes. With a swift motion, Suhan wielded a dagger, aiming to dispatch the tiny undead. Yet, this little creature moved with remarkable speed. Be careful, Lan instantaneously teleported in front of Su-Han, conjuring a protective barrier. The tiny zombie collided with it, causing ripples across the spatial defense shield surrounding them. 7 or 8 small zombies howled and bared their teeth in a cacophony of chaos. The energy cores within these zombies were no larger than a fingernail, yet their bodies were remarkably resilient. Su-Han's dagger lacked the necessary hardness to penetrate. The speed of the tiny zombies was overwhelming, prompting a frown from Lan. In response, Su-Han summoned a bolt of violet lightning in his hand, his gaze tinged with a hint of purple. This marked the first occasion when Lan witnessed Su-Han harnessing lightning-based abilities. This violet lightning was not a result of Su-Han's awakening, but was rather a consequence of his unique constitution and considerable fortune, allowing him to absorb such energy, thereby altering his genetic makeup. In a fleeting moment, when Lan retracted the protective barrier, teleporting behind as the tiny zombies surged forward. Crackling sounds echoed as they were instantaneously scorched and incapacitated, collapsing to the ground in charred disarray. Su-Han's lightning was indeed powerful, yet each release drained his stamina significantly, for the energy cores of his lightning abilities could not be replenished. This energy resided within his very bloodline, otherwise he would have to rely solely on natural lightning to replenish his strength, a rare occurrence on stormy days. Thus, he sought photovoltaic panels to store energy, enabling him to grow stronger through absorption. "Let us proceed," he urged, as they swiftly made their way towards the platform on the 7th floor, taking advantage of the incapacitated tiny zombies. Remarkably, those struck down by the lightning remained alive, their resilience astonishing, though the flesh on their bodies had been seared. The bones were searingly hot, and as the little zombie crawled, fragments of its bones shattered. Yet, they remained oblivious to pain. Lan and Su-Han had ascended to the rooftop, where dusk was settling upon them. They were certain they would be spending the night there. "Let us rest over there," when Lan pointed towards a distant landmark of Suzhou, a 5-star hotel, a place that would have cost several thousand for a night before the apocalypse. When Lan harbored a desire to visit such a grand establishment, perhaps in a bustling metropolis like Magic City or the north of Beijing, to indulge in an adventure of looting in this post-apocalyptic world. After all, the thrill of acquiring without expenditure was exhilarating, albeit accompanied by daily peril. Su-Han felt a slight warmth rise to his ears. All right. The evening in Suzhou appeared even more desolate. The once vibrant nightlife was now replaced by the eerie howls of zombies, echoing in a haunting chorus. One pondered whether these zombies could ever be eradicated. Would a decisive atomic strike at the source have halted their spread? The global outbreak had erupted suddenly, and releasing an atomic bomb required a human hand. Moreover, should such a bomb detonate, the ensuing nuclear radiation could perhaps incite further mutations, potentially yielding even more terrifying forms. The uncertainty loomed large. In no time, Lan and Su-Han arrived at the pinnacle of the 5-star hotel in Suzhou. This floor was devoid of zombies, save for a few stragglers in the lobby, all of which had been dealt with, likely remnants of the workforce from before the world fell apart. Alas, before the apocalypse, they were industrious. Now, they have become mere zombies. When Lan lamented, they found a suite within the opulent hotel. "You take the inner room, and I shall occupy the outer one." "All right." When Lan retrieved a small alcohol stove and a battery-operated nightlight from his space, placing it in the center. In the pitch darkness, a warm glow emerged, illuminating the dust-laden walls that still hinted at the lavish decor of the past. "Allow me." Su-Han prepared instant noodles, adding slices of ham. The two of them sat down to enjoy their meal amidst the distant cries of zombies below. Surprisingly, the ambience lent a unique flavor to their dining experience. Not everyone had the opportunity to relish instant noodles while listening to the lamentations of the undead. When Lan had learned to find joy in adversity, in this grim world, being able to savor a steaming bowl of noodles was a comfort in itself. Just as she finished her meal, an unexpected cramp seized her abdomen. "What's wrong?" Su-Han immediately noticed something amiss with Lan. "My stomach hurts a bit." How could there be cramps at this stage of her pregnancy? She intended to check on the baby's condition, but a sudden wave of heat engulfed her, causing her cat-eared hat to fly off and tumble to the floor. The cat's tail, which had been concealed behind her, could no longer be restrained and was revealed. The soft, fluffy black tail curled around Su-Han's neck, infused with the unique scent of Lan. Lan. Su-Han's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable tension. "Indeed, the genetic makeup of my body is undergoing a transformation." When Lan realized that her genes had become unstable, reminiscent of garbled text being reorganized, her traits were exceptionally unique. As the baby grew, including after birth, they would amplify her strength through their lineage. It was even highly likely that the children of her children would further enhance her power. Could such genes not be formidable? With 2 babies absorbing mutations. She was nearing the end of her pregnancy. The babies were growing rapidly. Lan Lan, Suhan exclaimed as he saw Wen Lan faint, anxiously wrapping his arms around her. Wen Lan's body was feverishly warm. Suhan used his mental energy to sense the condition of the 2 babies. His carefulness, coupled with palpable anxiety, was focused on the babies' bellies. Be quiet. The movements within her womb had diminished significantly, and Wen Lan felt considerably more at ease. She sensed her blood, cells, and particles merging, as if time had stretched indefinitely. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and her pupils contracted upon seeing the sunlight. Her pupils had transformed into those of a cat. Chapter 64. Wen Lan, the walking infected. Suhan was momentarily taken aback. Through Suhan's eyes, Wen Lan glimpsed her own pupils. After exerting some control, they returned to normal. Are you all right? Suhan's tone was laced with anxiety, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable affection. Upon sensing herself, Wen Lan was genuinely startled. However, she managed to steady her thoughts. It's nothing. My genes have remained perpetually active, and the mutated cat genes have fully integrated into my genetic sequence. With that, Wen Lan extended her delicate hand, and her fingertips elongated suddenly, resembling a cat's claws. Moreover, I have also inherited the venom of the mutated cat. Not only that, but I can also store the genes of other mutated beasts. She hesitated before adding, if I were to scratch you with my claws, there would be a 50% chance of you transforming into a male cat beast. She felt shy about uttering the latter part. Previously, the mutated beast's genes merely adhered to her, but with the baby's growth, they had catalyzed her mutation. Thus, she had acquired this extraordinary skill. Coupled with her heightened perception, she could control those she infected with her mutation. If she were to absorb toxins from other mutated beasts, such as mutated rats or dogs, it seemed that these options lacked grandeur. Yet, the formation of mutated beasts was intricate, and she would need to experiment further to understand the specifics. She is now a walking and controllable entity of infection. Everything is fine. Suhan let out a sigh of relief, his fingers slightly pale, and a layer of cold sweat began to form in his palm. He resolved that once Wen Lan safely brings the child into the world, he would reveal everything to her. At present, he fears that it might provoke the child. However, the most pressing issue is to inform Wenxie. It seems that navigating this relationship will not be easy. Yet, it must be done. Upon returning, he has decided to confide in Wenxie first. Suhan is resolute in his decision. As for the events that transpired, he will disclose them fully to Wenxie. Wen Lan is acutely aware of the genes within her body, which will also be transmitted to the baby through the umbilical cord. The 2 babies may even have the autonomy to choose. Today, we shall retrieve the photovoltaic panels and then return. Those who cannot awaken, yet possess remarkably active genes, are indeed quite suitable for being infected by her cat toxin, transforming into her aberrant beings, her loyal apostles. She finally comprehends her extraordinary ability. Her power lies in her genetic sequence, which is why the energy absorbed by the baby will be returned to her tenfold. A consequence of her unique genes and their singular fusion. Shall we go? Aren't we supposed to collect the photovoltaic panels? My condition is stable now. Wen Lan rose, retracting her cat ears with control, along with her tail. She can now manage her transformations while in a conscious state. However, should her emotions run high or if she falls unconscious, she may still lose control. Becoming an aberrant cat beast will enhance her abilities, superior jumping, rapid reflexes, night vision, and so forth. Seeing that Wen Lan is unharmed, Suhan finally feels at ease. He had hardly slept throughout the night. Wen Lan retrieved a board from her space, preparing to leave with Suhan. The soft warmth of her body suddenly pressed against his chest, a lingering fragrance causing Suhan's ears to flush. Apologies. I went from mid-pregnancy to late pregnancy overnight. My belly has grown, and standing in front feels somewhat unsteady. Wen Lan bumped against Suhan's firm, heated chest. Unlike Suhan, whose ears burned, Wen Lan remained remarkably composed. You must hold on to me, or I fear I might fall. Hanggu? A gentle warmth filled Suhan's gaze, his breath suddenly quickening as he struggled to control his emotions. This was the first time Wen Lan had called him that voluntarily, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to it. He sensed something was amiss with Wen Lan. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. He had already resolved to confront everything. Wen Lan's eyes narrowed slightly, a shadow of cold darkness within them. The soft and delicate touch of her hand sent Suhan's breath racing once more. In a fleeting moment, I momentarily forgot to control my breath. Han, let us depart. All right. Suhan's voice was unintentionally husky, its tone perhaps imbued with an awareness that was both deliberate and inadvertent. With Warm Blue in tow, Suhan took flight from the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Warm Blue sensed a hint of moisture in the air, a subtle indication that rain was imminent. Due to the burgeoning size of her abdomen, Suhan's pace was not swift. The ground was alive with the cacophony of zombies, their roars echoing in succession. They arrived at a cutting-edge photovoltaic technology firm, only to discover that Xia Mo, accompanied by several individuals, was also present. Were they here in pursuit of photovoltaic panels as well? Warm Blue furrowed her brow slightly. Suhan was absorbing energy orbs to replenish his energy reserves. For the journey had indeed consumed considerable vitality. They took refuge atop the office building of the tech company, observing below as Xiajua and her companions dispatched the zombies. With acute perception, Warm Blue discerned the unique abilities within Xiajua, her weaknesses, and the energy they wielded. Xiajua was remarkably powerful, capable of harnessing light energy, which elucidated her quest for photovoltaic panels. However, the darkness would diminish her strength. She had to continuously absorb light energy to sustain her vitality. Previously, Xiaomo's abilities had not manifested in this manner. It appeared that Xiajua had influenced her transformation. Photovoltaics could absorb solar energy, and Suhan could similarly draw upon electrical energy from them. Indeed, he replied, while they engaged the zombies ahead, let us retrieve those photovoltaic panels from behind. Sister Jua, why are these zombies so formidable? These zombies have undergone a secondary mutation. The second wave of mist will incite a simultaneous transformation among the global zombie population. However, akin to humanity awakening their powers prematurely, certain zombies may also mutate ahead of time. These prematurely mutated zombies will become even more formidable following the outbreak of the mist. This was the production zone of the technology company, where abundant panels radiated energy, hastening the mutations of these zombies. Despite her pronounced pregnancy, Warm Blue was remarkably agile. Following yesterday's fusion mutation, her baby had entered the late stages of gestation. As the child matured, it would herald significant advancements for her. The spatial realm had expanded, not only in size, but also in complexity. The first layer of space was vast, filled entirely with provisions. The second layer, however, spanned less than 50 square meters. Yet, this layer had produced black soil, a byproduct of the baby absorbing yellow energy orbs. She surmised that the perfect amalgamation of her genes with those of the child's father had precipitated such extraordinary effects in her offspring. Any energy orb absorbed by the baby will bestow upon him diverse abilities. However, this blackened land can solely cultivate mutated plants, alleviating certain toxicities associated with them. Suhan and Wenlan have already soared into the factory. This vast establishment is devoid of zombies, prompting Wenlan to gather all the photovoltaic panels into her space. She believes this excursion has proven exceedingly worthwhile. They are approaching. Suhan's mental prowess surpasses that of Wenlan, allowing him to detect their presence immediately after Xia Zhua painstakingly eliminates the mutated zombies. We must leave, Suhan urges, swiftly escorting Wenlan away. By the time Xia Zhua and her team arrive, a sense of dismay envelopes her. Where are the photovoltaic panels? In such a large technological factory, how can there be none? Xia Zhua's face darkens with fury. Why does she perpetually feel thwarted? Despite being the protagonist, an invisible force seems to hinder her. Clenching her fists, she commands, dismantle the photovoltaic panels from the rooftop and take them away. But Sister Zhua, dismantling requires us to climb onto the roof. And none of us possess the skills or tools for that, one man protests, attempting to resist. A resounding slap echoes as Xia Zhua strikes his face. What nonsense! I command you to retrieve them, so do it. If you don't finish, you shall feed the zombies today. Xia Zhua's expression is one of disdain for her inept companions. The others, despite their grumbling, have no choice but to comply, having already battled zombies for an extended period, only to be tasked with dismantling panels that offer them no benefit. The crystal core from earlier, handed over to me, the rest you may distribute among yourselves. Xia Zhua scoffs. The other colored energy orbs hold no value for her. Although the men harbor resentment, they dare not rebel against Xia Zhua's formidable strength, resigning themselves to the task of dismantling the photovoltaic panels. While we toil away, she rests and absorbs energy orbs. Our journey has been arduous and thankless, they murmur. Keep your voice down. If she hears us, we're doomed. Do you not realize her strength? Despite their complaints, even Zhou Feng acts subservient in Xiaoju's presence. Let alone them. If only we had followed Ji Feng from the beginning, one laments. Enough with that. Ji Feng fled, but his son was killed. Our families still reside in the base. Should we become useless, our loved ones will be expelled too. For their sake, we must endure. Reflecting on their families still within the base, they find no choice but to persist. Without them, their families would be cast out. Where would they find refuge? If they were not supernatural beings, they too would likely have been banished. Is it truly the case that those at home live in happiness? Indeed, with fewer people, conflicts have diminished. However, the construction of the base and the fundamental operations still require human effort. For instance, the transportation of waste is essential, otherwise, the accumulation of refuse could foster the spread of pathogens within the base. Thus, while the reduced population has made living conditions more convenient, it has, to some extent, intensified the workload. Meanwhile, Wen Lan and Su Han have stealthily removed the photovoltaic panels. She is eager to uncover the true identity of this Xiajua. It seems she possesses knowledge of many matters.